Why would you want to go somewhere where they say there's no atmosphere, there's no plants, there's no animals, there's no other people other than the ones you brought with you? That seems like hell.
Not to mention that you're strapping yourself down to a explosive.
That's right. It's hell, except it's cold. But you might get a chance to explode into flames and burn up anyway.
Yeah, we're going to go to a place that's treacherous for life to even exist. And then on top of that, you could be, at any time, explode into vapor. So, yeah, I'll pass.
Did Mike Glober come back?
Which one were you talking to?
I was talking to Happy. I gave him a triangle test, and then because he was talking about we have low IQs and all this other stuff, I gave him a triangle test. He just quit the server, or didn't quit the server, he just left.
Yep, triangle's too scary, too scary.
He's pulling out studies on if you go to school, you have a higher IQ. If you, I don't remember what it was. And I said, well, let's find out. And pulled out the triangle test. And then he just shut up completely. And after about 3 minutes, he quit.
Ascetic, he was in here all morning and talking on and off. He came in kind of freaking out, but he calmed down a little bit towards the end there. I think AV was talking to him, kind of ducktailed on what I was bringing up to him about basically how his channel, his anti-flat Earth channel, got deleted on PNR. So how did it go? Is AV? Are you still around?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm at work now, but yeah, basically it was just me telling him how it's possible that he could be shaking hands with the religious folk on a different topic other than just like talking about if there is a God or there isn't one. Because I was like, dude, on every other thing, you guys are agreeing with everything to deal with cosmology and such. So I don't see why you guys are bickering. And I went into the whole occultism thing, and yeah, that's where I was landing with him.
Did it sink in by the time he left? Or I don't know, because Dandelion tagged him to come back to VC. Did it sink in?
The end of it was he wanted to ask me a serious question. I was like, yeah, what is it? He's like, well, if we went to space, like we had space, space travel was available, would you go on a rocket ride, you, Crit? And I was like, dude, yeah. I was like, I akin that to somebody telling me about a fantasy. Like, how would you like it if you rode a dragon, with scales and, had wings and you would go fly through the sky? Would you take a dragon ride like that? Like, it's a fantasy, dude. It doesn't exist. Like,
yeah, that's how I've said that.
I'd take the dragon ride if he was a friendly dragon, like Puff the magic dragon with the big smile. Or do you think he'd still be too dangerous?
It's funny. I'm about to take a ride on Puff the magic dragon.
Yeah.
It's like trying to.
Damn, I didn't know Dandelion toked up. Holy shit. That's what.
Yeah.
Talking about, he was a nice little dragon who lived by the sea with little Jackie paper. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You're talking about using illegal drugs.
Yeah, that's what it means, Puff the magic dragon. No, but Dandelion, aren't you a flower child?
Damn, Dandelion getting high up in this motherfucker.
A former flower child, AV.
Former
flower child. That's what it says on my t-shirt, yeah.
I think a better example would be Falcor, the luck dragon from Neverending Story. That would be a dragon to take a ride on.
Yeah,
I can't ride roller coasters at Cedar Point anymore because I'll get seasick, so I'm not riding the dragon either. And I might fall off.
Yeah, I compare that too. Like someone says...
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, I was going to just what you said too. Like when someone says, hey, would you go on the spaceship and go out to space? I'm like, what, to go see the Jedi Temple on Mandalorian or whatever? Like, no, dude, you can't go there. There isn't Chewbacca in the like forest or whatever they call it. There's no Ewoks. You can't go to the moon. Okay, it's like offering me, do you want to go to Arrakis and check out the sandworms? No. Yeah, exactly. Okay, you can't go there. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's exactly my point. That was my point. Yep.
It's like, do you want to walk through this wardrobe and check out a talking line in Ice Witch? Well, it'd be cool, but you can't do that. So,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, but then I was on more on Mary Mom's side where she was saying like you're going out there to what? To the emptiness of space. And according to them, it's like the only way to travel from point A to point B, because you're going to run out of food, is to recycle your own waste. Like, and I mean recycle it by you ingesting it. So that is not a part of like something I think
Sounds
would
like
be.
a smelly and dirty environment.
Yeah. And then on top of that, it's going to take generations of, people to actually get to a location. So how many people are going to be ingesting their own waste just to get to the nearest star? Doesn't sound like fun to me.
Yeah, but they think it sounds fun. I mean, maybe that does kind of highlight the problem here. There's some kind of problem here on Earth that they need to sort out because they're trying to avoid something. I mean, why else would you want to get away? But I'm not going to sort it out for them. I'm not a psychiatrist, and I don't even necessarily recommend psychiatrists. I always recommend a 2-week hike into the mountains with no electronics, a bag of rice, and something to catch fish with, something to make fire. That's my recommendation.
Yeah, toes touching grass.
Brown rice. Because sometimes those counselors can just lead you further off the mark, But yeah, I guess it's a fundamental difference, but he's not coming back to tell me about it. The aesthetic of eradication. I mean, come on, with a username like that, like the aesthetic of eradication, meaning he thinks eradication is beautiful. I mean, come on. Yeah, of course you like space. But I'm glad you guys talked to him about it. Same thing I would have said, though. I don't feel like I missed out on anything. Yeah, the national forests in the United States of America, you can camp in them. You also on your list. I mean, if you're really going to do it, you need to find a list of items I need to bring backpacking, because you also need like a small shovel to dig a hole for obvious reasons. You need a small pan to cook your fish. There's more things you need, but yeah, you can go camping in the national forests, and nobody's going to mess with you. I used to do it for weeks and weeks at a time, and usually you don't see anyone, especially if you go up far enough where it takes more than a day to walk. Like after the first day, like you probably are unlikely to see anyone. At least those are the national forests in Montana. I shouldn't speak for all of them. Probably like the ones in California, I bet you see people more, maybe. I don't know, just because it's a more populated area. That was one of the reasons I originally moved to Montana, because at the time it was their population density was 6 people per square mile. It's probably more now. I was just kind of tired of people. And I had a nice break from them, and then I returned. Oh, guess what? I never would have guessed this, because at the time when I lived there, they were having an influx of population, but I think everything did change recently. Because they were kind of upset about it because the Californians were moving in there. But now I just looked it up, and now the population density of Montana is 3 people. That's per square kilometer. I'm sorry. Yeah, in parentheses, per square mile. So now it's 7 people per square mile. Not that much more, as opposed to Michigan's 174 people per square mile. No wonder. My gosh, feel that. California, 254 people per square mile. Of course, most of the ones in Michigan are going to be in Detroit.
What's Ohio?
282 people per square mile. You guys have a lot of population centers there, like larger cities, right? Like Michigan, we have Detroit, and then we have Grand Rapids, and Lansing's kind of big, followed by, I think, Kalamazoo. But we don't have a lot of like really big cities, especially up north. We have no big cities, pretty much. Sault Ste. Marie is basically just like a little town that's, up in the UP.
Just say, let's see, Toledo, Columbus, Dayton, Akron, Cleveland.
Cincinnati. Did you say Cincinnati?
No.
Yeah. You don't
I never think about them.
Yeah, because they're practically Kentuckians down there.
Yeah, it's Kentucky. Y'all. It doesn't seem like that many people.
It's not really, right? Especially when you think they're more concentrated. Yeah, they're more concentrated in the cities. We have places up here, like over near Detroit, like the suburbs. Like there's a suburb called Taylor. The people call it Taylor, Tucky. Because, in World War II, a lot of people from the South came up here to work in the factories. So some areas, like, they still have maintained their Southern accents because there's so many still up there, little enclaves.
Good day, everybody. Anybody talking?
Oh, we were just talking. We were just talking about your neighbor, Kentucky.
I'm in. What happened in Kentucky?
Oh, you are Kentucky. That's right. I keep getting confused about whether you're in Kentucky or Tennessee. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, that's right. You are in Kentucky. Yeah.
Kentucky is above Tennessee, but what happened in Kentucky?
Say that again. Was that a dig on Kentucky?
You have to dig on Tennessee because Kentucky is superior.
Oh, that's right, because you're from Kentucky. Say the whole thing again. I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
Kentucky is above Tennessee, like superior to Tennessee. But anyway.
Okay, so that's how I'll remember it, that you're in the superior one. Okay, yeah. I should be able to get it in my brain now.
They're both below Ohio.
Our little portion of the ball is better than Tennessee's little portion of the spinning ball. If you want to look at it that way, with the globe idea that doesn't exist. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, we got a guy who's asking about Antarctica, Panthera Fung. He's in the text chat there. It'd be nice if he would come in here. It's so much easier to talk than type. especially since I'm on my phone.
Yes. What about this globe thing? This globe idea? Do people still believe that? You believe that? Come on, man.
Yeah, who's a globe believer in here that wants to talk about it? I don't know if any of these people are. Well, Mark is. He never wants to talk to me. I only know he talks because I heard him one time on the YouTube. He never talks when I'm here. Oh, he said, okay, maybe he's going to come. Yeah. All right, Panther, we're ready.
All right, Mark, come in here and tell us the whole globe story. None of us have heard it at all. We'd like to know every detail about the whole globe, how it works practically in reality. Go ahead.
Yep. Start your sentence with once upon a time. Yeah, he's on his way. Panthera Fung. That's the one. He's going to ask us where you think Antarctica is. Hopefully that will lead to other discussions, more fruitful.
I would ask the U.S. military, since they do all the crazy traveling.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't know why he expects us to know, and we haven't applied for a permit or gone down there.
Have an education. What the hell are they talking? Why do they want us to go world traveling and be jet setters? I can't even leave my house right now because I don't have a high Q high enough, according to another Glober an hour ago.
I was just agreeing with Ray when it, as far as we know, allegedly documented, the military is the ones that have traveled there and mapped it and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, well, we'll wait for him to come in here, and hopefully he will speak up when he does. I went through Kentucky actually, Dave, now that I realize you're from Kentucky, you'll probably be upset, but we went to Tennessee, but we went through Kentucky to get there.
And didn't stop.
It's okay. There's a lot of good peeps in Tennessee. I was just messing with Tennessee.
Yeah. I know. How could you not get along with them? I feel like you guys have a lot in common. I don't know. Besides the border. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
there he is.
Oh,
he's here.
So when hold on one second. When I go south, I get all the way to the edge of Ohio. We take a break. We skip Kentucky, and then we stop in Tennessee.
Panthera, thanks for coming in. Go ahead, Dave. He's got one more plug for Kentucky.
I was just telling Raymond, you're not the first person I've heard say that. A lot of people use us as a drive-by state. But go ahead, Antarctica proves the globe. Go.
Yeah, Panthera. So we kind of pre-answered you before you were here, but yeah, your question is where do you flat earthers think Antarctica is? So
yes.
Yeah. So I'll just summarize what we already said.
Okay.
Rodwin and Dave said, sorry, Dr. I ruined Globers. I didn't mean to not, address you by your title. And Dave said that you should ask the U.S. government what's down there, because since travel to anywhere past the 60th parallel in the south is highly restricted by the Antarctic Treaty, you need to apply for certain permits. Even if you're allowed to go down there, your travel will be tightly controlled and you will be only in one certain area down there. So for this reason, because we're relying on information provided by the governments of the world, and we already know, since we know that outer space, as claimed, does not exist, as well as the numerous deceptive tactics, both openly recognized on NASA.gov and attempted to keep secret in a very amateurish way by same agency, that they are an unreliable source of information. I'm not going to use them for a source of information if I decide for some reason to go wandering down in the Southern Ocean. What do you think it is?
Yes, I know it's heavily restricted to go to Antarctica, and that there's, of course, secrets by the government. But we claim that Antarctica is the South Pole, right? But I just want to know where you guys think Antarctica is.
Gosh, I didn't just answer that. He doesn't like my answer, I guess. I don't know if anybody else wants to answer him.
what kind of answer do you want, man? Antarctica is another alleged place that we can't figure out what it is because we can't go there. Is that better?
We can go to the shorelines though. The coastlines.
Give it a try. Give it a try and send us a telegram back from jail.
You can see videos of it though. They are in Antarctica.
Oh, people that have permission to go there? Sure.
But there are video footages. I mean, do you guys believe Antarctica is real? First of all. Do you guys believe that Antarctica is a real place?
There's definitely places down there. Yep. And they call one of them Antarctica. I'll go for that. I mean, that's what I mean. People who are allowed to go there call it that, and yeah, they show us pictures. I mean, it's not the same as it's not. I mean, there's a lot of places I haven't been. Yeah, where you can say, "Oh, well, look at this." You know, you haven't been to China, but here's some pictures of China. Yeah, but if I cared enough, you know, I could save up my pennies and I could go there. Like, not what you know, and it's very different with a place where the government is clearly controlling with the military. Sometimes people doubt this, you know, so I just put this up there, Norwegian arrested after Antarctic voyage. You know, you can't just go down there. So these people you're saying are showing images of there. I just explained that to you. If you go down there, you're going to be in a tour, you're going to be in a group, it's going to be controlled where you can go. So yeah, they can show you stuff. It means nothing. It has nothing to do with what you claimed about the South Pole and so on, because we know we don't live on a globe because the geometry of the sphere has been shown to be inaccurate many times. Did you know that, like, geometrically, it's impossible that we live on a sphere based just solely on the distance the horizon would be as predicted on a sphere, and the fact that we can see views that are far beyond that. And I've personally seen Chicago from Warren Dunes and also from South Haven in Michigan, too far, over 50 miles for you to be able to see. You can see it with the naked eye. You can see it even better if you have any kind of high-powered optical equipment. I've also seen Beaver Island from Charlevoix up north, as well as many other sites that would be impossible on a globe of the dimensions claimed.
Okay. So you guys do believe that Antarctica is a place, right? But it's not in the map like it's shown, right? So you guys basically say you don't know where it
something
is.
different than what you said, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm not paying attention.
He wants to know if we think it's a place for real.
Yes.
Probably. How's that? Probably.
Okay.
So I Googled Antarctica, and guess what it gave me? It's penguins. How come? How come it didn't give me all the details on it? First, I got images.
I mean, penguins are pretty much only in Antarctica, though.
No, they're in the Cleveland Zoo, too.
Because, well, you can get penguins from Antarctica and bring them.
I saw
there,
some
you know
penguins.
that, right?
I saw some penguins in Tennessee last year at the Ripley's Aquarium of the Smokies in Gatlinburg.
Hmm. But you can like kidnap them, you know, and bring
Yeah,
them
I
there.
bet you can. You know what? I'm thinking about making a trip, go there, kidnap some penguins, and then just keep them in my yard and see how long that lasts.
No, not. Well, you need permission, of course.
So you're not kidnapping them.
I mean, the government is, of course.
If you want to
Wait,
get that penguin
if you guys-
do you know how dangerous those things are? Those things bite like crazy. They like got razor sharp beaks.
So like when there's a baby deer in my backyard, I absolutely run the other direction because go up and try to pet a baby deer when it's just wandering around and see what really happens to you.
I know. Okay, they're strong. They can fight. Okay, but I'm just saying that
By the way,
they can
Nietzsche,
they can bring the penguins over to the zoo, to other places. I mean, if you guys claim that penguins
We'll
aren't
get you.
only
bro.
in Antarctica, then where do you guys think penguins are? Like, where do you think they are?
Oh my gosh, we already
in
said
Africa.
it's probably a place. It's just not the thing that they're telling us that it is.
They got
Why
them
is
in
that so
So
Africa,
it's
hard?
not the
penguins, bro.
place.
They're all over the
Hey,
beach in
hey,
Africa.
buddy, why are you so obsessed with Antarctica? Don't you actually care about where you live? Can you prove the actual spinning ball thing? How about we talk about that?
No,
Let's start with
I want to talk about Antarctica
with
because
Earth
you guys.
curvature measurements. Go ahead.
Do you guys have like a model? Like a map made
She's
by
a
you
10
guys?
10 out of 10 model. Yeah.
That's his response to his request for Earth curve measurements. I just want to document that. I'll shut up.
Yep. Yep. We want some measurements of this alleged curvature. Yeah, I have a entire go to a library, look up maps, go to that section, whole shelf full of flat earth maps there. Go to the gas station, go to their section called atlases, go to the one at the big truck stop type ones. They still have atlases. You can pick up some flat maps there. The bookstore, like Barnes & Noble, has a whole section of travel and maps. All of them are flat. Want me to keep going?
I don't mean a flat map that represents the globe Earth. No, I meant like a map from you guys. That you
Yeah,
guys.
because there is no globe. Yeah, that's what we've been telling you. Like, gosh, if I were you, especially, is this the first time you've come in and talked to genuine certified flat earthers?
We all have a degree in flat Earth, by the way.
Yes, that's for sure.
Master's
So
degree.
yeah, if this is the first time you've heard this, like, gosh, my questions would be so different, than yours. I mean, mine were like when I told you, and the other guys told you there's no curvature. It's geometrically not measured. Like nobody's ever documented it. I'd be all over that. But you're more
Hey, Mary,
interested
I can
in
talk about curvature.
sticking to your globe. What'd you say?
I can talk about curvature.
Hold on. I went ahead and posted a map for you guys to look at. You can pick any one you want. They all work too.
Oh, they all work. Okay.
Yeah, and really, you should if you have an independent bookseller, you should visit them before Barnes and Noble. I only mention that because their map session is so big, and you seem so obsessed with maps. But really, an independent bookseller would be better. I'm sure they have a few maps in there too.
Okay, what the hell are those maps?
Those are maps used for different reasons.
It works. Is that what you're
Yeah.
telling? It works?
Yes.
Nah, those maps definitely do not work. Come on.
Yes, they
Like,
do.
you-
You just don't
are you
use you use the coordinate system created for those maps. Let's look at a map from when blimps flew around everywhere all the time. Here's a map. Check that one out. I think that's London, maybe. That might be London. I'm not sure if I posted the right one. That's their map. Let's look at another one. I think this is London. Maybe. One of those two is, or they both are. There's your map. You can navigate anywhere you want using that map. What do you think of that? Because blimps didn't get lost. They just flew to where they were going and said, we're here. And the people got off, and that's how they traveled. But see, the problem with blimps is you can take them anywhere. They don't like that. So they got rid of blimps.
Yeah. That's what we should tell that guy. We should, our next person just like him who says, don't you want to go on a fantasy ride to outer space? Yeah, we want to go on a blimp ride. Take us on one of those, but not with a globe driver. I need a flat earth driver. Or pilot. I guess you call him a pilot, right, Doctor?
That's correct.
Those are definitely interesting maps. But I want to talk about curvature now, okay? Maybe we cannot see it.
That's the
on
point of the
ground.
whole room. We're finally glad you did that. Dandelion loves to talk about this part.
Okay, curvature. You cannot see it from the ground, okay? You cannot see where you are standing on the ground. But you can see it from From 100,000 feet above. You can see it from the ISS, for example. But you guys just claim it's fake, so yes. Those are you can literally
Argue
see.
with Neil deGrasse Tyson about that. Y'all go ahead.
You can see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS. Those are live. Those are being live streamed 24/7.
Panthera, I'm sorry, you're going within your globe religion, you're going to have to pick a denomination now.
But
Would you like to join the Bill Nye denomination and go to his church every Sunday where he says ships disappear over the horizon? Or would you prefer the congregation of Neil deGrasse Tyson, who says that stuff is flat and you can't see it from that height? Which church would you prefer, the Nye Church or the Tyson Church of the Globe? You're going to have to make a choice.
It's not belief. It's fact. You can see it from the live stream, dude.
So you're just going to go to one like every other week, maybe? Like you're going to go to Nye Church one week, and then when you go back to Tyson Church the next week, what's the Nye Church going to say when you missed last Sunday? We didn't see in the pew there, Panther. Are you pretending you can see curvature by going into the ISS?
It's not pretending to see the curvature. You can literally see it from the ISS itself. You can. Do you guys even believe that the ISS is in space or the stratosphere, whatever?
Okay, so the problem. Before we go on, just put that question on the shelf about like whether the ISS is there or not. I'm sure some people would like to get into that with you. So the issue we're trying to get at here is that you're going to have wildly conflicting accounts, both verbally and through the imagery, of what exactly the Earth looks like at the height that you are claiming. For example, I'll show you one image. Are you able to look here you're in the text chat because you talked to us earlier in there.
Yes.
Okay, so if you look in there, the Felix Baumgartner jump, and I'll find you the image so we can be looking at it while we're talking about it. Okay, have you heard about the Felix Baumgartner jump? So he was at 127,570 feet. That's what so above the number that you just threw out there. So in his cockpit there, do you see, what does the horizon look like there, looking out of his cockpit? This is still shot from the video.
The camera isn't that visible. I can't really see the curvature, but you can barely see it. It's like a bit curved. Do you see it?
No. Okay, I'm going to give you another one. The point is that he did do some fisheye lens in that same video where he tried to make it appear like it was curved. So this was only caught, by mistake, quote unquote, that this is actually what he was seeing. So even if you want to make that claim that you're squinting really hard and seeing curvature, that goes against what he himself was taking part in and what they were allegedly trying to show. But if you're not familiar with that one, I understand. I've got another one for you. Just a minute. Here we go.
Hey,
this is more recent. Okay, so this is a article from 2021. I'm just going to show you one more example, and then we're going to discuss why widely conflicting sources saying widely conflicting things might be a problem for your ball. Here's another one, 2021, Blue Origin, quote unquote, astronaut, which is, they're taking people up there, they're taking them up there in the rocket, right? So here's this lady who said she was disappointed not to see the curvature of the Earth while aboard the Blue Origin flight. So this one, let's see how far this one was. 350,000 feet. So not that far, right? What is that compared to the other guy? Is that... No, I got to go back to the other one.
So William Shatner said the same
Oh,
thing.
it's further. It's further than the Red Bill jump. Yeah, that's, gosh, 350,000 feet. All right, yeah, go ahead, Doctor.
I was just going to add on to this lady. William Shatner went on this same one and said the same thing. You know, Captain Kirk from the Starship Enterprise.
Yeah, okay, gosh, wow, I'm glad I was looking at the fine details. I forgot that this one is like, yeah, more than twice as far as the Baumgartner, and she's still not seeing the curve. Yeah. So the point is, Panther, that's not even the modern claim, and it's getting like more modern by the minute. They keep putting these people up here, yeah, and they're not seeing it. So your claim that curvature can be seen by where are you claiming the ISS is, Panthera?
Well, let me search up.
How high are you claiming that it is? Okay, yeah, because you're claiming you can see it from there, but that's not what they're claiming. So you got to get up to speed on your globe lore. Yeah.
Over Fences posted for you. It looks like it's 250 miles.
Yes, 250 miles. But I want to tell you this. What's the point of bringing these articles if you guys just say they are fish islands and that you cannot see curvature without it?
Yeah, the point is what I was telling you before. You could go out and geometrically measure on the Earth and see that there's no globe anywhere because do you agree that on the Earth, if you were living on a sphere, that at some point the objects would be not visible in the distance because they would be behind this alleged curvature? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And so we went out and tested that ourselves and many other people from all around the world. And they found that predicted curvature is not there. So like the image I put up there, 57 minutes after the hour, there's, I'll show you the YouTube channel. There's this is from video observations that were done in California that you could easily go and recreate yourself either there or in many other places. You aren't able to go to, the ISS or all these places where you're believing their accounts. So you're believing their stories of what they're seeing up there. But you could go to California to the coastline there or, any other coastline or even a large lake. And you could discover that the horizon is not at the place where it is predicted to be if we were on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So do you see it 57 minutes after the hour? A little bit after that, I put the original source, and that channel has many observations as well as other YouTube channels that have repeated the same observation numerous times. So there's a certain formula, 1.22 times the square root of 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet is the predicted location of the geometric horizon if we were on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So when you do that math and put in 8 feet on the observer height for this particular observation here, which there's many other ones at different observer heights, the maximum distance for the geometric horizon would be 3.46 miles. However, since you have 2 mile markers in the ocean there that are saying this platform is established to be at 6.08 miles and the other platform is established to be at 10.10 miles, the horizon is behind the platform, so the horizon is more than 10 miles away. It isn't even close. The horizon is way further than it should be if we were on this alleged globe. That's just one small sample. I think you were in here possibly when I mentioned the city of Chicago skyline being visible from Lake Michigan, that's another one I like to talk about because I've seen, measured, observed, and documented it myself. This particular image is not my image. It's Joshua Nowicki's image, but I've done the same thing. I've seen it with the naked eye, seen it, bunch of different days, bunch of different years, ever since way before I even understood the simple geometric reality that the Earth measures flat and there's no curvature to be found anywhere. Have you found any curvature, Panthera?
No, but you can see it from. Okay, look. Let's talk about what's it called again? Let me search it up.
Let's talk about where have you ever measured curvature?
You can see the curvature from the ground. Okay, that's for sure.
You can or can't.
You cannot. You can see it where you are. What?
The boats don't go over the horizon anymore. So you're not a Bill Nye guy. You're the Neil deGrasse Tyson today.
What are you talking about?
You're going to have to get over you can't, what did he say? You can see at 100,000 feet. Isn't that what you came in here saying, that you could see the curvature at 100,000 feet?
Yes, you can. Look, for example, if you use the weather balloon experiment, which goes to 120 feet in the edge of space, you will see the curvature of the Earth without any fish islands, without it.
You got so many claims, Panther. So the problem is, we've seen wildly contrasting. So do you not have so how do you resolve this in your mind? So if you saw one source that showed you a nice little curvature at 100,000 feet, and then another one that showed it to you perfectly flat, or even if the degree of curvature were varying, how would you resolve that in your mind?
Wait, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
Okay, you are going by these images and things you've been told or things you're searching up on Google, right? Whereas I told you I'm going by an actual observation and measurement I've done in the real world, all right? So I'm using, I know because I've done the test myself as well as other people. Not only that, but, other people have also verified and done the same measurement and came up with the same results. So that's why I am 100% confident in knowing that there is no globe. All of your claims of curvature rely on reports from outside sources. Not only do they rely on reports from outside sources, you yourself would acknowledge that it is not possible for you to go up there as, a mere peon, as you are. I'm a peon too. I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. To confirm this, since you are relying on outside sources, we can and have shown you wildly varying claims from those sources of what you can and cannot see at any given height. Some will say it's curved. Some will say it's flat. Even in the camp of those who say it's curved, there will be a very different degree of curvature in differing images, whereas your globe should stay the same size. Do you agree that the globe would not change size in any appreciable way throughout the years or days that we're talking about?
Yes.
Therefore, how do you explain the fact that at the same height? So, here's one example. Over Fences has given me. This is what NASA would say at 100,000 feet is the top one, and then weather balloon at 120,000 feet. A person has filmed this. A person like you. A person who just bought a weather balloon kit and put it up there, all right? And that's just one example. Now, we can show you examples. I'll search them up when I get a chance of NASA's images themselves being wildly varying between themselves. Same source, much different degree of curvature between images. Sometimes down to 0 degree of curvature, like in the Felix Baumgartner jump, where some images from Felix Baumgartner jump show a high degree of curvature. unrealistic because some of them will change altitude but show the same degree of curvature. So how do you explain those very differing accounts of how much curvature is seen at various altitudes when you also have many correlating claims and measurements by people on the ground, and you could do them yourself, that show zero curvature?
Okay, let's talk on the ground then. So
Yeah, just I'm sorry, that was a question. I'm sorry, I made it too wordy. How do you explain that different images from the same altitude show very different degrees of curvature? How do you explain that, Panther?
didn't you guys say that they use fisheye lens?
Great. Yep, we're on the same page. Yep, the one showing curvature use fisheye lens. Conceded. All right, what's your next question?
Sum up
Okay.
for jump real quick. You know that was co-sponsored by GoPro, right? And GoPro's feature is a fisheye lens. You have to
Yes.
turn that off because when it comes out of the box, the fisheye lens is turned on. I have
Yes.
2 of them. Okay, there you go. GoPro camera with the fisheye lens. That's why you see curve. One from inside the capsule that day was not a GoPro. It was just a regular webcam or whatever they were using. That's why it was just looked flat out there. So make sure you remember all this. Curved is GoPro lenses or fisheye lenses. Flat is just a regular camera.
Yes, a regular camera. But I'm saying that at what? 120 feet, 120,000 feet, you can see the curvature barely, okay? You can't see it clearly because the Earth is bigger than what? Than you think. It's bigger than you think, okay? That's why you cannot see it without any lenses at that high. Because the Earth is very big.
So you need a GoPro lens then to see it.
Well, no, you don't have to. If you can go higher without any lenses.
Dude, you're still not answering her question. She asked you, how do you rectify in your mind the same altitude? They got 2 different shots of the horizon. It looks totally different. How does that make any sense to you? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, like you guys claim, NASA even yes, they are using eye lenses, okay, like fisheye lenses. Yes, they are. But you can do the weather balloon experiment without one, and you can barely see the curvature at that high. You can't see it clearly because of how big the Earth is. Okay?
I guess that's how he does it, Dandelion. He just makes up excuses because what he said was NASA just does it, and somebody that sends up a balloon, they actually see it, but it's flat, but it's just really big. So I'm not sure where your answer is.
No, I'm saying
Yeah,
that you can
it's very
barely see the
confusing.
curvature. You can barely see it, but you cannot see it completely because of how big the Earth is.
Yeah, and what I explained to you is that you should be able to see it if it were there. You should be able to see it, and you should be able to measure it from the ground due to the predicted horizon location predicted by the geometry of a sphere. Do you understand that part?
You understand we would be using it at amusement parks? That would be part of a feature. Somebody would figure out what to do with the curve of the Earth. But that doesn't happen. You can't, there's no curve.
Okay. Alright, let's talk about something else then. Let's talk about the oil rigs you guys always bring up. Alright. So, I saw you guys. Yes, okay.
Did you say
like,
oil
continue
rig?
this
Is
one.
that what you said? Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, the oil rigs. Alright. So, let me just. Let's talk about this one. Um, Yeah, I can tell you why you can still see the oil rigs even though if you apply zoom in. That's because it isn't far enough. That's why you can see it still.
Time out,
If
Panther,
it's
real quick. Before you start
if it's
talking about
far
the
enough,
oil rigs, can you hear me?
yes.
I'd like to check the panel to see if there's actually somebody new here that's actually interested in this subject and wants to learn something or maybe open their eyes to information they didn't realize before. So is anyone here like that? Give me just a second. Say hello. Okay, we did that. Back to
Yeah,
you.
those people are so great, Dave. Just a PSA for those people. They're so great. We had one the other day. Wesley, I think was his name. He had a top hat. Definitely started with the W, top hat icon. Those people are so refreshing when there's like you give them this like amazing information and they like actually want to go check it out and think about it, contemplate it, maybe make a plan of how to test it themselves rather than search up on the internet. What have anti-flat earthers said about this topic? I'll just repeat what they say. It's so cool when you meet like a human, isn't it, Dave? We have them in here occasionally. I don't know what the rate is. It's less than one per day, right? Of course, I'm not here all the time, but
Like
usually,
per week or something
yeah.
that you get the real
I
one.
would say it's less than 5% of the people that join the call, but that's just the number I grabbed. Anyway, it would be nice to have refreshing humans in here actually trying to discuss where they actually live. But this guy wants to talk about oil rigs. Go ahead.
Yeah, refreshing human call. Refreshing human call. We're here for you if you exist. There's got to be some of them left, but yeah, it's kind of like this information has been out here so long. But there's people that come that haven't heard it before. So it is nice. Maybe it'll happen for us today if we wish really hard on a star. All right, back to the oil rigs. He showed an image of it. Is that what happened? I'll see if I can find it.
I can post an image of oil rigs too. Here's a good one. Then we don't even have to talk. We can just call them clowns. That way we know the distance to the clown. Clown with red hair, clown with rainbow hair. Horizon is behind them. That's the point of the picture, not oil rigs.
Yeah, if I were as good at Photoshop as you guys or as Robert Simon, of course, no one could ever be the king of Photoshop like Robert Simon. But if I were even a tenth of the Photoshopper that Robert Simon is, I would make one that just says, that just has like you'd see on the highway, like mile marker 9.41 and mile marker 6.21, just a special, just a green sign with white letters. But they get mad at me because they don't like it when we mess with these images. But I like your clowns. Yeah, I'm not going to get mad at you about those.
Well, I don't want them focusing on oil rigs anymore. We'll just either, if you want to look at those, we're going to call them clowns now, and you have to, the Globers have to say, look at the clown. They have to say it. That's the point I made it.
Okay, so the horizons behind the oil rigs, the mile markers, the clowns, the images in the photo, which have been, easily well documented by many various maps, and you could document them yourself if you cared so much about it. You could get a boat, and go out there. So anyway, Panther, what do you want to say about how the horizon is clearly way behind the oil rigs, and we clearly do not live on a sphere of the dimensions claimed or any sphere? No curvature has ever been demonstrated. What is it you wanted to ask about that, Panther?
So you guys claim that you can see the oil rigs from 20 miles away, which shouldn't be possible on a curved Earth, right?
You
Nope,
mean the
that's
clowns?
not the claim.
They clearly said it was clowns, man. You have to address them as clowns. Go ahead.
Only the
Okay,
clown.
I'm going to repeat it. I'm going to repeat it one more time. Panther,
Okay.
the purpose of the oil rigs in the photo, in the image, is to delineate the miles. So because the platform habitat is at 9.41 miles, do you agree that the horizon, the apparent location where the sky meets the water, is further than the furthest oil rig? Do you see that the horizon is behind both oil rigs, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, then we're seeing the same thing. That is the purpose of the image. The purpose of the image is to show you the location of the horizon. And the horizon in the last couple images there, where the observer height is 1 foot, the horizon should be at a maximum of 1.22 miles. So the point here is, I understand that you have a common misconception, which is that if the Earth were curved, it would be way too big for us to see. No, we're trying to show you, because of the numbers that are predicted by the geometry of a sphere, that the horizon would be visible, and you would see it would be obstructing objects, yes, behind the curve. And the way you could measure that is by knowing where the horizon should be, and you would never see it behind that. We acknowledge that in fact, there's a great Dr. John Dee video. I'll put it in the chat here. We acknowledge that because the horizon is an apparent location, the way we experience it in reality is that it is not always at the same place. However, if you were on a sphere, there would be a maximum limit to where it would never be beyond that. But that is not what we actually observe in reality. Do you understand this concept, Panther?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. Then you understand that the distance of the oil rig is not what we're looking at in this particular observation. We do have observations, long distance observations, which we can talk about those if you want. Like the Chicago skyline, I've already mentioned one of them. But this particular, if you're interested in the topic, it's a 15-minute video. You probably don't have time to watch right now. Dr. John Dee.
But about this topic.
Okay, I'll tell you about the video later. Go ahead. I don't want you to forget your thought.
All right. If you you can clearly see that the images have does it have clear weather and stuff, which really does affect the distance of how far you can see. Let me just show you a clear weather of how the oryx look. The black swan oryx. All right.
I guess he's finding an image for us. I think that's what's happening here.
Yes, I'm looking for an image.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, take your time. We got somebody will be here all day.
Somebody should time lapse that one. What was his name? Rob Skiba, when he went with the boat and kept the skyline in all the way across. We need to time lapse that into a GIF.
That would be, oh my gosh, that would be so great. I don't know how to do that. I don't really want to train myself when other people probably do already know how to do that. That would be nice.
Unfortunately, I do know how to do that stuff.
Oh, you just selected yourself. That's what happens at the church potluck when you say, oh, somebody should arrange a kids' church field day. I can't wait to see it. Will I see it by the end of the summer, Dr. Iru and Globers?
Most likely.
Let me know.
I'll chop it into like 5 sections and then also add the video so you can watch the full-length image then. But just having a still image doesn't help with that one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really would like to do it. That's not happening this summer, though, because I already have my plans in place for this summer. But maybe next summer, could read about and actually do it. I totally would do that.
I'll go on a trip. If you do it, bring people, make a day of it, because that's a long ride to the other side for me.
All right, let's set a goal for the summer of 2000.
So what I'd have to do is park my truck on the receiving side, on the Michigan side, fly over, and then do it that way. Then my truck is still there. I would do that. I don't want to drive that long trip back. Short trip back is fine with me.
Yeah, there's a really good train. The commuter train goes to places in Indiana. They're not that far from the Michigan border. Yeah, and it's really cheap. The commuter
Bring
train
my
is really cheap.
P900 and the whole setup, live stream from there.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm serious. You know I am.
We'll have to, yeah, this year's probably rough, but definitely can plan a 1 year out event.
Yep. I think it'd be
All
really
right.
cool.
That would be good. You know, 1 million people are going to show up if we plan it and we talk about it, so we got to figure out how to do that.
I know, because we've never had a 24/7 official event before. I mean, people have like met up and done their own little things, but some of them that can't be discussed on here. But yeah, we could have an actual like event. Yeah, that'd be intense.
We every anti-flat earther that could make it would be there. You know that for sure.
Yeah.
Rob Noxious will be there.
Yeah, I'll have to show up in my hazmat suit.
We'll just form a circle around you. That's all. As we walk through the crowds.
Gosh, taking him a long time to find that image. How you doing there, Panther? Maybe you're researching how there's no curvature. Maybe you got down a rabbit trail. That's what happened to us.
Yeah, I put a wind farm in there for you to research too, all the details. They're actually seeing a boat behind the wind farm and shows you how far that last one is, about 11 miles, 12 miles away, and you see the bottom of it. If there was a guy on there swimming around, you would see him too. So that's how that works. It's just flat. Water's flat and level. You should look at water. That should really be the thing you should focus on. Is a cup of water flat? Yes. Is your bathtub flat? Yes. Is your swimming pool flat? Yes. Is the pond flat? Yep. Is the lake flat? Yeah. Is the ocean flat? Yes. So now what do you have left? Just land. We don't care about bumpy land. We don't care about bumpy land at all.
Yeah, the point there, buddy, is water does not lie to you. Men do, but water will not lie. It's telling you the truth every day. You're just not looking at it.
Well, look, the water is flat because what? Because gravity is pulling it downwards,
Because
right?
air pressure presses down on water. That's why. Because I have a vacuum chamber and I have a vacuum chamber and I can prove that it's the air pressure pressing down on the water, and that's the only thing keeping the water in the cup, not gravity, that you want to say.
Okay.
So if I put my cup of water in my vacuum chamber and remove the air, the water goes away. Doesn't stay down by gravity. It just leaves the vacuum chamber, turns into gas. And that's the end of it. Goes out into my room or garage or wherever I have it set up that day.
To respond to that zooming, Jeff, with a naked eye you cannot see that far, and if you apply zoom you can see further. That's just simply because the thing where you look at is not far away, far enough that the curvature is what affecting it.
So let's take a look at something. A Glober insisted we use his math to make an Earth curve calculator. So I did. So we'll go with 11 miles as the distance, right? In the wind farm, 11 miles. So the drop should be 80 feet. That last one should be 80 feet behind that curve of the Earth. What do you think of that? I'll post a calculator and some of the code so you can see that it's actually done. And I used a Glober's code because he insisted ours was wrong, so I used his and it's exactly the same. Off by like the third decimal place off. $80.69 feet That last one should be down behind the curve. You should only see the top of the things flipping, maybe half of it. Those are pretty tall. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I don't know the calculation, so
I gave it to you from a Glober. Do you want the math itself?
I need to do my own calculation and research about it because I have never researched about the
I'll give you the
calculations.
formula for it. That a professor came in here and said we were wrong. This is the correct one, and it took him about an hour to post the correct one. So he had to go find it somewhere. So let me give it to you. Give me about a couple minutes because I have to go into my notes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, he's finding that the top hat guy, his name was Wiley, not Wesley. Sometimes I only remember like the first and last letters, then I had to fill in the middle. But yeah, his name was Wiley, top hat. If you guys ever see him, he's a really cool guy, sincerely looking and ending up on the fence, where I feel like all sincere lookers at least get to the fence.
And of course, R in that formula I posted is Earth's radius. D is drop.
Yes.
So there you go. Do your own work. Since you don't trust a flat earther, obviously. You don't trust NASA. You don't trust Bill Nye. You don't trust anybody now. It looks like you're losing trust in everyone.
Real quick, Reverend, that's a key point that, we're not here to convince you of anything. We're just trying to share information. You don't have to trust us, nothing. Go do this yourself. The globe does not exist in reality. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. Well,
I do have to give Panther credit, even though I said, I wish he were more interested in pursuing the facts where they lead. But you are very, respectful and civilized and polite, which, compared to some of the fantasy goat believers that come in here. So I will give you credit for that, Panther. It's been a civilized discussion, taking turns speaking. Like for all fantasy globe believers out there, be more like Panther in that regard, where like he speaks, we wait for him to finish. We speak, he waits for us to finish. Like that's how to have a civilized conversation. Shouldn't be that hard to figure out for people, but sometimes it is.
I agree. But okay. I think this image is clear, has clear matter. I mean, at least it seems like it, so I'm gonna post it.
It almost
Once
looks
again,
like he's trying. It almost seems like he's trying to debunk us. He's trying to debunk a guy with a camera.
Okay, it is a photo, okay, but the calculation I haven't studied these yet, so I don't really know how this work. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm just going on with photos and stuff. You can use a normal camera with it without any fisheye lens. Right.
Dr. Irene Globers, I don't even know what you guys are doing anymore. I went and did some other stuff. What is it he's trying to do?
Debunk us with pictures. But
Okay.
he doesn't know what the curve is. He doesn't understand how big it is. He doesn't understand how you calculate it. He doesn't understand any of that. But it's a globe.
Oh, okay, so nothing's changed then. Yeah, because back when you posted the image at 17 minutes after the hour, he was going to look for an image of curvature, right? And I haven't seen any images from him.
Well, that's because I want a clear one. Don't you guys want something?
Okay. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, I just want an update. So you're still searching. Okay, I got it. Let us
So
know
in
when you
your
find it.
image, you're going to have the distance to that object, temperature for the day, all that stuff. Remember, because that's what we have with ours. You just haven't asked for any of that yet.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Doctor, I wanted to know if those windmills, aren't those from this long video that I posted at 22 minutes after the hour, the one that's like over an hour of Dr. John D. Is that what those are from? Do you know? I can go kind of scroll through it. I know this one has the windmills in it. Oh yeah, there they are. They're at like well, you know how he is. He goes on and on about stuff for a really long time. Yeah, like 37 minutes after the hour in this video, 37 minutes into the video. Mhm. I think I just scrolled past that exact image that you were just showing. Yeah, that's definitely it.
Hi, guys.
Oh, I know that voice. Hello.
How are you doing?
Salad Volcano. Yeah. Yeah, well, we have this new friend here named Panthera Fung who is looking for images or any kind of documentation or preferably measurements like Dr. Irene Globers was telling him you got to have, documentation of your image, right?
So that's what he's doing. He's going to look for it. So Panthera, yeah, just tell us whenever you've got that documentation of measurement of curvature with all the parameters included, like we discussed, just, speak up anytime.
Hey, that's cool. Last time I was here, I got bullied out of the room, though.
Yeah, well, Salad, I think you must, you probably, do you enjoy being bullied? Do you like being bullied?
No.
No. Because to me, you kind of seem like a person who would be kind of like, wanting to agitate the room. Like, for example, during both the 2016 and the 2024 election, my mother, who's, somewhat of an elderly woman, I don't know if she'd want to be characterized that way, but, she's advanced in her years. But she still likes to have a good time. So she would go to her, garden club meetings or her ladies' library. And, if the person was anti-Trump, she'd be pro-Trump. If they were pro-Trump, she'd be anti-Trump because she just liked getting a reaction out of little old ladies who get really agitated about, presidential elections. So you kind of seem like that kind of person. Like you'd come into the room, you kind of stir things up. People would not be sure how to take you at first. Then they would start to be more open with you, and then you would act all offended and upset, and then.
Do I remind you of your mommy?
No, you don't actually. No, she's way better at it than you. She's much less obvious.
What do you mean?
Gosh, much less obvious. That's the phrase you don't understand? Obvious is somebody who just comes in and does a blatant troll and then is surprised when people react. Less obvious is somebody who pretends they're sincere, and especially in the political realm, it's very easy to trigger people by just taking the opposite position and pretending to be sincere about it. I mean, I think it's kind of like, I don't do it, but, and you might say something about my upbringing to know that my mother does it, but I mean, I'll do it with the Globers sometimes, like Globe believers, you know what I mean, Sal? Fantasy Globe believers. Sometimes it's fun to mess with them, but they're the only ones, the people who are recalcitrant Globe adherents. Those are the only people I feel justified in messing with because they're messing with the innocent minds of children. So I feel like they pretty much deserve what they get.
I get it. Are you married?
That's a pretty personal question there, Sally Volcano. I prefer not to answer those kind of personal questions here since we're on YouTube. I don't really like to get into my personal life. Sometimes I accidentally get into it, but I don't like to do it on purpose. Yeah, do you want a link to the live stream? I'll put it in the chat for you.
It's okay. I have limited tabs right now, but that's cool.
Limited tabs. Gosh, you should close some of them. Then limited tabs, Gosh, I've never even gotten to the point where I've had limited tabs. Are you talking about on a desktop, a laptop, a phone? What?
I'm on a desktop right now.
I thought they just get really small. Do you get to a point where you can't open anymore?
Yeah, my...
Yeah, he's super tiny, and he uses helium balloons to float around.
That's not cool, man.
It is cool.
Yeah, please, come on. You're trying to tell me you're certified not a troll. I need your not a troll certificate, please. Post it in the chat.
Yeah, for sure.
Just message me in private, okay?
No, put it in chat so everybody can see you're not really a troll. That's a certificate you can get. You have to go online.
White knight in here, man. It's not... Come on, bro. She can speak for herself, I'm sure.
What's the question?
Just wanted to know if you're single or anything. It's okay.
Oh my God, she's still asking me that. I already said I'm not going to answer it. I'm definitely not going to answer it if you keep nagging me.
Okay, well, maybe next time, okay? Bye, guys.
For sure. She's writing your name down.
Yeah. How long did it take for that voice?
That's the kind of voice you want to wake up to in the morning?
Holy crap.
Oh, yeah. I'm so tempted. So tempted.
So how's it going, honey? Well, it's all right.
Be like, nightmare! Run screaming out of the house.
You'd be staring straight at the ceiling going, ah!
I'm not faking this voice. Really, I'm not faking it. I promise I'm not faking it.
Man, it's I mean, you'd be wondering what you took in order for that to happen. What
Yeah,
did I even
yeah.
take for this to be the case?
That'd be a level
That's
of
when-
hell beyond the space fantasy hell we discussed earlier.
That's when you'd prefer to chew your arm off rather than like move and wake somebody up next to you. You're like, what?
In a really ironic way, AV, I agree with you 100%. I did just wake up, and that was not. No. Not a real wake up.
It's a nightmare.
Panther, Fung, whatever, however. What's going on with you? I didn't see any pictures yet, or calculations, or... are you a flat earther now? Should we just call you that?
I cannot find one.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Yay! That's what happened to us, Panther. Welcome to the club.
No. Okay. Look, let's talk about something else then, okay? Before
Let's talk about... No. Let's talk about...
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
He said, when he said, welcome to the club, he said, no. Like, you were chasing him around the yard.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a flat earther, Panther.
Yeah, and he's all like, I don't like this game. Let's play another one. Sorry, man. It's the obvious truth. The Earth is not a globe.
Yeah. Why do you think Earth is a globe, Panther?
Okay.
Honest question.
It's not obvious that it's flat. No, it isn't. But when I studied these type of stuff, I will get you.
So are you telling us right now that you don't have any evidence of Earth being a globe? Is that correct?
No. I do have, but it's just that you guys keep saying that you cannot see it from that high. Like I mentioned the vertebrae.
Later, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that.
He sounds like a Scooby-Doo villain, right? I'll get you, you meddling flat earthers. One day.
So you flat earthers say you can't see what from where?
Well, you guys claim that you cannot see the curvature of the Earth at 120.
Bro, we're not the ones telling you that flat earthers aren't saying that. I think it was spoken over to you already that Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a scientific communicator, is telling the world that. Yeah?
Yeah. And not only that, Panther, it's already been parsed out. People have crunched the numbers as far as how much of Earth's surface you would see from even 250 miles, where the ISS you'd only see 3%.
So
from the ISS,
Neil deGrasse Tyson is telling you that you can't see that in order to keep you guys thinking that you still live on a ball. But if you listen to him, that's the reason why you don't see any curve. Do you get why he says it? Because it's damage control. We've damaged them, and he now has to say something to come up with why you really don't see the Earth curve. Does that make sense, Panther?
Yes.
Welcome to Flat Earth again for like the 10th time this morning for me. You're a flat earther. You're just stuck in trying to get out of it, and you can't now.
He don't like this game, Redwin. He wants to play another one.
Yeah. So Panther. So you talked about like going away from Earth. What about on the surface of Earth itself?
We've done all that. If you scroll up, you'll see all the black swans we went through with him, all the different ones.
Yeah, I'm sure. So we don't see any drop over distance on the surface of Earth. So what do you make of that, Panther?
I think that's I mean, okay, yes, you cannot see it on the ground, okay? You cannot see the curvature on the ground.
Or the air.
But you can. You can on a certain height.
Yeah, what
no,
height?
we already discussed that. Why are you avoiding? No, why are you going back to that? We already discussed you can't see Earth as a ball, even from where the ISS is supposed to be.
When I told you why Neil deGrasse Tyson has to say that, you said, yes, you understand. And now you said, but you still see curve anyway, even though he says you can't, because you can't. You still say, yes, you do. Do you see a problem with your thinking yet?
Okay, I see. I see the problem now.
Okay.
Yeah, so you don't see curvature 1 millimeter above this beach ball, just like Neil deGrasse Tyson said. So going back to the surface again, because we keep diverting away from the surface. Once again, you said, so let me get this clear. You can't see the curvature on the surface. Why not?
Because the measurements denied it.
The measurement denies it. Well, that's correct. You're right. When we measure Earth, it debunks the radius claim. So we could, do you know what size the Earth is supposed to be by chance?
Well, okay, let me search up. Look, but the thing is, you guys don't even know how big the Earth is. So
Wait a minute. I hold on. I just asked you, do you know how big the Earth is supposed to be?
Okay, let me see. I don't know.
Okay, so if you're in kilometers,
So while you're asking that, since you didn't believe me, while you're asking how big the Earth is supposed to be, ask for the Earth curve calculator that you can do yourself, and then that way you can verify all the numbers that we put in, because you seem to not believe me that the windmills should be way down below the curve, and they're not. We just see the end of it, and then after that we see a boat, and after that there's a horizon after the boat.
Right. So because of the radius claim, they say the radius of Earth is supposed to be 3,959 miles. I believe that's 6,340 kilometers. But anyway, we'll stick with miles. So, with that being said, 3,959 miles, that means on the surface we have a definite amount of drop over distance. Correct?
Yes.
So is that negotiable?
No.
No. So that means at 3 miles distance, we have 72 inches or 6 feet of vertical drop. 5 miles, 16 feet. Now at 5 miles, you can go to the beach looking across a bay like I can with the binoculars, and you can look at the far shore 5 and 6 miles away. And I can look inside the harbor. So there's tiny little 1-foot waves. I can look over 5 miles and I can see the waves breaking on the far shore 5 miles away. That's supposed to be 16 feet below my line of sight, blocked by a curved bulge of water. That's only 5 miles.
Okay. But again, that picture you guys did the measurements on, it didn't have clear weather and, clear weather, no distortion or anything.
Okay, either the shoreline is there and I'm watching waves break on the far shore, or they're not. So are you telling me those waves are a mirage?
Okay, wait, let me see the picture again.
Well, apparently we've showed you the black swan. I'm talking about my own observations.
Okay.
Now I have a 30-mile observation of Catalina Island off of near Bolsa Chica, Huntington Beach, California, south of Long Beach. 30 miles.
We posted the black swan for you in the video. It gives you all the details of weather, what kind of conditions, everything you're asking for, but you won't watch that one. So I don't know what to tell you.
Okay.
So
Wait,
if I
which
can
video
see
again? Okay.
So hold on. So listen, I told you about the 5 miles is supposed to be 16 feet of drop. So the Black Swan, 10 mile, the horizon at 10 mile, or the 9.41 miles of oil rig habitat off of Santa Barbara in California. That's 9.41 miles. So at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of vertical drop below your line of sight. So do you think if the Earth is curving away at 8 inches per mile with the miles squared, and at 10 miles you're supposed to have nearly 67 feet of vertical drop, do you think you could see the water all the way out to the oil rigs, then beyond? How could you possibly see that?
Okay.
So, I mean, it's very simple. The Earth is supposed to be curving away at our feet in all directions at a specific rate. You said that's not negotiable. I agree. It either is curving or it isn't. It's not negotiable. So, the Black Swan at 10-mile horizon, the oil rig should be 66 feet below my line of sight. The oil rig, I think, is like 80 feet tall. So I should be able only to see the 10 or 15, maybe 20 feet of the remaining part of the top of the oil rig, not the bottom where it enters into the water. But you can see all the water rising up in your visual range as it goes out further. This is simply not possible with the physics of a ball. It can't happen. So once again, welcome to Flat Earth. There's no measurement of Earth curvature ever in all of human history. That's a big point.
Yeah. Welcome to the room. We got Pissy Missy in here. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Hey, go ahead and say what's up. Or not.
Go ahead and say hi, Miss Pissy. I mean, Pissy Missy.
Hello?
There you go. Hello.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, your mic is working.
Hey, can you hear me?
I want to say hi the first time because I don't have to.
I hear you, AV. Yeah, Missy, this is AV.
Missy, do you hear me speaking?
Yes. Do you guys think the Earth is flat or something?
Well, we know that it is. So the idea is that people have been told that the Earth is a globe, and we're asking new people like you how they know the Earth's a globe. So, in what way has it been demonstrated that it is a globe? In any way?
There's many that I can research right now.
Go ahead. Yeah. The research should always lead you to something that you can test and verify. So hopefully that's something that you look into.
Yes, that is science. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying this.
Yep.
So wait, you don't think it's scientific that they proved that the Earth is round? You don't think that's science?
Well, it doesn't have to deal with science because you're talking about the size of something. Science deals with the how-why questions, right? And it's observing naturally occurring phenomena. So science doesn't. Yeah, science doesn't. Yes, science doesn't deal with the shape of things. That's more of a geometry question that deals with math.
I love this.
Well, it's true.
Wait.
So
what?
science doesn't deal with the what is questions. It deals with the how why questions.
Wait, I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna be back. This is too funny.
It's not funny.
Bye bye.
So.
Oh, had to go. That was quick. Wow.
Spiral quit.
Short fuse.
Your science wasn't working with that one anyway.
Laughing about that science doesn't deal with geometry. And they laugh and then leave. What?
Yeah. That don't make a lot of sense, but okay.
What the hell? No response? I mean, like you would think somebody could like come up with a better response than giggling and then having to leave. Like that's all we get.
We got somebody sitting in here who's always seething when they're listening to us. That's Booger Smoker. I've been asking for him to get on chat, but apparently he's just, crossing his arms or refusing to, giving us a cold shoulder.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from him. So, before we go on, I just want to make the note that Panther, who I think it's been at least a half hour, Rodwin, since he told us he was going to find verifiable proof of curvature. And at least I'll give him credit that he didn't put anything up there. Now he's just gone away. So I'm going to take that as a concession. In 30 minutes, he couldn't find any verifiable measurements of curvature. And so he left. I mean, he'll search around and either he won't come back because he'll be embarrassed that it's not there, or he'll find some deception and decide to go that way. I'd prefer to never see him again if it means he's following the truth to where it leads, but's too embarrassed to talk about it.
Yeah, it was kind of funny, though. He's like, I haven't found one yet. Welcome to Flat Earth. No. Immediately when he said that.
Yeah, how about you, Booger? How about you, Booger Smoker? Are you sure you don't want to just chime in and say hi?
Yeah, it's usually followed with some snarky remark about what the forum is or how he's upset.
But he didn't go there. That's why I'm saying, like, if we're ranking Globers, as staying in their globe belief, I'd give him a high ranking, because if you're going to stay in your belief, at least try not to lose your integrity, right? Like, just say nothing if you have no proof. Don't start going in the realm of insults and deception. Did I miss the insults and deception, Doctor?
What you missed was last night. I didn't see you around when the guy, after we ruined his whole world, I just was destroyed, and he said that this should be illegal.
Yeah.
That's funny. I did miss that. Yeah.
It should be illegal, and he kept going on in the side chat after he got muted. And we let him talk for like an hour and a half, 2 hours.
That's
you're gonna have to get a pair of headset that just wireless and just goes everywhere you go. Even while you're doing stuff and talking to people. That we have us in one ear and talking to people with the other one.
Yeah, when you're out with your friends. Yeah, when you're out with your friends, you'll be flat smacking and they'll be looking at you. Yeah. You'll use your passive aggressive compliments towards people.
Yeah, maybe just need some double duty ones, that could go for either in reality or in virtual reality. I think I could probably do that.
This you not being here is just not gonna do. Yeah, we can't.
Oh, well, you mean I went to a music festival, AV. You're accusing me of being a flower child. Yeah, and I told you it was in the past.
You are. Hey, I mean, it comes through. It does come through. I don't know if you know that or not, but that.
Were you twirling around during the music?
Well, you know what? The problem is, like, this one I've gone to for many years, but this year's lineup was pretty lame. I mostly went to see this one Friday night, this group that I've known for a long time. And then, like, once they were over, I'm like, okay, please, let's have some more decent music. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So, but it was still fun. Yeah, it was still fun.
She's trying to claim
Fences posted a clip text from last night if you want to read it.
So, Mary Mom, you're trying to claim you're not a flower child, but your name is Dandelion and you have a flower.
Oh, no, yeah.
You're right. Okay, I guess I still am. Okay. I told AV I was a former, but I guess you're right. Maybe once a flower child, always a flower child. Yeah, could be.
Yeah, once Crystal Blue Persuasion comes out, it's all over.
Yeah, right. That's my era. That's a trip, man.
I'm telling you. Yeah. See, even Sonny knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I grew up like in the tail end of the hippie era. So I remember in LA when I first moved there in '73, there were still communes around, people flying their freak flags over their houses. And wow, what a time to grow up. If you want to call it that.
Yeah, you were seeing the spirit in the sky. Yeah, we know.
Oh my God!
You see, even the title of those songs just like it's like the hallmark of the era.
Davey's got his flower child detector out. It's
So
beeping.
you can't.
I mean, you got to admit, we had the best music ever produced, I think.
Hey, you hear no argument over here. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, man. I still go back to my classic rock roots. Like, I love that stuff, especially being a musician.
But then again, we're gonna sound like old timers though. We're like, it's not what like it used
I
to be.
know.
Music isn't what it was. All that kind of stuff.
You know what? I've always tried to stay like current. So like, I can say I'm pretty hip. Using that word hip. That boomer is showing.
No, you guys sound like a bunch of boomers to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
Now it's
I'm
not
most
more.
definitely not a boomer.
No, she's not a boomer. But you can still be a flower child, not be a boomer.
You're a millennial, right, Dandelion?
No, I'm Generation X actually.
Gen X.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
I work at 70. Well, you don't have to say, but I'm 77, so 48. But around that time, we did still were. I mean, we were exposed to people of that generation, and it was, not unlike one of us to actually kind of get close to those kind of people and be like them too. So. Yeah, you can still be a flower child.
Yeah. Like when I went to college, because I was in Ann Arbor, which is like the hippie center of Michigan, like all of those, former flower children were like, they'd take over the reins of, at least that society, right? Like that liberal society. They owned the bakeries. They ran the People's Food Co-op. So I used to, hang around those people all the time. Yeah. And they had a lot of money. Let me tell you that, those former flower children. Yeah.
They're now Californians, however.
Yeah, that's right. They probably moved out there. Yeah. Promised land of hippies.
At any rate, they were very grounded to the earth, so it wasn't anything. I mean, I think more of it was like astrology versus astronomy, so they were not into the whole globe earth scene. I mean, they were entertaining it with the cosmology side of it, but they weren't like all about it. They were more, I guess, mysticism. I don't know if you want to call it that, but maybe. Psychedelics and stuff. Yeah,
and then I mean, my observation, like you said, growing up where they were were firmly had the reins of adulthood, that they went one of two ways. Like some of them did like do what they said, which was kind of like, leave society behind and create their new little societies at various levels. And other ones went to who's that guy? Is it Saul? Yeah, Saul. It's not Saul Alinsky. Maybe it is that one. It's one of those other radicals from that time frame, that the ones that schooled Barack Obama, that, they decided the best way to overthrow society was to infiltrate it from within. That's why, I saw them in like positions of power all over the place when I was, a young adult. I'm like, oh, okay. So these people who were anti-society, they did take over, and this is the best they got to offer. It's kind of like, okay.
Yep.
But, but then the other ones, because I met some out there in California when I went out there. I one time thought about moving there, but they were like, even for a flower child, they were like pretty nutty out there. And, but the first person I met that was like that, I was like about 19. I rode out there. Oh, no, I got a ride out there. And they brought my bike in the back of the truck so that I could have a bike when I got out there. And people who were going back there from Montana. And so I first was staying in this house with a friend of theirs who was like really off the grid. He was a farmer at the time, like an illegal farmer back in those days. And that was how he made his money. He made a lot of money. Like he sent his kids to some of the older kids were going to like this private high school that was really expensive on the coast at Big Sur. Then the younger ones, they were homeschooling and stuff. But he was basically using this gigantic off the grid income to fund this off the grid lifestyle. But they were like extreme radicals. The wife came home from being, I think it was Arcata, one of the towns down there, and she said, "Oh yeah, I talked to Jenny at the supermarket or whatever." And the man's like, "Oh, why would you talk to her? She's a public school teacher. She works for the government. You can't
Yeah.
trust her." I'm like, "Whoa, okay." Like real radicals here. I mean, they were they were living. You don't see those people. You don't the only reason I even met them is because, they were friends of a friend of mine, but they are way out there. Yeah, I mean, I assume they're still there. I don't know.
Well, they might have been, but their children, the ones you were talking about, are now the opposite of what they were. So, yeah, their offspring grew up in the world, which were much more akin to being like businessmen and such, and they have no time for any of the ideas that they proposed. So they were more akin to being people who just adhered to the narrative and did their work. So, yeah, it was a lot of the opposite with their offspring. So. You saw most of them being the professors and such that were, theologians and all kinds of stuff in philosophy. So they, because they had the education to do so. So these are the guys that were propagating the information of the Earth being a globe and such cosmology. So they weren't adhering to their parents were, being more skeptics and such. That's just the way it was, man. They grew up in a time where being privileged meant you were getting a lot of the information from a narrative and these schools of thought where you'd have to be a part of a club, and these clubs only had certain ways to put out the curriculum. As you're a teacher, so the curriculum that you got was based around certain parameters that you couldn't deviate from, and therefore anybody that's within that group you got moved up the ranks and such. But that's what it was, so that's why we have the information propagated about the globe the way it does, because it has its foundations in these organizations of people. And you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to see this. You could see it happen already with the people in academia. Imagine you going to a school board and say, I'm going to teach flat earth. It's not going to be welcomed. It's going to be met with resistance. What are you doing? This is not our curriculum. What are you talking about? So I guess you know what I mean. That's how it infiltrated, societies, through the education system and such. So even though you had radical parents, it didn't matter because, the system was going to keep people in line and, herd mentality and all that stuff.
Yeah, and now a lot of them, that is just, the so-called mainstream society is kind of the fake hippie ethos from back then. I mean, and they think they're brilliant within their own little weird, woke, quote unquote, woke intellectual, quote unquote intellectual subculture. They think they're brilliant. Yeah. And anybody who doesn't agree with them is not. And it's weird, that this kind of supposedly free thinking movement, which we could get into some of the evidence of how that supposed free thinking movement was developed. There's a great book about Laurel Canyon. I can't remember. It's probably been 10 years since I read it. I think that's when it came out. Something Laurel Canyon, can't remember. But yeah, it pretty much documents, how some of that music and subculture came about and why it was introduced and so on. Yeah, because, not that different than the controlled opposition organization, the Flat Earth Society, deciding it was time to introduce flat Earth to the world, right? Now that these high altitude balloons and technology made it so that anybody could go up there and see that the horizon was clearly flat, getting ahead of when some of this technology was perhaps released into the general public, you'd be any kind of strategic, deceptive person who wanted to maintain their control over the masses would decide, we got to introduce this and we're going to do it in our own special way. Same thing with, if we're going to have free thinking people, we got to introduce free thinking within these very narrow parameters so that their free thinking never goes outside of our preordained thought crime box.
Yeah, of course. And now we have the outcome of where people are challenging, the narrative, and that has to deal with where you got your education from, because that's where most of it was rooted in. Also, people just believing that the Earth is a globe and the cosmos are what they are. That information coming outside of the education system and people's ignorance on the topic So people that are, coming into this world and they're brand new, and they're just young children, they get bombarded from the education system and people outside of that, having this vernacular of globe, narrative and such. So I think it's hard to escape from, and even the people's mindsets in here. That's why the guy aesthetic, the guy you were talking about this morning, he was having a real tough time dealing with it, being an atheist himself, because he argues with religious people in another forum in this politics server. So he was having trouble arguing with some people because he's like vehemently opposed to those who say that there is a creator, because he says no, there isn't. And I'm like, it's funny that you guys both argue at the same time, walking hand in hand when you leave the Earth. So you go into space. You guys both think of like human accolades, and achievements are the reason why we're going to be going into the future together. It's like your guys are going to colonize planets and bounce around to the stars and all that, because one guy's saying that there is no God that made everything. Nature just sprung into existence with a big bang. And on the other side, it came from a religious doctrine that there was a big bang, George Lemaitre. And so you're going to talk about how what you're borrowing, an atheist is borrowing the worldview from an occult religious person. And the religious person doesn't understand that it was steeped in occultism. So both of you guys don't understand you're in a giant cult. You don't know that, but it's masquerading around as religion. And so you think that these ideas came from these religious people. The religious people think that it was born out of like pure scientific inquiry. And none of it has anything to do with that. It's all occultism. All of it. Everything. There's nothing to deal with it. And so you guys are both walking hand in hand, going into, like the idea that the space vacuum is real. You can travel the stars. But you don't realize that all of it is just a big fat, story from occultism. All of it. It's funny, right?
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, when I get to a certain point with these fantasy globe believers who are like true believers, you know what I mean, where nothing's going to crack that shell, which I wouldn't count Panther as one of them. That's why I did like give him a high rating for a globe believer. It's like, he didn't, that's why I appreciate him, even though I would prefer for him to like analyze sources with logic and reason, for him to figure out a way to evaluate information on its face rather than rely on so-called experts to interpret it for him. Since he hasn't gotten to that point, I will accept and celebrate that he did not, come back at us with empty claims once he realized that the information that we were giving him refuted his original claim, which was that you could see curvature at 100,000 feet, which is what he came in here with. So when that claim was disputed by multiple sources, including hostile witnesses such as Neil deGrasse Tyson, he didn't do what a lot of these guys do, just like fight back, just like say words with nothing to back it up, just insult us or say we're stupid or whatever. Like he went and he was like looking around at stuff, like researching, like what more could you ask for? Yeah, maybe that guy, I wouldn't, it's actually, I'll even give that guy even more credit than I did before, because if that were me coming in, if I first found the information like talking to people live, I'm not quite sure how I would go about it, because like I came upon it reading, you know what I mean? And then I went and investigated it further. I probably would kind of like just kind of disappear and like quietly go away. I'd be like, oh gosh, I guess I was wrong about that. Whoa. You know what I mean? Like, I probably would do that. So yeah, I celebrate it. As long as he doesn't come back tomorrow and be like, I got all the proof now, refraction, whatever. As long as he doesn't do that or go all not Professor fake clown Dave on me, then I'll be fine. Oh yeah, I started that sentence, Avi. I never got to the point. Like me, I know that when they get to the point where they're like, they're just clearly just professing their religion of the globe cult, I will usually say to them, here's your following religion, here's why, here's when it started with the ancient Greeks, like I'll go through that whole routine with them, not because I think anyone who's that far gone will actually understand what I'm saying. I usually, once you start explaining that to them, usually they don't last very long after that, because I would go into, Robert J. Lifton's 8 Criteria for Thought Reform, a study of brainwashing in China, where the author, Robert J. Lifton, studied how it was possible to get people to believe, claims that had no evidence behind them, that they would have firmly rejected. Studied brainwashing. He studied Korean War prisoners of war. Anyway, so you can easily apply, and many people have his criteria for thought reform, which was used on prisoners of war, to those 8 criteria, which are clearly used in mass media and are even more easily tied to the globe phenomena. I will occasionally get that far, but usually once you tell them, it's a religious belief, they'll just start freaking, right? They just freak out. Like, none of them, I don't expect any of them to say, oh yeah, you're right, Mary Mom, I am a religious adherent. I guess I'll go back to school and try to retrain my brain for logic and reason. Never once has that happened to me, but I think it's important for the audience to realize, because there might be some out there who will understand the concept of thought reform and how it's a systematic process that's been carried out on them since birth, and perhaps even decide they want to leave. But in any, religious belief that's very firmly, entrenched in people's brains, I'll just list off a few, some which have better intrinsic value than others. The Amish, very rare do people leave that society. Catholicism, people leave that more often. Fundamentalist Protestantism, where the beliefs are definitely authoritative, and it's only certain interpretations of Holy Scriptures are allowed. Fundamentalist Muslims, and so on. Most of those people, they've been raised in that since birth. Like, it's pretty rare. I would even say, even though you see people leaving those religions sometimes, they're usually coming from a more secularized version of it, besides, the Amish, where there really isn't a secular version. I shouldn't say that. I'm going to ramble now. I'll try to come to the end of my sentence soon. There are Amish sects that are more strict than others, for sure. Yeah, so I would say, just from what I've seen and read, that it's very unusual for a person to leave these, and it's very difficult for them to. Even if they do, they have to go through like a period of kind of detox where they have to relearn everything they've learned from birth and think, what would it be like if I just started interpreting the world on its own terms? The same thing we're trying to get at with Flat Earth. Leave your globe religion behind. Pretend you just got here. You experience the world as flat and stationary. Try to go out and make some natural observations. Try to leave all that noise behind you. Some people just aren't able to do it. And, whatever the reasons might be for that, it's something I accept. So if they're a religious globe believer, like, I just accept that, Oh, thank you. Over Fences. I used to put that book out, all the time. I have that book on my shelf. And I read it long ago, before Flat Earth. And as soon as I came into Flat Earth and saw what the globe people were saying, it totally made me think of that, because that is, that's what the globe belief is. It has all those 8 criteria of thought reform that he goes over in the book there.
Yeah, thanks for that. When you were speaking, when you mentioned this person's name, Lifton, I thought you were talking about somebody else, and it's kind of interrelated. There's a Dr. Bruce Lipton, like the tea, and I thought that's who you were referencing, but then I see it's Robert J. Lifton with an F. But Bruce Lipton, he's written books and has videos and so forth, documentaries about epigenetics. And what he talks about epigenetics is basically, I'll run it down real quick. He's talking about how most people are running in autopilot most of the time. And he goes, you can actually change your genetic makeup by breaking the spell, by becoming conscious of when you're running in autopilot. to interrupt that and then bring in new information so that you can be consciously aware of what you're doing and basically to stop that process of running in autopilot where we're not really consciously thinking with our prefrontal cortex. We're basically just running in autopilot. Like, we do this a lot. Like, think about when you go outside and you're just taking a walk or something. You're kind of just walking along, and you have this sequence of events that are happening around you, but your body and your mind are kind of working in autopilot a lot of the time. And so I think this relates to the globe Earth, because people are stuck in this paradigm. They seemingly aren't able to break the spell to realize, oh, I'm in the sequence because of what I thought I've learned or what people have told me or the images on the TV screen about the globe Earth. I think that's true, and they're not able to break the spell and go and to be able to accept new information. I'll end with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's totally good. That's why I'll sometimes ask them, like, what's your percentage certainty that it's a globe, or are you capable, as would be possible if you considered this just to be an intellectual debate? Are you capable of arguing the other position, or even considering the possibility that the other position might be correct? Some of them are a very rare globe believer that can do that. Yeah, because, and I don't know what, I guess the criterion for a globe believer being able to do that might be an individual, as we know, does exist on this earth, although they are the minority of the globe believers. Could be a person who actually is completely aware, objectively, either because they've been personally shown evidence or, been given classified clearance to certain, observations and documents, or they just figured it out for themselves and for whatever reason are profiting off of perpetuating the globe, meaning I suspect that the people who come in here as globe believers who are capable of articulating and understanding the possibility that the other side exists and is a valid possibility, it's because they do already know that the earth measures flat, and they are consciously arguing the other side. They're just really mentally ill. That's also another possibility.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, being able to change, I think a lot of it has to do with, like you were talking about, we have to empty our cups first before we can accept new information. We can't have a full cup. I can't remember who, it's Pitarchus or somebody like that, one of these Greek philosophers. But he said, made a short statement, said, one cannot learn something that they think they already know.
Yep. Oh, I see that. Yeah, I see where you got this other guy in there. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to listen to that, but that's interesting. Yeah, that there's two guys, Lipton and Lifton.
Maybe a side topic you can check out at some point.
Yeah,
but it's pretty interesting,
But it's interesting, that he's into reprogramming, whereas the original Robert J. Lifton, I don't know what he did. I don't think he got into that stuff. He just was kind of just analyzing the phenomenon.
Pretty interesting stuff.
Hey, V.
Another really great statement. I'll have to look up exactly who made this statement, but it goes something like a bar to all information And something that'll keep man in everlasting ignorance is contempt prior to investigation. And we get that a lot on here. They come in with this contemptuous view of flat Earth because they think they have ideas about what it is. Mostly they're false ideas. But nonetheless, that's like I said before. If you come in with contempt on an issue, how are you possibly going to learn what somebody's point of view is or what the information is? It's not possible to have contempt and be open-minded at the same time, to accept new information. Yeah.
Oh, we've got Plagman and Mellow in here. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
What's going on, Mellow?
Yo, I'm just chilling actually. Just about to start out my day. I was just hopping in here really quick because I just find your guys' conversations interesting and yeah.
Cool. Well, good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I just seen you in her Plague. What's up, brother?
Alpha, what's up, bro? I haven't been here in a minute, man. Tuning in back to the crew, to the family. Just trying to see what's going on, man. Trying to see if we can get these other guys to start believing the truth, or if they still sleep.
For sure, man. You keeping your head up out there?
Yeah, man. Just with the kids, enjoying my Sunday, man. Just relaxing. Sun's out, so I'm about to go do some running here in a little bit. That's it.
All right, man. Yeah, keep it real, man. Always keep it 100 with the folks out there, man, about what the nature of our reality is, and not get caught up in that fantasy about outer space and whatnot, you know?
So, quick story. So, I was at work the other day, and I do construction a little bit, and I'm learning. And the guy was like, he was like, will you check and see if it's, I think he said, will you check to see if it's level? And he said level or plumb, but I got the two mixed up, and I said it was level, and he said it's plumb. He goes, level is good when you go left and right. I go, that's right. And I go, kind of like the water can prove that the earth is flat. And I've been like waiting to drop the bomb on these guys just because like I know what they believe, and I'm not trying to start nothing, but it's kind of funny to they're all like globe guys and have even the globe on their iPhones. And I'm just like, man, these guys really do not know. But I said it, and he was like, the earth is not flat. And I was just like, I mean, you kind of just said it without saying it. He was like, but there's gravity. And bro, I just shut up. I just went back to folks. I was like, I see where this is going, and I'm just not about to open up this can of worms right now. So, but I was just like, man, this dude is like 60, and I'm here like way younger than he is, and he just doesn't have any clue what he's talking about. I'm just very fortunate to know the truth and being the blessing of truthers and not still be asleep, man. It's just really unfortunate that, people, will leave this earth believing this lie. It's just really sad.
Exactly. And, the Creator has endowed us with the ability to have discernment about what things are true and what things aren't true. And the beautiful thing is, you could tell people that the obvious truth is staring them in the face. And they could reject that all day long, but it doesn't change the fact that they're going to go out in nature and see reality for what it is and not what they think it is.
Yeah. I don't get it. I mean, I guess because maybe you're just not paying attention enough to care enough to see that there is actually a difference, or you're really just gullible and you just believe these things. But yeah, man, it's awesome. Sad for them. Cool for us.
Hi, AV.
What's up, man? Sorry, I'm at work, so it's going to sound loud.
Not a problem. Hey, I don't know if you caught the I caught a little bit. I don't know if you heard about the debate, right, from Austin Winston and Jaron, right?
What happened?
So I caught the tail end of the debate, and pretty much his whole say was blah 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 blah. Flat earthers. You know, talking. Bad about all flat earthers, that they're all don't want to know the truth. That the sky, the sun, it's predicted. Everything works out completely truthful. I mean, exactly how they predict. Um, what the global predict. The sky works exactly how they predict. Yada yada yada. Um, but one of the things he made adamant, like he wanted to make sure everybody heard, was, "This is my new belief," and he repeated that a few times.
Which one of them? The Jaren said that? Is that what
Sharon
you're
said
saying?
that.
Okay.
Not that he know that the Earth was a globe. He said, "This is my new belief." Like he repeated it like 3 to 4 or 5 times. I was like, "That's kind of weird that you're saying that." Knowing that we strict really into like knowing things, not believing stuff.
Yeah, being dishonest in the slimy worm pays the bills, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty sure you got a lot of super chats after you said that.
Well, it was behind a paywall, so it was not something that was live. Remember that you had to pay like $65 to get in to watch this.
Yeah, we can talk about truth. You're just going to have to pay for it, though, at the door.
And I kind of feel that they, he knows that this is just bullshit. He's making it kind of known for the people that know that this is just bullshit. Like he's just saying belief, especially he says belief a few times, and Witch is in on it. I feel like he's in on knowing that he's not really a Glover. And they kind of threw it. Like I said, I just caught the back end of it. It was like he was just pissed, and even Witsit was pissed. That's why he took a break because a bunch of them supposedly turned on them. Yada yada yada. Another thing he says is like the flat Earth only had one man. Like what? That's sorry. I know we had a map. Anybody knew we had a map?
Just the flat highway maps that'll get you from Denver to Los Angeles or whatever.
I remember it was we had a glow projection.
Yeah, I don't know how much money these guys actually make with all these antics, but I know I heard Rodwin one time say, you could just be a lot easier. Just you can do a lot of regular jobs you can get. I mean, you could get a job, truck driving, where you could listen to actual decent empirical flat Earth content while you were driving around, looking at the flat horizon. Like I don't know. It seems like people who get into like trying to make money off YouTube, like it just doesn't go well for them, right? I don't know. It's just what we've seen over and over and over.
Yeah, I heard AI said that that there was somebody making clips of Jaren um Jaren old clips versus Jaren's new, which was him debating himself. So Jaren went in there and I guess told someone to delete all his old videos of him, whatever he's saying now to that contradicts what he's saying now.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
he's made himself. Yeah, I mean, he's made himself irrelevant for whatever reason. I mean, that's his personal choice. He has to live with, I guess. I'm glad I'm not him.
I
I
was
guess.
pressing Aaron about what he thought about space now, and he just kept refusing to answer, and just saying, I haven't relooked into it yet. And something stinks. And
Yeah,
that's Jared.
it smells to high heaven.
Yeah, it's actually been a great gift and blessing for the empirical flat Earth community, such as ourselves, because whenever people come in, it's funny because they come in acting like we were Jaren acolytes, which we never were. Because some guy was in there screaming about that one night, and then Drace, explained how no, we were never advocates for Jaren, never. And they're still denying it as if we're just disavowing him now. But we've got the 24/7 server. Somebody looked up like one of Drace's comments from well before this latest clown show where he's just saying, yeah, we don't follow Jared. I mean, if you just looked up Jared at 24/7, you clearly see like we weren't into him years and years ago. It's fine. And then they'll say, oh, but here's big flat earther, because that's what this whole latest fake publicity stunt has been about. Like, oh, official spokesman, God of flat Earth says this. It's like, nobody thought that. No real people thought that. Yeah, there might have been some counts on YouTube for YouTube views, but no real people thought that.
Same old straw man story.
Yeah, so it makes it easy for us to explain that point to people coming in, that flat Earth is about an objective observation and measurement that anyone can replicate for themselves. It's not about any one personality. It's not about who's the king of flat Earth. I mean, because there is no king of flat Earth or queen of flat Earth, and there never will be. There never will be, because it's just completely unnecessary as well as illogical. The information speaks for itself. I mean, people do put their own little spin on it. Some people are more just like generally talented about explaining it. I mean, that's just, because God's given different people different gifts, and some have the gift of gab and of logical explanation. Some people have an amazing memory for details and so on. And so some people are, able to articulate it in a different way that might get through to any one particular person. But no one has everything. We all have different gifts and talents, and we work together as a team to try to get the information out there in the most efficient way possible. I mean, that is why those of us who are sticking around here or coming around here once in a while, whatever it might be, keep coming around, because this particular group has something that other flat Earth groups, at least the ones I've found, don't have, which is the ability to work together as a team and to rely on each other for strengths. I mean, we got people here just today, like over the fences, like putting in links and information in the chat there while those of us who are talking, so that we don't have to be talking while also looking stuff up, because that can sometimes Be
Your
challenging.
aesthetic, your aesthetic of eradication is back in chat, I think.
Oh, we need him. That's what lured me in here. Was his post earlier? But they're being rude to over fences. That makes me not want to invite them again. But you can, Doctor.
Just quick before I dip out here, one of the biggest reasons this group I was drawn to is it's evidence based, very very evidence based. I was a follower of the esoteric stuff for a real long time before I found you guys, and as soon as I found more evidence pushed, I haven't looked back. So I think for that, this group is top notch.
Imagine being a flat earther and being 25.
Yeah, before we get into your statement there, Kamala, I just wanted to thank Kingsley for bringing that up, because the fact that doing what we're doing is worthwhile is something, people don't always say, so we appreciate you saying it. Yeah, Kamala, where's your evidence for Earth curvature? You got some?
Yeah, sure. When you stand on a flat surface, let's say you're an average of 6 foot standing on a flat surface near shore, and you have a boat, right? That boat is going to start disappearing from bottom up at 2.9 miles or 4 kilometers. If it was a flat Earth, that wouldn't be the case. And also, you can look at other evidence, such as people that measured the curvature through a slight curvature through the aeroplane window at max altitude. There's many examples I can give you.
We prefer to address things one thing at a time. So we've got ships over horizon and airplane windows. Those are the two things that you put on the table here. So let's just start with the first one. But the airplane windows thing is so absurd. That can be debunked with like one image. I don't know. Maybe we should do the easier one first, but let's just do them in the order that you presented them. So ships over the horizon is a myth. Ships do not disappear over the horizon. In fact, if you're talking about standing on the shore and thinking that you're seeing
I've
a
seen
ship
it with my eyes.
Okay, so as soon as I finish my sentence, I promise I will let you respond. If you think that you saw a ship disappear over the horizon, that is due to the natural limitations of human vision. If you had some binoculars or a zoom camera, you could bring that ship back into your view, as has been done and demonstrated multiple times. So even the most hardcore fantasy globe believers will usually admit that ships over the horizon is not a good proof. So the horizon, if you were on a sphere of the dimensions claimed, would be at a fixed location depending on your observer height. And yet we routinely observe and document objects being beyond this limitation of your vision, because this vision limitation does not actually exist in reality.
So can I respond?
Let's hear it.
So it was 2.9 miles. It was calculated on average from the naked eye, right? But when you calculate, like you said, from the lens, right? That's going to change because you aren't looking through your naked eye. You're looking through something that helps you see further. But even with that lens, after a certain distance, you're going to still see it slightly disappear if it's on a flat surface near the shore, right? Like I mentioned,
Yes,
before.
because even just like your
Like,
eyeballs have limitations, the any kind of optical equipment as well
if it
also has
was,
limitations.
but if it was up if it wasn't on ground and it was maybe at a heighted point, like if it was on, let's say it was on a deck, right? Let's say it was on a deck. You'll end up seeing the bottom half of the boat disappear at a
You just
further
consented though.
distance at a different place. I'm gonna lose my train of thought.
You just
You're gonna see.
you gave a concession already,
Can you
saying that it is in
let me
the earth.
finish? Can you let me finish?
No, no, I'm sorry. You know, we can't let like false information continue to be put out there. So yeah, you need to first recognize
You
your
can
first
correct
thing.
me though.
Your first thing was it's disappearing behind the curvature because I see this at this distance. And then you acknowledged when I said you could use high power optical equipment. Then you said yes, you could see further. So you're acknowledging that your first claim was not a proof of curvature. That's what Elbow is trying to point out before you move on to another point.
It was not. It was proof that the Earth is not. It was proof that the Earth is not flat, because if it was flat, then why would we slowly see it disappear? Right? That was the original claim.
Yeah,
This
but
was
the
from
issue
the
is that
naked
you admit
eye.
it. You just admit it
This,
though.
this
You
was
did.
from the naked eye. I love how you say, let me finish speaking. So I let you finish. But when it's my turn, you interrupt me. Hypocrite, right? So let me finish, right? I am speaking. What I'm saying to you is, if it's on a deck, right? Or if it's with the lens, that's obviously going to
No,
alter
you're going to get
the
interrupted if you're
end
going to say stuff
result.
like this. Hold on. You're not only going to get interrupted, you're going to get muted. On a disc? Is that what you were trying to say? Were you trying to say on a disc?
No, he
Let's
said deck. Like if in other words, if you're going higher than the 6 foot. But let's stick to what you first claimed, dude.
Yep, you need to either acknowledge that your naked eye observation was wrong, and then you're moving on to argue a different point. I agree.
If it's not on a deck and it's not with the lens, then it's going to disappear roughly at 2.9 miles or 4 kilometers, right? That's what it's going to do. And I've
Right,
seen
but
it happen with my own eyes. I've
so are
seen
you?
boats disappear over the shore, right? I've seen the bottom half of the boat disappear and then the top
Okay, dude.
half,
How many times you gonna repeat yourself, man?
but you're not listening.
Yeah, we heard what you said, but then you admitted that when you have different lenses, in other words, not height. If you haven't changed your height, if you have if you have a different lens with higher optics, that means you're able to see further. Does that mean that your globe changed size?
You'll see further with the lens because it's not your naked eye, and that doesn't mean that it won't disappear with the lens. It still will, it just will alter the
Further
end
away.
calculation because you've put in a different factor.
Uh,
That's how let me finish. That is how that is how it works.
no, this is the problem though. If the globe is a certain size, it shouldn't change. It should not change because of optics. It's always gonna happen at that size, at that range from a 6 footer server, regardless of optics, because this is a defined location. the curve of the edge of the curve of the Earth, the horizon, where the ship's supposed to go over. But if you change your optics, now it changes because you changed your optics. No, you're still the same height. It should be the same location.
No, because you put in the extra factor by having a lens, and you can see further with the lens. So of course you're gonna see the bottom half of the boat disappear later because you can see further with a lens. It's common sense, dude.
No, it's not
Right?
common sense because
So
let me ask you
it
this:
is.
if you're on a basketball, regardless of your length, yeah, that basketball has a defined curve. Once that
It's
thing goes
going
over
to
that curve,
disappear.
listen, now you're interrupting me. Now because once that little ship goes over that curve, you're not bringing that thing back.
Even with the lens, it's going to disappear at
Yeah, at the same
2.9
location
miles.
on a basketball.
It Listen, it will start to disappear at 2.9 miles, the same with the naked eye, but the only difference is you're going to see more of the boat with the lens because you can see further with the lens than your naked eye.
So
It
you're
is common
saying,
sense.
on a basketball, once that thing goes over the roundness of where you can see your limitations of your eye, if I put a lens on, you're saying on that basketball, I will still see the ship?
You'll start to see the ship disappear at 2.9 miles,
I'm just
lens or
saying, let's
not,
say if it was a
right?
basketball, right? With my naked eye, if it was the basketball, it was pretty big. If it went over that hump, that means that this started disappearing from that hump. And if I put a bigger lens, I'm not bringing that thing back. I can't. Lenses don't see around curves, man.
Yeah, the lens is still going to see. The lens is going to see more of the boat that's still there than let's
Lenses
let's say
cannot.
let's
Lenses
say
cannot
you
see
have
around a ball.
let's okay. I'll give you. I'll dumb it down and give you an
No,
example.
I'm dumbing it
Right.
down too much, and you still don't understand this.
Yeah, you got so much patience with this guy, Elbow, more than I've got. You're the
No,
one.
I'll
You're the
dumb
one
it
who
down
it's
for
being
you.
done. That no. Elbow
I'll
is
dumb it down.
dumbing it down for you, for the
I
record.
don't. I don't need. I don't need it to be dumbed down. You're not understanding. I'm repeating myself because you're not listening.
Are you
You
drunk?
need to put your listening ears on.
Are you
No, I'm
drunk?
not.
Well, then,
No,
could you
I'm
please
not.
understand what we're saying? The ball, if you were on a basketball, once something goes over the roundness, you're not
It's not
bringing
gonna
it
go
back.
over.
Listen,
It's
listen.
not
You're not
fucking
listening.
over the
Hello,
ball.
listen. You're once it goes over the horizon of that basketball, you're not
No,
bringing it back, regardless of
it's not
lenses.
going over Listen, it's not over the horizon. You can still see the boat. It's not disappear. It's not disappeared. It's disappearing, right? And at 2.9 miles, it will start to disappear,
So is
bottom
that the
up,
curve?
right?
Is the horizon the curve?
2.9
Is
miles
the
with your
horizon the
naked
curve?
eye.
Listen, I'm asking you a question. Is the horizon the beginning of the curve?
Yeah.
Okay, if it's the curve, that means if it goes over, regardless of a lens, you're not bringing it back because of the lens. Do you understand that?
Mm, yeah.
So,
I heard
no
you say
curve
that
then if
many
you could bring it
times.
back.
I heard you say that many times.
And it's not getting
But
through your thick head.
Because it doesn't make sense. You know why? Because let me explain it to you. I'll dumb it down for you. What I'm trying to say is, right? You wanna use an example of a basketball, right? Let me tell you this, right? At 2.9 miles, you'll start to see it disappear. But hear me out. Don't interrupt me, right? Let me finish. But with that lens, you're not going. I heard you, right? So please just let me finish, right?
Sure, you're not
You
drinking.
no, I haven't been
Yeah,
drinking.
I'm sorry, Kamala. Come on. Nobody has said a word. Like, I don't know what voices you're hearing in your head. You need to stop, just
I
finish your
know this
thought
guy.
already.
I
Finish
know
your
this
thought
guy's gonna
already.
interrupt me. I
Yeah,
know
but
this
he's
guy's
not.
about to
So
interrupt me.
finish your thought.
He
Finish your
has
thought
been for the
quickly,
past
please.
7 minutes.
Oh my gosh, you are beyond tolerance. I'm glad Elbow can tolerate you.
All right. Yeah, it's gonna start to disappear. You can see that with the lens, right? But if you have the lens, you'll see more of it. I'm not saying the lens, you'll both see the boat disappear at 2.9 miles, naked eye or the lens. With the lens, you'll see more than your naked eye.
No, not what we've. Okay, when
But if you're adding
Marymount just explained to
factors
you. Now
in,
stop.
but if you're adding factors in,
Okay, now you're
like
continuing
you're on a
on.
deck, or you're taller
Stop.
than
We're not
six
adding
foot,
factors. No.
or
Stop. We're not adding factors. We're at that same feet, 6 feet, 6 feet, 2.9 miles. So you're saying 2.9 miles, you will still see less of the hole, right?
it will start to disappear. Yes,
Even with the
that
lens.
is correct, sir.
Even with the lens. Those now you're changing it again. Back to it will disappear
With the
regardless. All
lens,
right.
it will start to disappear, but with the lens, you'll see it disappear later at a
No, that would not. That
greater
would not happen.
Let me finish.
No, just stop. I'm
You'll
not gonna let you
see.
finish
You'll
because you're gonna repeat it
see.
again. Now we already
See,
heard it.
this is
We already heard it.
no. I'll change it up. See, with the lens, right?
Yeah, we already heard this like 5 to 10 times, and we explained to you that's then your globe is just changing due to lenses, so there's not a curve. So therefore, your curve example is gone. Especially when Marymount told you we could see them further out than 2 point whatever 9 miles you said. How far you got? We got observations of this too. So
Yeah. With the
not
lens, you'll
not at
see the
2.9
boat
miles. So your curvature
further.
is gone. Bye bye curve. Because the globe can't change size because of optics.
With the scope and with the lens, you'll see the boat distance further
How much
because you can
further?
see more.
How much further can we see the bottom of the ship?
It depends what lens you got. It's all about factors.
So then no curve of the Earth then.
There is a curve.
No, you just told me that you can see it further because now you're using a lens. And
Let's say you
if you're on a shape,
let's say
if you're on a Earth with a shape of a globe, there's no lens on Earth could bring things back around a corner.
Yeah,
let's
so I
say let's say that there's me and you, right? You are 2.9 miles further
What's wrong
away
with this
from
guy?
me, right? You're 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 at you're at the slope before you're about to go downhill in a hypothetical, right? If I had a scope, right, and you start to walk further away, right, I will see you further because I've got something that will help me see you
No,
further.
but you said the
Uh,
bottom of it has already disappeared, right?
yeah, I'll start to see your legs start to disappear when you're walking away, right?
And will
In
you
this
so
hypothetical.
you will still see the will you still see the legs that fully with the lens?
No, you won't. You'll see
Oh,
the
see, that's the
legs.
problem though.
You'll
We
see the
will.
legs
We
start to disappear with the lens,
but
but
on the
you
2.9 miles,
let me
would you see
finish.
the bottom of it?
You won't see. I probably won't see your shoes with the lens, right?
So with the lens, you don't.
But
Okay, so we
but
definitely
I
see it.
think I think I would see more of your legs with the lens than with my naked eye because I got a lens and it
So
can
not Earth
see
curve.
further. It can see further than my naked eye, and it's just common fucking sense.
No, it's not no curve because if you can see the bottom of it with the lens. That means there wasn't a curve. It was just optical issues.
There is a curve.
No, you
Oh
haven't
my
proven that.
god.
All you've proven is that with
This is
optics, you
giving
can
me a
definitely see.
headache.
Yeah, you're definitely weird because you think you can
I'm
see.
not weird.
Well, do you
Yeah.
acknowledge in your hypothetical tiny little ship going over the basketball, little Lego man standing on the basketball? Would if the ship kept sailing over your basketball, would it get to the point where Lego man could not see any of the tiny ship?
Yes, there's a chance.
Only
But
a
if
chance.
you
I
have
mean,
a
because
set,
the way you talk about it sounds like, yeah, your basketball is infinite, and you know your Lego man's like approaching the limit of this curve and never gets to it. That's not the way the geometry of your sphere works. It has a hard geometric limit, so you can't just keep expanding it for as long as you want. There's a point
you'll
where you wouldn't
see
see the boat
the
anymore at
top
all.
of the boat. You'll see the top of the boat, and then it will just disappear. And then you'll see none of the boat. With the lens or without the lens just makes the distance of which you see the boat bigger and greater, right? Because it's an
No, not
extra.
right. You don't know. You don't get to say right question mark and then keep talking. No, you're wrong. This has never been observed in reality. We have never seen this. We have not
I've seen
observed
it
that.
with my eyes.
Where are your measurements and documentation? Then we'll wait. We can talk among ourselves. Post your measurements, your documentation, the observer height, and so on. Time of day it was taken, place, so we could go replicate it if we wanted. Post all of that in the chat.
I don't think the
Otherwise,
time
we're
will
here
matter.
to tell you. Otherwise, we're here to tell you it's been documented thousands of times that this place where the geometric horizon should be, if you lived on a ball, is not there.
And Sunny has posted a bunch of videos, observations, and tests that you can actually look at about the observations you're talking about.
So, I want you to look at this image that I'm gonna send you, and
Now,
I want
first look at
your
the
opinion.
videos. First, look at the videos that Sunny posted.
Yeah. I don't look at YouTube. I don't have YouTube downloaded. Sorry, but I don't. I don't
Right.
use YouTube.
Right.
It's okay. They open up on. You don't have to have YouTube downloaded. They open up if you hit
I
the
don't
play
use
button.
Safari
If you
unless if
don't
it's
have to,
for.
you don't have to. Discord.
Awesome.
Listen, you could
Be
just put
careful.
play on Discord, and it will automatically play the videos for you. You don't have.
You might just
So no
cut it
excuse
out.
there. No excuse there.
It's shit.
Yeah, it's very clear what he was saying. You can play, and if you tried to do this before, you would recognize that. You can play the YouTube video within the Discord app without leaving it. So, yeah, if you want to put yourself on mute, take some time to look at some of the responses that Sunny gave you. Feel free.
And this is a photo I want to send inside chat regarding my plane example.
Yeah, you're here to waste time. Watch those videos. Once you watch those videos, we'll definitely talk to you again.
Yeah, so the elephant in the room is Kamala thinks that Zoom cameras can zoom in around a curved edge where the object you're viewing has already gone beyond the geometric limit, so it's below your line of sight with a bulge of water in between the observer and the object you're observing. It's already gone beyond, so he said that in the beginning, boats going over the edge, that's why they disappeared bottom up, and they, with a naked eye, the object, the boat, can disappear completely from your naked eye. Now, according to Kamala, that means it's going over the curve edge, right? Exactly. So, if you can pull out a zoom camera after it's completely disappeared from your naked eye and zoom in to the boat, zoom cameras do not zoom in around curved edges. That's just crazy. But
yeah, I think we're kind of beaten that to death. I mean, he made, Kamala made a concession on the first point about the naked eye, so that's good enough for me. We could move on to the second claim, which was the airplane claim. Oh, good. Look, Kamala even conceded in the chat there. Good. Yep, we're conceding point 1, so you ready to move on to point 2?
No, I want to end it here, and I just wanted to say you're in a cult, and I'm leaving the call. That's all I'm saying.
Leave the Globe cult. Please leave the Globe cult. We would love to
so you're leaving the Globe cult? Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, the Globe is clearly a philosophical position with a cult-like following, begun by the ancient Greeks, never backed up by any math or science anywhere in the history of mankind. And that's why we're here today, trying to dispute this with empirical, logical evidence that could be easily replicated by anyone who cared enough to do so. So thanks for demonstrating, because right before you came in, Kamala, we were talking about how the Globe mindset is a religious viewpoint and a cult. I discussed how it met each one of Lifton's 8 criteria for thought reform, Milo control, loading the language, mystical manipulation, sacred science, demand for purity, confession, doctrine over person, and dispensing of existence. That's why the last one in particular is how most cults, such as the Globe cult, maintain control over people, because they're usually indoctrinated from such a young age that it takes a very strong will, dare I even say, like maybe a strong spiritual connection to reality to even be able to set that aside, which has been placed as your identity by usually your main caretakers, followed by those you will admit and welcome are your actual caretakers, aka the government, that you both fear and revere, who is essentially the god of most people's lives. And so to give up the Globe, you'd also have to give up the security that someone is taking care of you and that someone cares about you and looks out for you, that someone being the world governments. Because you really have to get to a point, to leave any kind of cultic belief like the Globe. To get to that, usually there'll be some kind of fear over like being ostracized from the group that most people are afraid of. And they've done that with flat earth theory with most people, especially those with, like I said, low level of self-awareness, an external rather than an internal locus of control, where that fear of being ostracized from the group takes precedence over reason, logic, or in many cases, even your own personal well-being. So you have to get to a point where you're willing to say, well, if this whole society is demonstrably based on huge lies, such as the actual place where we live, if it can be shown empirically and logically that the geometry of the earth dictates that half of what NASA is saying is a lie and the other half is a limited hangout, then perhaps being ostracized from the society would not actually be a bad thing. Perhaps I should just stand on my own 2 feet on this flat and stationary earth. Perhaps I should just find out what purpose I have here from my own internal motivation and stop asking the television screen to dictate my reality. A lot of people can't get there. It's documented, most of the studies, psychological studies that try to determine how much people are controlled by groupthink, it's usually well up there in like 9 out of 10. Only 1 out of 10 can stand on their own 2 feet, even when their physical life is threatened or ethical considerations that they formerly held dear, such as not causing harm or purposely hurting other people. They'll even override those to stay with the group. It's right around 9 out of 10. So if you're in the 9 out of 10, Kamala, it's not like you don't have to feel bad about it. Like you're a follower, but just realize that like you might want to at least think like, are these people I'm following actually trustworthy? I mean, you could at least go that far because they could actually lead you like right off a cliff, like the Piper of Hamelin, or they could lead you into a cave of wonders and it could end up you're just being taken away from everything you hold dear and have no longer any leg to stand on ethically, morally, or in reality. I don't know. Should I mute Kamala? I can't remember why we muted Kamala. Do you have any substantive response? You can't see curvature from an airplane window either. I'll put up the graphic for that one.
But I can see it because I went on the plane.
Okay, I'll find that graphic. It's so far back in my photos. Okay, here we go. I found it for you. Actually, it wasn't as far back as I thought. It has to do with the construction of the plane windows. No, even self-respecting globe believer. I mean, like, who is your globe leader? Like, who is it that tells you it's a globe? Like, who do you believe, Kamala? Why are you so firm in this?
I believe in NASA. I believe in science. I believe in the government.
All right, super. That tells me, what my next source
Just
will be
not
Robert.
Republicans.
Okay, well, I don't know what Robert Simmons' political affiliation is, but he works for NASA, who you had there on your list of acceptable sources. So let's hear from.
I love NASA.
Oh, great. Okay, let's hear from Mr. Robert Simmons. So. Here I've got the link. I know you don't like to click links, so I'll just read you the highlights of it. He's a data visualizer and designer. He's there in front of the blue marble that he created with a computer. He says, my role at NASA is to make imagery from Earth science data. Okay, so he's admitting that these images of the Earth that you see, like that famous blue marble one, he says, by 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did. The hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data.
He's the moms that be raising all them trans kids, all the retard kids.
I don't know who that is, but I'm looking at another screen to read to Kamala. Yeah, because Kamala doesn't like to look at links. So the satellite data is also flat. We could get you... the link to
Pinhead.
that.
Can
You
you
guys are gonna.
screenshot it
Oh
and
my
send it
gosh.
inside chat, please? I want to have a read.
Yeah, it's already in the side chat.
Yeah, I think Overfences already did. I've already screenshotted and underlined this multiple times, but rather than find the image I already made, I'll just make it for you again. I'll just do it for you again. I'll just keep doing all the work for you. I'll put the screenshot in, then I'll go back to reading it to you because you told me you like stories from NASA. So this is Stories from NASA time. Here's the link. It even here's the image. It even shows you nasa.gov right down there at the bottom. Back to story time. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how the Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue model. So it tells you right there, Kamala, NASA.gov, they're putting images out there to match your expectations. He's not even claiming that these images are snapshots of the Earth because they're not. Even the one he refers to in that article as being the last
I'll need
one,
some
which is
proof that he works with NASA.
oh my
I need some
God.
proof.
I don't think I can keep going with this guy. I'm going to lose my patience. Does anybody else? I mean, NASA.gov, a quote from there is not enough. I mean, yeah, go to NASA then and ask for their employees list. Get back to us when you got it.
Oh, Dandy, I can feel your frustration, girl. Oh
CGI
my.
wasn't even a thing back then. Don't be a liar.
It's a good time for me to take a lunch break. I'll just leave you with the joy that's Kamala. I'll see y'all later. Best of luck there, ma'am, sir.
It's ma'am.
Good cooking, Dandy.
Yeah.
Good cooking.
Yeah. So I just want to, enter for just a moment here on what Kamala said. Kamala, you said that we are a cult, but you just came back on and you said the reason you think Earth is a globe because, for one, you believe and trust in NASA. Okay, 1 second.
Yeah.
You said you believe and trust the government. So you believe without any evidence. You've provided no evidence. So you believe just like a religious believer. You're
That's not what
kneeling
I
at the
said.
pew. I'm almost
Did I
done.
trust?
I'm almost done. Not quite.
You're putting
I'm
words in my
almost.
mouth.
I'm almost done here. So I'll be done in
You're
just a second.
putting it
If
in
you can
my
hold on
mouth.
with your TikTok brain for like 30 seconds, I'll be done. So you're kneeling at the pew of the religious society known as the heliocentric religion, NASA being your priest, and government being part of the religious sect or denomination
I'm an
of
atheist,
the heliocentric religion. So you're kneeling at the pew saying, I believe, but you don't even know what's in your own scriptures. So you're a religious zealot in a cult, believing, like you said it, not us, that you believe these people. Belief without proof is religious. Thanks. That's it.
What I said to you is, you're putting things in my mouth.
No, I didn't. We can go back and listen to the recording if you wish. I can get a clip of you
I
saying it.
said I trust I trust the government, just not Republicans. You forgot to mention that part. I
Big
don't trust
freaking
the
deal. So you also believe there's such a thing as a two-party system. So that's part of the cult.
I'm not in any cult.
You're admitting this that you have. You're
in the
admitting
cult.
this yourself that you are in a cult. If you believe there's such a thing as choice in government, that there's a two-party system, that's part of the heliocentric religion. Welcome to Flat Earth. You're in a globe cult.
I'm not in a cult. I'm not
Yes,
in
you
any
are.
cult.
Yeah, you said you believe and trust the government and NASA. You're a priest. Why are all the people that are in NASA, most of the people, like all the astronauts, are religious? Did you know that?
No, a lot of NASA is atheists,
Yeah.
you liar.
Why are all the people in the astronauts that supposedly went to the moon are all Freemasons? They believe in a God or a higher power. Every single one of them.
It's funny.
And they're mostly all Republicans.
Hey, hang on. Yeah, you want to know? You. That's actually really funny. But they couldn't put their hand on the Bible and say the truth about where they went. I highly doubt that they are actual religious Christians.
Just so you know, this guy speaking right now is retarded. Don't listen to anything he says. He's from America. He lives in America. He has an Australian accent. He lives in America. He's like a full leftist liberal cuck. He's retarded.
I'm not a leftist. Liberalism is not.
Okay, don't worry about that. You'll need to worry about that. This topic covers all political agendas and ideologies. There's people who think the Earth is flat, who are left wing and right wing. There's people who think the Earth is globe, who are left wing and right wing. What I'm interested is how he's just like Sonny's been talking to about. How do you square? Oh, okay, my bad. I apologize. How do you square your atheism and say your other identities like LGBTQ with NASA, who are extremely anti-LGBTQ and extremely anti-atheist?
A lot of people that work for NASA are atheists.
No, they can't. Being an atheist is a disqualification to work at NASA.
That is not true. A lot
because they have to take an oath. When they get that job, it's a GS position, they had to take an oath that they will uphold and protect the United States Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They did take this oath without reservation or purpose to deceive, and they asked God to help them complete this oath. No atheist can take that oath. Not even, they can't say, oh, they just do it. They just pretend to do it. No, in the oath, it says they are not doing it to pretend. They're not doing it to deceive. They're full-hearted. They ask God to help them uphold the U.S. Constitution that reflects we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator. You cannot be an atheist and work at NASA. It's not possible.
Before he addresses that, could you go on to say how they're anti-LGBTQ? Because I'm interested.
There's never been an astronaut that's been LGBTQ. They used to call it. One of the directors of NASA, the James Webb, which a lot of people. Hold on, young lady. What they really cared about was that when they were going to name it James Webb Telescope, some of the LGBTQ members said, you can't name it that, because he was part of the Velvet Scare, where they tried to purge the federal government of LGBTQ representation. And they thought naming the James Webb Telescope was a slap in the face
Can I
LGBT.
say something now?
Oh, yeah, okay, go ahead.
So there's three people that I can list that aren't religious that work for NASA. Number one, Bruce McCandless. The second was an astronaut, and he has described in interviews that he is non-religious. Second is Steven Weinberg.
Hold on, young lady. You can't tie in atheism actually meaning non-religious. Atheism and non-religious are two very different things. A non-religious person means they follow the word of God, just not any of the major religions. They might have their own religion. They could say, I'm like a non-religious person would be like, they say they live in a Christian country, but they adopt Buddhism or something like that, or Kabbalah, or
hang on. We'll ignore that guy then. Steven Weinberg, right, worked closely with NASA and has openly admitted that they are atheists, right? So they closely work.
Yeah, if you're talking about someone who's closely with NASA, they're not inside the federal government apparatus. Just a defense contractor doesn't count. Okay, I'm talking about people actually at NASA, the federal government employees, these GS, government service with a number behind their name, like GS 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They are anti-atheist. They are anti-LGBTQ. You will not find a more bigoted, racist group of people outside of the federal government than NASA. They are they've been sued multiple times for workplace discrimination.
So NASA actually has said that they do not promote or restrict any religion or belief of any person that works there, right?
Doesn't matter
Or
what they say, it
planning
matters what they
to work
do. I
there.
can say anything, cunt. The fuck? Why does it matter what they say?
Didn't the Nazis say Jews were okay in the beginning too?
Yeah, that's okay. We don't go in the, we're not going to go in the JQ. So number one,
that was not relevant.
That is damage control. Okay, that's the federal government trying to avoid more lawsuits and having plausible deniability. They could say, yeah, the official stance of the federal government is anti-discriminatory, but the actual practice, when you go in to get a job at NASA and you are LGBTQ or you are, say, a person of color or you are an atheist, you will not get a job there. Bill Nye had talked about this, that he applied multiple times to become an astronaut and he was always rejected. And he said because he was out of the closet, that he came out of the closet as an atheist, they unilaterally just rejected him as part of the astronaut corps.
They have non-discrimination policies, but
that they would lie about that. Why would they lie? Why would they lie so
have executive orders. They have executive orders that protect LGBTQ workers in NASA, and they got many policies as well that I can show you, right? And gay people do work at NASA, and atheist people do work at NASA.
And lie. It's almost like you can do something and lie. You dumb fucking idiot.
Lads, please be quiet. Hush. There's many cases.
You're retarded. You're literally like socially inept, cunt. It's almost like people could lie and do something other than what they're meant to do. Wow, cunt. Who would have thought?
It's an executive order that protects.
It's almost like you could literally fire somebody or not employ something on the basis of their race or like their gender or whatever, and not tell them the reason why that's done, and not tell the government. It's almost like you can make something up. Wow, who would have thought? That's what they do. You fucking idiot. Are you retarded?
Just do this.
Hang on. Okay, let me just say something quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
Executive Order 13988, right? Title Preventing and Combating Discrimination on the Basis of Gender Identity or Sexual Orientation.
They can still do
Nobody
it,
cares. Fuck. I want to take off where Dandelion left off on.
Signed by President Joe Biden, right?
Blah, 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 blah. I want to take off where Dandelion left off.
In our country, they literally have discrimination laws against employment. You can't discriminate against people for being gay. Guess what? They fire people and they don't employ them, and they make up another reason as to why they fired them. You can make shit up. It's almost like people lie. Who would have thought? Wow, cunt. It doesn't matter what laws you have in place.
Okay, Laz, hold on. You'll need to be so aggressive. Okay, so Kamala, what's your username? Bitter.
He isn't.
Okay.
He's always like this.
Yeah, hold on. Bittersweet. I need you to look up how did NASA classify LGBTQ? What was their original classification?
Okay.
You should be able to Google this.
So it says right here, NASA does not classify LGBTQ people in any strict or official way
Okay, try
by
again.
putting
Look up this
labels
keyword.
on
Look up this keyword.
employees.
NASA was
Instead, it
classified
recognizes and supports LGBTQ identity
Yeah,
as
you're not
part
paying
of its
attention.
commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's what it
Okay,
says.
you need to look this up again. Psychologically disqualifying condition. Historical actions and statements taken by NASA. NASA has faced criticism for its past actions, as well as considering homosexuality or LGBTQ as a psychologically disqualifying condition. And recently, NASA began removing LGBTQ symbols from workplace that reinforces its perception of less inclusive. NASA is also removing LGBTQ references from their website.
When was this?
Today. This is happening right now. Right now.
As we speak.
As we speak, yes.
Do you
They're doing it right now.
Yeah,
They're
so if
doing
they
it
deem
right
you're
now.
not mentally stable enough, you can't work there.
Being gay.
People are blaming they're blaming the Trump administration for it, but if that doesn't work, because NASA is an independent agency of the federal government. It's not beholden to the White House. Just like the FBI, just like the CIA, just like the Post Office, just like the Department of Energy, or maybe not Department of Energy. That's a cabinet position now. But a lot of these other places, they are independent agencies. It doesn't matter who's a president. They've got their marching orders that checks and balances through Congress. They're part of the executive branch because they have law enforcement.
But NASA gets funded by the federal government and relies on the government.
NASA is the federal government. NASA is.
Yeah, but
It's
they
not
also
funded.
get funded
It's not funded by the
the federal.
It's funded by tax dollars. NASA is the federal government. There's no line of demarcation between NASA and the federal government. It is a federal government. It is a federal government. The executive branch of the federal government.
And they get a budget every year, right? NASA does, and they get funded by other parts of the federal government, right?
Yeah, discretionary spending. They get funded by discretionary spending.
Can you let me
non-mandatory?
finish?
No, because you really have a lack of knowledge here, and rather than understanding that you're supporting NASA, that's a bigoted, racist organization, extremely so. And I'm wondering, how do you square that? How do you square an organization that's extremely racist, extremely bigoted, and somehow you think they're boldly exploring space for the betterment of humanity so you don't have to? How did you do that?
I trust NASA, and NASA says they don't discriminate.
All right, I guess we'll just leave it at that then. Fuck it.
I trust NASA. Trust them.
Apply.
Kruger. That's the term
Apply for a job there and see what happens. Oh, go ahead, Avi.
I don't want to apply for a job there. I've got 2 jobs. I don't need another job.
Well, I'm saying it'd be interesting for you to apply a job there and watch how the cartwheels and the mental gymnastics they'll
I
do
don't
to
have
tell
the
you.
qualifications to apply for a job at NASA.
Even for the food court, you couldn't get a job at the food court.
Hey,
What if
Kurt,
I
is it
told you
okay
that
for me
NASA
to?
knows that it's
Hey,
flat
what
and
if I told
stationary,
you that?
Kamala?
No, wait. Can I say Trump is a pedophile here?
I need qualifications to handle food.
Who cares? Did you know that NASA knows that this Earth is flat and stationary, bro? Like they know it. They've got that shit documented. But they make more money doing what they do, showing you a ball tart on TV. I got the documents. I posted it all in the chat. Go look. NASA knows this motherfucker is flat. It's stationary. Go look at it, Kamala.
I don't know. I don't believe that.
So if NASA came out tomorrow and said the Earth is flat, stationary, and a lot bigger than we know, would you believe that? You would just believe that. You would automatically believe them because NASA said it. But here we have these documents from NASA, but you don't believe those.
But if NASA came out, if they came out and they said it, right, then I would believe it.
But they did say it. They said it in a document. Go check the
No,
chat
that's
right
not
now.
saying it.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
I want
Shut the fuck up.
vocal
Go check the
proof.
chat right now. At
I want
29 minutes after,
vocal proof.
at 29, shut the fuck up. At 29 minutes after the hour, go fucking look.
Oh my god. Sir, I've had a look.
No, you have not had a fucking look. That's a 120-page document. Go fucking read it.
I've had a scan through it.
What?
I scanned through it. I've
No, you
had
did not scan through it. You did not scan through it in 10 seconds. You did not do that. You just don't fucking want to go read it. Your cognitive dissonance and your delusions are blocking you from looking through this document and seeing that NASA does in fact know that this Earth is flat and stationary because it would
How do I
upset
know?
your
How do
belief
I
system.
know that you didn't write this? How do I know this?
I did not write that. Go look at the links on it. It comes straight from NASA.gov. I can't .gov a fucking website.
You sent me some screenshots of some pages.
I sent you. Look very carefully. There is also a download. It says NASA PDF.
Yeah.
Do you see where that says? Okay. Now, do you see where there's? It's a download, right? 2.77 millibyte NASA PDF. Right there at the bottom of everything that I posted. That is the entire document. 120 pages.
No, there isn't. There's only 102 pages.
I'm sorry, 102. My dyslexia.
Sorry about that. I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
So, either way, in this document, it states some 4 times, right, what aircraft are doing in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Mentions it multiple times. Now, let's get logical, right? Are you good at logic? Are you a logical person, do you think? Would you say?
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm around Earth.
Oh, whatever. I listen, okay? They don't have to account for things like curvature and rotation, okay? Now, would there be any reason for you to account for something that isn't there or isn't happening? Yes or no? Is there any reason for you to is there any reason for you to account for something that isn't there and isn't happening? Do you have to account for that? Yes or no?
That isn't there and isn't happening.
Right. Do you have to account for something that isn't there or not happening? No, you don't. Exactly. Exactly. And that's what this document is showing, is that they don't account for Earth curve and they don't account for rotation because they're not there. You don't have to account for the things that aren't there and that aren't happening. Do you understand? Do you understand that? That's logical, right? You just said, yeah, no, you wouldn't. Yeah, you agreed. No, you wouldn't have to account for these things.
Do you have a video?
Do you have a video of what? What do you want a video of?
Do you have a video of them, like, saying this?
You need a video despite an official document?
How do I know that you didn't
They
write the
release that shit
PDF?
under everybody's noses. Oh, not only that, we should probably show you the 35 or 44 declassified documents. So there's something called the Freedom of Information Act. Have you heard of it?
You should be saving
Have you heard of it?
classified
Have you
secret
heard of it?
documents.
Have you
That's
heard of it?
illegal.
Have you heard of the Freedom of Information Act?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this means that things that were classified, right, things that were being kept secret from the public under the Freedom of Information Act were forced to be uncovered, declassified, released to the public.
Yeah,
So that's what
but
happened with these
if
documents,
it's
35 to
secret
44.
classified documents, then you shouldn't be having them if they're still classified and secret.
They're not. They're not still classified. They were
Because
released under the Freedom of Information
if they
Act.
are,
No
then
longer.
it's
You're
illegal.
retarded.
If it
Declassified, dude.
is,
This
then
means that
you're
they're not
breaking
classified
the
anymore.
law.
They're not classified anymore. There's 44 motherfucking documents that state that the Earth is flat and stationary. These are military and government documents. You trust the you trust the fucking government.
If
But
NASA makes a
you
post
completely
on
turn your nose up at
Instagram
44 documents.
tomorrow,
No, shut up.
listen,
Fuck you. I
if
don't care. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're too
NASA
stupid.
makes
You're
a
too stupid.
post
You're
on
too fucking retarded to
Instagram,
even fucking get it. I'm done talking to you. You fucking nobody else needs to talk to you. You can go on mute. I don't care.
if NASA makes a statement tomorrow on Instagram saying that they staged it all and that the Earth is
You have to
really
see it on
flat,
fucking Instagram to believe that it's true, you retard! You abject fucking moron!
if they post it on Instagram.
No, shut the fuck up. 44 documents have already been released on top of the NASA document, you fucking retard. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Fucking Instagram? That's not official. That's propaganda. The whole fucking way. Thank you for muting that one. Bro, that shit is crazy. Oh, I trust the government. Okay, and I'm telling about 44 declassified government documents, right? Wow. Just wow. It's what I call invincible ignorance. Invincibly ignorant. Just impenetrable stupidity. Sir, you're the one that needs to get it through your head. You trust the government. I'm telling you that there's, 44 documents from the government that were declassified stating that the earth is not a fucking globe, that it's flat, it's stationary, it doesn't move. It's enclosed. Right? You trust the government, but you don't want those documents.
The problem here is that she has deemed that flat earthers are the bigoted people, not the government. And she's only going to side with people that she sees as inclusive and non-bigoted, when she doesn't realize that we are fully inclusive. Flat earthers have LGBTQ representation. Flat earthers have atheists here. We've got every walk of life. Somebody has that identity as a flat earther. Meanwhile, inside the federal government, especially NASA, they are almost 100% Christian conservative, without very few exceptions. And she's not able to break through that cognitive dissonance. That somehow everyone who disagrees with her is bigoted, and she just slaps that sticker on anything she doesn't like, rather than take a self-assessment and say, damn, I wonder why NASA is so bigoted. What else are they wrong about then?
Wow. Yeah. If you don't agree with me, you're a bigot. Guess what? That's bigoted.
See, look at the text chat. You're lying, and I'm homophobic now. See, exactly. Explanation, demonstration.
That's so funny. If anybody were to check your profile right now, Crit, they would know that that's bullshit.
Yeah, I know. It's so amazing. Like, it's absolutely amazing that they will call anybody anything they need to try to silence them. Meanwhile, you got the federal government actually scrubbing LGBTQ representation from their websites, and they completely ignore it. Completely, nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Kamala, why don't you go check Crit's profile, right? Since you called him homophobic, you really should go check his profile. Dumbass.
Yeah, let's just move on. I think Latz nailed it. I generally don't give Latz a lot of charity, but I think you're right in this one.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
Just insufferable. Just completely insufferable.
Hey, is there anybody else worthy of a rational conversation? Anybody?
Kamala actually thinks that there's no such thing as heterophobes. Okay. Keep on, heterophobe.
Yeah,
You're terrified, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, let's just get off that issue. Okay, I thought it was going to be some sort of workable in. I probably shouldn't even brought it up. We don't need to talk about identity here. I was hoping she would realize just how awful the federal government is, and it didn't work. And yeah, so let's just go back. Let's get back to the earth.
Oh, right, because the only thing they can do is play the victim. You're right. We should just go back to the ground, because it's not even about identity, it's about identifying as a victim, okay? It has nothing to do with the homosexual thing versus hetero or black versus white or any of that shit. These people get off on identifying as victims, and their victimhood status is what makes them feel alive, makes them feel whole, because they're empty and broken. But yeah, let's go back to the ground, buddy.
Go. Go ahead. What do you got?
Go ahead. It's flat and level, and it remains that way regardless of altitude.
What? Oh god, that was actual flat Earth. Oh Jesus Christ!
Yeah. Go ahead. You're in the Flat Earth channel. You got ask me anything. You got want to ask a Flat Earther question? Here we are.
How do planes work? I can't even think of a real question to this.
Yeah, they treat the Earth like it's flat and stationary for all practical purposes. Absolutely. Every patent associated with it confirms this. That is exactly how planes work. Next.
Why do ships go over the horizon?
The Rayleigh criterion. There's a limitation to the oculus of every aperture, including your eye. Next.
Why is there a curvature in over bridges?
There isn't.
There is. But there is.
There literally isn't, though.
Look, dude, I build bridges, and I know the chemical.
I'm in charge of building bridges at my local bridge building. Wait, hold on. What was another one? The North Pole receiving 6 months of sun and then 6 months of
Yeah,
darkness.
you would expect that on a flat, stationary plane. The horizontal baseline remains the same, but the sun can move overhead just fine. No problem. Next.
You got whole
Is every other planet flat?
Why the hell would that matter? All right, you got a pool table and you've got spheres above it rolling around and shit. Or bubbles floating above a puddle.
That's a valid question.
It's going to be flat and level and stationary, and the spherical objects or circles or whatever the fuck you see is going to still be able to move around just fine. Why would that matter?
Why do we have
Okay, I'm really sorry.
why do we have tides?
What the hell does tides have to do with anything? The sea level still remains sea level.
No,
do you
but
realize how much water is evaporated when the sun moves?
Why would things go up or down?
Do you realize how much water is evaporated when the sun moves overhead? Do you understand how much water that is?
I would assume that's how clouds are made.
Just look it up, dude. Look up how much water that is.
I know how. Yeah, that's how clouds are made because it evaporates off the ocean.
If the Earth's flat, how deep is it?
Yeah, I've measured the depths of the Earth. Come on, man. Have you?
Okay, no, okay, but why do we have tides on a flat plane?
I just told you, dude. There's a bunch of different variables here, but one of them would be the evaporation process of liquids.
Okay, it evaporates. Then water. What? Then what? In the day, it just goes back down.
It condensates due to particulates that it forms around, then it falls back down.
You can't just half read a science book and use the terms out of it.
I'm not. I'm telling you exactly. Dude, do you want me to actually use more scientific terms, or do you want me to water it down to a normal layman's conversation?
Why is the moon a globe and we're genuine? That is a genuine question though. Why would we be flat and every other body be circular?
You've never seen more than one side of it, dude. You've never seen more than one side of it.
Because it's locked in to fucking. That's why we have the fucking.
I agree with you that there is a circle present, then the illumination comes off of it.
How do the phases of the moon work?
What does that have to do with the horizontal baseline of Earth? It doesn't change that. Where's the curvature?
But
how about this one? Who measured?
Do you know how the moon's phase?
There's got to be some dude who measured for curvature. What's his name?
What?
What is the name of the man who first measured curvature on Earth? What is his name?
I would assume it's one of the Greeks. I forget his actual name.
Neil Armstrong.
Yeah. Okay. What else we got? Jesus Christ, this must be a fucking downward pit.
Okay, we can put it out in a multiple choice. Would that make it easier?
No, no. This is. Oh yeah, go on. Yeah, go on. I'm down to clown. Go on.
Okay. All right. So I think it was AG that asked you who measured the Earth to be a globe, right? Is it A, Aristotle, C, Aristophanes, B, Socrates, C, I don't know.
I'm going to assume. Oh, I don't know. I don't know which one's the featherless biped one.
Aristotle, Aristophanes, Socrates, or you don't know?
It's either Aristotle or Socrates. I don't know which one.
Nope.
Okay, wicked.
Oh. You failed the test, my guy. You failed. That's all right. So the correct answer for the person that allegedly measured the person that allegedly measured Earth curve, his name is Aristophanes. Aristophanes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was just measuring shadows on the ground from the story. There's three different stories, right? It's the shadow of some buildings, the shadow of the shadows in a well.
It has something to do with curve, That's the thing is you got the circuit of the sun moving overhead, so he basically has a circle, but it's not curvature. It is the path of the sun and shadows. It has nothing to do with curvature to begin with.
Why can't I transmit radio waves in a straight line across countries?
What? You ever heard of the Marconi transatlantic radio transmission?
Yeah, and it bounces off the atmosphere because that's high wave or high band.
No, it didn't. The band,
Okay.
the band he was using in 1918 is Line of Sight. 10,000 miles or more from London to Australia. 1918.
So, I don't think that's true.
Yeah, look up the line. Look up the kilohertz band he was using. It's Line of Sight.
You look it up on Wikipedia, it'll tell you. So I'm assuming none of you guys think the moon landing was real then.
It's horse shit.
Yeah, that's
What are we just sending up like nonsense then? This is like a lot of money to waste on just sending shit up places.
I'm saying it's horse shit because it's a propaganda program in order to increase people's like watch that shit, their attention towards that type of stuff. It was a pissing contest between America and Russia. Nobody actually went to the fucking moon.
Okay. Baseline. Literally baseline.
Base.
Why would people lie about this? This seems like such an odd thing to like carry on.
Pissing contest, and that's another thing. It's tied into an ancient cult of Pythagoras for one. So there's religious aspects of it. There's royalty aspects of it with the bloodlines and other shit. The Globus Cruciger, there's like authority that comes down from powers above, the powers that be. Why wouldn't they?
If someone told me if someone showed me undeniable proof that the world was flat tomorrow, I think I'd still go to work on Monday and have to do my shifts and then go home.
Oh, dude, of course you would. Nothing really changes except for the fact that you know that most of this shit's just bullshit. You're not going to be worried about space rocks falling on your fucking head.
It seems a lot of people to employ and to keep quiet.
Dude, it's really compartmentalized. Nobody just does their job. Nobody really asks questions. They keep their heads down, they do their job, and they shut up. They get paid, they go home, they enjoy their time with their family.
But you'd have to deal so many people into the fact of, it's flat. Just try communications, shipping, flight, airline,
the idiomotor effect.
Millions of people.
If people have certain expectations and they believe the people that raised them also knew what they were talking about, there's certain things like the idiomotor effect that can take place where people's beliefs can influence what they're looking at and how they perceive the data that they're collecting.
Why do we have seasons?
It can even affect minor muscle movements and motions, and it can corrupt experiments.
Why is it hotter at the equator?
Sun moves.
Yeah, but what? It moves in a straight line?
Just moves. That's what the sun does. It moves. You ever notice that the sun moves?
I do. To be fair, yesterday I did look up and see that it moves. Why are days longer and shorter in other places?
Because the sun moves.
What, in a beam? What, did we move? So wait, but yeah, okay, but then how it affects other celestial bodies in terms of literally any other moon or planet is different.
Yeah, the sky does its own thing.
The sky does its own thing, but we're just special. Why are we flat?
Who?
I gotcha. Yeah, space is fake, so why are you trying to compare us to anything else?
Space is fake? What, so what, are we just holding it up?
Are we in someone's are we in a snow globe in someone's bedrooms?
No, space is fake. No, space is fake.
So what's all the stars and shit? Okay. What's all
stars and shit?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm using general terms here, but what is literally everything you see up in the night sky? Or even
the night sky. It's the night sky.
What is the night sky?
All those lights and stuff, little lights and stuff.
How long have you been living in a tent outside Area 51?
I don't understand the question.
Wait.
He's not saying that.
Aren't you a Glober? Don't you think aliens are at Area 51? What do I have to do with Area 51, you idiot?
Okay. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, God, he's such a nerve there. Look, she's coming back, mate. She's coming back, I swear.
You wear a tin hat. Wear a hat made out of tinfoil.
What's another good one? I mean, none of these questions are really getting actual answers, or in terms of actual physics. How does gravity work?
You have to tell us that it's your claim.
Yeah, what's
What, the
gravity?
What,
What's
gravity
gravity?
exists?
What's gravity?
Why? Okay. Why does the moon orbit us?
No, we're not switching now. It's not time to switch topic. You said gravity. Why don't you define
Another
gravity
claim.
for
Yeah,
us?
it's another claim anyway.
Tell us what gravity is. Just define it for us. Thank you.
No, I'm not going to explain gravity to you.
So you just bring up shit with no backing or basis or validation for your claim? Okay, we got it.
I mean, it was a question for you. It was a question.
Baseless
No, it's not. Gravity is your claim. Gravity is your claim, dude.
Yeah, baseless claims can be dismissed.
Isn't that all of yours?
No, water. We're not making the claim. We're not making a shape claim of Earth. Hydrostatic equilibrium. That's what you're fighting against.
What strain of weed do you smoke?
Yeah, you're fighting your challenges with water itself. Fundamental nature of water at rest. That's what you have.
Really?
That's what you have trouble with, because in your religion, the globe Earth, it has to be curving.
I'm not religious. I'm not religious.
Yeah, if you believe the globe, you only believe it.
If I believe the globe,
that's a religious belief.
Jesus Christ, you're proper down in that hole, aren't you? Fuck you know.
No, you're religious.
It actually is. It's heliolatry, man.
What are these fucking... Niggas just making up terms.
You don't know
Helio? No. What is that? Sorry, say it again.
Heliocentrism. You don't know
what does that
is?
mean? No, God, no.
Yeah, it's the largest religion. It's the largest cult religion ever created in mankind, in all of human history. It's the largest religion ever. Yeah, I know, it's disturbing, isn't it? Yeah, that you believe the religious belief your whole entire life and have no evidence to validate or verify it, which you've clearly shown us here today.
How does air pressure work? Why do we even have air pressure?
I don't think either of us actually give a fuck. We just want to know what you think about it.
Yeah, well, no, I just want to understand your schizophrenic ramblings.
About air pressure, guys. Hey, doctor, would you like to talk about this one?
Why do we have an atmosphere? What is holding the atmosphere in exactly?
Why do you need to have something holding air in? Space is fake.
But space isn't fake, though.
What is it then if it's fake?
What is it?
Space is real.
So what, we're just sitting in a black void of nothing?
No, you are.
No.
So
you're on the ground. The ground is stationary. Earth is contained.
But then what? It contained in what?
Contained in whatever's the boundary. That is the necessary antecedent of gas pressure in all circumstances. In this reality, is gas pressure requires a container, a physical boundary to contain the gas.
I think it's just the mass of the Earth causing the gravitational pull of the atmosphere.
Yeah. Okay. Show that. Show that.
Prove it.
Yeah, Chris, get a fucking rocket ship and go to space and prove it.
No, rocket ships, flying in rocket ships does not prove gravity, you dumb ass.
Prove that gas pressure. Prove that. Let's see a demonstration of gas pressure.
I'm sorry, you are a fucking.
Hold on, I was talking. So let's see a demonstration of gas pressure being contained with only gravity, no container.
I would assume you could look at nebulas and how they condense together and how
Oh my God,
that's a lie. You never seen anything do that.
More religious beliefs.
No, you can look through a telescope and see it.
No, you're lying.
No, you can.
I have one. I don't see that stuff.
What do you see? What? So what? When you see like Jupiter, I literally.
I don't see nebulas flying around.
But you see the edge of the galaxy. Okay, what the fuck is the Milky Way?
So you want to talk about space that doesn't exist? You mean the lights in the sky?
Okay, so you basically, any question I have about anything outside the Earth of space is just space is faking gas.
Yeah, it's just you made it up. You made it up. Yep.
You're fucking Jesus Christ! How do you?
I
go
know
to
you're having
work
a hard time.
How do you deal with people and interact with? No, this must.
I'm dealing with you, aren't I? I'm dealing with you.
This has to be a troll. Though.
You're starting to spiral out because you don't like that. You can't ever go to Mars. You can't fly in rocket ships.
We don't
That's
wanna
all
go to
fake
Mars,
shit.
no tags. We just
All
wanna know what you
fake,
think.
fake.
We just want to know what you think.
I want to understand.
I told you space is fake. So what's there to think about?
You can't just label an answer of space is fake.
Yes, I can. I don't give a shit what's happening above me.
So it just shows your answers behind it are meaningless because you're just gonna basically kick off and say
Space is fake unless you can prove it exists. Then that's where we leave it.
How can you prove it doesn't exist?
I don't have
You
to.
don't try to prove a
you don't have
negative,
to,
buddy. I want you to show me -5 apples. You cannot prove a negative. The burden of proof is always on the positive claim.
Nigga,
Thank
what
you.
the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about the art of debate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're telling us to prove that it's not, right? The burden of proof is not on negative. It's on the positive. You're saying space exists. Space is real. We're saying no, it's not.
Because I can look at it and see it. But you have to explain what are stars and planets
right?
then?
So
What are
in
they?
debate, I'm sorry, did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? So
Jesus Christ.
you have the positive claim. Do you not? Yes, you do. You have the positive claim.
I don't actually.
Brother, listen.
You'll be all right. I hear your brain just frying away because you just don't get it. That's too bad.
Nigga, you're
I did hear
retarded.
it.
Shut the fuck up.
Listen.
You go. Oh, gee. How do people go out and vote?
For what? What do you need me to vote for?
It's just kind of
What do you need me to vote for? I live in Ohio. You want me to vote in California?
It's terrifying you people actually exist and actually have these ideas.
Uh-oh, this is day 2. Yesterday, somebody wanted us arrested, and it should be illegal to be flat earthers.
No, it's true, yeah.
Your life's not fucking boring that you have to have these weird fringe ideas that no one believes. So you have like an ounce of interest in your life.
You are the only one with the belief system, son. You believe in outer space, and you believe in everything else. You're the only one with the religion.
Yeah, it's not a belief that the sea is level. Well, thanks for interrupting me.
You can look on a fucking glass and see that's curved when you fill up to the top. You fucking moron.
Fill up your bathtub, reject. Go fill up your bathtub and just let it sit. It's gonna rest.
So hold on. I want to.
Why is there a doctor at the start of your name? You stupid nigger.
Everybody. He said if you fill a glass up to the top and then it makes that little curve, of the air pressing down, that's Earth curve. So you could actually, his size Earth is like the size of a dining room table.
So yeah, that's the whole thing about it, dude. It's not a belief, that large bodies of water establish a horizontal equilibrium. Right? It's horizontal. That's 90 degrees. Vertical. Okay, you cannot have that on a curving surface. You cannot have that on a water hill because that's not ever a thing. There's no water hills. It's
you're all fucking retarded.
It's horizontal. It's not curving for miles upon miles, for thousands upon thousands of miles. It's not curving. And that's why we're here. Do you know why this room exists? Because we can't find any evidence of Earth curve. Do you have that? Because it's the only qualifier that a globe Earth would need to be valid.
I think they all left now.
Wow. Couldn't even hang.
Take space away from them, they freak out.
intuitively, everybody knows that water rests flat. And so it's crazy that we're here in 2025 and people believe that Earth is a globe going around the sun, despite instinctively and intuitively knowing that water rests flat. It just blows my mind.
Oh well. I wish they would have stuck around for a little bit longer.
That top channel is just crazy, man. So quiet in here. Up there, so noisy. So any Globers in here got the goods? Gonna shut us down today?
Had a Glover earlier that wanted to talk about education and RIQs, and I whipped out the triangle test, and he never said a word, sat there for about 5 minutes, and then quit. He gave up as soon as I pulled that test out. He didn't want to talk about anything.
Typical, eh?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
It was funny the other day, a guy was trying to prove gravity, and he used the example of a helium balloon inside of a vacuum chamber and saying how it fell. But then we add more air into that vacuum chamber, and we can manipulate the balloon from going up and down. So just simply removing and putting air back in does this trick. Gravity has nothing to do with it.
Things like gravity and when they squawk refraction, those to them it's like their fix it all. It's like their band-aid, their boo-boo. cover for all the things that are wrong that they know, right? Like I can feel it, that in the backs of their minds they know that something's not right with this heliocentric crap, and so they just squawk refraction and squawk gravity as a band-aid to try to fix what's wrong.
But they just say density, right? Like it's a thing affecting gravity. But no, density is affecting the object, dude, not gravity, man. Density.
Right. Yep. Relative
simple.
density. They want to squawk gravity, but they don't even understand relative density, the density of objects relative to the mediums that they're in. Oh, gosh, man, I didn't even finish school. I know this shit.
Like, why does the helium balloon rise? It's because of density. It's not because of gravity. Or buoyancy or whatever, right? But it's not gravity.
See, according to what I understand, you need mass times acceleration to create force. So if you have a buoyant mass of something in water, it's creating a force in an upward vector on the water above the object. That's where the force is being applied. And for objects that have weight in the air, objects that will fall through air, right? That force isn't being applied on the top of the object as it falls. The force is being created at the bottom of the object as it falls towards the ground. Like this, yeah. They don't get it. I get it, but they don't get it. The force. May the force be with you. It's just the force that's made by acceleration of these things through their various mediums.
How about gravity as a plot device in science fiction?
I'd have to absolutely agree with that.
It's everywhere. And in sci-fi and in the official narratives, it's effectively a kind of magic that they can use to do pretty much anything, including go back in time.
At the end of the day, it's like, cool story, bro.
You can slingshot around a planet, dude.
It's the force.
So we've got Intuition and Booger Smoker in the room. So Booger Smoker, I see you here a lot, Boog. Why do you what keeps you coming back, man?
I don't know. It's like going to the zoo.
It's like going to the zoo. Except you don't learn anything about the animals.
So you feel you're better, right? Than everybody in here? You feel that you're better than everybody in here?
When did I say that?
No.
Well, you said it's like going to the zoo, right? What are you looking at? Animals.
So when you go to the zoo, do you automatically think that you're better than the animals?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I look at those. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe.
You're doing a lot of.
I'm looking at animals in cages and in captivity, and
That's fine, but that's you projection. You don't have to project onto me.
So is that what you feel when you come in here? You're looking at animals in captivity?
No, you guys aren't in captivity.
So what did you mean when you said it's like being at a zoo?
It's like going to the zoo. It's like a field trip.
Yeah, so you think you're better than anyone else in here?
When did I say that? Why do you keep?
Well, when you go to the zoo, do you think you're better than the animals there?
No, I don't think I'm better than the animals at the zoo.
Okay, then what in the hell was even the purpose of your comment?
Because you asked me and I answered. Why are you guys so sensitive in here?
Rude. No, it was
literally a combative and hostile towards soldiers. And then somebody says one thing to you and you guys want to tone police. It's crazy. You asked me a question, I answered, and now you're getting butthurt about it.
Yeah, no,
don't ask me.
It's like going and looking at caged animals in captivity. That's what you're saying, right?
Welcome to 24/7.
I said it's like going and looking at caged animals in captivity, right? That's what you said?
No, I said it's like going to the zoo.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Please try to.
Well, how about this, right? Let's be specific. So, Booger, Booger, where are the animals in this round?
Huh?
You said it's like going to the zoo, right? So you're at the zoo. Where are the animals?
That's kind of funny because I've got a lion. I've got a lioness.
Where are the animals when you go to the zoo?
No, where are the animals in here? If you're at the zoo, where are the
I
animals?
would imagine you guys are all in your own homes. I
don't know why. I don't know why I'm wasting my time with these stupid fucking niggas. Marconi did use low band. It did possibly on the sphere, and you're
We are the animals in your eyes, right?
Huh?
So to be clear, we are the animals from your perspective, right?
Are you including me in the we?
No, in
you're
your
saying
eyes,
just you guys?
not you. In your eyes, not you, but we are animals in your eyes, right?
No, I'm an animal too.
Okay, so you're an animal going to the zoo to view other animals? So what's the difference? What's the comparison for?
What's the comparison for what? What was your question?
You said coming to this room is like going to the zoo, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're a bunch of animals to you?
You guys are animals, just like I am. We are all animals. You don't think you're an animal?
So what's the point of making this sort of comparison of us to animals at a zoo? If you're just an animal, why didn't you just say, "Oh, I'm an animal in the wild"?
Okay, let's make a couple things clear because you guys keep wanting to misquote this because you want to be offended. I never said anybody in here. I never said you guys are all animals and I'm going to visit you in your cages. I never said that. I said this is like going to the zoo for me, and that's all I said. And then you guys want to dive into this and dissect it and find a way to offend it. That's on you. I'm not here to make you feel good about yourselves. If that offended you, then that's on you.
It was a compliment, right?
You don't know how to articulate yourself or defend yourself after making such a statement.
What? I don't have to defend anything. I've heard you guys be so abusive and hostile towards people in here so many times, and now you want to tone police? That's pathetic.
You're making a distinction without a difference. You try and claw back. It sounds like you weren't being
I'm not clawing back anything. I stand on all 10. I told you exactly what I thought, and I gave you my opinion, and I stand on it. There's no clawing back. There's no running from it. There's no hiding. There's no obfuscation. You're the one getting your feelings hurt, so maybe you need to take a look in the mirror and see why you feel so insecure.
Watch this, right? So where do go out in social settings or online with social, social interaction that is not like going to the zoo.
Yeah, so
Wait, what? Repeat your question. Repeat your question. What?
It doesn't matter. You got any globe proof yet?
Yeah, fuck it. This guy's retarded.
No, see, now you want to throw insults because you got your feelings hurt. That's on you, buddy.
You called us zoo animals. You said it's like
All right, guys.
I didn't call you zoo animals. You guys could have been. You guys. You know, when you go to the zoo, there are other people at the zoo too. You know.
You guys. I don't give a fuck.
There are other people at the zoo. You guys are just so sensitive in here. You cry and bitch constantly, and then you want to mute people when they fucking make fun of you. It's pathetic.
Booger smoker. Booger smoker.
Relax.
Where
Let's get
is
the conversation
your globe
back to the actual subject matter of this room?
Yeah, I figured maybe you were back because you finally found evidence that Earth is a globe.
You wouldn't know how to interpret the evidence, so it doesn't matter. So it'd be a waste of time.
I shouldn't have to interpret evidence.
Oh wow! Okay, see, this is just more. This is just you're literally just digging your own grave here. You don't need to interpret evidence. Okay, yeah, this is why.
Does anyone want to correct me? No, please. Alpha Veritas is in here. Chris in here. Dawes is in here.
This would be like trying to teach a 1-year-old how to read. Essentially, it would just be a waste of time.
Evidence. Does anyone want to
sequitur to the ground?
Yeah. Interpret evidence? Evidence is evidence. I shouldn't have to interpret shit.
What? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You don't interpret evidence? So somebody just brings you information and that's it? You don't receive it, you don't interpret it, you don't comprehend it?
Once the evidence is given,
that makes no fucking sense. So somebody can just come to you and tell you something, and if you feel like it's true, that's good enough for you.
Evidence. There is analytics, right? There's analysis.
Analysis and interpretation are very similar. Analysis and interpretation are synonymous in a lot of ways.
Yeah, one at a time. Okay, take turns.
Yeah, analysis and interpretation are very similar. You cannot analyze something without first interpreting it. That makes no fucking sense. How could you analyze something that you cannot interpret? Explain that to me.
So the evidence, and we will analyze it.
Okay, but you have to interpret it, right? To be able to analyze it?
Definition of interpret, go.
Why don't you give the definition? I'm not your little definition boy. I don't need to supply you definitions on your commands. Why don't you look it up if you don't know what it means?
I do know what it means. I want to know that you know what it means.
Okay, so then define it. If you know what it means, you should be able to answer the question real quick.
Now you're asking me to do your work.
You asked the question. You asked what it meant. I didn't ask. I don't need to.
I asked you to define it. I didn't ask you what it meant.
I don't have to do what you say, lady. What the fuck do you think this is? You're not a teacher. You're not.
You have no authority to define it, and you can't define it.
No, you can't define it. You're the one asking the question, so you don't know what it means. So go ahead.
Let's end it right here then. Okay, we got to a point where it's impassable. The two of you have reached an impasse.
Pretty much, that's what I'm saying. She's asking questions. She's asking someone else to answer. Nobody has to answer that question for you.
Yeah, you know everything. That's true. Yeah, my husband.
I never said I knew everything. Now you want to make shit up and say that I said something I didn't. When did I say that I know everything? When did I say that?
All right, so what's next?
What do you know? You know there's a globe?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Do I know if the Earth is a globe? No, but I have a strong suspicion that it is.
Suspicion. Get out of town.
So you don't know what interpret means? That's fun.
I have a strong.
Do you know what it means? Maybe you can enlighten us.
Yeah.
Or did you look up the definition in all this time you've been
Yeah. What does
yapping,
a
lady?
suspicion mean? What does that mean?
No.
I have a strong suspicion that the Earth is a globe. What does that mean?
I got a hunch.
Really? So
Yeah.
there's nowhere in academia that they prove that the Earth is a globe. Yeah. Is that what you're
There's
saying?
a bunch of places. Yeah, there's a bunch of places.
Where? You didn't name one.
I mean,
you said
could
you have a hunch.
You can
Your
literally
hunch is
step
that the Earth
into
is a
any.
globe?
You can literally step into any like place of education or pick up any science book, and you'll be able to enlighten yourself.
Yeah, really. And yet you have, and yet you have a hold on, guys. And yet you have a hunch. All of that information in academia, and you still got a hunch. You don't know.
Yeah, it's very hard to know anything 100%. Yeah.
Why?
Because the idea, these are all concepts we're discussing. Like, so the concept of knowing something, the concept of what it means to obtain knowledge, all of these things are still like being debated in philosophy and science. So, like, if you really want to get into the nitty gritty of it, we would have to talk about what it means to truly know something beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think that, from my vantage point, being a living human being who has to rely on their senses, which are
really, how do you know that?
And imperfect.
How do you know that, dude? You're making all this up right now. You could be just having a dream, a nightmare. How do you know that's true? What you just said.
I don't think I'm dreaming right now. I mean, it's possible, but the chances are very slim.
Well, it's possible. Then that means you can't discount it, which means that you could be.
No, that's not true. You can discount things that are below a reasonable threshold of like chance.
No, you can't.
Like,
you said it's a possibility.
For example, like I could step outside and like a plane could crash right into me and kill me, but the chances of that happening are so minuscule. I don't even need to take it into consideration. It would be a waste of my time.
You just did. You just did. Right now in the conversation, you just spoke of it. You said right now there's a slight chance that could happen.
It could happen. It's not impossible. Yeah,
well, there you go.
Impossible.
So you included it in the possibility of what could happen, which is the same way that you don't know that the Earth is a globe. So you're talking about opening up books and looking through them, yet the same way that you can't even have a good understanding of academic sources telling you.
So wait a second. So you're saying we can only say things if we know them as 100% fact? Is that how you operate?
No,
like you don't do anything unless you understand it 100%. Is that what you're implying?
I'm saying you can know certain things to be true, and other things you can think about them as possibilities. Other things, not everything. So when we're talking about the Earth that you're standing on, which is the physical world, you can investigate and know something to be true or not. So you can know if the Earth is a globe or not. Yeah? But you're proposing
if the Earth is a globe or not? No, you could you could make judgments, but you couldn't know it unless you go in outer space.
Based on your interpretation, you can't know anything to be true. So you can't have a standard. I can. I don't have your standard.
No, that's not true. You don't get to determine that for me. You don't get to answer that for anybody else.
Your standard is that you're on a spectrum of knowledge.
Your standard is that you just boss people around and try and tell them what they can and can't do. And then you act like you did something. You're not doing anything here, buddy. You're literally just telling people what they can and can't do. You're establishing arbitrary laws for reality, and you're saying, look, you're not obeying my arbitrary laws.
Here, check this out, man. That is absolutely what you're doing. You're projecting that all we can do is have a knowledge, a basic, just like an understanding, but we don't really know something to be true because there's a percentage of how we know things to be true. And so really, it's just a possibility. That is your projection onto all of us. That's the way you think that everybody should think.
No, I never said anybody needs to think how I think. You're the one that's sitting here trying to argue that you know absolute truth and that you are the arbiter. It's not going to happen, buddy. You're not an arbiter of anything. I don't have to listen to you about anything.
Yeah, I didn't say absolute truth, but science works in the how-why questions and investigations into the natural phenomena.
What do you know about science? You don't get to tell me what science is or isn't. You don't know anything about science.
I do because, you know what? I do because you don't have a standard. Your standard
you don't have. Science is not about your standard. You're just making shit up. And you just think that you think that if you yell stuff and you talk like the way you are, like you're so full of yourself that people are going to like obey you and like.
No, it's not about obeying.
Authority.
Listen, this is how it works.
definitely not an
People
authority on
yeah,
anything,
Booger,
bro.
shut up,
You
dude.
have no
People
idea what
actually
you're
side
talking
with
about.
logic. People side with logic, and you're illogical.
Logic does
So they're
not
gonna
answer
side with you.
every question. Logic does
Yeah,
not
it does.
answer every
It
single
keeps
question.
consistency. It keeps consistency in our worldview. When you're
No, it's not true.
inconsistent, you're
People can
illogical.
think logically and come to
You're
wrong
illogical,
conclusions all
sir.
the time.
You're not logical. You're
People can
illogical.
think logically and come to the wrong conclusions constantly. That makes
Yeah,
no
but that's
sense.
because
You
they're
have to
within the
do
parameters of
observations.
truth.
You have to do
You're not.
measurements. You have to
You're
use
not doing
peer
any of
review.
those.
You
You're not
you
doing
can't
any of
just sit
those.
around and say
You're
I
not
think
doing
this and
any
what I
of those.
think is logical. So
Yeah,
therefore it
you're trying
must
to
be
project
true.
your worldview, and you're not doing any of the
There's
things
no
that you just
worldview
mentioned.
I projected. What worldview have I told anybody that they need
Everybody
to
has to
obey?
think about
The
reality.
only one that's sitting here,
Yeah.
the only one sitting here
I'm
telling
gonna have to
people
stop
how
because
they
it's
need
audio
to view the
chaos right
world,
now.
then it's you. You're the only one that is sitting here
All right. So yeah, you're not going to project your worldview and say that's just the way it is. You get upset because you want to come in here and say, well, we can't know anything to be true. Yeah, no, sorry, but your low standard will never cut it in the realm of logic. We have to discern what something is and what something isn't. That's called the law of identity, sir. And so we abide by laws of logic. So for all of us, we can say, yeah, the earth is or is not the thing we say it is. But in your worldview, you have a hunch. According to your standards, you don't know. It's a possibility it could be a globe, but who knows? It could be on the back of a turtle, or it could be concave. I don't know. It's a possibility that the earth is a globe. See, we can't work. Science doesn't work in that realm. So pseudoscience does, however. Pseudoscience is masquerading as science. It's not actually science. It's masquerading as science. So that's what you think real science is, and it's not. So we can differentiate when people are being logical and illogical, which is what you are doing. And you're trying to project your worldview onto everybody else and saying that, well, if we don't think like the way you do, we just don't have a higher sense of learning. But we do, because we can have discernment as to what something is or is not based on the law of identity. Now, we're going to abide by the laws of logic, which you're not doing. We're going to be able to tell you that the earth is or is not a globe. So that's what we do in this room, and you can't do it because all you got is a hunch. So therefore, your laws of logic, which are not laws, they're just illogical ideas, are always going to fail every time. That's what's going to happen. So you're actually the zoo animal roaming around in a cage because you're in a mental cage with the earth being a globe. That's all you've been projecting, and you think that you're going to come in here telling us what's what? Yeah, you just got told, dude. You got bodied.
I just quickly wanted to say thank you, AV, for muting him because I was having a hard time hearing your point. Thank you.
Yeah, he's upset. You know, he's seething behind the mic right now, and I know he is, because he can't get his worldview projected onto everybody else. And more of the people like him, they want to act like they're more superior in the way they think by having no knowledge claims on anything. So they want to hold to the fact that science doesn't prove anything, and that's incorrect. Because with science, we can know how and why questions. We can investigate cause and effect relationships. So with his way of thinking, you'll never know anything. So we have to establish facts in the world that we live in. The physical world, we can determine things. And there's some things we can't determine. But on those things, we can discern what things we can know and what things we cannot know, based on how we can investigate the claims of what things are. Now, the way he's projecting, the way he wants you to think, is to kind of screw your mind up into thinking that knowledge is based on a percentage, right? Well, you know that only 80%. On this over here, about 52%. Like, that's not how it works. Either know or not know something is true. But these guys want to make up a worldview where you could fall within a range. Like he's saying, I have a hunch that the earth is a globe. Well, that's fantastic, but you don't know that it is. And that's the $1 million question that everybody comes in there, tries to find out whether Earth is or is not a globe. Yeah, you think you're hot stuff, booger smoker, but you're not, dude. Your worldview never makes it in the realm of logic, ever. That's why when people have serious conversations, you're actually discounted, sir. You can't be in a room with the big boys. You got to go play in Fantasyland with the other kids, where they're imagining things. Yeah? That's where you belong. Where you could be a brain in a jar. We don't do that in here, sir.
Did you hear his comment about us being in a zoo, about the zoo?
Yeah.
Yep. He just thinks that he's better. Like when he told you, Alpha, that, you're not going to tell me about science. Like, what does that even mean? Is he trying to say that he knows better than anyone in here about science?
He's snubbing his nose up in the air, and he acts like his his worldview, his epistemology, and how he projects what he knows, the things that he knows, as the true way of knowing and understanding the physical world around us. But see, that he doesn't tell you how he knows something. That's his problem. The flaw in his logic, which is illogical, right, is that he can say that I only think about the Earth as a globe. I don't know it's a globe, but I will say that I know it's a globe, masquerading as knowledge, but it's not knowledge really. It's just me saying I know. But then when you dig a little deeper, he's just like, well, I have a hunch. Well, what's a hunch, dude? Is that knowledge? No. A hunch is not knowledge. I have a hunch. That's his whole, you could wrap up his whole worldview in those words that he just spoke. I have a hunch.
The best was when he tried to backpedal like 3-4 times. I was just saying it was the best when he tried to backpedal 2 or 3, 4 times or something.
I have a hunch my keys are lost in the sofa, but I checked the sofa and my keys aren't there. You know?
Yeah, exactly. So
he's a hunch earther.
Well, I mean, you ask him direct questions, and when he answers with this, like, I really don't know, then that sums up the worldview, right? That's just like where he is right now with his thought process. He doesn't know if the Earth is a globe. So then he comes and tells us that we are in a zoo. Really? Oh, that's rich, coming from somebody that's trapped in this mental construct that he can never know anything to be true. And he's a brain in a jar. Actually, being a brain in a jar would be a cage, wouldn't it? You're locked up. So I think you got it the other way around, man. Yeah, he thinks he's intellectual. I'm telling you that every time people like him come in here, I run circles around them because of the way they think. It's flawed. They have to borrow from logic in order to make their worldview, their epistemology, actually have any coherence. That's what they do. They borrow from logic, and then they try to make their epistemology sound reasonable. And it doesn't, because we don't work in those realms. We know when we look at something, we can identify it to be something because we can investigate what it is. And when it comes to him, he doesn't know. So if you ask him if the Earth is a globe, by the laws of identity, he'd say, I don't know, I have a hunch. See? So he can identify the Earth as a globe, nor project to anybody else that he can't. I was reading Over Fences. Yep, that's exactly true. But he sits in here, right? He doesn't open his mic. He's just sitting here and listening because he can't understand how people can speak logic when his worldview is illogical completely, and how we're not speaking like him. So his low standard we've already crossed that threshold many times over, and he doesn't know how it's possible that we can make these statements that we do about truth. So to him, he doesn't know how are you saying the Earth is flat? That's weird, because you can't know anything to be true. Because we're all just like trying to figure out what knowledge is anyway. That's him. That's what happens, Booger. And then the other thing we're going to get is him seething behind his microphone. Until he's let off mute, then he's going to yammer on again about this same topic. We're going to keep going in circles about it.
So he needs to admit that he has a hunch, but he has absolutely no knowledge.
Sorry, Anna. I was just saying it's almost like a mechanic where you bring your car and he's, what's wrong with it? And you say, well, I think it's sputtering, it's misfiring a little, and he just starts replacing shit instead of diagnosing it and fixing what's wrong. I'll do the plug first, and then I'll do the distributor, and then I'll do this.
Hey, Flatman, imagine you take your car into the mechanic, and then you're like, okay, after looking it over, you know what's wrong with it? Well, I have a hunch. Would you go? Wouldn't you stop him right there and then? You'd be like, dude, that's fine. Give me my keys. Yeah. I'm gonna take my vehicle somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like, why would you let somebody work on your car if they have a hunch? If they don't know what's going on with your car, you're gonna take your car out of that place and be like, dude, let me take it to a mechanic who knows what they're talking about, right? Who knows what the problem is.
Exactly. He won't change the plugs on a hunch.
Nah,
Because then you're spending money on frivolous things that the guy doesn't know what he's doing. And that's what Booger Smoker, that's all he is. He has a hunch. He doesn't know if the Earth is a globe.
yeah, if the mechanic was honest, he would at least say, I have a hunch as to where to start trying to diagnose. And then from that process, then determine the proper procedure to perform. Right?
Well, you can't do it on a hunch, though.
Not the procedure, of course not.
What
At the
I
beginning
find
of the
because,
diagnosis.
what I find because I work on a lot of cars, they'll come to me and they'll say, I think it's this. And I'll say, okay, thanks. Plug in the code reader, find out what's wrong. And it's never what they think it was.
Yeah. All it takes is research. All it takes is for someone to investigate, to figure out what it is. And once you find out what it is, you can identify what it is and then, solve the problem. But he can't do that. For some reason, his worldview doesn't permit that. So he'll be in a state of perpetual ignorance.
Yeah. What if everybody walked around using a hunch as their knowledge base? I mean, think about that for a second. So the mechanic was just talked about. How about like the carpenter? Like, what is the angle of this roof here? Well, I have a hunch. You're going to cut your wood building a roof based on a hunch? How about, like, I always go to, like, measuring your floor, right? So how big is the floor in square feet, inches, or whatever? Well, I have a hunch because I'm going to measure the ceiling lamp. Like, you would tell somebody, get the F out of my house. You're not helping me with the flooring. I measure. But that's basically what Booger Smoker has. He's got a hunch. Yeah. Not knowledge.
Bro left. He gone.
Yeah, that's good.
Couldn't handle it.
That's good. He's seething behind his mic anyways. He's waiting for you to get on the mic and just tell you how wrong you are because you can't think as deeply as he can.
Yeah.
My worldview is not made up in absolutes. And it's like, dude, when we talk about truth in here, we identify what the world is based on knowledge that we can, check out for ourselves. We can do the research. We can figure things out.
Yeah, it's like somebody saying, I'm absolutely certain about these things with no certainty. I don't live in absolutes. I absolutely believe that we don't live in absolutes. What the hell?
Well, that's the thing, though. He can't claim knowledge if he doesn't have any, right? Which is what he said he has. He's got knowledge.
As your doctor, I know I have a hunch it could be cancer, so we're just going to do chemo for fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, don't worry. We're not going to run any tests or diagnostics. We've got a strong hunch.
These intellectual types always want to bring their flawed logic in here and kind of use it as a catalyst to tell us how we can understand the world around us is within a percentage, Well, when you say the Earth is flat, you can only say that only to a certain percentage. You can't know that to be 100%. Yeah, why not? Water demonstrates itself that way. It's obviously true that it's flat on its surface, and it doesn't matter how far you extend water, it always remains that way. So if nature's demonstrating itself to be as a horizontal plane, why would I say that it's not? Unless I'm using flawed logic, Other than that, I won't. Hey, who's in here? Just me, Jenna, Sunny. I see CB's in there. What's up, CB?
Got intuition and Lats. I haven't heard
Just a bunch.
intuition say anything.
Mick, what's going on, man? Over fences, I seen her typing in the text.
Nope.
Says who? What's up, man?
Nope.
What's up, brother?
Who's doing that note thing? That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm so glad we got the soundboard back, man.
We got
It's
Into
fucking
Action.
hilarious.
Into Action's a part of our group right now. Who is that guy?
Who's that Pokemon?
Freaking hell. Got the Scarlet King. What's going on, guys? I was trying to call Burger Smoker out early this morning, but I think he was sleeping. He fell asleep in this channel. And he just woke up not too long ago, so.
Yeah, he was up at like 3 a.m. He was in the room.
I like to grind their logic into dust, dude, where there's nothing left.
It's lollipop logic.
Well, he's like, I'm projecting my logic on everybody else. I'm like, dude, that's just logic itself. It's not being projected. It's just what we all understand. That's how we can have coherence within the physical world. Otherwise, everything's discombobulated. Like, we're just not making any sense when we talk to each other. We have to have a form of communication of the way terms mean things and, you know, how we identify things to be. Like, without that, like, I mean, how do you communicate with somebody anything?
I was listening on the YouTube long before I joined. And one of the reasons I joined was because he was over talking you, and thankfully you had muted him so I could hear what you were saying, because I was going to ask him to stay quiet while you were talking. But I recall he was mentioning how he had witnessed a rocket go to space, and then when you finally pinned him down on it, he was like, "Well, I saw it from my window, from my house." Brilliant.
So I've been to the Cape. I watched a rocket launch at somewhere like 4:30 in the morning, and same thing happens that we all talk about, where it just sort of goes out of range. You know, I can't say that it went anywhere other than out of my field of vision or over there. That's all I saw.
And then I believe whoever was questioning was like, "Well, show us the proof. Show us the proof that the rocket went to space and da 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 da." And he's, "Well, I don't have any actual, like, it wasn't me. I just saw it." Okay. And then he ended up just dipping, just left. No comments, no, departing comments or nothing, just gone.
Yeah, we had a real winner yesterday. Morning early. We're talking to this guy, Israel. The guy was just getting drunker and drunker through the conversation, and eventually he was just spiraling out.
Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic Father's Day.
It smells so far,
Happy
but
Father's Day to all the days.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Misogyny.
Well, that was it. I'm sorry about that. Didn't.
I was just saying, pretty mellow day for me so far. Mom, sister, and I are gonna go surprise a friend whose birthday it was yesterday and say happy birthday to him today later on.
Good deeds are the best. Yeah, on the agenda for my Father's Day, cutting this freaking lawn. Oh, nice. I just finally heard back from Angels of Light. Hopefully he's going to check out the home Discord page. I sent him the link a couple days back. He finally responded. Oh yeah, AV. I double checked. On TikTok, when you go live, you can only have 8 people in him if he was trying to debate or just discuss the topic with.
Did you say modern day debate?
No, his name is Angels of Light on TikTok.
Oh yeah, what about it?
No, I sent him a message a few days back inviting him over to the home server.
Yeah, tell him to. Yeah, I would like to speak to him by name. Like, yeah, just tell him maybe would like to talk to you. Yep, just send him my way, or India's way, or someone.
Come on, man! I just got here.
Dude, you're always on the clock, man. There's no. You don't have an off day.
To the fire.
If we.
Yeah, I know that, but come on.
If we see your avatar, dude, you could be on lunch break right now, man. We're still gonna call you in.
You're the last one. Complete the mission.
Well, I could always use an extra snack, man, to eat up some clover.
Yeah, Booger Smoker's in here doing the same old, his tap dance of, how he's an intellectual and how you can never know something to be true. And I asked him how he knows the Earth's a globe. He says, "Well, I have a hunch." I shit you not. He said that.
He said what? That he has a hunch? Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and I was like, "What happened to?" I told him, "What happened to all of academia, bro? Like, You mean to tell me there's no way that they've told you the Earth was a globe? That you have a hunch right now? He's like, well, yeah, all you got to do is open up one of the science books and there you be. I'm like, well, not for you. Your mind's a bowl of spaghetti. You don't know what's real or what's not, what's true, what's not.
Imagine trying, like, these guys fight to tell us how they don't know anything. That's always, like, amazing to me. No, I do not know anything. Stop saying I know things. Like, what the fuck?
Can't believe he used the word hunch. That's hilarious.
Is it women's intuition?
Misogyny.
Dude, I told you he's seething. Look at him in chat, dude. He can't believe that he got utterly destroyed and was muted. Now he's like, you guys have to mute me in order to win. Like, no, we don't. I shut your ass up long before I muted your dumb ass. But because of your yapping through me, I had to, because otherwise the audience wouldn't be able to hear me.
Of course, he won only because you muted him, not because he was over talking you. What a douche nozzle.
Yeah. Or not because he was illogical either. No, it couldn't be because of that.
Yeah, I know. I noticed there's been quite the uptick in over-talking filibustering tactic.
Bye.
It's gotten a little bit worse the last couple of weeks. Well, a lot worse, not a little.
Okay, bye, guys.
I'll ask you a question, and then when you try to answer it, I'm going to answer it for you and just drown you out. Also, another tactic that's been coming around. I mean, I guess it's been around a little while. Is to ask you the irrelevant question that has nothing to do with what you're talking about, and then say you can't answer. Someone tried pulling that crap on me last night.
I think I recall what you're talking about. I was listening.
Yeah, man, it's like completely irrelevant to what I was talking about, like to what we're even talking about. Oh, the dude with the. Well, I mean, there's a couple versions of it. I guess we're also talking about the people talking about trusting scientists and how people think they're moral or something.
Simple Jack. Simple Jack was the guy who did that dumb shit. Indio, did you ever get the Morgile in here? Have you ever had him in here?
No.
I reached out to him
That'd
too.
be awesome.
Yeah, I think I think he'd be down.
I mean, I like his style. I mean, other than we kind of make fun of him in the mod chat because he had a little stretch there where he was kind of like begging for money here and there. Like, yeah, I don't know if you
When you
remember.
don't have a job. That's what happens when you don't have a fucking job.
Well, yeah.
Where is the Morgile these days? I haven't heard him for years.
I was going to say, I think he's a great guy too, but yeah, he does ask for help too much.
I don't think it was a job. I think it was like probably a substance abuse problem and not having a job. They're kind of related sometimes. Well, lots of times. Kind of can't do both.
Yeah,
It's
well,
one.
I mean,
Sorry, go ahead.
he drinks a lot, and he drinks a lot, smokes a lot of herb, you know. So, and there's no shame in it, you know. He talks about it during his live streams and shit. He's like, yeah, you know, I was able to finally get myself like a 12 pack, you know. I'm just like, oh my god, dude. But no, he's cool, and he's got a head on his shoulders for now. But yeah, just bouncing around. I mean, he's like got no like steady living situation, but last I heard, things are getting better. You know what I mean? So, and he had a stint where I think his girl was doing pretty bad health wise, but she's doing better now. So, but yeah, he can't make content because his laptop got stolen. So, yeah, the grift is real on his part too.
I don't consider people grifters if they're trying to make money. Just trying to make money, because I have no doubt the Morgul's actually a flat earther. He's not doing it just to make money. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, he's not doing it just to make money, but he thinks he should make a salary just for making YouTube videos about it, which I thought was kind of silly. It's like if you're not selling anything other than okay, I'm going to go live and try and get as many flat earthers to donate to my live streams. Like
I was going to say it's one thing. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm done.
Oh, I was just going to say it's one thing to ask and have like a member board or a Patreon board, have specific content for just members or Patreons. That's one thing. Or to ask for help at the beginning or the end. But in between, oh, I'm really hard times. If you send me something, I could get a room tonight. The room's gone tonight. And then I got nowhere to go after tonight. Like, make you feel guilty. Like,
okay, he was just e-begging, basically. I mean, he would probably e-beg anyway, regardless of flat Earth, just being in that situation. But, you know, the problem I have is when you start taking money, you're always going to get exposed. You're exposing yourself to the accusation that you're just doing it for money. Now, I don't think there's any merit to that accusation because ain't no one making money off of flat Earth. You'd make 10 times more money doing anti-flat Earth shit. Or 100 times more, 1,000 times more. There ain't no money in flat Earth, man. Ain't no one going to Tahiti on vacation because they're a flat Earth. They're making content. Maybe Jaren.
it's really sad. It makes me think of the Megadeth piece sells, but no, who's buying? You know, like this is truth, and nobody wants it.
Well, he has.
I know, right? Because the truth doesn't sell, bro. The truth does not sell. It's a bad product.
Yeah, it gets you ostracized. That's for sure. No, the only reason I brought it up is because he does have a vast knowledge on the subject, and he's been around forever. So it would be nice to just get him in here just to have a conversation without all the e-begging. That's all.
I think 24/7 does a real good job without any other characters that we don't need other people to come in here. For as long as we've been doing it, if you're asking for other people to come in here to make this better, I think that's the wrong way to look at it. I think we've already been doing great content without anybody else coming in needing to spice it up some more. I've always said that when people asked about what this place is about, I'm like, dude, this is a place where you're going to actually have your critical thinking engaged. We have a range of speakers, right, that we have that are in here now. We don't need the Morgul. We don't need anybody else but the recipe that we have of the people we have in here now. Yeah? I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. The hard facts are we don't need anybody else to spice this up. We got this. If anybody else does come in here and we have a conversation with them, that's great. You know, kudos. But we don't need anybody else, any greater speakers than the great speakers that we have now. I'm always advocating for what we do here, man. So, I mean, it's just the way it is. We've curated this platform to be what it is. We don't need it like these outsiders to come in here with their own agenda, with their own like thing that they're doing, coming in here to try to make their thing our thing. It's not. It never works out.
Thank you for saying that, Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna clear the air, dude. Like that's what this is. Indio has always been the guy to kind of keep things. He doesn't get too involved with everybody's like business back and forth, and we've always kept it to where everybody has, you know, a curated platform that we all come together and agree upon. It's just the way it is, dude. We've always kept it running this way. We don't need other big time people coming in here, you know, whatever, and then reforming or reshaping the thing we're doing here.
I saw those quotation marks around big time. Yeah, I agree.
So, you know, like we're going to keep doing our thing, and we're going to keep demonstrating to the world that the globe doesn't have anything to offer, and we're going to keep running 24/7, and we don't need big names to come in here because we're all big names. Everybody who's in there right now, if you don't see that potential within yourself, you're missing the boat, bud. If you think some other guy was a big name out there, that's because he made it doing his own thing, and we're doing our own thing. So
I was going to say that, like, the people who, you know, it's not just the people who are like regularly like willing to speak here, but it's like once in a while somebody comes out of the woodwork that's just been like listening for a long time, and then you're like, oh, so that been in here like listening the whole time was actually paying attention, and then they find their voice. I mean, we've talked about this many times, how DJ never used to talk. T-Dub never used to talk. I heard Kingsley talk today. He was making some sense. Of course, he was talking about how great we were, so I had to agree, but I'm just teasing. But yeah, I mean, like, he's in here day after day. He's appreciating what's going on, even though we don't always hear from him. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, if you want to make an impact here in this particular community, then, you know, just listen for a while, and then you'll see, you know, what it's all about, empiricism, you know, staying away from all the craziness, and, yeah, not necessarily making a big YouTube name for yourself, right? We talked about that earlier. Those people just don't, it doesn't seem to end well. I mean, name one where it's ended well for them. I'll wait.
yeah, it's always been about the collective. We always make it about that. So when I had my show Flat Earth Initiative back then, it was always about the group, all of us. It was showcasing the beauty of how all of us have our different way of being able to articulate the points for Flat Earth. It was never about just me. I was like, oh, look at me, guys. It's me. No, it's all of us.
Yes, was that the name? I was trying to remember the name of that show. You did it every day, like at 4 o'clock, right? Was that what it was called? Flat Earth Initiative?
Yeah, it was a Flat Earth Initiative.
Yeah, that's like, yeah, when I first came to Discord, you guys were doing that, and you were talking about like wacky space news, and then when a new Flat Earther came, you would interview them. That was a great show.
Zany Space News. Zany Space News. That's my favorite part.
Yeah, I think Crit was kind of like leading that because he would curate some of the articles, and so would we, you know, because all of us had for Zany Space News, that little segment of the show was just showcasing like the craziness of like the stuff they tell us. And for everybody who like even looks at any of the articles, you'll see we don't have to make anything up. Like Flat Earth doesn't have to come up with some crazy ways that, you know, globe earthers are proposing ideas about space. They just already are on the internet. You go in there and they talk about dark matter bullets. You got black holes colliding that sound like birds chirping. Like, dude, it is just everywhere. Like all this kind of crazy noise is out there. You know, it's like we don't have to make it up. It's just so Zany Space News was just you just pick articles out there from, you know, from the internet using snorkels in space. Like, dude, these articles are for real.
Yeah, and so I don't want to say like I think all things on YouTube or social media are bad, because I think some of them are good. It's only when the person just seems to like they actually start believing their own hype, right? That's when it's a problem. But yeah, if you're just about putting out the information out there, which you always have been, I recognize that, AV, for sure, and you and also you recognize the strengths of the group. I mean, that's the recipe for being a success as a team is. Yep. No one person thinking it's all about them, which I don't think anybody here in our little group does. I don't know. If they do, you know, they're keeping a good secret.
I've said this before. It's not about me doing a one-man band, you know, going out there and doing it. I have aspirations of doing a show, but it's including the beauty that all of us have been bringing to the table thus far. So I've talked to Indio about it, you know, doing a show on Flip and having conversations within our group, because I can I can value critical thinking because we do that in here all the time with other topics as well, controversial ones, but mainly, knowing that we can talk about things like flat Earth and come to a consensus within our group, like the way we articulate our points, of course. But to me, I always like, if people ask like, well, let's bring Mark Sargent in, or that would be interesting. I'm like, fuck no, dude. We got the sauce right here. You haven't been tasting the pasta we've been putting out, man. This shit is awesome. Like, we have the stuff right here. Why would you go out there to go look for something when we got it all right here? I don't get it.
Yeah, but we have done that, right? And like, those guys are so underwhelming, it's not even funny. We did have Mark Sargent on the home server. It's up on Helio's channel, right? So we've had them. Who else have we? We've had like a bunch of people that we've kind of talked to, and they're always underwhelming.
Yeah.
Very underwhelming.
And when it comes to it, because they haven't been bouncing ideas off of other groups of critical thinkers, they more like, try to champion points on their own, and without having that like iron sharpens iron, and having within a group of people, having people held accountable like for what they say and shit, like we wouldn't be at the top of our game. Like that's the thing that I'm trying to say. It's like, so I don't know. For me,
agree with that.
Yeah, for me, it's always been like, if people are like, who do we talk to? What content should we look up? Man, fucking 24/7. Go to your Helio Skeptics channel. We've been streaming for like 8 years. There's so much. Yeah, you could just roll the live stream back. You can find out all these conversations, thousands of conversations we've had with people, like just spiraling out of control. Good points being made. Like, if you really wanted to, don't look for just one lone flat earther out there making content and all that, and just say like, well, that guy is great. This guy's a bee's knees. I'm like, dude, you're just missing the forest through the trees. You ain't seeing what we're doing in here? Like, for God's sakes.
Well, this is like I think like any type of intellectual endeavor, if you're not actively defending your ideas, you're not doing it right, bro. You're just not doing it right. That's why a lot of these guys, these YouTubers, when they, occasionally step out and try to debate, they do so horribly. And they would do worse. They would do even worse if the other side, because oftentimes the anti-flat earthers they're dealing with also don't debate, so they don't have any experience either. So it ends up just being just ugly, dumb. Nothing actually happens. You leave the freaking debate like with more questions than you had when you started it. It's like,
they put their think about it, Indio. They put their trust in some guy who's speaking or monologuing for quite some time, never had a real challenge come up to him, a real sophist, a real hard-nosed anti-flat earther come up to them and like spin their wheels. So of course it's going to sound like they're saying like beautiful things because he's never been challenged. But let a sophist come in there and see if they can rip them apart and see how they fare against them. Like, that's where the metal meets, the meat. That's where what's going on. When people are actually challenged in a way that they can hear a good response to a sophist coming at them with all kinds of crazy notions. Then that guy's
not a
worth
good
his
response, buddy. Muting people is not a good response. That's just a sign of weakness.
Well, you were over talking me.
I like how you think muting someone means you win the argument.
Okay,
you
let me
mute
ask
them,
you,
and then you just yap for 10 minutes uninterrupted.
Bro, let me ask you. What is a legitimate reason to mute you?
What's a legitimate reason?
To mute you? Yeah.
I don't really think there. I think maybe if I was saying like racist stuff, if I was using like slurs or something, yeah, that would be a good reason.
Over talking and being rude isn't.
You guys over talk and are rude in here all the time. What are you talking about?
Yep. Yeah, but this is our fucking show, dude, not yours.
Okay, so exactly. So you admit it's like this hypocritical rule. You guys can act out.
No, if you were here earlier today, we had a guy, Panther something or other, maybe like 3 or 4 hours ago, who defended his globe. We had a perfectly civilized conversation. Nobody had to mute him even one time because he understood the concept of taking turns to speak. We have fantasy globe believers who are capable of having a civilized conversation. You probably just aren't one of them.
Yeah, you fell apart. You fell apart when I started talking about how your worldview doesn't make sense. So you started over talking me multiple times. So then you got muted because you wouldn't stop incessantly interrupting me because you know that I was just destroying your worldview.
No,
So
you
couldn't
just want
have
to
that.
talk uninterrupted for 20 minutes. You just want to like soapbox.
You just interrupted him. You just interrupted him right then.
How much more does he need to say? The same thing he said 20 times. Like, I need to hear this guy say the same thing 10 times in different ways.
Let's do a sanity check on you. See if you're being honest about the situation. Steelman, any argument Alpha made in the entire time of your discussion with him, a single one. Anyone.
I don't have to do anything you request,
Because
buddy.
you were never paying attention in the first place. You're just always waiting to talk.
Yeah, he did prove a point. You were just waiting to talk. That's a good reason to mute you. Yeah.
Yeah, disingenuous. Like if you had a conversation with somebody and they're ignoring you and just waiting to talk, that's rude. That's not socially really acceptable, right? So you can say, "Hey, we're rude for muting you," but you're rude for not paying attention.
Hey
It's
guys,
tough being
This guy's a fucking retard.
Yeah, it's tough being illogical, isn't it, Booger?
It's not about being logical. You guys are a bunch of hypocrites in here, and you want to act like being hypocritical and being contradictory is somehow like. Look how you're interrupting. Look at how you guys are interrupting right now. You just bitched. You just bitched for 10 minutes, and that.
Oh, Gucci goo.
Fuck up,
bro. I just showed that we're not hypocrites because you were never honest in the first place, dude.
Don't test me.
And we can detect that because we've been doing this a long time, and you're a fucking noob.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah, the
I've got
whole
a question
point. Yeah,
for you.
before you ask him, because that would involve unmuting him, which I don't know how much more of this I can tolerate. But the conversation before you started speaking, Mr. BS, was about how it's more challenging. This environment here is more challenging than your average flat earther environment because we do welcome challenges here. We have to be up to whatever actual information or attempt or, new weird little tactic that somebody brings in here. So it keeps us on our toes. It's just the way it is. Yeah, when there is no globe believer currently explaining the details of their fantasy to us, sometimes we, talk about it among ourselves, about how great flat earth is and how much fun it is to live on the flat earth, which is flat and stationary just as it appears. But when people like you come in, we try to let them present their evidence. There were several people this morning, one after another, who were able to have conversations with us about their globe delusion. And so you could go back and rewind the live stream and listen to those if you'd like to see a counterexample to your claim. But since you weren't able to repeat even one thing that AV said to you, that seems like the claim that you aren't actually listening could be the true one. So can you, Mr. BS, repeat even one thing that AV said to you earlier about the Earth?
Nope.
He didn't say anything about the Earth. What are you talking about? He just argued with me about my worldview. He didn't say anything about the shape of the Earth, or we didn't have a conversation like that. So now you're exposing that you weren't listening to the conversation.
Listening, yeah. I just got here. I just assumed. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you're completely wrong. That's not how any of this went down.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Thanks for correcting me. What did he say about the worldview then? Or go ahead, Indio. Maybe you were here for the conversation.
Well, I wasn't here either, but I said anything he said. Anything. Steelman, anything he said. I said, you pick, remember? I wasn't here.
That's true.
I
narrowed it down.
How was I not here? And I already know he was never paying attention in the first place. How do I know that?
What is this guy talking about? This guy wasn't even here and has no. This guy keeps commenting and he has no idea.
Mr. BS, that's why we want you to tell us even one thing that he said about anything. That's what Indio originally asked. I'm sorry that I put parameters on it.
Tell us even one thing. Okay, are you done? Like, holy fuck. You ask a question, it takes you 30 minutes. It takes you 30 minutes.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Simple as that. All right, we heard your voice. It's our.
And I guarantee we don't even get an answer to the question.
Yeah, so
My question was along the lines of, with a name like Booger Smoker, how serious do you think people are going to take you?
I know, Flats, man. That's why I was here earlier and I was going to come back from my lunch break. I was waiting for that guy to leave, literally. And then I came back and then he comes back. I'm like, I'm going to leave again. Yeah, I wasn't listening to you because you're not good listening there, Mr. BS.
So, guys, do you mind if I just clarify something? And it won't take long. All right, thanks.
Clarify, please, by all means.
Yeah, AV, I wasn't like saying that, oh, yeah, if we bring in somebody else, it's going to make what your guys doing is much better or anything like that. I was just simply saying, like, all right, well, it could help grow whatever you guys are building here, right? Which you guys have been working on for a long time. And not saying that, like, oh, yeah, if we got John the Morgile on, it was going to do anything for what you guys have already done. But it might bring some people who don't know about 24/7 into the group and into the conversation. And they might see, oh, wow, I like what these guys are doing for this reason or that reason, whatever, and how you guys are unique in your approach. And the reason I even thought about Angels of Light is because it's a very similar forum. You know, he's having Globers come on, open discussion. He could mute them at his discretion. It's a very similar vibe, you know, watching one of his live streams on TikTok and listening to one of your guys' voice chats or voice calls.
Oh, dude, so he's on TikTok, bro? Yeah. I didn't know he's on there. I've only ever seen him on YouTube.
Yeah, that was he's like every day he's streaming on there like 12 hours a day. I think the longest day he did was like 16 hours.
Debating Globers. I mean, listen.
Yeah.
I mean, I think,
and it's hard for him because I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, it's probably worth it for him to come here because he didn't debate people in the past, so I'm sure he's kind of like, I'm not gonna call him a noob, but he's like relative to like this form where we just blast through Glober after Glober. You know, we're dealing with like 10, 20 Globers a day. He might be dealing with like, 10, 20 a week because I'm sure he's getting just like repeat customers. I mean, we get the same thing, but he could probably he could probably use it like a helpful critique, and I'm sure he can critique some shit we do, right? So we should just have him here to like exchange notes or whatever.
Yeah, well, he's got to mute people that are being irate and being disrespectful, right? He's got to.
Yeah, I was on TikTok once,
and then
I was on there once. Yeah, and they were going fucking bananas, bro. Bananas. Worse than here. Just absolutely bananas. Rip shit bananas. And I was on a Glober stream, so like they just wanted to shut me up, but they knew it would be a bad look, so they couldn't do it, and they were just fucking. I wish you would fucking open up your camera. I bet you're a fat fucking drunk. Just going fucking bananas, dude. It was hilarious. You know why? Because I just asked them, well, how did you measure the distance to the moon? How do you know it's that far away? And they fucking went off the hook, dude. Don't ask a Glober how they measure anything.
Yeah, well, he's got, the luxury, I feel like, of that platform is that, you could mute multiple people, but you also have the video aspect, right? Here, you got to say, okay, look in the chat. We posted something. Want you to check that out. He has to he'll like be able to put up a video and then discuss what he's looking at the same time. So it's different in that regard, where you could be like, okay,
does he use OBS for that, or does he like split screen it, or is it built into TikTok, or like how does that work?
It's built into TikTok. See, he's limited with how many people he can have on at the same time. So he's got 8 people that can join his live stream, right? So that's it. And then he gets the big screen, and then the 8 people are to the right of his screen get like 8 little boxes, 4 right next to each other. So he's got a couple people that have like joined his squad, right? So he's got a lot of flat earthers in there with him. But the chat is limited because you can only enter, so it's limited text, right? So if you wanted to add something in the chat, you can only add a limited amount of characters. It's almost like, I think it's even worse than what you can chat on X or Twitter or whatever.
The thing I didn't understand about TikTok is how they present evidence. Now, in the stream I was in, the dude like opened up the camera on his phone and was like filming shit in his house, like doing it that way, like filming his computer screen or whatever, right? But there's a way to do it presentation style. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's the same shit. You have to be able to film your computer screen. So you got to kind of make sure that you got no light pollution and shit. It's kind of whack. But he gets some really good quality because like he sticks to like he has some arguments that I feel like are like he really shouldn't go there because he's like he can't prove it either, you know. But he does mostly stick to the gas pressure and the second law of thermodynamics and long distance observations and stuff. So those are like where he tries to kind of like hone the arguments in. But
Yeah,
we
we know
start
how it
talking
goes,
about
man. He wants to talk about the Earth. They want to talk about space. Blah blah blah. We
yeah, you know how it goes. It's nothing new for you guys. So, but yeah, no, I didn't. In AV, I just wanted to make sure that you know, I was clear. Like I wasn't saying like, oh yeah, if we bring somebody in, it's going to do something for you guys. No, what you guys got going on is awesome. And I was just stating like it can't hurt to bring new eyes to what you guys got going on because I feel like what you guys got going on is going to lead to a lot less speculation and a lot more like, well, we know this stuff. This is stuff that we can say, yeah, no, this is definitive evidence, you know, of flat and stationary, you know, non-rotating.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to that. I'm just opposed to the fact that somebody else can come in and spice this up, which we already have like a really good recipe. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I was just saying maybe bring some of their audience. Yeah, bring some of their audience to you guys so that they can see what you guys are doing. Is kind of where I'm at. It's like, yeah, the more eyes on you
yeah,
guys,
cross pollinate. You're basically saying cross pollinate. That's all you're saying. I don't mind that. That's not what I was saying. I was saying is, you know, I think we are the best. Sorry, but that's what I think.
Yeah, how many people does he get on his little live stream? I'm calling it little without even knowing how many
He's got
there
a
are.
lot,
How many
man.
people does he get? It's like
He
hundreds.
gets a lot. I think there was like, yeah, he had over 100 this morning. I was just on there this morning, just saying what's up to him. Yeah, so he gets a lot of people, man.
Yeah, invite him over
That's what I
here.
was thinking.
I was thinking that when AV was talking, like, John's gonna think he's like opposing his statement, which I don't really think he was. I think he was just riffing on the concept because it's more of a problem that we've had with other people, not necessarily with this individual. Like, yeah, invite anybody to come here. It's just people who are used to having a captive audience. Sometimes it's a little bit rough for them to be here. Is one of the things AV was saying. But yeah, whoever this dude is, you know, by all means. I mean, to me, like, I'm willing to deal with people even if they think they have a following on YouTube, as long as anyone who starts saying, I'm trademarked this argument and I'm, you know, flat earth TM here, you can't speak unless I authorize you. That's the only time I have a problem. When a random person, can't imagine who I could be talking about, says something like that, I'm like, oh, that's fine. Your name will never come out of my mouth again. I'll stop giving you credit like I used to every single time I brought up anything, and I'll go find new screenshots and never mention your name again. So, yeah, if you want to go into irrelevancy, then by all means, just tell people to stop using, quote unquote, your arguments. But yeah, if a person's not too big for their britches, invite them on over.
Damn.
Well, anybody who talks to me is definitely not too big for their britches because I'm a nobody. I don't bring I don't bring a big following to anything. So, just the fact that the guy's cool enough to even, you know, entertain a conversation is interesting enough to me, and it speaks volumes to me anyway. So, anyway, yeah. Back to what you guys were doing with Booger Smoker. I mean, the guy was, and yeah, Booger Smoker. If you're going to discuss things, you know, you should probably stick to a point, not just like attack everybody for not letting you talk. And then when you get a chance to talk, just keep talking about the past and how you weren't able to talk and you're not a fan of listening to other people talk. So if you're not a fan of listening to what other people have to say, why are you here listening to what other people have to say? It doesn't make much sense.
Free life advice for you, Mr. BS. Yeah. Oh, he's gone now. Yeah. But that was good advice. Yeah, maybe we can tell him if he comes back.
Yeah. Well, happy Father's Day, Indio. I'm actually about to I'm going to be listening, but I'm about to cut this grass, so I won't be able to talk.
You say you need to touch some grass?
Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. John, you're a father. Indio, I assume, says who is a father since it used to be in his username, but I don't know. I don't even know who's a father and who isn't, but yeah, happy Father's Day to all you who are.
Yeah, hopefully we get some
all the unknown fathers.
Yeah, Father's Day to all the fathers who don't even know their fathers.
Misogyny.
Is that what you said, Indio?
Yeah, hopefully we get some. Hopefully, get some Globies in here that are willing to have a discussion. Be nice. Be nice
I wanna
to hear
know-
a couple of them get flat smacked while I'm cutting the grass.
I'm curious, how did he figure out he could smoke his boogers? That's weird.
I really don't like this dude. If he was in 24/7 and I had the power, he's gone. Good, because I would totally change his name. I just really dislike his name. It's so gross to even look at.
Yeah, the first time he ever came in here, it's the first thing I brought up. Like, what kind of username is that? Like, what is? Fucking gross, man. Like, why would you even put that?
I know, like you got. I mean, yeah, it seriously grosses me out. I was trying to eat my food, so I'm like, I can't listen to the live stream now because they keep referring to this guy's username.
It's probably a new strain of fucking sativa or something.
Ew.
Are you trying to speak into action, or are you just hot miking, or what's happening? Okay, now they're muted. Okay, yeah, feel free to speak up if you wish.
How did you hear me?
Yo, you got Instagram?
I heard you into action, and I just heard you say, "How did you hear me?" I heard you through
No, like,
my
do you have
headphones.
do you have Instagram or something like that?
You trying to slide in her DMs, bro?
I guess is that what's happening, Crazy Bear? I need an interpreter.
Yeah. Yo, what's your IG? Hit me that.
Crazy Bear, I'll let you take over this conversation.
Likes the sound of your voice.
Instagram country to popular
I
belief.
won't talk to you about Flat Earth personally. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's some riz right there.
Yeah, so far that's 2 cents today that try to get a hold of Merriman.
I want to show you my Flat Earth.
No.
That's Riz. Come on, dude. That's the lamest Riz, dude. You might as well ask what's your sign, dude. That's lame.
I mean, that's
I've already been hit on by Muppet voice Elmo. Yeah, so I guess this guy's kind of a step up from that guy, if I have to rank them.
Apparently, charming is a dead art or something.
Oh yeah, can confirm, definitely.
I mean,
Dude, they're just doing it wrong. That's all.
Dude,
I mean,
you know, most dudes have got no. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That they're dead. If that's what passes as Riz, man, like I said, like it's so low effort. It's like, what's your sign level of effort?
I mean,
Do you lead with that, TV? You're like, I've been using that for years. Hey, baby, what's your sign?
low-key, it's a good one. What you do is this, chat. Take notes. You ask what her sign is. Regardless of what she says, just walk off. And say, we can never work. And just bounce.
Let's try it.
Works every time, bro.
Jen, I'm her. You go.
Hey, what's
Yeah,
your
because
sign?
then she's gonna try to fix
Oh,
you.
my sign? It's a stop sign.
A stop sign. Exactly, Albert.
I'm kidding. That was funny.
Serious and go, nah, we can never work. And just peace out. Just straight walk off. She'll be like, wait.
Maybe I can fix you.
It works every single time.
It's better to ask them if they're good at making sandwiches.
I mean, Happy Father's Day.
My grandpa told me it was just a numbers game. Like you go to Daytona Beach, you stand on the beach, and when the girls are walking by, because there's thousands of them, you ask every one of them, "You like mashed potatoes?" And she says, "Yeah." Say, "You want to fuck?" He said, "You're gonna get slapped a lot, but you're gonna get fucked a lot."
What the? Disavow, chat. Disavow. Don't ask that. That's a bad idea.
I mean, not if you look like you, but if you look like me, it works.
Nah, it's cat, bro.
I plead the fifth. It works. So I'm not gonna say how I know that.
I'm still a virgin, so I have no clue what to say to women.
Just bring flowers.
Wait, my wife just ran in here and said, "Hold on, the mashed potato thing wasn't just for me." I'm just kidding.
Disavow, chat. Disavow.
I think just be yourself, but that wouldn't work for some of the Glovers in here.
Yeah, if somebody gives you advice to be yourself, like, well, you tried that. Be a better self. Wash the peanut butter off your knuckles and be that self.
That tactic though is definitely not a way to find a wife. I don't think you want to be marrying any chick that if you randomly say, "Do you want to fuck?" and they say yes. I don't think you want to marry that girl.
Wow, the autism is so strong in this room. You didn't sense the humor in that at all, did you?
Misogyny.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
I get it. I get it, dude.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually considering.
Maybe.
Bro,
Yeah.
you don't think that's been tried though in real life? Bro, it's been tried.
Well, no, I've done it in real life. I wasn't looking for a wife, but I surely was getting fucked a lot. I lived in Daytona Beach, dude. I'm talking for reals. Like, that's what happens. You got 1,000 girls walking around down there looking to get fucked. What do you think they came to Daytona for? They didn't come to Daytona to just dance. I just want to dance. They didn't do
That guy's a walking petri dish.
Yes,
They didn't
yes.
Dane Cooper.
They went there to find their husband, man. Like living her sugar and spice and everything nice.
No,
You know
honestly, half of them are there just trying to get a bunch of phone numbers so they can start calling them when they get home, talking about they need money for an abortion, so they can get thousands of dollars from all of these assholes they fuck. That's what they really do, and the girl in here who's in here knows it's true.
Look, bro. Who
She
Mary
might not
Mom?
admit it.
I don't think she knows.
But that's what them Daytona.
Yeah, I'll let you try to talk some sense into him. I mean, yeah, I'm not even gonna try.
Danny Lyon's an outlier, dude. She isn't on the center of the bell curve.
Then she would understand what those little trifling hoes be doing then from the other end of the spectrum.
You know, for real. I mean, I guess if you were a degenerate, actually amoral female, you could probably make a living by just like sleeping around and then demanding, like sleeping around until you get pregnant. So maybe like you're 30 guys in that say, "Well, I don't know who it is, so it could be you. So I need the money for an abortion." So
You just listed 60% of the fucking women who go in for abortions. That's a majority of women. You act like
abortion is a money-making
Oh yeah,
endeavor.
more than people understand. Like way more than you know.
No, I don't want to hear it. La. Please don't tell me
Well,
that.
you know they have to get the GCMAF, right? The human growth hormone, and it comes from the spines of the aborted fetuses. And they get the most purest form. And this is Dr. Bradstreet's papers I'm referring to. And the one who so-called suicided himself in the chest with a gun.
Dude, we gotta, somebody save us, please.
We're gonna
Yeah,
to another
we're going
topic.
way down the road that YouTube don't want us to go down. But I will say this: I hope what you're saying is that women aren't trading abortions for money. That would be horrible. Like that would
Oh,
really
they're not
ruin
the
my.
beneficiaries of the money. No. The beneficiaries of the money are the pharmaceutical companies who actually, give the GCMAF treatments and stuff like this, and the growth hormone that you get from that. See, there's a way to get growth hormone from your own. You spin off your own red blood cells. So you can get the growth hormone. Right, but see, that's not and that would be the best form for you because it would be like no other bodily impurities from any foreign entities who are going into your bloodstreams because they don't filter that stuff. We do not care, like you think.
Okay, girl. Okay.
When you say we, I know you're talking about you and the other black Democrats.
Hold on. This is going into the medical shit, and we're not talking about that here. Medical. It's like no-go zone. because we all know why. It's not personal. This is a Flat Earth Discord server channel voice chat.
You do it on my channel. On our show.
It's weird how you recognize.
Why
that
you
when
let
talk
this guy
about
come in here
the
and dirty up this channel for
Yeah,
him?
but like,
I just got a point to make. Last one. Last point. Last point. And I'm done.
You can, but you can start a guest channel for that and talk about that there all you want, dude.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, I might even, if
it's
you start a
interesting.
guest, if you start a guest channel, I might even come down there and talk to you about it, but we're not going to talk about it here. So, yeah, ping us when you start that.
Yeah, I'm done.
We talk
I'm done.
here.
I'm
Yeah,
done.
we talk. Okay, cool. So, do you think you live on a globe there, Lasma?
No, I don't live on a globe. That's a model of the Earth, right? A globe. But yeah, so that's.
Do you live on a
That's the
ball?
question you meant to ask.
Do you live on a ball? Do you live on a
No, I just
sphere?
inflated a ball for my son.
Is
so
there
he could play ball.
curvature? Is there curvature where you live?
Yeah, she doesn't know that I'm Mr. Grimm, huh?
Oh, you're Mr.
We're not gonna play this game
Grimm.
with you.
Oh, you've
I
got to
don't
be
fucking
kidding
fight against
me.
flat
I used to talk to you long ago. You're the same guy from way back when.
I don't fight against flat earthers. I fight against the ball earthers who tell you that everything you're saying is impossible, and I give them reasons why they're wrong. I don't
I
believe in the
remember
flat
you
earth,
really well, actually.
Yeah, I
That
just
makes
don't
a lot
hate
more
you guys.
sense.
Yeah, I'm like I'm not
Thank you
gonna.
for telling me that. Yeah, because I don't want to
Most
waste
of
my
my shit is
time.
for
Yeah,
humor, for fun for
whoever.
everyone.
I've already got your number. I already have your number. So thank you for telling me. Got it.
Oh, I think she has my old number when I was very first in here. When I, not in here because this didn't exist yet.
24/7. Yeah. Did you get a new number, Grim? Did you get a new phone?
No, I'm saying you weren't in here when I was the one, whoever it is you think because my behavior about flat earthers changed about 8 years ago. Like I don't.
That's about the time frame I'm probably talking about. Yeah, I do remember muting you back in the old server and you having a little tantrum about it. Yeah, and you got a witch hunt. Like, who muted me? Oh my gosh, it was the evil Mary Mom. How dare she? Yes, I remember you.
Yeah. You mute people who absolutely are just being interrupted by everyone else just because you don't like what it is they have to say. They don't have to be rude. They can just get muted though because you don't like it.
No, that's incorrect.
Accountability. Well, women are the fucking hardest muters there are, right? As soon as they realize there's some accountability to be held, you're muted.
It's not a preference of what you have to say, dude.
Really?
Yeah, really.
What is it, man? Because I'm not showing you any animosities.
Because we just told you that the topic is flat Earth and you can't fucking stop. You got to persist. We told you why. First of all, we're on YouTube. And you can't talk about medical shit on YouTube, and you dumb fuck are not getting our fucking YouTube channel nuked because you want a fucking monologue about your pet project. How about you just
stopped a long time ago, bro. You don't have to keep bitching about something that isn't even happening anymore.
All right, cool. So we're going to reset. We're going to reset. You're not going to talk about witch people, right? And we're just going to talk about the topic. We'll just clean slate, right?
Yeah.
So, cool. So, did we ever get an answer about being on a ball? Was that an affirmative, negative?
Flat Earth, because I'm not here to create a rift between us, right? I'm arguing against ballers who tell you that we live in a Big Bang universe and that black holes and neutron stars are real. I argue against that shit, right? And I also throw like little bones to the flat Earth about things like electric Coriolis effect instead of it being some actual spinning effect. That there's the reason we see specific types of rotations in different storms on what they call different latitudes is because of the electric potential variances between those different latitudes, and then it actually is a reversal past what they call the equator, right? So it would be the reason we would see the storms twisting on those two ends would be in those different directions would definitely be, and I show an example on Mr. Too Tough 2's YouTube channel of electric Coriolis. Like, I'm very helpful to the flat Earth, and I don't know if you, if you haven't.
Well, what you just said is
I do get roped up into fighting with you guys because of the ego from some of you who can't stand having a guy who isn't a flat earther sitting next to them.
without
No, I
posting
don't know why you're going off to the. I don't know why you're going off to the people conversation again.
You're all fucking speculation on our motives. So what you said about storms is just factually wrong. Have you considered that? And I'm not talking about electrochorial spec. I'm talking about descriptively what storms do. Now, cyclones turn one way, and if they turn the other way, we call them anticyclones. Okay, so this is really just a problem of you're saying why do cyclones only spin one way in the north? Yeah, because when they spin the other way, we call them something else. It's pretty simple.
But how does that negate? How does that negate? Wait a minute. How is with all your attitude and all your anger? How does that negate the idea that it's electrical and that those systems could be reversing in their polarities?
You asked me a question. Can I answer it? Or are you going to answer your own question?
I'm still asking the question, Mister. I'm going to interrupt you to answer the
you said, how does that negate how it's
the second part of the question? There you go again.
You said,
it's not me being rude. I need you to understand that.
Oh, dude, shut the fuck up, man.
So you asked, how does it negate how it's electrical? Then you proceeded to answer your own question.
Because I wasn't finished asking the second part of the question, dude. It's 2-part question, which I know it was going to be hard for you. Yeah, so why are you being so damn rude? Like, first of all, I wasn't being rude to you at all, and then all you've been doing.
Shut up! Just give the second part. Dude, you're all meta, aren't you?
Shut up, you stupid fuck, dude. How are you telling me to shut up constantly? You shut up.
Dude, you're all meta. I didn't tell you to shut up.
You're all meta. But you're not going to correct that.
You're having
Bro, take your meds, man. You can't stay on one topic here, dude. Fuck.
Dude, wow. Listen, you're having a meta conversation, a conversation about the conversation. Now let me answer your first question because I'm sure it supports your. So I'm sure it supports your second question. So you're starting with a faulty premise. The distinction between a cyclone and an anticyclone is whether the pressure is on the inside or the outside. So if it's an anticyclone, if the pressure's on the inside and the low pressure's on the outside, it's a cyclone if the pressure's on the inside and the high pressure's on the outside. It has nothing to do with electrical because there's no such thing as electrical fucking hydrodynamic pressure.
That's pretty dumb, to be honest. I mean, that was a really dumb thing to say.
What a hell of a
I want to point out why. Let me point out why before you get too fucking triggered and stupid about it, right? But for one, you can definitely measure the electric field in storms, and it's been done, and we still continuously do it, and it's absolutely a variance, absolutely different. And to act like no, shut the fuck up! I'm talking, bro.
No, dude. I listen. You said, hey, we measured it. That's what I'm all about. Post that data in the chat, bro.
You're not going to sit there and data in the middle of my conversation, bro. And
yeah, you can talk when you put the measurement data. So I'm like conceding your point. Like you guys won't even take yes for an answer. Like I said, okay, yeah, like maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to concede your point if you show the data. To show that measurement electrical data. Which you don't have because you just made that shit up out of it and you pulled it straight out of your ass.
It's also a non sequitur that there's, electricity of some kind or energy of some kind in the storm. You'd still be affirming the consequence. Just to say that there's a certain amount of electricity may not have anything to do with which direction the storm rotates, for crying out loud. You got to think this stuff through, bro.
Yeah, that's a whole nother proposition. But how would you even measure that, right? Where are you grounding it to? Like, what are you doing, dude? Like, how are you even grounding it to even measure, let's say, a static charge or a current? How are you even measuring that? How would you even measure that? What, you got a 200-mile fucking Wheatstone Bridge? Fucking stick a voltmeter in Florida and another one in Washington, D.C. to measure the electric current of the storm. It's just silly.
I just don't think he likes being told that his idea might not be tenable, because that's about where the spiral occurred. You don't quite know what you're talking about. Totally blew up.
Well, because it's a derivative of a Goldberg argument. He's granted the Goldberg arguments that the description of what's observed is accurate. And then he's created a reply for that. But their description of what's observed is not accurate. It's not observed in nature what they say is. So if you build a hypothesis based upon a faulty observation, it doesn't matter what your hypothesis is. The foundation is faulty. And they just say, hey, cyclones spin counterclockwise north of the equator. Okay, first of all, they can't even define what an equator is and whether it exists in reality. But secondarily, that's just a naming convention. If it spins one way, it's a cyclone. Saying, why do all the cyclones spin counterclockwise? Because that's what a cyclone is. It's a storm spinning counterclockwise. They have to spin counterclockwise because that's why we call it a cyclone. When they spin the other way, we call that an anticyclone. And all of those have to spin the other way because that's what it is by definition.
Why does it spin in two different directions?
Well, no one knows the real reason, but it correlates to high pressure on the inside, low pressure on the outside is an anticyclone. Low pressure on the inside and high pressure on the outside is a cyclone. So it correlates to pressure.
Was
So I'll
that
give you for
Twanger? I think so.
Yeah, so let me give you so in Mexico, and I know this is tornadoes, not cyclones, but most tornadoes happen in almost all of them happen in North America. It's something like 90%. But some will happen in South America. So in Mexico, for instance, over 51% of the tornadoes spin the so-called wrong way. And there's a reason for this, because it's an elevated plateau that's a mile high. So the pressure differentials are not the same, so they spin the other way.
Do you have some kind of documentation showing your pressure readings and that being the cause?
I said correlation. I didn't say cause.
Do you have some kind of data?
Yeah, I do. You gonna read it? Because I'm gonna quiz you on it after. I hate having you fuckers ask for something to waste my time to try and get a gotcha, and then me go and fucking find it. It actually won't be hard to find.
Oh, it's Simple Jack that's asking you. I thought it was Twanger because he's talking in the chat here, but it's Simple Jack. Okay.
Oh,
Welcome back, Simple Jack.
Now I'm gonna quiz you on this shit, and you're not gonna even read it. So. Posturing as a debate tactic would only last so long. Eventually, you're going to have to put meat on the bone, people.
It's not posturing. It's just a question.
Oh, it is.
Well, I'm curious. Why would you ask for evidence of a correlation?
Data, which you're not, dude.
Why are you asking for data about a correlation?
He affirmed a correlation, and I'm asking to see how he's coming to that conclusion. So
do you understand what correlation means?
Do you guys always get this upset if somebody just asks data?
So I'm gonna give it to you, dude. I'm gonna give it to you. So the citation is Carvani Noel et al. Occurrence of anticyclone tornadoes in topographical complex regions of Mexico. Advances in meteorology, 2019. So I'm going to post in the chat the abstract and the citation of the paper.
When he left yesterday, you were waiting on something from him that he was supposed to post, and he never came back with it. Just to remind you.
Oh, what else is new?
This isn't the link. It's just like an excerpt. Do you have the actual paper?
Oh, you can't find that? Really? Okay.
Friend, he gave you a citation.
I'll do everything for you. Let's spoon feed you.
That's what you asked for.
No, I asked for like some actual evidence, not like a cherry-picked piece of anything. No.
Yeah, citation. Generally, a citation is something you could go and research further if you're interested, and you could look up the citation.
Yeah, but I asked him to provide.
That's not cherry
so
pick. Why did you say
he
that's
could say
cherry
no.
pick? That's
I don't know why you guys are
then
getting
why-
so upset. He could just say no. I don't feel like providing it to you, but he's offering, and I'm taking it up on
Why
him.
are
You
you
guys are getting
saying?
all
Why
upset.
did you just say that was cherry picked? That's the abstract. That would mean they cherry picked it.
I don't even know if this is the full abstract, so I'm just asking for the full link, please.
Okay, there's
Doesn't
the
know what he's
paper right
saying.
there, buddy. Right there. Click the link.
Listen, guys, while he's clicking the link, I need to ask you guys help. So there's a class action lawsuit going on that I need a lot of petitions on. So what we're going to do is we're going to sue publishers that publish books for not having their citations to hyperlinks clickable.
Oh yeah, there'd be quite a few defendants in that one, wouldn't there?
Here. So now I've posted the citation, the fucking abstract, I'll link to it, and I'm uploading the fucking PDF to the server too. Anything else you want me to read it to you too? Want me to rub your feet?
I mean, you offered this. I don't know why you're getting so upset. You said you offered the information.
You
and
do
I
know
took
why
you
I'm
up on it,
getting
and
so
now
upset.
you're
Because
throwing
you're
a fit.
zero
It's kind of
Because
crazy.
you're zero effort, and this is just posturing. You do know why I'm so upset. I already said it.
No, I mean, if you want to get upset, that's on you. You should relax. So there's no reason to get
No, don't
emotional.
tell me what I should do, dude. You should fucking put in some effort.
Okay, then be emotional.
Yeah, don't tell him what to do. Yeah, maybe he has low blood pressure and he needs to use people like you to raise it. So where's your proof of the curvature there?
Well, that's unhealthy. He should get on medication.
Hey there.
You
Where's
got a
your
lot of
proof of the
shoulds for
curve?
being a total fucking moron.
We're not talking about the curve. I asked him about his storm. claim.
Yeah, and he gave you all the evidence for it, so you
Yeah, and
can
I'm
go
reading
and
it, so
explore
don't
that
try and
later.
change the subject while I'm
Yeah,
in the
put
middle of
yourself on
studying
mute.
this.
It'll take you a while to read that whole thing. So yeah, we'll get back
I was
to you
on
later.
mute. You started talking to
Bye.
me. I was on mute myself. You started talking to me.
I'll help you out. That way you're not talking. You can just listen. You can read. You're good to go. Want to keep it simple for you, Jack.
For those in the know, that's called Odyssean self-control, but he wouldn't know that because he doesn't read books.
I think Simple Jack is like a debate bro in trading or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yep, that sounds about right. I'll just become like that. Would you guys like that? I don't know why you're getting so upset. I just asked you for the source. Would you like that?
I guess monotone can be kind of erotic in some situations, right? What?
Depends on what you're saying.
As long as you don't make it sound like you're reading from a cue card.
No demos in that department.
I literally tell him what he's gonna do, and then he goes and does it. It's crazy, and then asks me why I'm upset. Like, just so disingenuous. And then he said a few times, he's a little. This guy, pay attention, because he likes to change your argument and then ask you to justify this other argument that you never made. What he'll do is he'll change one word or to change the context of the meaning and then ask you to justify this new meaning, like he just did.
Oh, man,
I think correlation.
That a-hole was doing that last night.
Yeah. It's a
What's that
debate
leader?
protest.
Scientists are moral leaders, but you just said they're moral agents.
And then he wanted me to give an example of one of these moral leaders. Yeah, but that maneuver is like a debate bro tactic. The first time we ever got one in here, I noticed they did that, and then all the other ones, I noticed they would start off and say something, and then immediately switch the argument within 2 or 3 sentences. But like, if you like, I assume that they're doing it so like, if I do it quick, I can change the argument so that I sneak in my premise is true. So then we can, if my premise is true, then we can argue about that from a true premise. And already know that that premise is true. It's already logically true. They try to avoid having to prove any of the premises of their argument by just sneaking them in as axiomatic. It's in a way, it's sad that we have to like dissect conversations this way because these guys only care about they don't care about truth. They only care about I'm gonna beat these flat earthers in a debate, bro. If you had the evidence, you wouldn't need tactics.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I think that could be the motto of our channel here. If you had the evidence, you wouldn't need tactics. I like it.
What's that? Dyslexic Tic Tacs?
Tic Tacs. Tactics. Yeah.
Tactical.
Oh man, I'm gonna use that, dude. I'm gonna use that on somebody. They're never gonna know I hit them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, take your dyslexic Tic Tac somewhere else, bro.
And I'll know what you mean. I hope I'm here.
Add the adjective tactical Tic Tacs. That'll really throw them off.
Nice. Yep. That's a nice little tongue twister. You could even add more to it. I like it.
Yo, Sonny, I've been wanting to tell you this for a couple of days. You were talking to someone, I think it was 2 nights ago. Dude, what you did was awesome. Just awesome. I can't even say how awesome it was, dude. You totally like laid out like a perfect argument. It was just great. You probably don't like I'm not being specific enough for you to even remember doing it, but it was really good. I saved it. I'm actually gonna upload it to like the podcast and shit.
All right, man. Was it to talk with Omsky? I don't know if you remember the name, but was it like I went into some detail on certain topics about the Horizon, but also I dispelled some of the things about speculation also. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I've had a couple of good talks.
It was smooth, bro. Like seriously, after I heard it, I was like, man, that was smooth, man. Like it was like picking up a supermodel smooth, man. Like selling you a piece of junk for $10,000 smooth. It was great. Like honestly.
Well, you know what? I'm glad AI is here. He'll be glad to hear that because we had a little talk about, just in general terms, that me kind of copying other people and that's not necessary, that I have my own arguments. I have my own critical thinking brain that I can use. And if I just use it, it works really well. So I appreciate your acknowledgement. That's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, it definitely was not parroting, dude. 100%. That came from you. I might steal it. I might parrot you, bro.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. I have on the home server, I've posted a bunch of clips that I took, but I tried to put it on my YouTube channel, and when I used the clip, the address of the clip, it doesn't allow it. It's really weird. So I don't know what I have to do. Actually, download the clip onto my computer and name it with a, I don't know, like a file name. I'm not really sure what happened, or if I need to convert it.
Oh, to get it on your YouTube channel? Yeah, you got to upload it. You can't
Yeah, I tried to upload it. Like it says drop the link here, you know?
Oh, I don't know.
And it won't do it. It won't do it with the clips. So I don't know what the deal is. I'm sure I can load the entire chat, you know, the ones that Helio makes that's 12 hours though. Like, who wants to listen to that, you know? But anyway, I'll try to figure it out. Maybe there's somebody
No, brother, clips have their own embedding within the YouTube platform. So you got to be at the clip, and then I think you can link it to yours. But yeah, you can't do it with the link. No.
Well, that's weird. I'll have to go revisit that and see.
Yeah, they got totally different rule for clips and shorts. Clip shorts and regular videos, they don't really mix.
So when I make the clip, it gives me another YouTube address, so you can't use that link, right? That's what it won't let me do that. So I don't know. I'll try to figure it out. But AI, actually, I've been meaning to talk with you in private sometime. I'll send you a DM about a kind of a side issue with.
Well, let's do it right now. We'll just tell everyone to shut their ears.
No, that's
la 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 la.
Everybody's listening. I don't think it's like necessarily something that the entire YouTube family and everybody listening needs to hear. But I'll just send you. Maybe I can do a screenshot or something.
Yeah, we had Festivus the other day, right? Overlord, that's over. It only comes once a year.
I was even questioning whether I should even like let you know about this, but it's from a DM and it referenced you, so you're actually kind of involved. But I don't know if this person is getting senile or what is happening, because it didn't sound like he didn't really address anything specifically, but just calling me a bunch of names, adcoms, and mentioned your name as well, and like just was ranting and raving. I'm like, what the hell happened? Like, what did I even do to deserve that? Anyway, yeah, I'll send you. Let's see, maybe I can send you a copy of this DM.
Look, if you want to talk here, we can unmute this guy, and he'll talk over you, and then we'll never hear what you're saying.
That's always an option.
Yeah, one of these guys has gone on arguing. I don't know if you want to talk to him into. I guess he's talking to you. I don't know. The Lasma guy, Coriolis Force. I don't know what he's talking about. Oh yeah, he is. I guess he's talking to you. I don't know. Do you want to talk to him?
Yeah, I'll unmute him. Dude, we're gonna start over. We're gonna bury the hatchet on each other's backs under the ground. We're gonna bury the hatchet, and we're gonna start over. All right, dude. All right. You're unmuted, brother.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think we got off on the wrong foot because I wasn't advocating for a ball Earth. I literally said I wasn't going to be doing that this whole time when I came in here, right? I'm advocating for different options for you to explain so that you can say it's not Coriolis. It isn't a spinning ball that's doing that. It's an electric effect, or it's this, or it's that. I'm trying to give you other options that you can look at, right? Options that I didn't invent myself, right? I've seen them from other people, and then other flat earthers have already adhered to this, and like, right? So it's not like just because you know that I'm a baller doesn't mean that everything especially because it's me. I'm the guy who's like, I'm an alternative cosmologist. So I clearly understand your position when you're being like naysayed.
Well,
I'm not that guy.
here's the problem. I disagree with ballers at a very more fundamental level than their explanation. I don't even think their descriptions of fucking reality are accurate, quite honestly. I
Yeah,
think
I'm
they
with you
cherry
there.
pick data. I think that data doesn't match what they claim it does, right? So things like, oh, Foucault's pendulum does X. And then you look at Foucault's pendulum and it doesn't do that shit. And
Yeah,
you're
put
like,
it in a
well,
Faraday cage.
it'll
Do
do
some
it
other stuff.
sometimes, but it
Yeah.
doesn't do it consistently. Like I'll give you an example. So in South Pole, they set up a Foucault's pendulum, and it precessed at 15 degrees per hour. Perfect, right? Wrong, because they forgot that they were at the South Pole and not the North Pole, and it precessed the opposite way that it should have at 15 degrees per hour. So why would it do that? Oh, they just completely ignored that happened and then do it again. So they do it again, and now it's spun 2 times too fast. Oh shit, let's just ignore that data and try it again. We'll try it again. Oh, now it's processing at 15 degrees per hour in the right direction. Victory, game over. And this is what I have problems with Bovers. Their explanations, I don't really give a shit, and I'm not looking for alternative explanations. We're still at the point where can we even accurately describe reality? Like, because
Well,
they're
I'm
not
past
even
that.
at
I'm
that
past
point.
This is how you do it, right? To accurately describe reality, you can't just give up, like you're saying, right? You see that a thing is happening. You see an observation. You know it's probably not because of the thing that they think it's because of. So you start to prove that. You want to find out, right? Like, is it the electric effect then? Because there's not a lot of other options that we know of that could possibly do a thing like that, right? In physics. So let's apply some of the things we already know that make things spin in physics. Electric fields interacting with other electric fields cause things to spin. There's a Lorentz force that causes things to spin. There's all of these electrical effects that create spin in different directions and vortices. And even tornadoes are slow electric discharges. That's what storms are. They're slow electric discharges. And so there's different manifestations of electric potential charge change. So why would we not investigate a Coriolis effect in a storm as to why it changes direction or spins in a certain way? Is it because you see over these magnetic anomalies where it creates very low pressure environments over the Earth? So it isn't that it's just a low pressure environment. There's a cause to the reason why it's a super low pressure environment, and there are magnetic anomalies. You'll see that there's a huge magnetic field that does an impression over the Earth for some reason. The sun's electromagnetic connection to the Earth, or whatever the cosmological reasons are, we know those exist. So because we measure them, we see them, we just don't know what they do, right? And maybe we here have a better idea, or we can use some of the things we already know to fill in some of the blanks. That way the ballers don't act like you're completely stupid. Like, hold on. So because they're standing there going, well, if it's not the Coriolis effect, fucking idiot, what is it? And then you got nothing. You're like, oh, it spins because it spins. It's called a cyclone because it spins in this direction. It's called an anticyclone because it spins in that direction. That's circular logic, especially. I mean, no pun intended.
No, it's that way by definition.
You don't call it a cyclone because it spins. And then
Yeah,
that's
you
why
do.
it spins, because we call it a cyclone. Yeah, but your other answer was, why does it spin? We don't care. We call it. It spins because we call it a cyclone. And it's a cyclone because it spins. Sorry, dude.
No,
my point is, you got to find out why.
Bro, it's a cyclone because it spins in a particular direction.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes it a cyclone.
Yeah, but why does it spin?
We don't know.
The anticyclone spin the other way.
Well, that's the point. Okay, so that's where you land at zero, and you're done. I'm not done. I go, maybe there's other ways. Maybe there's other ways to argue against the mainstream narrative.
Also,
argue
you didn't really understand my argument.
I'm not giving up for the argument. God damn it!
The baller argument,
like this, bro.
Bro, the baller argument that we hear are, why do all cyclones spin in this direction? That's the argument we hear. And that's a non-argument because it's called a cyclone because it spins in that direction. They have to spin in that direction. It's not
You know the answer, the reason why they're asking that question, right? It's not because they're looking for the etymology of the word, dude.
They're actually
understand
looking
that.
for the cause of the spin. No, they're looking for the cause of the spin. You're assuming that they're talking about why it's named something, it spins that way, and it's named the other thing because it spins the other way. Forget that. We don't forget
No,
about
they're not looking for that. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong, sir.
What
Hold on,
caused
sir.
it to
You're wrong.
spin?
Let me explain.
Not the vocabulary we use. That doesn't cause
You're
it to
wrong.
spin.
You're wrong. Let me explain. Holy fuck. Can you calm down? Can you calm down? Thanks. So the reason why you're wrong is because they're not looking for the reason why it spins as much as they're looking for the reason why they all spin in the same direction in the north and they all spin in the same direction in the south. That's what India tried to caveat with you, and it seems like you completely ignore it.
Nobody in actual physics and space or studies weather thinks that all cyclones spin in one direction. It's the majority, yes.
Don't care.
Not
Don't
all.
care.
You're talking
Don't
about. You're
care.
arguing with the
Don't
shadow
care.
boxing, bro. You're talking to an.
Holy
You're
fuck,
arguing
dude.
about someone's
Shut up.
ignorant question and acting as if that's you can do that to every.
Yeah, dude. I had to mute you because you just won't shut up. Now pay attention. What India said to you, it's the Globers that argue with us are arguing in that fashion. So it's sufficient to explain to them that their claim that they all are doing this in the south and they all are doing this in the north, and they're asking why they all do the same thing, that's like a moot question because it's not an accurate description of what's happening. Now, after you establish that with them, then you can go on to further discussion. Like, why is it you seem to ignore all these caveat points? It's like you want to get to where you're going faster than anybody can come along with you. Like your mouth is going faster than your brain or something. All right, I'm going to mute you. Hopefully you got something intelligent to say. Go ahead.
Sorry, bro. It's just maybe going faster than your brain. My brain's holding up fine. So let's keep on the topic here. Stop being all meta and insulting. Right? The point is, I'm not that baller that you're arguing against. That's why I said you're shadow boxing. Because I'm that baller who fights that baller. Okay, I'm that baller.
Plasma, before we continue, so you do think the Earth's a globe, right?
Well, sort of, yeah.
Well, over a large. Hold on, one second. I just want to ask you a question, just so we know where we're coming from with you. Okay, so if you have a 10-mile lake, does it curve over that distance? The water on the surface.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even going to ask you to validate that because that's ridiculous.
Well, that's okay. We all drink water. Does that mean that because I drink water, you can't drink water?
Amazing logic. Yeah, amazing logic.
Well, the reason is because I'm also fighting against the ballers in other areas of the physics that trip you guys up more than anything. Right?
No, none of that trips us up at all, dude. None of that, no, wrong. None of that trips us up, dude. None of that trips us up.
I see them, I know them, bro. They think you're...
Yeah, well, I could care less. I could care less what it... Okay, yeah, whatever, dude. All right, okay, one more time, dude. None of that trips us up. Notice how your explanation of it tripping us up was them laughing at us, because we don't give answers that satisfy them. Notice how you're talking about them, not us. We're not tripped up at all. We're not tripped up with the fact that whether a cyclone or an anticyclone spins or doesn't spin doesn't change the nature of the surface of the Earth. We're not tripped up about that. And you admitted it when you tried to explain it by saying they have a problem with our answers. Okay, that's their problem because they don't understand the difference. It's not our problem. So why is it that we need to have these answers, which we don't know for sure? Why is it that we need to have them? That's what you need to compel us with. It's a reason why we need to know these things, which aren't even known. Right? Does that make sense?
I think he might have gone. Is he still here?
No, he left.
Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah. Good summary.
He's projecting the Glober issues onto us. The Globers are the ones that are compelled to have these excellent planetary synergized reasons for everything, not us. We're not tripped up by that at all. Now, don't get me wrong, some flat earthers are, but like the guys that usually operate 24/7 aren't. It doesn't bother us that we don't have a known cause for why cyclones and anticyclones do what they do. It doesn't change the surface of the Earth. They're the ones with the problem with that, not us.
I don't even think you can know the cause, quite honestly. I think it's just even dumb to even endeavor. Like, how could you ever definitively prove it unless you're like can do some crazy weather modification?
So, in case you guys didn't catch that, what he was appealing to us is this. My Globers that I hang out with laugh at you because you don't have answers to these phenomenon which have nothing to do with the shape of the earth. So I'm here to give you some answers so you can help them not laugh at you. Like, do we need that?
No, because the people
No.
he's talking about probably won't even come in here.
I think he's actually trying to bait us into using an unverifiable speculative argument instead of what we already do, so that we can freaking argue about nonsense forever and ever.
Yeah. He wants to share the feast of nonsense, right?
Yep. And the base of what he was discussing was Earth-based Coriolis, which does not occur, and it's not an actual force, and it doesn't make storms do anything. It's over right there. So why you would go ahead and beg the question that Coriolis force, non-force, does anything is kind of egg on your face if you're going to engage people and not use terms correctly or understand what you're even arguing about.
Yeah, that guy, especially the fact that he's been around the argument this long and, claims that he's willing to re-examine things in certain areas, but he's acknowledging to DJ that he thinks there's curvature over water. I mean, I think he originally was called Sofa Grimm, then he was Mr. Grimm. I'm glad he's got another name because we have another Grimm who's in the 24/7 server who's a legitimate flat earther, so this is a different guy, but yeah, I'm pretty sure his original name was Sofa Grimm, but, he's
right, so we've had over the past 2 years in the flat earth community, people who were of the mind that these types of things don't have to do with the flat earth argument necessarily, and then they switch to, I feel compelled, and this is them speaking, I feel compelled that I can't just take away a worldview. There's like a vacuum there, there's an empty space in people's minds, and I need to give them answers. And so under that compulsion to give people answers, they went out to try to find answers. And they lost their scrutiny ability in this rush, and they ended up telling people a bunch of nonsense that they didn't validate, can't prove, and it's all speculation at worst and downright lies at best. Or the other way around, whichever way. But the point of that story is this idea that you have to have explanations for everything that the globe previously had an explanation for. That's just not necessarily the case, and nobody should feel burdened to have to do that for themselves, and they should definitely not feel burdened to be some kind of leader to do that to others, because that would be entirely antithetical to the whole idea of being a flat earther in the first place, wouldn't it? It's like we got to hurry up and get these explanations that we don't know, and we all got to get in lockstep and agree that this is how everything works. Otherwise, the Globers won't take us seriously. It's like, who cares?
Yeah, we don't care if they take it seriously or not because they could just look at the information and evaluate it on on its face, and the fact that some of them claim to have done that at least, or have done it and still don't see the obvious, then that's really their problem, not ours.
Yeah, and I don't mean I don't care about those people on their journey, but that's jumping the journey. The first part of the journey is to recognize that these phenomena are separated from a causal story about the globe Earth being the cause of all of these phenomena. And part of that, right, like Indio said, is accurately describing what's actually happening in the first instance, rather than, massaging what's happening to fit your globe narrative and then say, look, the globe solves this problem because I already massaged it to fit. Okay, flat earthers shouldn't be massaging things to fit explanations of things they can't possibly know the answer for. Right? You go out as a flat earther, start making definitive claims about reality which you don't have access to test. you're just as bad as a glober that's trusting a scientist that they can't evaluate themselves either. Like, how have you progressed if that's what you're doing?
Yep, for sure. Yep, it's really like it's almost like Glober mindset enabling to start doing that kind of stuff because that's what people need to be weaned off of is thinking they have to have a ready answer for everything, especially in terms of causation. We've got a few new people in here. Hi, Ari. Welcome to the channel. Long Iron. Anybody else that's got a question about Flat Earth, feel free to speak up. We lost our last candidate. I was hoping he was going to go back and forth with you guys for a while so I could go clean out the chicken coop, wash some dishes, but nope, he had to run away. Too bad.
Longer thinks science has something to do with geometry. Interesting.
Yeah, I just went and made a meme specially for him. But my science! Never ever have shapes and planes ever been science. I know you like that meme, Twonger. You know you like it. Because you know it reflects exactly what happens in here with you all the time. Hey, Twonger, what's Dunning's first name? No cheating. Okay, what's Kruger's first name? So then shut the fuck up and don't call us fucking Dunning-Kruger motherfuckers. You don't even know the names of these psychologists, bro. Stop it. Stop. You're embarrassing yourself. For the record, it's... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, finish it.
Before we go on, Jenna, no, hold on, Jenna. Reel that vocal tempo in, please. Thank you.
Oh, I was just going to say, for the record, it's David Dunning and Justin Kruger. So now everybody knows.
That's a nice name, David Dunning. I feel like his parents were going for that alliteration. Yep, they
Right.
nailed it.
I like it. David Dunning. Yeah, that's nice.
We've got AECCBA up there. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you. I don't remember talking to you before. I don't know if you've been here before. I'm trying to see what your profile picture is. I mean, looks like a dude sitting on like a dock or something. I don't really know. That's very weird looking, but he has a chainsaw for a nose. I don't know what's going on there.
Sitting by the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away.
Sitting on the dock of the bay with my chainsaw.
It looks like a chainsaw. I don't know what that's supposed to be.
About to cut this dock of the bay with my chainsaw. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of docs, a doctor, PhD in physics, optics specialty, heard about flat Earth. And he said, you know what? I bet I could go to a doc, shoot a laser on the doc, and then see that curvature. So he went down there. I believe he used 2 different color lasers. He just that laser across, and he said, dang, there ain't no Earth here. Now I'm flat Earth.
That's a good story.
Stories and tests on Yeah, Dr. John D. YouTube channel. Got all kinds of videos. Not only that, we got laser tests 25 miles over water. We got laser tests 30 miles over land, etc. Which is claim you're curved, and that's water, you're curved. When you test water, it's not curved, therefore your paradigm's false.
Okay, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but put out your satellite direction finding mechanism starting to lose connection.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Domo.
Anyway, the moral of that story was water's flat, therefore the earth is flat.
Yeah,
The
see,
end.
now the roboting went away.
Yeah, I feel like we missed the setup. Yeah, and then we only heard like the punchline of the joke that made it kind of difficult. But this guy's admitting that it's a chainsaw. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I know. I was wondering about it. Yes, there's more than one female. Oh, yes. Thank you, Jenna, for pointing that out. That's right. Yeah, I'm impressed that I realized it was a chainsaw. I mean, I thought, no, it can't possibly be a chainsaw, but you're telling me that it is. Okay. Chainsaw Man can't talk.
It kind of looks like a chainsaw for a face. I can't really make out what's going on there, but yeah, it definitely looks like a chainsaw.
Yeah, there's an anime character called, I think it's called, can't remember the name of it, but it might be Chainsaw Boy or Chainsaw Head. But it's basically an anime character. It's just chainsaw for a face, and he can't stop hurting everybody. And it might be like a allegory on the angst of youth, where those you love or those you hurt, you can only truly hurt those you love. So for example, when you want to hug your lover, you end up chainsawing them in the face. So it's kind of deep.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
But it's kind of also an allegory for the globe model. So when you try to come in here and argue your globe model, usually you just end up chainsawing it in the face.
Yeah, I guess you could just not plug yourself in when you're around people you liked.
Yeah. Then you would just get a chainsaw that's not spinning and still get a chainsaw in the face.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's true though. Yeah, when the globe believers try to defend the globe, they inevitably make it worse. I mean, I shouldn't say inevitably. They do sometimes have weak opponents, but even then, I don't know if they do themselves any favors.
Is that like, like there's this guitar player called Buckethead, which I don't really approve of, kind of weird. But is that what this guy is? Like Chainsaw Head? Like, I don't know. Thought I'd throw that in.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah.
The Chainsaw Devil. Yeah. Chainsaw Devil. That's what the character's called, I guess.
Oh yeah. See, I don't have fear of chainsaws. I need you to cut down a bunch of logs that fell apart my back driveway. I'd be like all about it. I might not let you in the house, but yeah, I'd let the chainsaw devil, cut up some firewood for the winter.
I've worked in too many haunted houses to be afraid of chainsaws. I always got a chainsaw man somewhere. It's always a chainsaw without a blade on it, just loud. It scares people.
Yeah. Although the last storm, my sons were out there just cutting it with the handsaw, and they seemed to enjoy that, and they were really fast at it. It's probably good for them to get some more exercise than a chainsaw.
Yeah, when I lived in Washington, we had a big storm. I had a half an acre up there. I had 50 pine trees in my side yard, and one winter, big snowstorm, ice storm, and winds, and I had a 100-foot tall tree in my yard fall over onto my neighbor's house. But the good news is as it was falling, it got caught wedged in between two smaller trees, and they went opposite ways, so it just gently landed down. Didn't harm the house at all.
That is good.
Yeah, that tree was probably at least 100 years old. Like, huge.
We've got Taba in here, down below, Sunny. Welcome to the chat. Taba, however you say it. If you want me to pronounce it right, you'll have to get on the mic and tell me. Matthew Learns is back.
Happy Father's Day to those of you who are fathers.
Thank you, Matthew.
And to you. Yeah. Are you a father, Matthew?
I am not, but thank you.
Okay. Well, you have a father probably, or you did at one time, so
I do.
you can still celebrate. You can still celebrate Father's Day. Yeah.
It's hard to be a father when you a mother. Just kidding.
Yeah, I don't know if guys are the same. Like, I know women get like offended if they aren't mothers, and people ask them on Mother's Day if they are. Like my one friend who's childless, she's like, and then the lady at Kroger said Happy Mother's Day to me, and I was so mad. I'm like, so yeah, like I don't know, but I don't think fathers feel that same way, right, men? I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe I should just never say it to anyone unless I've confirmed seeing the child.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everybody has a father unless they were conceived by the Force, which is not a force, but you can think of as a force, like Anakin Skywalker.
Yep. Yeah,
So, yeah, just like everyone has a mother, like they can still celebrate the day, right? They're celebrating somebody brought me here to the world. Cool.
Can you imagine saying my father was a test tube? Like,
Yeah, at church today, the preacher said that even if we had a bad father, earthly father, we have a heavenly father, and all of us can celebrate at least having a biological father also. So there's still things to celebrate.
That's true.
Thanks, Matthew. Yeah, I agree. Another thing we agree on. Brings it up to about 5 or 6.
You know, I think we agree on almost everything. It's just that the topic of this room is the one thing we disagree on.
That's right. That's right. I should follow you around to other places. We'd probably get along better.
Thanks for reminding me, y'all. I just had to message my dad and be like, hey, happy Father's Day.
Darth Baby Yoda is here. Welcome. If you've got any questions about Flat Earth, you've come to the right place. Deleted account. Oh, no, deleted account is Lats. What? Is that our Lats? I don't know.
I think there's 2 Lats.
Okay, yeah, because when I click on it, sometimes, yeah, then like the username is deleted _account 1 2 3 4 5.
Yeah, we've got an LATS, and then there's right here LATTS, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the number of T's. I gotcha.
Hey, CB, what's up? Are you there? AFK. Right. Well, let's just run down the panel here. We have AI up there at the top. Akba. Alpha's in the house, probably listening. Booger Smoker, we heard from earlier. He's deafened now. That's probably a wise choice. Bushel, Creation Bear. Crit, as always. Good to see you, Crit. We've got Dandelion, Mary Mom. Good to hear you this morning.
Hey there.
Great participation today. I really appreciate it.
Did I get all my participation points, Sonny? Did I get all my participation points for the day?
You got above and beyond. It's really great to come on here and hear Dandelion. I really appreciate it. We missed you. We definitely missed you. I'll speak for myself. I missed you in here, and it's really great to hear your voice. Yeah, an OG Flat Earther.
That's very sweet. That's very sweet.
Yeah. So Darth Baby Yoda, we haven't heard from you yet. Maybe that'll come up soon. We have Daz68, another great participant. Dr. Irune Glober's doing that daily.
What's up, Doc?
Yeah, what's up, Doc? Dre's, our friends from Iceland. Good to see you in here, Dre's. Say hi to the family. Karma. Yeah, Effie Batman doesn't speak up much, but we do hear from him now and then.
When he says something, it's very meaningful. My favorite Batman.
No doubt. Effie VidMe live stream, whoever that is.
Still haven't figured that out. Let me know if you ever do.
And
I believe that's a bot.
Sorry?
I believe that's a bot sending this live stream to another provider.
And we all need more maple syrup in our lives, so we have Flatman Can. Yes.
Can never have enough real maple syrup. None of that artificial log cabin stuff.
I have a big old bottle of real, like $22, but it's worth it. I'm telling you.
Yeah, isn't the flavored corn syrup, isn't that cheaper?
Yeah, it's cheaper. It's just not the same.
I'm teasing, of course.
Yeah, you're kidding. Heretic, as usual. Good to see you, Heretic. Hush is in the house. I don't know if I've spoken to Intuition before.
Into action, yeah. If anybody's going to speak to him, yeah, it shouldn't be me. He did speak to me earlier. Yes, he does exist.
Mm-hmm. Jenna, it's good hearing from you this morning. Good flat smacking today. Yeah. And say hi to your mom, Jenna. Yeah, when you get a chance. Anyway, speaking of mom, I need to call mine. And we've got John Luna's been showing up here. That's good to hear you, sir.
83.
Kingsley's in the house. Latz, I think we heard from Latz. Yeah, Latz was speaking up earlier. We have Long Iron, I'm not familiar with. Majin, Matthew Learns, of course. Good to see you in here, Matthew. We have Mick, Morvis the Yeeted, Over Fences, Rayleigh Criterion, Sasha. All right, good to see you, Sasha. Subdued. I'm your host. My name is Sonny on the Plane. The Earth is flat, stationary, and contained. That rhymes.
You are now listening to Sonny on the Plane.
I used to have a morning show on here a couple years ago. There was nothing going on, man. I came on here every day in the morning.
Yeah, we remember you played your guitar, and everybody was like, dude, why are you playing your guitar? We got a Glover in the house.
I fucking got dissed for that shit. So that's okay, man. Every now and then I'll pull it out. Like, I don't want to get in trouble. Anyway, T-Dub, good to see you. T-Dub, down under.
The real question should have been, why is there a Glober in the house while Sonny's playing a guitar?
Yeah, why are they interrupting my guitar playing? That's the question. So, Taiba.
Hey, Sonny, I give you permission to interrupt nonsense talk with your guitar. So, for example, in Dead Air, people are going to talk about stupid crap rather than take the opportunity to do flat earth exposition, which they should be doing, myself included sometimes. You can just come in with a guitar and be like, oh, no, the earth is flat, but you're in here talking crap. Get back to the subject matter, stat.
Exactly. ASAP. So, yeah, like a little minute, 45 seconds or a minute and a half musical interlude, I think, can be beneficial, you know? Music truly does soothe the savage beast. So anyway, Majin, Marvis, Over Fences, Rayleigh, I got that. Subdued, that's myself. Taiba, the Scarlet King, Trinity, good. Ultimate, Evie, Final Boss. Ethergrass, no, that's not Ethergrass, that's Disinform. Carr, I haven't seen. I know Carr's an OG from way back. Don't hear him much, but I see you in here lately. And Ethergrass down at the bottom.
Yeah, he's still digging holes over there in Kansas, Sonny.
Ah.
Sometimes his mic butt dials, and we can hear all the conversation that's going on in his workplace. But yeah, still digging holes over there.
Hole digging is very important on a flat Earth.
Yeah, he's a heavy machine operator, and he's got a crew of workers that help him get the job done.
Wow, that's a trip.
That was a great rundown. Thanks, Sonny.
Yeah. We got a lot of people in here. Good panel.
Well, we had some good exposition lately. Yesterday, the guy that was on here was really showing the reason why people have a terrible time with logic and trying to figure out if the Earth is, a globe or not. Does anybody in here really think the Earth is a globe, and can you use logic to actually propose a logical statement that it is? Or even think about it, can you propose a way practically we can use the Earth as a globe? It's never been done. It's never been done.
Yep, we've been waiting. Mike wants to know if there's a link to the FE VidMe live stream. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. So if anybody knows the answer, they could put it in the chat.
And I was actually just going to scratch that because it seems like it's not actually a bot. The guy just changed his profile picture. But if it is actually a live stream, well, something to consider, but I'm almost not even sure anymore.
Hey, Mick, that link that you gave me to the website for 24/7 Flat Earth, I think you should probably, can't we just put that, it's a website. I mean, you're not letting other people go to another Discord or anything. Can we promote that link? I don't know, AI. Maybe that's a question for you.
Yeah, we can. We can, absolutely. It's basically it's Indio's domain that was repurposed. We kind of cranked that out yesterday evening there. I wasn't sure. I didn't really put it out there because I figured I'd maybe get some feedback, some, quirks to work out or anything if anyone noticed anything. But it does seem stable and it's basic as anything, So yeah, I'll post it.
Indio's kind of like, he worked that site out, so it's legit. Just has two links to.
Well, we need a PSA real quick. So in this server, we are a promoted channel, and we have a promoted cross server. So what that means is in their promoted server channel in this server, that's where you can share too. So you have to share the link to that channel in this server called promoted servers or sister servers or whatever it's called. So don't share our link directly, share that. However, that's a link to a Discord server, but you can share links to websites, as far as I know.
Oh, really?
But just to rewind though, like we are in their section that we can refer people to. Check us out in the promoted section, and then give a link to that section, not the link to our server. Does that make sense?
Okay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. This is Indio's old. Well, it's his domain for a site that he had before. He said he kind of worked on it, but didn't really finish it or whatever. But he had it for a while, so I would imagine this is already pretty much available, but maybe buried in the weeds somewhere. So it wouldn't really be any different. It's just the page is different now. So.
Right. The second
Sorry, I can hear you, man.
Our home server.
Poor AI. Can't afford internet.
You roboted out, AI.
I'm just saying that the section is called VIP partners, right? So you can literally just, if you want to share it with somebody, it could be as simple as hashtag, start typing VIP, and it'll pop up, and then you can do send. And then whoever clicks that will go straight to VIP partners. And our server is like the second to last entry, followed by modern day debate. So it's super easy to find. Or if you're so inclined, you can go into that channel and get the link to our entry, and you can post that link to our entry in the VIP partners, but not our actual server link. Does that make sense?
Kinda. I'm a little lost, I'll be honest, because there's so many different channels, links, and stuff. I can tell you that the site here, all it really is a landing page pointing to our Discord and the YouTube live stream. Basic as anything goes. That's why I was asking about if that VidMe live stream was actually.
Yeah, so what you should do, right. So I'm trying to be definitive here, bro. So we don't have to listen to you walk. Yeah. So pay attention.
Go.
If you want to share the link to our YouTube, you could say, we got this website. If you want to share the link to our server, you need to say, go to the VIP partner section. Okay, does that make sense now?
Sure.
All right. Or you could say, I DM'd you a link. But other than that, it's considered a bad taste faux pas to basically, essentially, call people from one person's server to another. But obviously, we have VIP partner status, which is why we're in the VIP partner list, which is why we should use that link that they provided in the VIP partner list. Make sense?
Sure.
I wanted to thank you, AV, for reeling me in the live text when I start getting heated. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'll do it right now. Watch this. So I open the text, I do hashtag, and I type VIP. It immediately comes up, VIP partners. I click that with my thumb, like I said, there it is. Now, all I do is click it, and it's right there. Now watch, I'm going to click it with my thumb, so I clicked it. It took me right to the list here. Then I'm going to go to this entry here, right? And I'm going to do copy message link, which is going to link me back there. So I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to paste that here. So this is all internal within the server. So now it looks like the same exact link. It says hashtag VIP partners, but you notice there's a chat bubble. So when you click it this time, it's going to take you internally to the politics, and it's going to take you right there to our entry in the VIP partners. Super easy.
Great idea. Thanks for showing us that.
And there's a secondary effect there. There's a secondary effect is which it maintains the ethos of how they want us to operate on their server, and a tertiary effect of making sure everybody knows that we are a VIP partner on the server. Not only that, but the #1 channel for an entire year.
Just put the links to the other servers on there too.
What's that?
I don't know. I thought somebody said put the links to the other server, but I know in some cases that gets people in trouble, like kicked out, banned, etc. So it seems like that's a bad idea.
I don't know.
So if you put the link to this server on that page, that's what I was saying.
Oh, you were saying on the page that they're talking about.
Yeah, on our website. Okay. You can put whatever you want on the website. Yeah.
You can put link to this server and say they're a partner and the whole 9 yards. Yeah, you can advertise this server on that link also.
Thanks for clarifying. I misunderstood you.
That's how. Yeah, and that's a good thing because that link on that page should bring them to this server, and usually you can actually share a link directly to the room. So it should be linked back to this room that we're in right now. So if you already have Discord, and you already are on politics, it's going to take you straight to the room. If not, you're going to have to join politics and then go through that process. But yeah, you want to cross-promote at every every entry point. Yes, 100%.
All right. Look, I'll put the link in the chat. There we go. And grab it and do what you want. It's available.
Yeah, so like on the 24/7 website, it should say, hey, you could check us out on the politics server, where we've held one of the most popular channels, if not the most popular channel on the entire server of 80,000 plus people for the past year. It's always popping. If it's a little bit, come on over if you feel like asking a question or listening in.
Oh, yeah, I can add the politics one.
Who's doing? Is this the one that Helio was doing, or Indio? Or you're saying now you're doing it? I missed that whole.
Yeah.
thing.
So Indio manages the server and the domain name and stuff like that, the technical IT stuff that whatever. And then I actually just built the website and plopped it in there and linked it up so it's accessible over that domain.
Oh, good. Well, super.
Yeah. Well, teamwork there.
Yeah, because Helio posted one a while back. I just don't know if this is the same one.
Yeah, Helios is it doesn't have the tiret or the dash in the domain.
Oh, okay, so it's
Indio's
a different
done.
one. Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, that was one topic of discussion. We're like, which one should we use? Which one looks better or whatever. But I haven't heard anything from Helio about this yet, so Indio and I just went with this for now.
Great. Well, thanks for telling us about it. I bookmarked it. I'm gonna go try to get some things done, but I will catch you guys later. It's been real.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too.
if I'm not interrupting anybody. Does anybody have that link, that Jaren versus Jaren?
Yeah, bro, I can get that for you for $762.
That's cheap.
Behind the paywall. Holy shit.
And 59 cents.
Yeah. And dude, you get a free counseling session with Jaren on how to be a man. Also, so it's a bonus, bro.
Oh, that's a hell of a bonus. Is it like expert advice on how to take your shirt off in Antarctica? Somebody just jumped all over me.
It should. Who was the guy that did that? The UDC or some shit? Was it?
Who's Darth Baby Yoda?
He's a Glober. He was in here a couple days back talking shit.
I don't think I've ever heard of him.
McToon's about to do a review of Jaren versus Wizard debate.
Oh, that's gonna be great.
I can assume how it went. Guys, I've always told the truth. Can't be flat. So the 24-hour sun, no other explanation. So, you guys know I've always been honest. And
Yeah, it's pay-per-view though. You'd have to pay for, the program.
What was it? Was it ever put drones on the moon?
He said that flat Earth only has one map.
Well, listen, supposedly other dudes streamed it, so I think you'd still check their streams for free.
That's my dog right there. You know how we used to do in the old days? Yeah, the homie would have it, and then everybody else in the neighborhood would show up to his house.
What's others deuce? G2. Because he must be.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're looking to sue anybody who's giving away their monetized content for free.
Yeah, I wonder if McToon's about to get sued.
The only one I heard of that was doing it was Geo the other night, but I couldn't be certain that it's still available or even that he did it. I just heard it.
Yeah, no, he did. He was streaming it in his server.
All right, well, go watch it and rip it, bro. So it's immortalized.
Well, he
it was live.
You gonna take one for the team, Elbow?
Well, I mean, I couldn't catch. Like I said, I only caught the end of it when he streamed it. But he's not on to see if we could rebroadcast it because I was gonna rip it.
Bummer. Do we got a guy on that, or are you the guy?
No, I'm the guy. I'm looking for it. I'm trying to see if we could rebroadcast it.
All right. Let me know where we're gonna take the beer and chips to. Your house or what?
Hey, yeah, I got the pit ready and everything.
That's got to be some awkward conversation happening there, man. I can't even guess like how they would go about having that conversation. It's got to be some definite fuckery. Whatever, it's all speculative. They're the only two who know what their intentions are by doing this shit. I would call it the quest for money.
Yeah, I think that they're both in on it because I mean his last statements, or at least what I heard, was this is my new belief. Now, hold on, so you don't know? You believe stuff?
Absolutely.
He made that adamant. Like he said like 3 or 4 times.
I mean, I've been seeing his Facebook posts for since he's been back and dealing with all of his old followers, all types of names, like every day. I'm like, bro, just delete your fucking account, man. You're just getting abused all fucking day long.
I think he cried a little bit talking about he's about to lose his channel or some shit. On the what? Did he lose subscribers?
Oh, dude, he lost like at least 90%. Q and Fee was like ripping him apart. It was hilarious, dude. He actually went into all of his old backlogs and weeded out his art, his new art, which is fucking nuts. I was telling India about it.
It's the biggest flip-flop in the history of the world. The flip-flop's so big you couldn't even put it in your mouth.
Yeah, because I think Q and Fee was taking his old arguments and then having him, like, he was like debunking himself. It was hilarious. And so Jaron like immediately got on that. Like, probably stayed up all fucking night going through content. Insane though, the amount of work this guy's been doing just to fucking lose all of his subscriber base.
Yeah, it's like, and one of the things he was saying is like, Flat Earth only have one map. If we get another map, then we could probably come to the table. But like, dude, and then this was at least one of the things that Winston said was like, pretty much none of that stuff used to matter to you at all about the maps, or just because they're just justified belief with yada yada yada. Talking about the like all the other observation, the spin, the gas pressure, all that other stuff he wants to ignore because of one observation in the sky. Like, come on.
Exactly. Why did they ever say drones to the moon? Why did they put drones in the Antarctica? Shut up, bro.
But I feel like he the way he says, "Oh, this is my new belief," I feel like he's just doing it on purpose, either because he's butthurt for some reason. Well, one of the things he did mention was that everybody, all flat earthers turned on me, yada yada yada. You know, which was like they turned on me too. I mean, I got turned on too. But he's like, and he says probably, and Richard says probably it turned on me more than they did you. But you don't see me like practically crying about it. It's practically paraphrasing. It's either he's butthurt or he's doing the money play. Probably both at the same time.
I mean, like I said, I've told him multiple times, man, I don't wish you any. Whatever you're doing, you have your reasons. And I said it multiple times. I'm like, if he did it to get to jail, be with his, to be a free man. Hey, man, can't knock him for it. If he did it for a bunch of money, can't knock him for that either. He's just he just doesn't really give a shit about anybody else himself. It is what it is.
I don't think people fully understand the draw that money has on other people. It's like it's like obsessive. People that have a lot of it, all they want is more. It's like a spell. I don't get it. I mean, I work for it. I work a lot, and it's money, but it's not something I would forego my values or morals or ideals for. I wouldn't hurt another person for fucking money. It's like, but most people would. I just think people underestimate the.
Sister for $1 million.
You are?
So you're telling me you won't slap your sister for $1 million? There you go.
Sorry, sis. She forgives me. I give her quarter more. No, it's strange sometimes to come on here. I haven't been here in a long time, and then I hear people talking about things that I've been thinking about for the past week, and I've just been thinking about for the past week, strangely enough, about the draw of money that it has on other people. It's a big magnetic pull, unlike what we have here on Earth. It's like people wake up and that's all they can think about. I don't think it's that important. It's important enough to fucking live a decent life, but it's not that important enough to forgo anything you fucking believe in or all that kind of crack. But unfortunately, that's just the way the world works, man. It's a temporal existence, but in order to make your next minute better than it was the minute before, is just to make more money. But that's not really how it works. But that's how people go about their day to day, Hey, do you know, if things get too quiet here, I could always sing a little song for money. Just a couple of dollars. So yeah. Oh, Danny boy, I'm just kidding.
Hey, no, bro, that could be a good business. You start singing, and then people pay you to stop.
Jesus, I make tons of money. Loads of fucking money. I'd be a millionaire by this time tomorrow. Do you know what? I wouldn't even have to sing. Hey, P-Mac, I'll pay you to shut up. You don't want a wee tune with that? Not even a wee fucking verse, like a wee hum? No? A whistle? I could whistle. No, bro, I'll pay you $5 to shut the fuck up right now. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling. Fuck, there's no cracking here tonight. So what about that Iranian thing, eh? And the missiles and shit in Israel and that you know that thing. The other thing, the thing with the missiles. What the fuck's that about? Is that World War III or are we just imagining it?
I read they're just trading.
Trading?
The headline says they're just trading missiles. They're just swapping. They say, hey, you try this one. Oh, thanks. Here, you try this one.
Yeah, a friend of mine said the other day on Messenger, she says, I hear that Iran are sending missiles to Israel. Oh, that's great. What did Israel run out of missiles? That's nice of them. They're actually sending them missiles? It's good neighbors, man. So I guess there's no more playing about Iran doesn't like Israel, Israel doesn't like Iran. That's like it. Like there's no. Couldn't they just like shake hands, make up, and kiss each other? Slap a sister. What kind of calculations are they using when they send these missiles on a globe Earth or flat Earth? You have to ask these questions.
Does anyone want to debate?
No. We want to sit here in silence and fucking enjoy it.
What you got for us, man?
What do you think? What do you want to
Lay out some propositions that you affirm. Lay out some propositions that you affirm.
I affirm no propositions, and your affirmation of propositions.
You affirm no propositions.
I have no at this particular time, at point in time, I have no propositions to confirm.
And that was a yes or no question. Yes or no question. Try again, buddy.
Okay.
Look at you. You're choking on my rhetorical dick.
Oh, you have a dick?
I got a proposition for you. I got a proposition for you. How about I come over and we make a little love time? How about that? Is that enough of a proposition for you?
I didn't know you had a dick. You sound like you don't.
Guys, AI Overlord is a pedophile. He asked a miner for nudes on Vegan World. He's a pedophile. Everyone block him.
Yeah, cool story. You just get banned, fool.
Bye-bye. Rule violation.
What the hell? What just happened?
Holy crap. He asked for a proposition, so I said, "Hey, how about I come over? We make some, lovey time."
Dude, what the hell?
What just happened?
Like indecent proposal, right? The proposition.
Guess you know about the crying game, huh?
I guess I shouldn't make jokes like that because you never know what the target audience's demographic is. So it's probably should stop doing that.
Not for work or basically any time.
That kid was a debate bro, hardcore. What proposition do you have? It's a yes or no.
Yeah. You're choking on my dick. You have a dick? Sorry, I didn't notice. The hell, bro? I thought I had a really cool idea, right? This week I thought, do you know if you're like a band like Travis? So you could get this app that you put the band's name into and it'll notify you when they're in town or in your country or some city next. Apparently, there is fucking one of these bastards. Somebody really thought of it before me, wouldn't you know? But to get signed into the bastard, what's it called? Bands in Town, it's called. Jesus. You have to connect your Spotify account, this account, that account. Okay, I accept. Right, never miss a show. Fine. Right, connect. Yeah. What's your bank number? Right, I'll just put that in there, and your account number, and your short code. Here we go. Now they want you to connect to Facebook. Holy fuck, bro. Like they want my Spotify account, my Google account. If you had an app, right? Say you like a band called The Eagles, and you go Winning in Town or Stereophonics. So and your wee app will alert you. Stereophonics is playing in Belfast on the 20th of November next fucking year. So you can book for that, whatever. That would be a profitable idea. But fuck me, this app is shite. They want everything but my fucking bank account. So you can't go no further in this app unless you have a Facebook account. I don't do fucking Facebook. So how the fuck am I... Yeah, okay. Delete, 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 delete.
What's up, nigger?
I hope she's black.
Man, what is it? The fastest time get banned Olympic speed run today?
Hey, they're doing well. They're gonna break the fucking record.
You know what, bro? People would rather wait around in our channel for something to pop off than to go into some of the other channels and listen to people talk that are actively talking. That says something.
Yeah, have you heard the other channels? Oh my god.
I heard the rumors. I really haven't been to too much of the other channels. Maybe one or two.
It's a trip. It's hard going, as I say. It's hard going. So I think that if you get an app what bands near me, you don't have to connect it to everything. You just put it in your fucking phone. You tell them what bands you like, and they'll give you a little alert that goes, "Hey, Travis is playing in Belfast 3 months from now. Thank you." You book the fucking bus, you book the fucking ticket, you book the hotel, or the bus back if you don't want to pay for a hotel. That's a money spinner, bro. I think that's a money spinner. Can I ask a question? Why is Cosmos muted, and who the fuck is he anyway? Never mind. I think I remember Cosmos. He's hard work. Hard fucking work. Eh? Does anybody want to sing a wee song while we're waiting for somebody to pop up and ask us an actual question?
No, how about you just tell your story of how you found out about flat Earth, looked into flat Earth, and then came to the conclusion the Earth is flat. How about that?
What's going on?
Hey, P-Mac. Yeah, Cosmos is muted because he doesn't bring anything to the table. Just a lot of talking over people and just obnoxious behavior.
Yeah, the best part is holding him to his own worldview. He wants to talk on a neutral platform. If you talk to him in DMs, he self-mutes there too. So until he's able to fix this, just say, hey, this is what you got. Anything else going on, or is that kind of just Oliver flipping out again?
Yeah, we got Akbad in the chat just talking smack. That was a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, like Akbad, open your mic. Floor is yours. What do you got?
That was insightful. Tell us more, Akbad. Yeah, they really don't ever come out to say nothing. It's crazy. Just a big nothing burger. No bread.
Oh, I think I'm back. Hello. How you doing?
There he is.
Nothing burger. I like that term. Now, there's a thing going on with my Discord, right? It fucks up every, I don't know, hour and 20 minutes or something, and I have to come back. And then it takes me about 20 minutes to realize I have to turn the Bluetooth headphones on and off. And it's the whole fucking, nobody cares.
It's Discord. It's a lot of data. It's probably multiple apps running at the same time in the background, whatever you're using. So that'll fuck it up.
Yeah, well, it's probably best that nobody heard what I was talking about when I thought I was talking and nobody could hear me. Because it was basically bullshit. But, onwards and uppers, fellas, here we go.
Dude, I thought you were telling us about how you heard about flat Earth, researched flat Earth, and came to the conclusion the Earth was flat. So I hope that's not bull crap.
Who was that addressed to? That was the other guy, right? Hey!
What's up, man?
It's Speculation Sunday.
No, that's done now.
Is it?
Yeah, speculation has moved to chill chat on home server. Unless, once in a while, like say if you want to mention a speculation, you can do so, but it's supposed to go right back on topic shortly. Like it's supposed to be a micro, like mini speculations here and there. Yeah. But yeah, no more speculation Sunday as a thing.
Okay, I understand that because it could get a little bit out of hand, couldn't it?
Yeah, plus it was getting kind of confusing. You know, people were coming in here and they're like, I heard flat earthers say X, Y, and Z. And they're like, was it Sunday? And they're like, no. They're like, yes, it was. It was Sunday. No, it wasn't. Yeah, okay. It literally was Sunday. Okay, that was Speculation Sunday. And it turned into a whole spiel about having to try to explain to them Speculation Sunday. And it just got repetitive and boring. So at some point, we're like, you know what? Okay, no speculation at all.
Yeah.
Unless, not a day for it anyway. We got a server for that. You know, the home server A lot of people like to speculate. There's channels for speculation. It's like, let's just do it. Let's do it there.
Do you know that good old boy voice you did at the start there? You know what that sounds like? That sounds like somebody's married to his cousin.
I don't know why you guys are speculating.
I know about you, Bo. I come from the Appalachian Mountains, close or close by.
I came in here the other day and I heard a flat roofer talk about some ice wall penguins.
Flat roofers? Ice wall penguins? Flat roofers?
Yeah, some flat roofers.
Flat roofers.
Some flat earthers.
Yeah, the motherfucking man. I'm a lumberjack and I don't care. Yeah. I married my cousin just last year. I'm sorry.
That was Einstein. Einstein married his cousin.
He did. Apparently he did.
That was a different type of theory of relativity.
Relative. Nuté. Oh my god. It's a different kind of relativity. Yeah, it's relative nuté. He married his cousin. You get it.
Hey, how do you rate Globers by intelligence?
Size of the ball.
Relative. Hold on. No, relative density.
Okay. How dare you?
So, Speculation Sunday is over. That is a death, huh?
I mean, you can speculate. Do you want, if you like, right now there's nothing really going on, be like, I got me some speculations. And you're like, okay, sure, what's up? But then we got to get right back on topic, though, if need be.
Great, man. You got these guys in the chat just spamming the shit out of the chat.
Oh, they are?
Pictures of turtles and shit. Yeah, dude.
Should we lock it down?
I don't know, man. They don't want to hop in and fucking present their fucking evidence.
Well, Cosmos
in the chat, pictures of turtles and shit.
Oliver, he's muted. But Oliver should know that, yeah, Terry Pratchett, that's like a turtle with elephants and stuff. That's like a knockoff version, or not knockoff version. It's like a fantasy world like Middle Earth. I mean, like, he should be if he really wants to do the full gambit, start posting some Middle Earth, some Gandalf and whatnot, and, you know, throw in all the flat Earth cosmologies.
So, did you hear there's a new Lord of the Rings plan for... Sorry, go ahead. Bit off topic.
Well, yeah, I mean, he says right here that Terry Pratchett knew the truth. Well, so did Tolkien then. Tolkien's Middle Earth is a flat... That's flat, dude. Middle Earth is flat. They say humans sail in circles. Elves sail in straight lines.
They also lived there fucking 1,000 years, like.
Well, longer, right? Weren't they immortal? They live forever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you go to Helm's Deep and fucking die to an arrow from an orc? Hell,
Yeah,
no,
see-
I'm fucking immortal, bro. I just stay here in the trees.
Well, that's the thing. They could die if they died of like some sort of supernatural illness, or if they died from violence. But if they just lived their normal life, they were effectively immortal. They lived forever. I mean, they aged, but their aging was so slow that it was like more than all of recorded human, of history.
Yeah, they're probably on turmeric all the time. But yeah, I mean, if you had that much, if you were that immortal, why would you go die in Helm's Deep? Like, that's the whole thing.
Yeah, what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong.
Sacrifice themselves for the greater good.
And they were like superior fighters and athletes and at agility. So like one elf is like a force to be reckoned with. They got think of how long just training to be a fighter or like a human. When a human goes to basic training, you got 9 weeks. You go to AIT, so about 3 months, and you're on the battlefield. Think about an elf who could have 1,000 years to train.
Yeah, that's fucking hardcore.
Yeah, that'd be like, damn, dude, really?
That's hardcore. It's not really true, though.
Yeah, bro.
Those kind of things don't
That's
happen.
not true.
They're all mortal.
How about what's the guy who wrote the MCU, Marvel Comics? I'm trying to blink on his name all the time. There we go. Yeah, Stan Lee. So he's Asgard. Asgard's flat too. So you've got Tolkien, Pratchett, Stan Lee. They all had concepts of some sort of flat world out there.
It's just crazy when you think about it, bro.
I thought it was funny how I was arguing with this chick recently about, the surface of the Earth. And there was a point in the conversation where she's saying to me, like, oh, so you're saying it's like Asgard then? And then my response was like, yeah, sure, without the vacuum of space. Like, reminding her, like, they kind of depict that as being a flat world in the vacuum of space. So I was like, but there is no vacuum of space.
That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, there's no space. It's just Asgard. Like, that's it. Like, think you're an Asgardian, but there's no space. You're just like, that's it. There you go.
Yeah,
Crit, do you know who this Hackbot guy is? Do you know who Hackbot is?
I don't think so. And maybe. Let me check. Sometimes when I look, I'm like, oh yeah, I talked to that guy before.
The more you think of the universal model, and the vacuum and the Big Bang and the things that's just doing globe things, just doing round things and vacuum things, it's the more you think about it, the more ridiculous it sounds.
Yeah. No, I haven't talked to him before. It looks like he's been around. He's been around a couple different servers, but I've never interacted with him.
So this girl you were talking to, the guy that was talking previously, did you score? Alright, that's a bit crass.
Yeah, like A-Bar, like open up, or how you pronounce your name. Like, let's hear you talk. What you got going on?
He's been sitting silent the past couple of days, actually.
All right,
seeing his PFP. He was in the voice chat. Yesterday.
Open your mic, homie.
Shit.
Yeah, let's check out what he's got.
He joined the VC.
Oh no, he's in here.
He joined the VC.
He's in the VC.
Oh, is
now.
he?
Yeah.
Okay, there he is.
Oh, he's a Darwinist, determinist, skeptic, nihilist, atheist. Damn, that's a lot of baggage. Holy shit! There's so much to unpack there. Damn, dude.
I'm way past the point of no return. Here we go, Ekaba. Yeah, I don't understand that. Like, it's just so far. It's done, bro. It's cooked.
Well, no, I mean, like, think of what he's got going on here. So he's got skeptic. Okay, so use that identity to explain flat Earth. Atheism, you can use that identity to explain flat Earth. Nihilism, you could use that identity to deal with disagreement. Agnostic, there's you don't know, so you can start with an I don't know.
Possibly. You could possibly.
You could use your Darwinism to explain your Newtonianism. That dude drank bleach because he thought, or drank mercury because he thought he was going to shit gold.
So did Chinese emperors. Apparently.
You got this evolutionist. You could use that to go argue with the final experiment people.
Look at this. He's saying later.
Yeah, it looks like he's knocking the mic up. All right, I guess not.
Are you leaving? Oh God.
Yeah, he's heading out. All right. Well, that's
That's
good.
sad.
How
Nice,
about
nice
Oliver
try,
then?
bro. See you next week.
Oliver, PMAX got some questions for you.
No, reverse that.
Who are the questions?
PMAC, he's just got to know, like, why.
Why? What? Wait, what?
Why he's a globalist.
A globalist.
Oh, Cosmos is back. Oh my God. Look, prepare your asshole. What's up, Cosmos?
Cosmos was always here.
Yeah, but he's muted, right?
Yeah, I think Sasha wants to ask you, how can curved surface be flat?
It's very interesting. If curved surface is curved and a flat surface is curved, what is flat?
What is flat?
If curved surface is curved and flat surface is curved, what is flat surface?
Well, when we talk about flat, we're just talking about like relatively colloquially in terms. If I measure a pancake.
When we spoke about the curve, what we talk about, colloquially or about the curve?
Well, a curve will be in literal terms.
And the flat is not literal terms.
Unless you're literally on something that's flat, yeah.
At least you are not literally something on curved. What that mean then?
I don't get what you're saying.
Is it scales curved?
Yes, so large scales.
Scales, scales that for going to one level to another. You know what you're using in a building, in the house. How you call it? It's not scale. It's stairs.
Yeah.
Are they curving?
A stair's curving.
Stairs.
A step is flat.
Stepping. Oh, how do you know that?
How do I know a step is flat? Because I'm calling it. I'm just calling it flat. It could vary by like a fraction of a millimeter.
Let me help him out here. What would you say? You observe it as flat?
Yeah.
All right, so that's a good place to start.
And how you will call 10 miles of flatness?
10 miles of flatness.
You cannot. Okay, if it doesn't change elevation, can we call that 10 miles of flatness?
If it doesn't generally change elevation, you could call it flat, but it's like you could call the step flat even if it varies by like a millimeter.
Can we call that curved surface, that 10 miles of flatness, not changing elevation?
Yes, you could call a 10-mile flat surface flat.
No, I'm asking, can we call that curved surface?
Well, I suppose if you're talking about curve as in like visible curve, no, you wouldn't.
No, I'm talking about 10 miles of the flat surface. Can we call that curved surface?
Then no, you couldn't.
No, okay. We have a 10 miles of flat surface, and you cannot have 10 miles on the flat surface on the Earth.
Okay.
Do you know that you cannot have even 5 miles of the flat surface on the Earth?
Well, if you're just calling flat like flat, fairly level, then yeah, you couldn't have it.
No, I'm saying there is no 5. You cannot have the 5 mile of the flat surface on the Earth, which is spherical.
What would you call the variance?
I will call the size of the Earth. You cannot have 10 centimeters of the flatness on the basketball. Do you agree with me?
No, you couldn't on a basketball. No.
That's the same thing on its bigger ball. You cannot have 10 miles of flatness on this ball.
I agree.
It's the same principle. if you have the 10 centimeters on the, it's not 10 centimeters, it's smaller, but you can make a mat. You cannot have that flatness on the ball, basketball.
If you tell me to look around and say what I see around me, I'm gonna say it's flat, but I don't literally mean as in everything is flat. I just mean the general layout.
Everything. It's not flat. It's changing the elevation.
No, so I'm saying if you told me to look around, say somewhere where
it depends where you are. If you are on the water, or if you are under the mountain, or you are on the valley. It depends where you are, man.
Say I'm at the beach, right?
Yeah.
And I look around, and you ask me like, what topography would you say the sea is looking out to sea? I'd say the sea is flat in common parlance.
Yeah. And you have an island 10 miles away from that beach, and you see the shore of that island. That means you see the flatness of the 10 miles. Is that correct?
10 miles from like where to where?
From the beach to that island, what is across the beach.
Oh, yeah, sure. You could
and you don't call that curved surface.
No, I wouldn't call it curved.
But the problem is that must be curved surface, not flat surface.
No, because it's not what I'm seeing.
Not what you're seeing, what you're measuring, because it's 10 miles. It's not what you see. You can see even 20 miles, but maybe you will not see the shore. I don't know. But in this case, you see the 10 miles of the flat water. That means that 10 miles is flat. That is not curved, but you must have curved surface on the sphere.
I didn't even mention about measuring. I'm just saying that I'm looking at something. You're asking me to describe it, and I'm saying it looks flat.
Yeah, you're looking in something. What you are looking when you are on the beach? Are you looking the seagulls? Are you watching the stones under the water? Or we are making observation how much we can see in the distance?
What? An observation of how much you can see?
And we realized that we've seen this shore of this island, and that's 10 miles. And we concluded that we can call that flatness. Let's not call that perfect level flat zero, because it's not measured like that, but we can call that flatness because there is water, does not change elevation. That means that's flatness. But that must be curved on the sphere with the specific size. I told you about the basketball because basketball is smaller. It has that size. On the basketball will be smaller distance. On this ball will be bigger distance or whatever. But you cannot have 10 miles of flatness on this sphere. Even less, I told you. But 10 miles, 20, oh my God, you cannot have 20 miles of flatness.
Right.
And that's
If no one told you it was a sphere, would you have worked it out by yourself?
Well, nobody told the Greeks it was a sphere.
Okay, if nobody told you it was a sphere, would you have worked it out by yourself?
It probably depends on whether I was investigating it. Like, you could say the same thing about like most principles. Where would I have worked it out?
Okay, so how would you come up that it was a sphere if no one told you it was a sphere?
I'd have to like test a claim, wouldn't I?
Can you do the same experiment?
Is it spherical? No, you're all right. That's
Can
the
you
claim,
do the
right?
same? Can you do the same experiment what Eratosthenes did in a time? That means with his equipment, with his everything, you do the same. Go to that place, go to Africa, walk for 500 miles, measure the sun, what he's doing, go to straight line because you need to go straight. He was going straight, measure all angles, shadows, and then make a conclusion about the radius. It's easy. If he did it 2,000 years ago, that means for us it's a joke now to make this experiment. How he did it, in his way, traditional way, with the camels and everything, not with the cars and airplanes and GPS. Do you know? Because we will do that. You can make a bread now with the machines, but you can make a bread only with your hands. Let's do it like he did it with his hands. Everything like he did it. And that we will get original. Not what we're doing today. Because then we will repeat that experiment properly. 2,000 years ago, which technology we had at that time, go in the same place, same Alexandria, and let's walk and cross the desert, rivers, everything for 1 month, walking, and sending the pigeons to other person and saying the sun is here or whatever, smoke signals, whatever, because I can say that that could work in that time, smoke signals or pigeons or something like that, because that's a technology what he had in that time. Can we do that now, today? That easy one, not this complicated one with the cars and GPS and stuff and satellites and, you know.
I'm sure you could.
Well, let's do it. Can you do that you don't need to go Africa, can you do that in England? Go to the Scotland and then walk to the Southampton, okay? And then tell me, then make me measure of Southampton and go in Edinburgh to readings and tell me what sun is doing. But walk, because we will go back in 2,000 years ago. You don't have a car, you know. You must do it like Aristophanes, clever, smart guy did it.
So, right, so isn't it a bit pointless to do so if we don't know what the sun is, as you guys say?
It's better to take his measurements of this guy, what you're believing, and see, okay, this is the radius, this is the distance to horizon, everything is cool. I go outside, I will go to measure now. Oh, there is an island, and that island, I know that it's there, because every day there is going that ferry, and the captain of the ferry knows the distance to the island, because he is driving that, navigating that ferry every day, transporting people from an island, from the beach to the island, you know. And if you ask the captain of the ferry how much to distance to that island, he will tell you. You don't even to go to the Google. He will tell you it's 10 miles, 20 miles, and then you make observations, say, okay, there is a curving water because it's dropping away from me like a sphere once it's doing in reality. Then you show that and everybody's go home. Or you show something like flatness, that like we are showing.
But don't we say on this channel we don't know what the sun is?
On this channel, is it 24/7 sun what is doing? What is the title of this server?
When I ask people,
can you read the title of this server, please? Read it.
Why are you being obtuse?
Is it the name 24? Is it the name 24/7 Flat Earth?
No. Yeah. The title of the server is politics.
Yeah, politics. Is it any sun? Is it any sun in the title?
That's why I get very confused in discussions.
Can I ask you this question? Does these people making any claim about the sun?
How about you let him talk, Sasha, and then we can hear what he's saying.
Yeah, I was going to say something there. I was very interested in what I was going to say about what was it? Cosmos.
If it's not 24/7 sun, then why would I use an experiment which referenced the sun as like one of the things, like the angle of sunlight that I'm measuring? Because obviously it's going to get thrown out if you guys are saying, well, we don't know what the sun is, so don't use that as a reference. There's no point.
There is no point to
our problem.
There is no point to look into the sky to measure the ground. Yeah, there is no point.
Yeah. I don't see the problem.
Right. That just causes you not knowing where the sun is or what it is a you problem, not a us problem. That's a problem for you.
Well, yeah, but that's why I wouldn't use it to like go against your claims. If you're saying I don't know what it is, so I'm not going to make any inferences about its nature.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Isn't the sun what you guys use as proof of?
So you would. Oh, sorry. So you would throw out Eratosthenes as a proof of the globe, right?
I kind of would, but not for the reasons you think.
Can I ask you another question? How that? Okay, sorry.
No, go ahead.
What reason would you throw it out?
He didn't use like 3 points of reference, so it's not exactly a great experiment per se.
Even if you use 3 points of reference, you can still do it on a flat surface.
Yeah.
Wait. Still not a flat surface.
On a flat.
You can still do it on a flat surface.
Here's where we get into we don't know what the sun is, where then it becomes
so
futile.
You can have 3 different angled shadows from 3 different points on a flat surface, right?
Yeah, but if you don't know what the sun is, then
exactly.
it goes out the window.
Yeah. So even if you did use your 3 points, then you still got to throw it out.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying I have different inference rules to you guys.
You have inference to sun to measure the ground. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm saying you can use it.
But whether you've got 2 points or 3 points, you can do that on a curving surface or a flat surface. So it's not conclusion. It doesn't get you to a conclusion either way. So whether you're saying, okay, I would have used 3 points, but if you use 3 points on a flat surface, you get the same answer anyway.
Same thing. Yeah.
No, because you use.
So if you've got 3 points on a flat surface with a light above them, can you get 3 different angles?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, right.
Well, you get into the thing is you get into the we could go through it. Like, does light travel in a straight line?
Well, apparently not. Apparently it travels. Apparently it curves. Apparently it goes straight. Apparently we have, rays that go in, rays that go out. So, where are you showing these parallel light rays? Where are they?
Why you're saying that? How light is traveling? Why you're saying even that?
Yeah, I know. It doesn't. What
For example, if you see something in reality, in nature, do you see that with your eyes, or you need to consider what light is doing?
Exactly.
Did you get my question?
Cosmos, are you listening to that question?
Yeah, I'm saying right. If you guys,
I'm asking you this question. When you see something in reality, do you see that stuff, what you see, or you need to consider how lights work before making any conclusion?
All right. For the love of God, let him answer instead of just say it 4 more times. Go ahead, Cosmo.
So certain phenomena, it would probably, I need to assess how light works. For example, a prism, I can't just look at a prism and know what's going on. I would have to know, how is light spreading out into spectra? What is the light actually doing?
Prism, though, are we?
What if you're looking at Ireland across the beach?
For fuck's sake, bro.
I don't think it would be great. If I didn't know the conditions to assess exactly how far the island is away with my eyes. I don't think eyes are a great tool of measurement alone.
You do it with infrared.
Does the electrical window open?
I just destroyed a transgender in a debate, so let's go to this.
Go back and.
What part of the flat Earth are we talking about? What part of the flat Earth are we talking about?
Why don't you go back and destroy them some more?
No, thank you. I had to join this VC. What part are we talking about?
Okay, well, you're not going to talk here for long, man. You just butt into
one thing
people's
people know
conversations.
about is how light works. We don't know exactly what it is, but it works the way it works because we've experimented enough with it.
Okay, I'll mute.
Good.
I don't know why you're talking about light when it comes to shape the Earth. What's the correlation here, bro?
Somebody else brought up.
We understand light. I'll give you a chance to answer again, but I think I must reiterate this point. You're talking about light, how light works. Humans pretty much have got we know what light is. Well, we understand how it works. Are you trying to bend light? What are you doing?
I wouldn't say the average person knows exactly the physics of light.
But we're not talking about the average person. We're talking about science.
Well,
so
I
what
don't.
Are you talking about light? What's your point? What is your point about light that proves something about the shape of the Earth? That's probably my question. And I'll shut up now for about 5 minutes.
At its highest elevation, you don't expect to get like much refraction. But then we go into a whole debate on refraction. Usually, you get significant refraction the closer something is to the horizon, because that's where the highest temperature gradient is.
Yeah. So how do you know that the horizon is at 1.22 miles?
Closer to the horizon. That's an interesting statement.
It's inferred from the size of the Earth.
Okay, so how does refraction make the Earth curved?
It doesn't make the Earth curved. Refraction is the phenomenon.
How can you tell from refraction that the Earth is curving?
No, you can't tell from. Could you?
That's exactly my point.
So now your argument about refraction making the Earth curves gone out as well now.
No, you might necessarily.
Okay, can you get refraction on a flat surface?
You can, but certain observations wouldn't make sense.
So we're going to throw that one out now, then, yeah, because you have it on both.
No, because certain observations wouldn't make sense.
Cosmos.
So observation of the flat surface 10 miles will not have a sense.
We're looking for
that's what you see, what you experience. For example, if it's a war and there is a ship and wants to attack you, you will not shoot because there is not that. Is that correct?
Talking.
I don't know. You are saying that there is no such a thing like a flat surface, but we realized that before, like 10 minutes, there is such a thing like a 10 miles of flat surface. There is no refraction. There is only flat surface. There is nothing happening. You see the flat surface, water, nothing else.
If you think there's no refraction, then okay.
I'm not saying that something is not happening in the air. I'm telling you that what you see if you make observation, that things it's there. That means it's not something happen in the air and make that things exist. Like I told you, like a warship. If it's warship there, then warship is there. You know. It's not on 1 mile, on 20 miles. If you know that the shore is on 10 miles and that ship is it's on 10 miles, then that's 10 miles. There is nothing. There is no phenomena happening. You know.
Phenomena.
Okay, let's put it like this: how will you distinguish refracted surface from the real surface?
Well, the only way to really do it is one is like if you assume visible distortion, and the other thing is you kind of have to have atmospheric conditions.
Okay,
you have to have a physical horizon at 1.22 miles. That's the only way you can tell if the surface is refracting, if the light's refracting.
Yes,
it's the only possible way. The only one way that you know that the light is refracting is if you know that the physical horizon is at 1.22 miles. That's the only way.
You'd have that as an assumption in your calculations.
Oh, no, we're not going to do that.
The question is, how do you know that the horizon is at 1.22 miles?
Because it seems to work for all our maths and observations.
Work for what?
Of what?
Like calculations.
Calculations for the what?
Oh, to help explain things like the black swan. That's what you mean.
Yeah. Show me a calculation that works with the horizon of 1.22 miles.
What? Show you a specific one?
Yeah, including refraction.
Show one with any drop over distance. Any one, only one, not 10. We will show you 1,000 without drop over distance. And you show one with drop over distance. Can we do that like that, Cosmos? We will show you 1,000.
There's got to be equaling the ball to show the horizon at 1.22 miles. Because otherwise you don't know it's there because you never see it there, right?
I'm pretty sure on a clear day, you would just see it.
You are sure, but you never
Pretty
check
sure?
it. That's correct.
If I picked a clear day,
Did you ever?
sure
Did you ever check?
Is,
Did
is
you
that
ever
a
personally
one
check
sec,
it?
Sash? Is that a
Sorry,
day
sorry.
without? Is that a day without refraction?
So you're gonna have a level. It's like how
No,
minimal
hang on,
it
dude.
is.
Sorry. Is that a day? You're saying a clear day is a day without refraction?
No.
No. So how are you going to see the horizon at 1.22 miles, where it's supposed to be? Please clarify for me.
I don't know.
There you go. So you can agree that you don't know the horizon is at 1.22 miles.
Directly, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Sasha. Sorry, mate.
No, everything. But you know that everything is working, like even without checking. You're sure without checking yourself. You said, "I'm sure."
Yeah.
Without checking.
I go to.
Okay, that means believes. You believe there is for sure drop over distance, but I will not check.
Photos.
We travel around the world. Like it's
I traveled. I traveled last week in Edinburgh, Scotland, and I took the 24 kilometers the lighthouse from the beach on beach. It's called Portobello. You can watch on Google if you don't believe me.
I believe you.
I check it. That was 7 days ago. I check it in Croatia. I check it in Margate in south coast of England. I check it in Ireland. Where did you check it? You are saying you are traveling. Where did you check it? I can tell you where I check it more. In Croatia, Croatia, 3 places. In UK, on 3 places. That's all. Yeah, 6 places.
It's too many.
But I know people I know people here. They did it in their places all around the world. USA, Portugal, everywhere, and they have the same result. There is no drop over distance. But you are sure there is.
Yeah.
You who are not check it. You who are not check it, you are sure. But people who are check it, they're telling you there is no such a thing. But you are still sure. What will be the way that you that now you say maybe I'm not sure? What that would be the way?
So I remember.
Maybe to check it.
Have you ever been like near an airport, like at sunset or sunrise?
Yeah, I was 1,000,000 times the seaside in Croatia, in Italy. Yeah.
When you see planes taking off and flying forth and back, and it's at like sunrise or sunset, where is the light hitting the plane?
Where is the light hitting the plane?
Well, if it's to the east, it's the front. To the west, the back.
Well, in fact, I might as well not even use that argument because you just say I don't know what the sun is. So, in fact, we'll just throw that out.
How is that an argument for?
I don't know how that will be. Has to do anything with the surface. How you will with that prove the Earth is let's say Earth is a sphere. How you will do that with all our, let's say we don't know what is the sun, but you know, how you will explain with that, let's say, light on the airplane that Earth is the spherical.
Cosmos, you're actually talking shit, like. Now, I'll just come out and say it. You're talking shite. You haven't proved a fucking thing. Give me one proof. I'll take 2.5. What are you talking about, bro?
Cosmos, you can change the colors of aeroplane, and sun can go zigzag during the day tomorrow.
You're talking about light.
But
light
surface will not change, you know.
Light doesn't prove the fucking surface. Light doesn't prove a surface. What are you talking about, bro?
Okay, so I think we need to find out what's going on. Is there a claim being made about the way light travels through air?
Oh, light can improve curvature and flat surface and everything. Yeah.
But
So
is that
Cosmos,
the gist of it, Cosmos?
I think so.
You're talking about the way
I'm not
light
even.
propagates through air.
I'm not even going to use it because then we just go back to I don't know what the sun is. So
No. You don't have to know what the sun is, right? It's a light source, right?
Well, if you don't know what
he actually fucking gets it, like.
Okay, I don't get it.
All right. If you want to give up on the sun, that's fine.
Don't.
All right. That's fine.
Why don't you make a claim about how the light's hitting the bottom of the plane? That's what you're going to do, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you say I don't know what the sun is, then we're just.
But you can see where the light's coming from, right?
He keeps coming up with this. He keeps coming up with we don't know what light is or the sun is. That's fine, Cosmos. We don't. Do you know?
Well, if you, again, we go into the cycle
It's a big ball of gas in the middle of fucking nowhere, caused by fucking things.
I said I wasn't even going to approach it, so I don't know why you're baiting the argument.
That's fine. If you think that it proves something, like obviously you brought it up for a reason. Yeah.
I do, but we have different inference rules. That's something I've realised. We have completely different inference rules.
Inference rules? Could you please explain that for the layman? Inference rule
is what rule connects like P and Q. So like if P, therefore
if
Q.
If not P, then Q. If Q, then P.
Well, it's two facts, right? Two proven facts.
You're still talking about Leto.
Yep.
I was trying to move the subject on. I don't know why you keep.
So move on. Let's move on.
P
okay,
and
next
are both proven facts.
So we found out that light doesn't prove the surface of things. What's next, Cosmos? What do you have in your magical bag?
One is just travel.
Travel? Sounds good. Where are we going?
Well, people who go around the Earth, or flights that go like all around the Earth every day.
Which ones?
Over the Earth. Which ones?
Over the Earth.
Over the.
Which one is proven?
So
which one's proven? Curvature.
Let's just forget about fucking measuring the shape of the Earth and the things by it. This is just light and travel.
Yeah. I was going to ask, P-Mac, sorry to interject.
No,
I just wanted to.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Cosmos, because you're talking about inference rules. I think maybe a more poignant question could have been: do you have anything to provide that does not use inference, i.e., guessing? Because that's what an inference is, right? You have an assumed set of possibilities, and you kind of say, this one's probably likely. This one's not so much likely. I'm going to go with this other one because it's more likely. Do you have anything that use that set of type of thinking?
Anything grounded? Anything physical?
Well, you got the principal argument from the stronger reason.
What was that? So
argument from the stronger reason.
Okay, so now you're using reasoning instead of using the word inference, but trying to slip in there, basically a synonym, right? But you're escaping the point.
Yeah, always.
Okay.
You think this is a philosophical debate?
I think.
Right. Sorry to just quickly, but you realize, right? When you're reasoning through something, basically guesswork, right? Instead of inferencing, or instead of using the word "I'm going to make an inference," you're saying the same thing, just with different syllables. You follow or not?
A guess implies some level of arbitrariness. I'd say.
I think what he's saying, Cosmos, is that you're repeating yourself.
Not only that, but you can substitute the word in guessing if you want to sound a little bit less sophisticated.
Right.
Right? Doesn't matter the amount, however you may want to try and quantify that, of reasoning, you're still taking a leap of faith to some degree.
But anyway, I'd like to get back to how light is fucking the Earth's globe.
Go back to that if you want. I just wanted to see if Cosmos had any other kind of tool in his tool belt that didn't use inferencing, guesswork, or some sort of
sorry, I don't mean to
rationalization.
interrupt, but I'm fascinated by how light proves globe. It's incredible.
Sure, take it away. Take it away.
Go ahead, Cosmo. Oh no, we've done something else. Where were we going then? Oh, we were flying over. We were flying or something. There was planes and shit.
Yeah, it's that you can't explain it on fire.
No, you can though. They follow a flight pattern all the time.
Yeah, the flight paths don't make sense.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so you're a globe earth, you're a flat earther.
PMAC, you cannot fly above the flat surface. Did you get it?
You can't fly above. Okay, no, I didn't get.
You can fly only above the curved surface.
Oh, I see. Oh, no, I get it.
Now you get it. Okay.
I get
thought
it.
that you did.
That's crazy.
I want to. Yeah.
But all you're doing there is saying, "Oh, it doesn't work on a map that I'm giving you."
It works, right? Yeah, it works.
Guys, if you convince it...
Hello.
Sorry, Cosmo.
Yep.
We're flying, right? We're flying across flat and globe surfaces.
If you're trying to convince anyone the Earth is flat, right, you're going to have to explain where people are going on planes.
Well, they point in the direction of an airport and they fly there.
That's stupid, bro.
That's not telling them where they're going.
Do you want to know how
because they follow flight paths, right?
Do you want to know how
they follow flight paths?
I'm not telling people where. When people buy tickets, I'm not telling them where to go. They're going where they want to go.
Crazy, bro.
How are you guys expecting to convince people by saying if they say
no,
I'm going
that's not what we're doing. No, we're convincing people. We're not convincing anyone. We're just giving them the information that the surface they live on measures to be flat, is used as flat, and is observed as flat. We're not giving you a map. We're not giving you anything like that. We're just saying that the Earth is measured flat.
Do
you agree with that?
It's fair enough, but you're not going to convince anyone.
We don't need to convince anyone. That's not our purpose.
So why do you have a room?
Not a cult that people join, right? We're just putting out information, and whether you like that information or not is up to you. We're not pushing numbers. We're not trying to get a religion into a political space. It's nothing like that, dude.
Right. And to answer your question.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. Go on. I thought you were.
No, you're right. I was going to say whether you take that information or don't take that information is totally up to you and totally up to everyone else. Yeah.
Yeah, you pretty much covered it, and some other reasons why we have a room is because some people they enjoy hearing people talk about it. Some people enjoy talking about it, and some people feel that it is important information that should be, have some platform to be expressed, right, and delivered. And some people do it here, some people do it on YouTube, some people do it on Rumble, some people do it on Facebook, some people do it in real life. They'll set up a stall, they'll do some activism. But, it's just, we feel it's important information. Like Tim
Yeah,
said,
reality.
yeah. It's pretty monumental. I mean, if the Earth isn't what the majority of the population think it is, then that's pretty monumental. You know, it's like, hey guys, it's not that. You need some people out there telling them, it's not that, bro.
I don't know how you do that if you can't explain most things.
Explain what?
Like, again, flight paths.
What flight paths?
What flight paths?
Yeah, which ones?
So, right, we take, for example, like, I don't know, Johannesburg to Perth.
Yep. They point in the direction and they follow a flight path and they follow shipping beacons, and then they end up where they're supposed to go.
Yeah,
why is that so difficult to understand?
Yeah, that's not. You're describing what a flight path is. You're not telling
Yeah, I
them
know.
how long. Yeah.
Yeah.
That if somebody asked what is that pancake, and I said it's a flat pancake, what information have I communicated?
I just communicated how they get from one place to the other, didn't I?
No, you didn't. You just described what.
Right?
No, you just described
I
what.
described how they use shipping beacons to get from one place to another.
Right, so specifically Johannesburg to Perth.
Oh, Johannesburg. Yeah. Okay, that seems like something I know.
Well, just because you're South African, you know that goes the flight from Johannesburg to Perth.
No, I do actually know because I've traveled that, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so how does that flight path prove that the Earth is curved?
It's when so the last time
a fucking concept. Who doesn't think the Earth isn't like rounded?
Okay, seeing as you can't answer a question, we're going to go
I can really answer that. Right? I can answer that. You think the Earth is flat?
Okay, how does the flight from Johannesburg to Perth prove the Earth is curved?
Okay, but you think the Earth is flat, right?
Hello. How does?
Yeah, I can answer that, stage, but I quest my. Remember, I just joined. Hello? I just joined. Calm down. Right. I just joined here.
It doesn't matter.
So all that I heard was, how does Johannesburg to Perth like? So I'm just asking. Do you think the Earth is flat?
Whether I think the Earth is flat or a globe in this question doesn't matter. So how does the flight from Johannesburg to Perth prove the Earth is a globe?
Okay, well, it's a straight flight, though.
Right. That's not curved,
also,
is it?
Can you see from South Africa, right? Can you see Australia?
Why would you think that you could?
Well, if it was flat, you could.
Okay, so have you got a weather app?
Original. Yeah. It's not, because you would get like atmospheric scattering on any surface. What I'm saying is,
you'll still be able to see darkness.
Angular side change. You don't understand also. Hey, bro, you understand that things get smaller with distance. Things appear.
Yeah, no, 100%. But won't you see darkness?
I'm gonna ask you again. How does the flight from Johannesburg to Perth prove the Earth is a sphere?
It's the honest, like I said. When you look up in space, right?
Okay, how does the flight from Johannesburg to Perth prove the Earth is a sphere?
Okay,
if it was
what's his name? Is his name Original? Just one sec. Original? Is that your name?
It's not original. Yeah, well.
Oh, well, whatever. Dude with the weird-looking profile pic with big antlers. Okay, can you just relax for a minute? We'll get to you. We were in the middle of a discussion with Oliver. Timbo's trying to get a question answered, which was really directed at him. So if you could just sit back, sit tight, and
must I put my safety belt on as well?
Yes, please. Put yourself on mute. Yep. Thanks, mate.
Good.
Grazie.
All right. So how does the flight from Johannesburg to Perth prove the Earth is a sphere?
It's the correlation of all these flights. So, say you take any flat map whatsoever, draw it any way you want, right? None of the distances make sense if you draw them all out.
And what map are you using? You're just making up
a globe.
You said a flat map.
Yeah, I'm saying in comparison to a flat map, only a globe makes sense when you take
using as a flat map.
Any flat map. Draw the continents out any way you wish. None of them make sense.
Well, they do if you put them close enough. Who cares? So you're saying you're using a globe as a map, are you? Are you using a globe as a map?
You can do, yeah.
You can use a globe as a map. So you can put a globe on the cockpit in a plane and use that to navigate.
I've used Google Earth to see where I'm going when I'm on a flight.
Google Earth is a flat Mercator map.
Google Earth.
Yep.
Wait, so I'm just going to go on Google Earth and take a picture and you tell me whether it's flat.
Yeah. Oh, because you've got a computer screen. Here we go. Look at this, right? You're still not answering the question. Yeah.
When you zoom out of Google Earth, you're going to be taking a screenshot of a cartoon. That's for certain.
Okay, so this cartoon seems to work every time.
No, you cannot use that as a right, here we go. Google Earth is a base map as a variant of a Mercator projection, also known as WGS84 pseudo-Mercator.
Again, seems to work every single time.
Mercator map. No, but you're using the transverse Mercator map, and then when you zoom out, you're not using it as a navigational tool anymore. It's just a cartoon picture. So when you're using it as a directional map, it's a flat map.
Can I maybe speak now once before somebody tells me I need to put my safety belt on?
So a flat Earth map then, right, should be easy. And since you mentioned Mercator map, let's just bring up the Mercator map.
They're all flat.
Let's just bring up the Mercator map then.
Who has ever went in a plane past a certain altitude, that's normal than your average flying altitude? Let's say 25,000 feet. Who went surpassed that ever in life?
Planes tend to fly at around 35,000 feet.
Even higher than that. Let's say 51, 55. Who went ever between that altitude?
Can I just make this point? So we've got the Mercator map, right? If Earth looks like that, it doesn't work.
Did anyone say it looks like that? It's a map. It's a map that you're using, right?
Right, but I'm saying that the globe matches 1-to-1.
So it's all the local maps joined together make up a map, right?
It matches 1-to-1 on the globe.
Yeah. So when you use a map, you don't use a map of the world, do you?
Again, the globe Earth. You can use it 1-to-1.
No, you can't.
What do you mean, no, you can't?
So you're going to use a globe. You're going to put a globe on your desk and you're going to fly around.
What are you asking?
What are you asking?
No, he's saying.
Okay, you know when we say they put all these maps together, right?
So
Why do they get
if the globe was
Like,
1-to-1,
if you see your normal
on the
map,
bridge of
Russia
every
seems so big, but it's actually small. Did you know this? Did you know Africa is bigger than Russia? Did you know this?
when we
Seems like you're learning all the wrong maps.
when we
You don't know geography.
Let's just let these two
bad, my
globers
dude. That's bad.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
just let these two globers
seriously, you can
argue.
go.
Yeah,
Is
let
Russia
these two
bigger than
globers
Africa?
argue with each other, right? You guys
No,
are
but
arguing
be
with
honest,
each
do you
other.
think Russia's big? Quick question.
You fucking bro, lekker soos 'n cracker. You're South African. You should have more fucking respect.
No,
right.
Well, can I ask this dude Cosmos a couple questions?
I ask you a couple.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah, you said the Mercator maps don't work. Don't work in what way?
Yeah, please explain that.
Yeah, hold on. Just let him answer. Don't work in what way?
As in, you couldn't draw distances on it and explain travel around the world.
Okay, where are you getting your distances from?
Well,
How do you know correct distances?
the flight path.
Okay. Well, what about a flight path tells you the correct distance? Do you think flying circle routes or something?
Sorry.
How do you think airplanes fly from point to point? Where are you getting these plane distances from?
Well, the plane zone reference, and you could just do some basic maths.
Okay. Can you tell us
what math they're doing?
So if you say that when a plane is up in the air, right, you measure it going at like whatever it goes at, like 500 miles an hour.
How do you measure that?
How do I measure that a plane up in the air goes at 500 miles an hour?
Yeah.
That's literally the speed of the
Tell me
planes.
how. Just tell me how.
Have you ever looked at a console on?
Okay. Tell me
a plane?
how they're measuring the speed.
How they're measuring the speed.
Yes.
Well,
no idea, dude. They're flying in a fluid. You realize that, right?
I'm pretty sure part of the measurement of the speed. Well, there are a few techniques you can use, but one could be a GPS system. The other, well, I think you've got multiple instruments on a plane that measure speed.
Yeah, that's not a method though.
Okay.
What are you saying? Okay.
So
what's your contention?
You're just making claims that they know the distances via airplanes, and that's bunk, dude.
Right. What?
Okay, with radar, right?
And that the Mercator map
That's
doesn't
a quick
work.
question for you. So if you have a radar on a
because we know the distance, that's also bunk.
Okay, so you don't believe in a radar
Ask
system.
me what I believe, dude. It doesn't matter what I believe. It only matters what you demonstrate to support your claim.
What
are you learning people, though? What are you trying to initiate here? That's so funny.
Well, I'm illustrating the fact that he believes a lot of things, has no idea why he believes.
So, if we could not calculate speed, you would not be able to defend against airstrikes, right? You know this.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. That's true.
No, just saying.
By radar, there's no one point that they're tracking fucking airplanes across the
is.
radar.
There is. There's 100%.
Hey, bro. Can you actually fuck off?
Yeah, how do they track it? What device tracks an airplane across the Atlantic on radar?
Multiple systems.
Can they track it going all the way across the Atlantic? Multiple systems?
Multiple systems. I'm telling you, since the point they go in the air, they've been
People are guessing now. This is hilarious, dude. I love when you guys just make shit up and just pull it out of your ass. I know the answers.
Wait, I'll pull the data, though. Wait, while you're here, I'll pull the data.
Questions I'm asking.
Wait. Original.
I'm only
original.
Don't know the answer.
Original. Wait, just give me a second because you did jump in, right? So Indio, you could just do it from the ground, right? When you see a plane going across the sky, and if you know, right, what their what's it called, panorama of the sky, like what distance that encompasses within your vision. You're just looking at the plane, seeing how far it takes to get this point to this point, and then you can just work out a speed.
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense.
Really? Do you have instantaneous? Are you doing instantaneous acceleration?
If it's traveling at a relatively constant velocity, why would you be doing instantaneous acceleration?
First of all, here's the real problem. Planes don't fly point to point.
Okay, Patrick.
Okay, so
First step on our road to
there's several systems. Quickly, just to let you guys know, several systems in tandem to track planes in the Pacific Ocean. These include land-based radar systems, right? Which is limited to range, obviously, but they work in tandem. So obviously,
so the idea anyway is, I don't like Indio. Are you saying Indio? Are you saying that you can't work out like the speed of a plane by any method when it's at like terminal velocity?
That's basically what he said. That's basically
no. I just want to hear his reasoning.
You can work out the speed of the plane. So there's an airspeed and a ground speed. Ground speed. Holy fuck, dude! I'm gonna kill somebody that's trying to blow up my phone, bro. I'm gonna fucking murder somebody. I cannot stand that shit. Anyway, enough about me. So there's airspeed and ground speed. What's measured is the airspeed, okay? And then the ground speed is inferred from the airspeed. Unfortunately, airspeed is very nebulous. How it's not accurately known, right? So because it uses something called a P-top tube, and it measures relative pressure of the airflow versus the ambient pressure, and the ambient pressure is estimated that it's not actually known. So there's a large uncertainty in the measurement of what your speed actually is. But it doesn't really matter because you're at 35,000 feet, and if you're off by fucking 50 fucking knots, it don't really matter because it's not like you're fucking maneuvering. That shit don't matter. So it's for practical purposes, it's good enough, right? The point is that they also don't fly point to point. They don't just point the airplane in the direction they want to go and go, oh, let's fly. Oh my God, I'm going to kill this person. They just don't point the plane in the direction they want to go and fly there and time how long it took, because that's not how they fly. They fly in international flight corridors. They fly routes. They have options of routes. So like when they get their chart, they have like, okay, here's 3 possible routes you could fly. We're going to tell you at each waypoint which way you should go based upon air traffic, weather, whatever. So it's not as straightforward as you're making it out to be. You just think, we know that it's 1-to-1. Then if you fly in the other direction, you'll find that the flight travel time will be something like 30% longer or 30% less. So it's distances between locations are estimated. They're not known, okay? They don't fly with just enough fuel to get you from point to point. They bring extra fuel. So when you say it matches 1-to-1, you don't know that. You're just saying it.
So, Indio, do you know you can just look at the variant flight paths and see how much it generally varies on websites? So I've put it in the side chat.
That up?
I've put it in the side chat. I've put it in the side chat.
Wind-based, to be honest, and also weather-based. So that's how things change.
Hold on. Hold on. I've put it in the side chat, so we can't use the variance angle.
Yeah, so do the calculation, dude. What's the min, max, and mean?
But could you
go do your homework?
Can we? Well, look at the list. We could just take like 20 of them and work out what our mean is, what our max is, and what our min is of like 20 flights.
Out of 20? You think 20 is a good enough sample size? Just 20.
Mate, do you think
good average?
Because there's some unknowns, right? You have the unknown of the flight path. You have the unknown of the orientation of the runway, whether they had to taxi, whether they had to fly an airport 13 times. You don't know these values.
The values are there.
You don't know the constituent parts of the values.
What?
The constituent parts of the values, right? Some airports can take like 10 minutes to land. Some airports can take 40 minutes to land. And if you are inferring your airspeed from the time of flight, right? But you were just basically hovering over an airport, that route is going to appear longer than the other route, even though you went the same distance.
That's why they're varying by hundreds of kilometers. Look at the screenshots.
Those are estimated flight times, and they're not. Look, did that come from Flight 24? Did that come from Flight 24? Flight Aware or whatever?
So if the world was flat, this is one question.
If the world was flat, ask if the world was a globe.
Yes, okay, but listen. Yes, that's exactly my point now. So this is something I just need to put out there. If the world was flat and we had a straight path and we climbed to, let's say, 10,000 feet or 20,000 feet, would it not take the same time each and every time? In average, let's say, maybe a deviation of pulling a little bit up or not. So the world is a globe because actually it's taking sometimes longer, significantly much longer, because you have.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
Don't you understand this concept? You have wind speed against you. You have pressures at this atmospheric pressures against you. You're pulling not the same constant. You know, this is a lot of mathematical things that you need to take into account. Same when you're developing a game and you're making a bullet drop over a distance, right? This is the same concepts you need to take into aspect. You cannot just say it's not
pilots are accounting.
Otherwise, if it was a flat plane, it would have been much more consistent than a globe, to be honest. Just in general fact. Because if it was a flat plane, it would have been much more closer to a central point. It takes this time. It takes this. I'm telling you, this is just facts.
Yeah, you're just making. They aren't just facts. It's your basis.
This is logic.
No, it's not.
I've seen the curvature of the Earth from a plane, so it's real.
Dude, shut the fuck up. I'm talking. So it's.
Are you? Oh, he's talking.
It's a baseless claim that you provided zero evidence for.
I'm guessing you've never. I'm guessing you failed in math.
How come I've seen a pic from space in this round?
Post the math.
Yeah, it's a fair, mate.
Why are you interrupting me?
Sorry, mate. Go on. Sorry. Go on. Go on, Matt. Sorry. Go on, big man. Sorry.
Okay. Now this dude who made a claim.
As I was saying. Sorry.
This is gonna last.
Sorry. Go on. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, can you do something?
I need to have a lot of more respect for that. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Okay, trolling is over, dude. Troll and get banned. That's your choice.
Oh, I'm fucking shaking. Sorry.
You don't have to be shaken. You can just count on it happening.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
You don't have an inch of power in real life. You need to sit on a fucking flat out server, haven't you?
Making sure that chat isn't filled with skanks.
Sorry. Too bad we're on Discord.
You should be sorry.
So.
I've added flight paths.
You see how, like, hold on, I want to start to bring something there. You see how, when we started getting to the brass tacks, the derailing that has to happen. Okay, it's pathetic.
This is why I just wanted to speak, because, like, I think original, unfortunately, you were throwing things off.
Who, me?
No, original. Your name's not original.
I thought you said originally.
So, American Airlines, British Airways, Delta, Virgin Atlantic, that they're all showing the same variance, the same ballpark of variance.
Okay, and
it even says like calculated airspace usage in the resident country and the time over water. So it literally does account for this.
Yeah, calculated.
Yeah, but they're going off how long the plane is up there.
No, want to know what they're doing is they're taking so there's a system of coordinates called latitude and longitude. I'm sure you've heard of it. So this is based upon the celestial sphere. What they're doing is they're doing the Haverside formula and getting the distance between 2 points of latitude and longitude. And they're saying that this is the distance. They're not calculating it from actual, hey, we traveled this far.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Well, because you can look up the Great Circle route for any flight, and that's the formula that's applied when you punch in the latitude and longitude.
So they wouldn't take any black box data.
Well, like what?
For distance traveled based on speed.
If you look at Flight Aware, like after 100 miles from the coast, everything between that and 100 miles reaching the coast is an estimated figure. It even says it.
Do you realize you'd have to vary it by thousands of kilometers to even get what you'd be seeing on like any flat Earth model?
Flat Earth model of what? See, you guys just. I'm so sorry. You don't understand coordinate systems.
It's
what you're dealing with is a projection of a coordinate system, and you think the coordinate system is the world.
No. The world does look like something, right? It doesn't just not look like anything.
Okay. But I just told you something, right? The distances that you're getting are based upon a coordinate system. The latitude and longitude coordinate system. Latitude is based upon the angle of the celestial equator above the horizon, and longitude is based upon where the sun is. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay,
tell me. I want to find my latitude and longitude. I don't know why I have to do this shit every single fucking day. I want to find my latitude and longitude. I cannot see the sky. How do I do it?
You want to find your latitude and longitude and can't see the sky. I don't know.
I'm going to use just the ground as the reference. That's it. Can be anywhere on Earth. How do I find it?
I don't know.
You can't. Because it's not a ground-based coordinate system.
Right.
Right. So without the sky, you have no coordinate system. You're not measuring distances. Like, this is what I'm trying. So I tell you guys all the time. You think you're confusing the map with the territory.
It's not. It's not a map and territory fallacy.
I understand what the traditional map territory fallacy. This is a version of it. You think the map is a territory when it's just a projection of a coordinate system.
No. If I look on Google Earth, it's as accurate as a representation of Earth.
How do you know that? Oh, so it is. Well, you just cooked yourself because Google Earth uses a universal transverse Mercator wrapped on a ball.
Oh, hold on. Right.
Google Earth is not a globe. It's a universal transverse Mercator wrapped on a ball.
Right.
But you said it's not accurate and don't work.
When it's flat, it doesn't work.
So somehow it changes? Does it preserve the angle somehow? How does that work? Does it preserve the azimuth?
There's no Pacific Ocean on a Mercator map.
Does it preserve the azimuth, the directions, dude, when you wrap the UTM on a ball, dude? When you do the wrapping, do the angles. Like if I'm going in a direction.
Yeah, but that's not.
Do the angles remain consistent? Do they stay the same? Is it an angle-preserving transformation?
Yeah, but that's not how reality works. We know you don't go to a different place and the distances shrink.
Oh my god, dude!
What?
Either you don't understand.
Put it this way.
You said Google Earth works, but Google Earth uses the universal transverse Mercator. You said the Mercator map don't work. So how can Google Maps work if it uses a Mercator map which don't work?
It's not a one-to-one view of what the flat Mercator map, the 2D Mercator map, is not a one-to-one. It's not a accurate view of what the Earth actually looks like.
How do you know what the Earth looks like?
Because we have a globe and all our distances.
How do you know what the Earth looks like? See, this is a different thing. What the Earth looks like is a different question than how it maps out.
I've never been to Japan. I know what Japan looks like.
Oh, you do? How do you know that?
You've seen it.
I've seen Japan.
Do you know what America looks like? The USA?
No, I don't know what America looks like. I know what a map of America looks like, but I don't know what America looks like.
Yeah, real quick, bro. So, for example, the other homeboy was asking, why does Russia and the United States, they're not scaled properly on these maps? So people think they know what Russia looks like relative to America, but they actually don't, because they've never seen the totality of the territory simultaneously in reference to America to be able to tell the difference. All they've seen is on a cartoon.
Do you know what your state looks like?
No. How would I know that? How would I be fucking... Where would I have to go to see all of Massachusetts and see where the borders are?
Your county. Do you know what your county looks like?
No, I don't even know what the fucking city looks like. Dude, you're confusing your imagination with actually experiencing something and looking at something. You don't know what the Earth looks like. You've never looked at the Earth in its entirety. Okay? You're just saying that's what it looks like. You don't know that.
You don't know what your city looks like.
No. In its totality? No. I know what it looks like from inside of it. Dude, you're confusing a map with looking at something.
You've never even seen drone footage.
Acknowledge what I just said.
From your city.
No, you're still going down the same stupid path. Acknowledge what I just said. What did I just say to you? Have you been high enough to see your entire city?
Some cities. I don't live in a city.
No. Your city.
I don't live in a city.
Okay, your town. Have you been high enough to see your entire town?
Yeah.
Okay, where were you in hot air balloon, airplane?
We had a drone.
So your drone goes high enough. How big's your town?
It's I don't want to.
Here we go. Where you get exposed as fire, dude. Your drone don't go fucking high enough to see your.
I'm not doxing. Oh, fuck you! I'm not doxing myself just to have an argument with you.
You can just say, oh, it's 9 kilometers wide by 9 kilometers wide.
I'm not telling you that.
Yeah, you lied, dude. You busted. You lied.
You're crazy.
Hey, bro, how much grass is in your town? Oh man, I don't want to dox myself.
Okay.
I'm not.
Your camera is going to have to be so high, and it's going to have to have a sufficient field of view in order to capture your entire town in an image. Okay? It's easy to calculate how high you have to be and what your field of view has to be to see your whole town. Now, I don't think you have a drone that goes to 10,000 feet.
Have you seen in the Ukraine war? Have you seen in the Ukraine war how high some of those drones go? The quadcopters. Do you realize drones can go quite high?
Some, but not that they don't use quadcopters at 10,000 feet. They're using winged aircraft. They're using winged drones.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to show you some videos, aren't I?
Oh yeah, sure. The highest recorded drone flight is
Why do you just claim this is not the case? When you
28,000 feet. That's the world record.
It's not important, Cosmo, how high drones can go. And what's important is how high can yours go?
Yeah, that too. And did they capture the entire town in their little drone footage? No.
I don't get how you're so confident about everything that goes on in my life.
Okay, tell us how high.
Because I know how the world works, and I know when people are full of shit, and you're full of shit.
Tell us how high your drone goes then.
The specific drone?
Your drone, the one you said.
Look,
the one
if
you mentioned.
The field of view of your camera and how wide your town is at its widest point, we can calculate how high the drone has to go in order for you to come down. I wouldn't even know that you even have the boundaries of your town because I'm pretty sure they don't draw lines on the ground.
What? Yeah. Why would you guys use a map?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Is it seeing it or is it the map? Pick a struggle, brother.
Yeah, hold on, brother. Cosmos. Yeah, that's exactly, Cosmos. You're about to be held to task on your claim, and so you had to bail.
He took off.
You never launched. Yeah, you never launched the drone beyond a drone that you got in your stocking at Christmas that was from the $5 store that just floats above your hand. That's about the only drone you've ever launched, homie Slice.
They just come in here and try to bullshit their way through it, dude. Does this... Never mind.
Yeah. Ask us why we're so confident when they come in here and they're full of shit.
Dude, that was almost painful, bro. That kid knew he was busted so hard. He's like, "Oh crap! You guys actually know about drones."
You want to know why I'm so confident? Because, I aren't in here lying, making shit up. We've dealt with like thousands of you liars. It's like not difficult. You guys all say the same thing. The globe is perfect. Fuck, dude. Imagine saying it matches reality 1-to-1.
In fact, Google Earth is so accurate that it actually indemnifies itself from being relied on for its accuracy. That's interesting.
I know they just like oh, dude, this is just for educational. No, they don't even say educational. They say entertainment.
Yeah, for those kids that don't know, indemnify means hold yourself guiltless. So, in other words, if you use Google Earth and you think it's accurate and you screw something up, you can't blame Google Earth because they straight up tell you, this shit ain't accurate, bro. Deal with it.
Yep, don't sue me. Don't sue me, please. I think that's what triggers me the most is when I hear these guys making these arguments about maps, and they're making shit up, and I hear them making like that shit. Just I wasn't even on here. I was listening to the live stream. I heard that, dude. I'm like, no way, dude. Like, really? In here claiming infinite accuracy.
I had a feeling. I had a feeling someone was going to come along and say, "What do you mean works or doesn't work?"
Yeah, they just say that. Well, it just don't work. Well, what do you mean it don't work? Well, it don't look like that. Well, how do you know that? Where you been? You been someplace I haven't? Maybe the Earth does look like the Mercator map.
Well, the I keep calling them AVP, but that's not their name. A something AP something Angel channel on YouTube. They think they literally think that that's like a big machine, and that's how it's laid out, and it's Pac-Man kind of thing. Sun goes to one side to the other, and then teleports back underneath. Start again. You'd know the guys.
Yeah.
Jimbo went there. Jimbo ended up hanging out with that mob. Yeah.
Don't you think it's weird? Oh, so, hold on. Let me say one thing, Sasha. So, but don't you think it's weird? Like they start talking about maps, and they just seamlessly go into and go back and forth between map and looks like. Maps aren't what the thing looks like. Like, where are they getting this idea? A map is not a photograph. Like, it's like, I take a photograph of, like, car. Okay, so, and then I take the engineering drawing of the car, right, the blueprint. It don't look nothing like the photograph. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, but this logic, let's look for one map, and let's agree with him. Where is let's take Santa Barbara, in which any map you want, put it, or where we did observation, because that's reality. Let's use that place and map whatever you want now. But then it's like we will not speak about the maps and the locations because that doesn't matter. It's from airplane view. You don't want now to check, horizon and anything because you can say, let's use Holland. Let's use Florida. Let's use this. Let's use things where we reality. Yes, let's use reality. Then you say, okay, I will use this map. And on this map, look, the Holland. It's on every map. The Santa Barbara, that oil rigs, it's on every map, for sure, you can find it. That's it. But no, we will not speak like that about the maps. That's not mapping, that's something else. That's like measuring the surface. We don't want to speak about it.
No, they want to stay away from that.
But if you take a plane from there, and now you will take a plane and take 10,000 miles on the curve. Oh, well, let's start from that point where is airport. Maybe there is also there is curving on 1 mile 1.22. On 1.2 on 1.22 miles. There is curving from airport. You don't need to fly to to Australia because it's curving from from airport. And you find out, how much is there, and to go all around that curve.
It's supposed to be curving everywhere in every direction.
Yeah, like this drone, what I posted.
It's all curving down, right? And then, like each spot where it's curving down, in between those spots, they're curving relative to each other too.
Yeah, like this drone, what I posted, you can see video. There is 200 kilometers changing elevation, like 100 meters to 75 meters. That's all. In 200 kilometers flight. That's also in reality. Some guys were sending some kind of packets to another island, beach. You can watch the video. Nothing is happening. They're flying over the sea level. There is no accounting for nothing. 100 meters. not 10,000 feet. Ouch.
500 curved miles. That's funny.
Yeah, because for them miles are curved. Because the distance, the speed, what he used, it's you can use only for the curved globe spherical math. You cannot fly straight like that. You cannot use that speed, and that's the logic. Because between, let's say, any distance between, let's say, Seattle and New York, there is no, let's say, 2,000 miles. I don't know which is real distance. It's 2,000 curved miles. Plus changing elevation. They didn't consider that also. That with changing elevation, your distance.
Yeah, that'll change your distances. They don't seem to grasp that. They're like, well, if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to easily make a map. All the distances would just be perfect. Like, no, dude. We have topology. Like, how are you going to measure the distance? You go up a mountain and down the other side, right? Even though at the base of the mountain, the distance between the base to the other side of the base is one distance, but that's not the distance you traveled.
Oh, a little bit around the mountain also. Across the mountain, you know? Left and right, and yeah, because that's the only road to the other town.
They just like living in their imagination. They like living in this imaginary, pure, perfect, ideal world that don't actually exist.
And I remember, do you remember when people were saying, oh, this is the distance to that town, but aerial distance is shorter. Always was that discussion. Yeah, because we took, straight and it's short. Of course. Yeah, but geometry, it's one of things, but I think it's more dangerous than anything else. It can make you blind, make you angry, can change your life. I could not believe that geometry could people, but that's happening daily.
You can if you're 4 feet tall, man. It'll ruin your life.
No, you're afraid of flatness. If you see flatness, you're saying, no, that cannot be. You understand? Jesus Christ, no, relax. Everything is cool. It's called plane in our country. You know, has a name also for the area of the ground. It's called plane.
Okay.
Yeah, you cannot have plane on the sphere.
That's okay. So because your country calls it one thing means it's true?
No, I'm saying if sphere is real, then it must curve. That's for sure.
Yes.
If it's not curving, what it is?
It does curve.
But if it's not, what it is?
If a sphere is not curving?
Yeah.
Well, it could be multiple different things. It could be multiple different shapes.
Yeah, if you see the diagonally going up, you will say it's going diagonally up. Is that correct? If it's spiraling, you will say, if it's going diagonally up, like an angle, you will say, look, this surface is going diagonally up. If you see the surface is spiraling, you will say, this surface is spiraling. If you see the flat surface, you say, I see the flat surface. If you measure the flat surface, you say, I measure the flat surface.
I mean, I have no idea what you're even saying to me.
Is it Earth a sphere?
What did you say?
Is it Earth a sphere? Globe?
As far as I know, yes.
How do you know that?
Because it has a curvature.
And where is that curvature?
Look outside.
I'm looking outside.
Yeah,
I don't see
like
any curvature. Do you see curvature outside?
No, because the Earth is large.
How large is Earth?
Very, very
not
massive.
outside.
Can you tell me
Not
in a size, in real size?
I can look it up for you.
I know the size,
Is the curve
but you don't know.
outside or hold on, man? Is the curve outside
Sorry,
or
Jeff.
not? Yeah, I just want to know. Is the curve outside or not?
It's not visible from standing on the Earth,
Oh, okay.
but it is there.
How do you know that? You asked you how you know that. So
How I know that?
yeah.
I mean, I haven't personally experienced that for myself, but I've seen substantial evidence. I've seen pictures. I've also been on a plane.
Mm-hmm.
You saw a curve from an airplane.
What? No.
Good.
You didn't see curve from a plane.
No. Yes. Sorry.
No. Yes. Sorry. What? Which
Did you
one
see
is
or not?
it, dude? Pick a
I
struggle,
misspoke.
brother. Did you see curve from a plane window? Yes or no?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
No, you didn't. Okay, so you don't know the Earth is curving because you said you've never experienced it for yourself, so you actually don't know that. You just believe that because you said, "Hey, I've seen pictures of Earth." You don't know those are pictures of Earth. Someone claimed they're pictures of Earth, and you chose to believe their story.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so that's where we're at. That you don't know the Earth's a ball. You just
know
believe
that
the claims of strangers.
You know that it's big, but you don't know how big it is.
I have never measured. I would have to look it up. I mean, big by what metric? That's just a dumb question.
Okay, let's put it like this. If you write now on Google how much I can see on the Earth with 6 foot height, what do you think answer will be?
How much of the Earth I could see from a 6 foot height?
Yeah, like how far?
I don't know. I mean, I really have no idea.
Can you guess it
Okay,
like this?
well, how about we ask how
I
far,
don't know.
when you've been to the beach, how far have you seen?
I have no depth perception when I look at water.
You have no
Miles,
depth
for sure, miles. No. If you were looking at endless water, you would have very, very little depth perception.
No, you're correct. He's correct, Indio. So, for example, if you had a horizon line with no demarcations, right, you'd have no idea how much water is between you and the horizon.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, there are some distance cues you could get if you have an idea what the wave height is, right?
Yeah.
You could
Okay,
guesstimate like how far away it is. It wouldn't be accurate.
Yes,
but,
you
know.
could.
If you're watching an island across, let's.
I don't know how big. I mean, there's lots of things. I don't know the scale of the island. I don't know how big the island is.
No, the distance to the island.
I don't know
Would
how
you
big
be-
the island is.
Would you be surprised if you went to the beach and like there was an island 10 miles away and you saw the waves crashing onto the shore? Would that surprise you?
Yes, because I can't see that far. Cannot see 10 miles.
Can't see 10 miles?
Not waves lapping on the shore. No.
About 3 miles.
I don't know. Dude, genuinely, I don't know. That's why I asked to look it up.
Okay. So what we're trying to do is just show you the globe makes certain predictions based upon the size of a 3,959 mile radius.
The what?
And a 3,959 mile radius claim, we can calculate the distance that the horizon should be if the Earth was a ball that size.
Okay.
So it's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
So if you're 1 foot off the ground, horizon should
To me,
be
that's a random equation. Okay.
It's not random. It's not random. You can verify this easily. It's not it's not our equation. We're taking, it's not official because there's no official body, but these are the numbers that are put out. 1.22 miles times the square root of observer's height in feet. Right? I can give you the exact formula. I mean, I just did. So the point is that for a 1 foot observer, horizon should be 1.22 miles away. So what does it mean when I take a camera, stick it 1 feet off the ground, and see a horizon 10 miles away?
I really did not follow what you said very well.
Okay.
I don't know.
The horizon is predicted to be 1 mile, 1.22 miles away. What does it mean if I see it 10 miles away?
Earth is flat, I guess. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, it's not a globe of 3,959 miles, that's for sure.
What are you trying to say if it's not that?
Well, if I could see a horizon...
You're talking to a guy who has literally... you can...
Well, you asked me a question, let me answer. So, if you could see a horizon, which we do, 10 miles away from 1 foot high off the water, that means the Earth would, to match that observation, the Earth would have to be a ball that would have a radius of 315,000 miles. Which is what they claim the orbit of the moon is. So the Earth would be the size of the lunar orbit?
According to what you were saying, yes.
According to the mathematics. It's not my opinion.
Hey, can you tell me the name of this so-called mathematics, please?
Heliocentric model.
Geometry? What?
Heliocentric model.
Hey, you brought up what? Okay, you brought up an equation. Is there a name to that equation?
Heliocentric model.
It's a calculation for computing the distance to the horizon, which is the same formula as you would compute. Say you had a circle and a point that was not on the circle, and then you draw a tangent line between that point and the sphere. That's the equivalent of a horizon distance, right? So after that, the circle would curve down. Yeah. So this is where the number comes from. I can post. I'll post a link in the chat that you can look at all the formulas. You can change the radius. You can change whatever you want. So the calculator is posted. All the values that it generates, it'll show you the formula of how it generated it.
Right now, what you're proving is not that the Earth is flat. It's really that the Earth is just much larger. You haven't shown me that the Earth doesn't have curvatures.
No, it's flat. It's measured flat.
What?
Yeah, and it can't be a bigger ball. It has to be the size they say. There's no other option.
Okay.
Well, because the distance between points, right? They do a calculation, and like the Earth, say the Earth is a bigger ball where you would see a 10-mile away horizon. That would mean its circumference is 1.6 million miles. That would be a very long flight between frickin' New York and LA, dude. It would be like frickin' a 40,000-mile flight.
That's fair. It's very fair.
So it can't be a bigger ball, because then it also screws up the entire cosmic distance ladder. Screws up the distance to the moon, the sun, all the planets, all the stars, all that shit. They'd be whatever the ratio of the Earth is. So if the Earth is 10 times larger, those objects are 10 times bigger, and they're 10 times farther away.
And hold on, it also messes with the orientation of those objects relative to the Earth. So it wouldn't actually be the case that the distance between LA and New York would grow. It would just operate in a smaller portion of a larger globe, which means all the observed cosmological angles would only be a portion of the pie slice of the available angles. So that would make the entire cosmogony, cosmology, and everything about their paradigm completely destroyed.
Yes, it would completely mess everything up. Yeah. What how do you know how far the moon is?
Don't.
Oh, we don't.
Okay. Okay.
We don't claim to know how far the moon is away.
Or the sun, or the stars, or how big they are, or what they
Or what they're made of, or how old they are, or where they've been, or what they ate for breakfast. Like, we don't claim any of that shit. See, we don't make shit up. We only go by what we can prove empirically.
Okay.
We can prove the Earth is flat because that's, as Jedi said, it's measured that way. This curve that you say you think you know exists, if you went out and measured the surface of the Earth, like say drop over distance, you would find that there is no drop over distance.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like, say you have me completely convinced. Okay, the Earth is flat.
What? It's now our goal.
What's up?
We're not trying to convince you. Just to get it straight, we're not trying to convince you.
Okay, yeah,
we're just giving out information, right? We're not like, hey, be a flat earther. Like, we don't want people to think the Earth is flat just because we said so.
Right.
Yes, I respect
but
that.
let's say that you are convinced by whatever means.
Honestly, that part doesn't matter. What is, and this isn't like a gotcha moment. This is genuine curiosity.
We don't know.
What is? What?
We don't know, but ask a question.
What is the point in like science, and I guess you could say the government, and like basically why would we be being lied to right now?
What makes you think they're lying?
So you just think they're dead wrong?
Yeah. They don't know. They believe it. They're like you. They believe it because they think everybody else believes it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we've talked to scientists. We've talked to PhDs in astronomy, astrophysics, you name it, and they'll give the same answers as a 16-year-old or a freaking 20-year-old or a sophomore. Like, everybody has the same answers, but if we ask them this one key question, how do you know the Earth is a globe? They always appeal to somebody else knowing. They don't know personally. They think there's some magic science guy out there. Even the scientists we talk to, they appeal to some other scientists that must know. Everybody thinks there's some special group of people that know. No, it's just a bunch of believers.
Yeah, I put a video
They're not lying. They think they're telling the truth. So when your teacher taught you the Earth was a globe, they weren't lying. If Donald Trump gets on the podium and says Earth is a globe, he isn't lying. He thinks he's saying a factual statement.
Right, and he's not lying. Well,
yeah, he's not lying. He's saying exactly what he believes to be true. He's just wrong.
Why would Earth lie?
Hey, Sasha, bro. Hold on, trade. You gotta take care of some business. Sasha. Clearly, Inline's waiting to say something. So what you should have done, Sasha, is clear the floor for her rather than take that opportunity to introduce the third wheel. Thanks. Go ahead,
Overlord. Good to know there's still some gentlemen in the world. Yeah, what I was going to say, who are we talking to? Who are we talking to? Does anybody know? Person that starts with a T.
T-Raider or something.
Me.
Oh, yeah. All right, me. Yeah, I put a video there in the chat. Watch it later because it's long. But I think I find it interesting. It's basically like what backs up what India was saying. This guy went to a university and he asked physics professors a lot of the things that we get asked in here. And basically it's what India said there. They all think somebody else has the answers to that, just like you think somebody else has the answers to why the globe model works when it actually doesn't. Because the thing of it is, nobody actually specialized specializes in explaining the globe model. I mean, if you think about it, when it was presented to you, it was probably presented, as an accomplished feat, right? That it was all decided, here it is, we're just presenting it to you. They probably didn't tell you the radius unless you memorized that in some obscure, atlas or something. They didn't explain to you where curvature was measured because it wasn't. They didn't tell you how to detect the rotation because you can't. Because it's basically just a philosophical belief. That's why we're here day after day explaining that to people.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. One other question that like as I'm speaking pops up into my mind. It would take, I mean, in an absurd amount of like oversight and censorship to manipulate like videos, like even entertainment videos online. Like there are people who have gone to space, like literally on YouTube. I think there's one group, Dude Perfect. Like you would have to convince them and force them to show.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Went to space.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Hold on a second. Dude, just go ahead. Keep talking. I'm going to show you something in the chat, and you tell me if you went to space.
I mean, and you can say he didn't, but I'm just saying, like, it would take a ridiculous amount of censorship. Hold on. Let me look at the chat.
When you say he went to space, how high in altitude did he actually go above the surface of the Earth?
I'm not sure, but I mean,
where's space begin?
Video. Would you say?
Okay. Where does space begin?
Good.
Hold on.
One sec. Look in the chat real quick. Look in the chat. You think this dude went to space?
That's a thumbnail. Go look at the actual video.
That is from the video. Those are side-by-side screenshots from the video. That's not the curve of the Earth you saw.
That's a GoPro.
Yeah, that's what we get to see.
Right,
the curvature of the Earth at ground level and the same curvature at high altitude where the curvature was supposed to be because we're in space. But we see the same curvature at ground level because of the curvature in the lens, the GoPro.
Yes.
Right.
One second. Hold on. I'm like scrapping the video real quick. I mean, like you can, dude, like literally in the video, the guy says you can see the curvature of the Earth. Like,
yeah,
I'm literally watching it right now.
He's full of shit.
Why would he say that?
Okay, so Chris Hadfield, right, who was supposed to be in the ISS at 250 miles, way higher than them, says from there the Earth looks flat and beautiful.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? An astronaut went on ABC freaking Good Morning America and said the Earth is generous and looks flat and beautiful from the ISS. Looks flat.
He was on the ISS? It sounded like you said he wasn't.
Oh my God. He claims he was on the ISS and he claims the Earth looks flat.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll post the video. You can listen to it yourself.
The Earth is flat?
You can listen to him yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, you came to the right place because what you'll find when you dig into this is that the claims of what you see up there are widely varying, which in itself should be suspicious to you. Yep, there's plenty of images and claims of it being flat. Sasha put a different video in there. Indio's referring to something else.
I've got a screenshot of I woke up one morning to, like how your screensaver changes or whatever on your phone, and it's of the Earth in the background with the ISS in the foreground, and it looks pretty flat. The horizon might have a touch of curvature to it, but it really does not look like what they present during their so-called live streams, right? and I asked AI to identify the image, and it says it was captured by an astronaut during some mission from the Dragon SpaceX craft, just prior to a docking with the ISS, or just after. I can't remember exactly. Right, so it's claimed to be a snapped image. I can find it if you want me to post it, but it really does not, show a horizon as you would think you would see from the ISS. Like really exaggerated curve. It just looks flat. But I'm not saying it's an actual image that was snapped by an astronaut, but it's just another conflicting. It's another contradiction in what they, all these different contradictions.
So what tipped you towards flat Earth rather than it being spherical? If there's because it's evidence, I'm gonna call it on both sides. What?
Because it's measured that way. I said this earlier. Okay. We didn't go into it, but you're asking us about why do we say the Earth's flat? Because it's measured that way.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, keep in mind that we led up to that with there's a whole bunch of people seeing something with their eyes and thinking it's this or that, conflicting images that have different curvature rates at different altitudes, even different curvature rates at the same altitudes. So you're left with, okay, it looks this way, but what is it really? And the only way to know that is to actually deal with the surface itself. So for example, let us parse a couple things out real quick.
Yes.
It's obvious that lenses add distortion, right? Now, there's another type of distortion besides the fisheye distortion that a lot of people don't really know because it's very subtle. But it happens more with far field. And what it is the type of distortion is that as you go away from the center of the lens, the Y values increase and the X values increase, but they increase towards the fringes. Now, if you imagine a classical horizon, just imagine, you got the black of the sky and the blue below you, right? So two color fields, black and blue, clear as day, a clear demarcation of the color. So the x-axis, right, is the horizontal axis, the y-axis is the vertical axis. So on the x-axis, right, the distortion is going to be in the blue color field towards the bottom or in the black color field towards the top, so you wouldn't notice it. Do you follow what I'm saying? Like, it's just going to be extended blue. But on the horizontal axis, where there's a black meeting of blue, the increase in the y-axis as it approaches the edges of the image is going to be able to be seen. And you erroneously could say, oh, wow, that looks like a curved surface, when really all you're seeing is those values stretch out further and further away from each other as they get away from the center of the view. So you could accurately say, hey, it looks curved to me. But again, that doesn't mean the object is curved. We know that for a fact that just because it looks curved doesn't necessarily mean it is. So again, you're left with, how do I know? I have to go to the object itself.
You have to go to the what itself?
The object in question has to be measured directly.
Oh, yeah.
In order to really know.
Okay. You mentioned that different or something like the curvature of the Earth is different or is the same at different altitudes?
What? Yeah, so there's all kinds of varying altitude photographs from 100 feet off the ground to 120,000 to 240,000 feet off the ground. And if you look at the different curvature rates in the images, none of them are congruent at the same heights. Now, some of them may match, like this one or that one, but at all different altitudes, you have competing levels of curvature. So that means that these are not accurate representations of the Earth's curvature. I mean, that's just the easiest deduction to make, right? They're all conflicting. How could it possibly accurately representing the curve of the Earth? I think what's really happening is people see a curve in the image, and they just think in their mind the Earth's curved, therefore the Earth's curved. It's like they never actually parse it out any further than that. So, for example, very famous guy, you may know him, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he noticed that there was this famous event called the Red Bull Sky High Jump, where Felix Baumgartner went up in a hot air balloon or helium or whatever it was, a capsule, and he was wearing a suit and a stratospheric suit, and he was going to jump out over New Mexico. So he went up in the balloon, and he got out of his capsule and he jumped down. Now, when he jumped down, the Earth looked very curved. And so many people were saying, look, it's the curve of the Earth. It's the curve of the Earth. So Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, hey, guys, I'm telling you, as a guy who studies this stuff, I run an astronomy department, I'm a physicist, et cetera, this image is clearly a fisheye lens, and you're discrediting the globe Earth by saying this is the curve of the Earth because, one, it appears that New Mexico is taking up the whole image. That doesn't make any sense. What is the Earth, like a 16th of the size? And two, you're not even far enough away from the Earth to have a field of view to be able to see enough of the Earth for it to be curved that much. So clearly it's a fisheye lens. Stop lying to people. This was basically Neil deGrasse Tyson saying. He's basically saying stop BSing and saying this is the curve of the Earth because you're looking stupid.
Yeah, okay.
But if there actually were curvature, if it could have been found or measured, which it never has been, you would be able to detect that on the Earth, because you'd be able to calculate where the horizon, the maximum distance where the horizon would be on this ball, and we've demonstrated many times that you can see the horizon far beyond where it's predicted by the geometry of the sphere, as well as long-distance observations where the object in question would be concealed by the alleged curvature of the Earth, which is also never measured and never seen in reality.
Don't you think it's kind of just, I don't know, inconsistent that in real life you look around and you see the Earth is flat, and then you're like, oh no, that can't be reality. Oh, someone showed me a screen of what the Earth truly looks like, and that's what the Earth is.
It's inconsistent, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that you're rejecting your direct experience for, images on a screen.
It's not, because I admit that I don't know everything. Something can appear one way and be the other.
In some ways, it's like a confirmation bias. People who believe that the Earth is a sphere when they see the horizon from a certain altitude are believing they're seeing the curvature of the Earth because of that confirmation bias that that's what it is. No second thought, right?
I mean, I'm not sure that people who are seeing the curvature of the Earth, if they were to theoretically, I'm not gonna say that they have, because I guess I can't. But I'm not sure that they would look at that and then, because they think it is, see it that way. I mean, I don't know. That doesn't seem.
We have those type of people coming here all the time. Have you not been in an aeroplane, for example, where you can look out the window and see the curvature of the Earth? Now, if we're just in a commercial jet and anybody was to do any small amount of research, then at that altitude we shouldn't be able to perceive it anyway. But because people believe that they're on a ball and they're high up.
Did you cut out, or is it just me?
Oh no, I'm just.
I was thinking there was something wrong with my thing. Yeah.
No,
I think the last part. Oh, did you? It seemed like you stopped in the middle. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. Do you think just simply looking at something is because we kept saying, hey, the Earth measures flat. And then you're like, well, people looked at it. Do you think looking at it versus measuring, what do you think is more definitive?
That's a good point. Measuring is.
Yeah. And that's why we're always harping on measurements, right? Because we're like, hey, it looks flat. They're like, well, I saw on TV it looks curved. They're like, okay, let's figure it out for real. We'll just measure the surface of the Earth. We'll say how much is supposed to be curved. It's supposed to be curved this much. We'll go out and use a laser. We'll measure if this curvature exists, and if it does, it's a globe, and if it doesn't, it's flat. And it turns out it's flat and it's not a globe because there is no measurable drop over distance. Like if I take a laser at 10 feet and I shine it 25 miles, it's still at 10 feet.
How do you know that?
Because we've done this. We've done these tests.
Wait, repeat that? 25 miles?
25 miles, yeah. Actually,
laser targeting systems.
What's up?
Laser targeting systems, right? Direct line of sight for a laser targeting a thing at distance.
Is Earth supposed to be curving at 25 miles, according to the theories that we know today?
Yeah,
I'm genuinely asking.
Yeah, it's 8 inches per mile squared.
And then the other question I have is, y'all have tested this yourself? Is that what you're saying?
I've done my test. So I've watched ships 30 miles. So at 30, at these distances, the drop, right, from your eye level, the drop of the surface should be down 400 plus feet. That's a 40-story building, right?
Yes.
Okay, so these are the type of drops that we're talking about. But when they do the test and they see, hey, the laser's only 4 feet off the ground, it's not freaking 400 feet off the ground. This isn't close. It's not like a close call.
But okay.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's disheartening for if you're a Gulf Earther that these are the results, right? But these have been done on multiple people, multiple times, under multiple weather conditions, on land, on water, and it doesn't matter. It always gets the same result. People have used 2 lasers shining like at the same time, shining in both directions. We have laser test 20 miles that, like, not only can you see the laser, you can see the laser reflecting off the water, which should be impossible because where it should reflect would be on the other side of the ball. So there's no way it could bounce to your eye if it's reflecting off water on the other side of the ball. So yeah, it's a done, as far as we're concerned, it's a done deal, dude. It's freaking already over.
Yeah, let me put in some practical terms for you, bro. See if you reject this. So you hire a contractor to make you a flat floor. Hey, friend, mute up, bro. You're hot micing through our conversation. Thanks. All right, so you hire a contractor to make you a flat floor, right? Yeah. So if you came in and it was 1/10 of an inch off, you probably wouldn't even notice, right? You'd be like, yeah, whatever, this floor is... All right, mute that kid. You might have the Apple glitch. All right, sweet. So, if it's 1/10 of an inch off, you're going to be like, yeah, whatever. You're not even going to know. You probably think it's perfectly flat. But if it's an inch off, you might notice. But if it's 10 inches off, you are stewing that guy, correct?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so you would not accept something 2 orders of magnitude off, which is what it is. So you go single digits, double digits, triple digits. The order of magnitude is in the triple digits, dude, from the projection here. So when you're saying that you shoot a laser over the Earth, it's like it's not off by a few feet, dude. It's off by hundreds of feet. Like there's no wiggle room for the idea that this globe that's supposed to be there is there. Like laser transit methodology is an efficient methodology to get a differential of a level, right? It's what's used. It is the standard for long range. So like this, it's pretty much like Indio said, it's a done deal. Not to mention, friend, that we already know, and you know, what level is. Like if somebody invites you over their house because you're handy and they say, hey, can you help me level my TV set? You know what that means. That means straight and horizontal, right? And when you know that water, right, is liquid is what's in the level you're going to use to level that thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to use your eyes because you generally know what horizontal is from your best guess. But then you're going to use the level with a liquid inside to get it precise. So we know that the surface of liquid and the way liquid rests is the standard for level. We know that we can measure that thing that it's flat, and we know that liquid covers 70% of the known territory of the Earth. If you extrapolate those three facts together, you end up with an extended, horizontally level surface that covers the majority of the Earth. Therefore, the Earth must be flat. It cannot possibly be otherwise.
Yeah, I see your point.
Yeah, I put 3 different links in there. I tagged you, Trade. First one's Dr. John Dee, who originally set out to prove the globe, disprove flat Earth, like many of us did. Then did many meticulously documented laser tests over in England. Second one, these people are. The second one is FE Core, also meticulously documented laser tests and their results showing that the laser hit the target, which would be impossible on a globe at the distances described. And the third one is that one's the test over a lake in Canada, another laser test, very well documented in that video. And you could go out and do your own long distance observations, even without a laser, just using your eyeball. You could figure that out too.
Okay, cool. So I'll go watch those videos. Before I leave, I have one question, and it is gravity, because everything you're saying kind of goes against what we know about gravity. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I'll answer that. I'll answer that very simply. So I already described to you that the surface of water is level, right? And we know that things fall down. And so if water is level and arranged horizontally and things fall down, which is perpendicular to horizontal, then if gravity is anything, then it's just proving that the Earth is flat. Now, you might have a predisposition in your mind that gravity is somehow synergized with the Earth being a globe, because that is the rhetoric that's put out in the mainstream. But gravity is actually irrespective of the shape of the Earth. It doesn't matter at all. The only reason they claim it is because they need it for their creation story of how the globe got here in the past, which they have no direct knowledge of. It's pure fantasy. In other words, it's religion creation mythos. Because what we experience in reality is we drop things down. Nobody experiences things falling inwards to a giant ball. What you experience every day is up and down, horizontal, plumb level square. That's how you experience the world. So gravity is highly irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. What is relevant is the actual structure of the surface.
Well, okay. I think what the normal argument against that would be is that the Earth is so large and vast that we cannot tell that it's a ball. So things appear to fall straight down, but they're falling. What's up?
Well, that's fine, and that would be okay. That would be okay if nobody actually went out and measured the surface. But like Indio described to you and I described to you, when you measure it with a laser, you find out it's horizontal. So the idea that it can't be known is out the window. It can be known. We have technology that can measure it. We applied that technology to measure it. We discovered that it's flat. It's flat.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the idea that gravity forms balls anyway is just baseless. There's no evidence for that. And the only reason they even say it is because they claim there's people that are standing upside down relative to you right now. And they need something to be able to make that happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure when you were a kid, you were like, can I dig to China? Right? Because to a kid, that idea is a little incredulous. Like, you know, there's upside down people? There's people in China upside down?
Mm-hmm. Okay, well,
no, if that was true, the Chinese would have already done it.
Anyways, thank you guys for your time. I'm gonna go watch those videos. See y'all later.
Yeah, come back anytime. It was nice talking to you. Thanks for being quiet and taking turns speaking. Can we refer other Globers? Can we refer other Globe believers to you to train them how to have a civil conversation?
Yes, you could.
Okay, good. You could give some seminars. That'd be great.
Absolutely. Hats off, bro.
Thank you guys for your time. Bye-bye.
Teach the other Globers manners. Is it like the Glober finishing school?
That's what we need. Yep. That's what they need. But I don't know, People who are able to have a conversation, then they're in danger of actually like following the evidence where it leads. So I can see what some of these guys have to have their little emotional defenses up. God forbid they'd actually start listening and taking in the information.
Also, props to the crew for not going down any red herring tracks. For example, we could have focused on which gravity, this, that, and the other, and then we could have lost the point that everything's about the surface of the Earth is clearly demonstrated to be flat, and so the idea that gravity has anything to do with the shape of the Earth being a ball is moot.
I was going to say, I really liked your answer and your response to the gravity question. It's probably one of the best responses I've heard in the last 10 years with regards to gravity. And like you said, it didn't involve the usual rhetoric of which one you're talking about. You don't know anything. Let me tell you about Einstein and take it all away from you. That was good.
Yeah, he wouldn't know anything about that anyway. That'd just be wasted. You'd just be wasting your breath.
Yep, when you reboot the Flat Earth Wiki, Indio, you can put AI's answer in the FAQ page under "What about gravity?"
Yeah, sure thing. I don't think I'm going to reboot it as a wiki. It's going to be something else.
Good, because there was no point in it being a wiki because not enough people were contributing to it anyway, so no point in it being that. I totally agree. I totally support that.
Well, I mean, remember in the beginning, people were like, Wikipedia? Why are you citing Wikipedia? Like, they had no idea that it wasn't actually Wikipedia. They didn't even look at the link. It's like, this is just a Wikimedia content manager.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with being Wikipedia.
Yeah, because lots of different topics used to use Wiki, but now they don't. Yeah.
You know what you should have told them? You said, hey, go look up on Wikipedia what wiki means.
I know, right?
Well, whatever you make it, you can still have the FAQ page. I finished like half of the FAQ page, and yeah, we can finish the rest of it.
Yeah, but that's part of the stuff that was lost.
Really?
Yeah, what isn't lost are like the images, the videos, that stuff. All the other stuff, like the content that we typed out, is gone.
Oh, that's too bad. I put so much work into that, Indio.
I know. I might be able to scrape it off the archive.org. I just have to figure out how to do it because I don't know how they're like doing it exactly. I just have to figure out how to do it.
Oh, that's all right.
Because all that information is on there, right?
Yeah.
Have you checked it? Is FAQ on the archive?
Oh, let me look. I can't remember if I checked or not. I felt like it was, but I don't know if I clicked on all the answers to see if those were there. I'll look.
If I would suggest if there is material available, but it's too vast, I can throw some together to automate, procuring it. But I don't know. I hadn't seen that archive before.
Yeah, yeah, brother.
Yeah, let me know.
It's there. It's there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's the FAQ page is there. I didn't like click on every single one. It used to be like you could click it to toggle for the answer, but
what is it? Like it's just a page with some material and then links to other pages with material and
yeah, but see, some of it we should get rid of. Like we don't like that image, east-west circumnavigation on a flat plane. We don't like that image anymore, maybe. So yeah, I mean, maybe it's a good idea to start over anyway. But we could. Some of it's probably still good.
Yeah, if you want. I mean, I'm planning on doing some stuff tonight anyway, just experimenting around with the site and whatever. If you want to send me the link to the top of the tree there, or the base of the tree of the archive, I can traverse it and gather some stuff.
Oh yeah, because one of the cues I was going to answer but never got around to, does gravity exist? We could change the question so it'll be I don't know. What did that guy say? How did that guy ask it when AI answered it? Now I can't remember. Just, what about gravity? That's how they usually say it. Just, what about gravity? That's pretty wide open.
It's not like an archive. It's on the Wayback Machine. So the Wayback Machine archived the website.
Yeah.
So all the info. Yeah, all the info that's on the website is. I don't know how Wayback Machine displays it though. I don't think they have their own individual wiki page. I mean, I don't know how they do it.
Well, one thing I thought I understood about Wayback Machine is let's say they archive a website that has a few links to other pages on that particular website. They regenerate or redo the links so that if you click on one of the links on the archive.org page, it'll go to another archive of that archived secondary page. Like the link is modified. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, not a redirect. They scrape everything. So
what I'm saying is, say there's a link on the wiki page, right? You click that link, it doesn't like bring you to, because the way wiki has their URLs, right? So say it'll be like blah blah wiki / terrestrial refraction. When you click that link, it doesn't bring you to the web archive / terrestrial refraction. It brings it to its own unique URL, right?
It depends. If it's an external page, like a link to YouTube, for example, it'll go to YouTube. But if the link that you're clicking on the original page is a other link to that particular page, they have a copy of it, and they link you to that.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it can be easily crawled and regenerated. So I can look into that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, because I was just looking. I was trying to find the logical fallacies page because we had a ton of stuff there. But yeah, the only way I can find stuff is by linking from other pages. And then even when you go to the glossary, some of those words, I tried to go to ad hoc, and I think that's an Axiom. One of those. I think that was a page that said they couldn't find it. Yeah, they couldn't find ad hoc because all that stuff I don't see it because I don't know how to get to it. It doesn't have a link on the left-hand menu there.
Right. So let me take this moment to shout out our crew for the past year. So, for example, we lost our whole server one day. The very next day, we had everything up and running again. We lost our website, and now we got people volunteering to do all the work. Many hands make light work, right? We got the best crew in Flat Earth. That simple. I rest my case.
Hey, India, you see my message?
You talking to me? I saw your message. Hold on.
Yeah, your DM.
I don't check DMs.
I know. That's why I just said. That's why I asked.
QNFE. QNFEE. QNFE did it. That's what they were saying. I haven't seen it myself, but that's what it was says who last night was saying he did it.
Oh, SCG, are you still here? Seg?
Yep, still here.
Oh, yeah, good to see you. How's it been going?
It's going.
What thoughts do you have about the flat Earth these days?
I don't have any thoughts about it.
It'd be a flat part of a larger ball.
Oh, man, raising hand decided to answer your question for you, but I guess you said you don't have you're not having any thoughts about it, so I guess you can pass the mic there to a man raising hand if you want.
Here's your knife.
Good to see you. Man raising hand, What?
It'd be a flat part of a larger ball.
No. There's no evidence of any ball. Where are you seeing evidence of a ball?
It's like in the sky.
You look in the sky and you see evidence that you're standing on a ball. That seems impossible.
Seems suggested.
What's suggesting it to you?
Like all the stuff going around.
The stuff moving in the sky makes you think you live on a ball.
Yeah.
How does it make you think that?
Because it's round and it goes around.
So you see round things in the sky moving, and that makes you think that you're also round and moving.
Probably.
No, I don't think so. There's no evidence of that. Like I said, when we actually do measurements in reality, we find that there is no evidence of curvature, no measurements of curvature, no indication of any rotation. So we're not finding that. No, because
See
if we
birds
were
flying and think you're a bird, bro.
Do you think you're a bird, man? Anyway, no, because if we were just on a flat part, then at some point that flat part would end and there's no indication of any ball anywhere. I mean, we're rejecting the entire heliocentric model. So we don't look up in the sky and see things moving and think that we're moving. We think that we are on a flat and stationary Earth, just as you've always experienced. There's never been any indication of anything else.
And why did you say you see things go around? Where do you see that?
It's in the sky.
Where? What do I look at? Where?
Like they go up and then across and then down. And or else. And then
No, you said around. You said you see things go around.
Yeah, I mean, they go underneath. I can't see that part. But like I see the up and across and down part.
Oh, so if you can't see something, it's under your feet?
I mean, it looks like it goes that way. It comes up on the other side.
Not really. No, not necessarily.
Yeah, not necessarily. I'm just saying it looks like that. It's like it's not necessarily flat. Like it might be round around the flat part. I don't know.
Okay, it don't look like that.
What does it look like?
It doesn't look like something's going around. Well, stars appear to take like an arc path in the sky. They vanish at the horizon, right? But they're not taking they're not going like in a straight path. They're taking an arc. So if they say they rise at like 85 degrees, they don't come opposite 85 degrees. They come at some other angle. They'll pick up at 185 or something.
It kind of supports the ball though, because they're really far away.
No.
That's why they'd arc rather than go around.
Okay, so your argument is they're going around, but they don't look like they're going around, and that supports they're going around?
When I was talking about going around, I'm talking about the sun and the moon. I'm not talking about the stars. The stars arc, but like that's still points to the globe. It's just a bit more complicated because they're further away and like the shape of the
You've never seen the moon or the sun go around you.
Not fully, no. No, like it just goes up and across and then down. That's what it appears like.
Yeah. How does that mean going around?
What else would it mean?
Why are you asking me a question? You're the one drawing conclusions.
I don't know. I just that's what I assume. Like, is that
so? Your argument is incongruity. Is that the argument?
Whatever that means.
Incongruity. I can't imagine anything else, so it must be what I'm imagining.
I don't know what that word means.
Incongruity.
I couldn't.
Means you're incredulous. It means you can't believe it.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Well, the first thing is we don't see anything go around anything.
Saying a lot of stuff.
No one's ever observed an orbit ever. No one, no human being has ever observed an orbit ever.
Does Margin talk?
Huh? Does he talk? I don't know. Who cares? So let me get this right. You looked in the sky.
We'll be like
drew
margin,
conclusion.
except I'm going to be different.
Yeah,
That's too bad. He gave up so easily. Go ahead, Indio.
I'm just saying, I don't want to change the subject too. I just want to get back to. I want to know what the shape of the Earth is. So I looked at the Earth and then I did a 180 and looked in the sky. Does that make any sense?
No, it makes zero sense.
Oh, did he leave?
No, he's here. He deafened. He said, "I want to be like Majin, and not speak. So I'm also going to deafen." That's what he said. I don't know why he's picking on Majin. I don't know what he's doing.
Weird. What the heck?
I don't know. Can't explain them. I mean, if you want me to explain, I'd say, yeah, Indio was getting to the meat of the issue, so he had to get away.
Well, I just think it's always funny that, like, we've all been presented these diagrams of, like, solar system, Earth, all that stuff. And then they come in and they say, I see this. I'm like, what? Where do you see, like, things taking circles in the sky? Like, no one sees that, ever.
Yeah, that's good that you caught on to that. I thought he was talking about the sun and the moon moving. But yeah, he was probably, I mean, I did think he was, very fully immersed in the heliocentric non-model without even realizing it. But you were able to start to parse that out. So that was good.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing I've been harping on for a while. They confuse the explanation with the description of the observation, right? Which is just like agnostic. I haven't drawn any conclusions. I'm just describing what I see. They try to insert their explanation into that, as if that's what they're seeing, is that they're seeing the explanation.
Yeah, there's zero actual logic that would go between seeing something in the sky and making inferences about what you're standing on. But because that's how all of this has been presented to them for so long, just as this, like, done deal, set package, here it is, heliocentric non-model, they can't even separate it out.
Bro, I said this a million times. In the arts, we got this exercise. When you're learning how to do art, you got to do it. It's called draw what you see, not what you know. As many people, they start to draw, and their drawing looks like absolute crap because they're trying to draw what they infer about three-dimensional space rather than how it presents itself visually. So they have to be beaten into submission to get that practice out of their mind so they can just draw it as they see it and explain what they're actually seeing, not made up stories about what's going on.
We're having some more flame out.
Oh, yeah. I think that's all it's been. Although we had a few, Cyclone, you would have liked the people that were here earlier in the day. There were a few who were like, okay, thanks, guys. I'm just going to go research this some more. Talk to you next time. We had a couple of those.
Nah, secretly, I prefer the flameouts.
Oh, okay. Well, then, lucky you missed these people who were reasonable and measured, because, yeah, that wouldn't have been enough challenge for you.
Yeah, it's boring to me now. Did you see
they
the
weren't really
last night?
They just ran out of gas, and then they slowly just coasted to Earth and smashed into it. Nothing spectacular, no fireball, nothing.
That's still something.
Yeah.
What about that guy last night who said this should be illegal? Did you hear that guy? What was his
Were
name?
you guys committing thought crimes again?
We were doing.
Yeah, the guy from last night. I remember him. Yeah, this should be illegal. He was saying when he pointed out hard.
What was his name? Someone ping him in the chat. tell him we're doing crimes again, and he needs to rejoin.
We're escalating our crimes for.
You recruited more people into your criminal activities.
Yeah. Shit, I can't remember what his name is.
So there's a conspiracy in here? Like we're all like just a criminal conspiracy in the chat?
I guess it is a conspiracy after all. He's going to get the New Zealand police on us.
Find him, Cyclone. Yeah, I want to talk to him.
I'm trying to remember what his name was. What the hell was his name? Someone must remember. So I try not to humanize them too much, so I don't look at their names. It's just another AI bot as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah, exclamation point trade was just in here. He's giving us a YouTube short. He's still in here?
His name might have been Assad.
No, he's gone.
No, it wasn't Assad. The hell was it?
Was that the guy you were talking to, John, for a while? He sounded a bit intoxicated in the end. He started off really cool.
No, that was...
Who was that?
That was Israel.
Israel.
That was Israel D.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Assad was just his name. He had a last name, too. I'm pretty sure that was his name, because, like, his profile picture was, like, bald-headed, white dude. Like, you couldn't really tell if he was white or not, but he was light-skinned, and he was...
So I wasn't really looking at chat, and I can't remember if I was actually speaking his username. So if anyone in the chat remembers it, ping him.
Persecution is here. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel, Persecution.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, we were just talking about how there's no curvature measured anywhere. The Earth is flat and stationary, just as you perceive it. Did you know that, Persecution?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to say I'm agnostic on this one. Pretty sure, like my credence in the Earth being like round is pretty high though. But like when it comes to like a definitive assuredness, like yes, I'm agnostic. Yeah.
What percentage certainty do you have about the sphere?
I'd say I'm about like 60% certain.
Yes. Oh, yeah. That's great. Many people come in here and they're like 99%. But yeah, 60 is like such a realistic answer. That gives me hope that you like have 40% in there to actually listen to logic, reason, measurement, and demonstration.
Yeah. Let me hear. Why do you think the Earth is round? Or my bad, flat?
Yeah, okay. Well, it's because when I first started investigating this, I found out that if the Earth were a sphere of the radius claimed, 3,959 miles, then objects would disappear from my view at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which would mean the thing that I've seen across Lake Michigan since I was a child. I'll tag you in the chat here to show you. Is that you, Epic Theo? At Epic Theo, is that you?
Yeah,
did I tag the wrong person? Okay, that's you. Good.
That's
I want to interrupt 1 second. So,
yeah, go for it.
Cyclone, was it Amalek Super Soldier or Busby?
Ooh, I think it was Amalek. You're right.
Yeah, that's what I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, get both those guys in here. Yeah, fascinating usernames.
Yeah, that's right. It was Amalek Super Soldier.
Oh, offenses, I think such a post.
Okay, so yeah, persecution. Oh, is he still there? Yeah, he is. Somebody's like breathing in really hard. Who is that? Heavy breather. Okay, so persecution.
Yeah,
Did you
so
see
I
back?
kind
Okay,
of
yeah, it's 36
yeah, I
minutes
kind of
after the hour. Did you see the picture of Chicago there? The image, 52 miles away, should
yeah, I
have
see.
over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, that's the short version. Like, I could literally talk to you for hours about this, but I've tried, like, I don't want to overwhelm you. It's like, the reason is the curvature that's not there, and the lack of any actual evidence for the globe. It doesn't predict reality, so it needs to be discarded. We routinely see long distance observations that would be unseeable on this ball, alleged ball.
Yeah, so I see what you're saying, and yeah, thank you for keeping it simple. Like, if you were get like more intricate with it, like I'd probably be overwhelmed. So I'm just gonna sit back, chill out, and then see if anybody with an opposing view could retort to this.
Yeah. So yeah, let me like you're so practical. Plus you're 60%. I'm like, oh come on, dude. Yeah, you see it and it's there, and then you look it up and you find out. Yeah, on a globe you wouldn't see it. So, I mean, you can find excuses. You can have people say, oh, but if you squint really hard and you look at my 10 pages of math equations, then you can pretend you didn't actually see Chicago across Lake Michigan. Or, you could go out and test it for yourself, find a place. Doesn't have to be this observation. All over the world, there's observations you can do. Best is if you're near a large body of water, the ocean, the Great Lakes, other large lakes. But even if you're not, there's other tests you can do to figure it out for yourself. And then it's just a matter of whether you want to follow the evidence where it leads, or if you'd prefer to stay in the comfort of the globe religion, because it's basically just a religious belief. So yeah, it's most of the time it's not a question. The understanding of it is like pretty simple and straightforward. It's just a matter of whether you can deal with the implications of allowing your worldview to once again align with the reality that you observe and experience every day, or if you would prefer to outsource your brain to, the so-called mainstream media, globe-tired religion.
Outsourcing is all the rage.
One question that I do have, though, is if the evidence you have is like pretty conclusive, how would you say like it's not like popularized or accepted within like modern academia? Is it like, would you say there's like a conspiracy against the Earth being flat?
The globe is a conspiracy, requires many criminal activities to uphold. The people who are, most of the people are not consciously upholding the lie. Most of them are just passing on what they've been told without ever looking into it. I mean, that's the whole reason I started looking into it, because I was a person who was getting paid to pass on this false information. Sorry, world. But yeah, once I actually started to try to find the evidence to back up what I was telling other people, I realized that it wasn't there. So I say that only to explain that most of the people passing on the information don't actually realize that it's false. They assume someone else checked it out, like most people do assume. But yeah, the people who are consciously doing it, people have speculated about their motives for it. I mean, NASA's bringing in, millions of dollars a day, and all these other, fake space industries are obviously profiting. I mean, what other reason do you need besides that? But they got a lot of other, motives and, side benefits. Most of these little operations that get carried out, they have multiple functions that they perform. So once you realize it's a lie, you can think about or speculate why somebody might be doing it, but really the thing is just to get clear in your mind that that is what's happening, and it kind of frees up your brain space to deal with a lot more important things. I don't know. Did anybody else want to answer that? Cyclone? Anybody?
Well, yeah, I would just say it's like a folk tradition at this point. It's like a Western tradition that's now spread further than the West, this globe idea. It's like all these adults convincing each other that Santa Claus is real. But yeah, the majority of them aren't lying. It's just what they were told or what they've been instructed to tell others or paid to tell others. But if you're asking, like, well, why is it not accepted in the mainstream? I mean, it's becoming way more known. It's growing fast. A lot of people are finding out about it. And you might be surprised at how many people in the mainstream know about it and maybe even accept it, but just don't come out with it publicly because you can lose your job, right? And a lot of these mainstream academics, I mean, it's built on a specific philosophy. Like the heliocentric Big Bang globe model is the mainstream philosophy. And if you're going to be an educator in the mainstream, you pretty much can't oppose those theories or you won't get funding. You might even just get kicked out of your job. So yeah, there's a very real practical reason why people in the mainstream wouldn't go into this or challenge the accepted dogma, because it's a risk to their career and their credibility in their field, even though it is true. It's the case. The Earth is not a ball, it measures flat. It's not quite that easy to come out and say if you're in the academic world, I'm sure. Just in any world, actually, in any kind of professional setting, it's not really something you can go fighting off about without people being, like, triggered. A guy in here last night telling us that talking about this should be illegal. He thinks we should go to jail for pointing out observable reality. Well, people are nuts.
Yeah, I can accept that.
Well, good for you.
Yeah, a lot of the. Go ahead, Cyclone. Ask him.
No,
I mean,
finish off.
I was just going to say, so yeah, just a tiny little thing about that. Yeah, that the fact that people do get all agitated about this, is kind of a alarm bell. That Congress had to have hearings about censoring flat Earth. Like, if it were like just so silly and ridiculous as is sometimes claimed, I don't think people wouldn't take it as seriously as they do. But yeah, what were you going to ask him, Cyclone?
I was just going to say he's come in and he's at 60%, so that's almost half, like, unsure about the globe. So I'm just wondering what it is that's made you not convinced of the globe. Has that always been the case, or have you seen things that have made you question it? You spoke to flat earthers before, or is that just your default? I'm just curious. Because most people, they get educated in the globe and they just accept it and believe it like 100%, 99%. So I'm just wondering where your hesitancy comes from.
Yeah, so I give credence to the globe, not to the globe being flat, right? Because not something that I've really looked into too much, right? So I don't have like too much evidence to say that the Earth is like a globe or flat, right? But I do have some evidence that leads me to saying that the Earth is a globe as opposed to it being flat, right? So that's where I'm at. But I won't be able to talk for like the next 5 minutes.
Oh, shoot, because I really wanted to hear his globe evidence. All right, so 5 minutes, we'll be ready.
Yeah, when you come back, we'll get into that. Good for you. You sound stable and reasonable, so you should be able to have a good conversation.
Yeah, I mean, just that 60% number. I got to start asking everybody that so I can collect some data with my entrance polling here.
Yeah, I like that question. Because I like, if you're going to have a decent conversation with someone, you start with the intro percentage, and then by the end of the conversation, you ask them where they're at. See if you've made a dent.
That's right. Yeah, we can use that for a performance review, Cyclone.
Yeah, we can put it in the charts. Get some bar graphs going.
Well, Dandelion, I see you've pushed the needle at 10% here. Pretty good, pretty good. Can you do better next year?
Yeah. Your target is a 15% reduction of globally this month. Yeah, we got to get our Excel spreadsheets back up and running.
But I said I'm not trying. We're not trying to push them. I say that all the time. I still stick to that. Yeah, it's just a side. It's just a side benefit to explaining the logical reality that the Earth measures flat and stationary, right?
Sure. If they all started understanding that it wasn't a globe, we wouldn't have any entertainment. So we need to keep a number in reserve, at least.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Then we'd have to start fighting about other things. Yeah, that wouldn't be fun.
No, we gotta be honest. Look, we gotta be honest. There's gonna be.
Hey guys, I'm gonna bring you some
Hold
animals
on,
from the
bro.
zoo. Oh my bad.
Yeah, go for it. Right. Real quick, we're gonna have plenty of entertainment from dealing with flat earthers if everybody becomes a flat earther. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I can fight. Yeah, I can fight with people about other things too, Cyclone. You know that.
Yeah, but I'll miss the sun not moving, even though it's moving. And
The Earth is flat. The Earth is round. Look all around. The Earth is flat. The Earth is round. Just look on the ground.
Is that what you're going to miss, Cyclone? Is that what you're going to miss? Nice little songs like that?
Yeah, little songs about Earth being round.
Dude, don't diss my flat Earth brother,
Yeah, it's all right. Is it Earth is round? Or pizza?
So just take a picture of your mum, basically, and just look at her ass, and the Earth is like that because it's flat.
Degenerate off the bat. Okay, well, I don't even need to ask you. I already know you're a globe believer. Okay, so why do you believe in the globe?
Well, when
do you?
I do.
Okay,
so
why?
When I go up
where?
Up.
Where to?
A bit more up. Up.
Up where?
Up into the sky.
Up into the sky.
Up.
Well, like in a plane?
Holy crap. I thought he was going to say apples with mayonnaise.
Skipping.
Hang on. We're not there yet. We haven't reached outer space yet.
Oh, outer space.
Hold on, bro. I'm going to help you. I got to help you out.
How high is one up? How high is one of your ups?
Hold on, guys. I need to translate. So what he was trying to say is I like to eat apples and bananas. Good grief. Okay,
That's a great song. I love that song. Great song.
So the man's
going up. All right, man. But hold on.
I just wanted to say hello.
Your question. Hold on, bro.
Hello.
Cool story. We're going to unmute this kid, but first we're going to ask him a question that he's going to answer. So, go ahead.
Are you asking him a question?
No, whoever was about to ask him something.
Okay, I was going to say. Well, he said he's going up to space. So is that what you're saying? You went up to space? Is that your claim?
Yeah, but we haven't got up there yet.
All right.
So we need to go further up. So we need to go up.
So that's not evidence that the Earth is a ball, then.
Dude, I'm taking you on a journey, dude. I'm taking you on a spiritual journey.
Stop spazzing out. I can tell you're not a child, so you should be able to have an adult conversation. Come on, dude.
Why are you talking to a child? Why are you talking to a child, my guy?
Oh man, why are you spazzing out already?
Hey, Lion, you're missing out the two spherical objects at one side.
This is the Lion. I'm sorry. Are you addressing the Lion?
Holy shit, Matt.
Yeah, why are there so many lions in here?
I think. I think the Earth is a.
Matt, you're too stupid. I'm afraid. Too dumb.
I told you I'm going to bring you the entire zoo. You didn't believe me.
All right, so we need a globe believer who's not quite that dumb. Anyone?
I'm a globe believer, but I'm a retard.
That was gaslight.
You're dumber than him. You're dumber than him, man.
Can you be that dumb? Yeah, you can't be that dumb.
Africa is flat, and so is the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so do any globers in here? Do any globers in here know why they think they believe in the globe? Could you at least answer us that?
Among Us.
Because my teacher told me.
Your teacher told you, yes, that is an acceptable answer because technically that is the reason you believe it. Right. So, what evidence did your teacher give you?
They told me evidence.
Okay. So they just told you. They didn't give you any evidence.
They're not evidence?
Well, it would be a claim. What evidence did they give you to support the claim?
They give me one of those little those mini globes, you know what I'm talking about?
Like a toy?
Yeah, like a little toy Earth.
Okay. So they give you a little toy.
Uh-huh.
Is that evidence that the Earth is a ball?
Well, yeah, what was it modeled after?
Is it? Well,
Yeah.
what if they gave you a toy of Earth shaped like a diamond? Would that be evidence that the
if
Earth's a
God
diamond?
isn't real, then who wrote the Bible?
Okay, so you're spazzing out now already as well?
Wait, what?
You're spazzing out now too?
I don't think I'm not spazzing out. What do you mean?
Okay, well, we weren't talking about the Bible. We were talking about your teacher giving you a toy and how that convinced you that the Earth was like that toy.
I was just giving an example of the reasoning.
Okay, well, being given a toy is not evidence that the ground you live on is like that toy. Do you agree?
Well, yeah, my example is that I was given the Bible and it had to be modeled after something, and it was God.
Right, okay, so you weren't given any evidence that the Earth is a ball. You just believed it because you were told.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
so you understand it's just a belief.
I want to point out that he just made a false equivalence, dude.
Yeah, it was just
the Earth is the natural world. God is supernatural. So, make an analogy.
Well, obviously, he's a triggered anti-theist or something. That's why he's bringing up God.
Well, no. I was just saying it could be modeled. They could be both modeled the same way. That's all.
No, they can't.
Well, do you understand that we're looking for some actual evidence that this cartoon spinning ball in space that they've told us all is real? We're looking for some evidence that it's actually real. Do you know of any?
Aren't there pictures of Earth or no?
Images. Okay. Yeah. So they show us images of a baller, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you understand that you can make an image of anything. That doesn't make it real, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand that.
How do we know whether or not those are real?
I don't know. I thought somebody went into space too. You think that they just lied about it?
Well, how do we know that's true? They've just told us it and then told us that we can't go there.
Can you send your own rocket into space and then see?
Nah, you can't do that.
Wait, why do you not do that?
Have you done that? Have you done it?
Yeah, I have.
All right, sweet. Let's see it.
I didn't record it though.
Oh, okay. So you didn't do it. That's fine. So yeah, I mean, you can imagine going up really high and seeing a ball Earth, but obviously your imagination doesn't equate to reality.
All right, so if what I believe isn't real, then what is the actual truth?
Good question. So if the cartoons that we've been shown on TV aren't real, what is real? Okay, so when you go outside into the natural world, are you aware that you experience a flat, motionless Earth directly? Like the horizon's flat, the ground isn't moving.
The flat part, yeah. Yeah, the flat part.
Yeah, I'm motionless, right? You don't detect any motion of the ground unless you're in an earthquake or something.
Right? Well, something can exist even if you can't detect it, like God exists.
Yeah. Well, yeah, God. Fine. But to your perception, to your direct experience, the Earth is motionless.
Yeah, it's just direct experience, though.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a good start. So let's start there with what we directly experience of the Earth, and we'll go from there. So we directly experience the Earth as flat and motionless. So there's a burden of proof on the person claiming it's not what it looks like. It's actually a big spinning ball in a vacuum. So how do we fulfill that burden? What evidence is there? Is it just unverifiable images and cartoons and claims? Or is there some empirical evidence that we can verify? Can we go and measure it? Can we measure some curve? Can we measure some motion? What can we do to prove that this ball is real? What do you think?
I mean, you gave some answers that would definitely prove it, I think. You already answered it. Some pictures,
What do you
some
mean?
measurements.
All right, okay. So has anyone measured the Earth's surface to be a ball?
I think some people have tried to, haven't they? There was like a Greek guy who tried to do it, right?
Okay, what did he do? Tell me about the Greek guy.
I don't remember his name. I don't remember the entire thing, but it was like he used. What did he use? He used. I don't know. They didn't have much at the time. It was like wooden poles or something like that, and they connected the
sticks and sandals,
something like that. And he connected, I think, rope.
Do you think it's possible to measure that the Earth is a ball using sticks? How would that work?
I guess it would have to be over.
What size are these sticks?
It would have to be over a sufficient distance.
Right, what are you going to do with those sticks to prove that the Earth's a ball?
Well, I say connect them with a rope.
They did what with rope?
If you connect it with rope, like if one end.
Okay, so I've got two sticks.
If the ends are.
Rope. So we're tying the two sticks together with ropes. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what? What do we do with those sticks?
Well, I mean, you can measure the change over time from one point to the other.
The change over time, what, in the rope?
No, relative to the surface.
What are we measuring? We've got two sticks and we've tied a rope between them. Then what are we doing?
If you measure the two endpoints and they're from the, I forget what you call it. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, maybe you should look it up, bro.
I can't remember how the experiment went. So I don't remember the materials that he used.
Well, we're going to need something here because at the moment we've just got an observably flat, motionless Earth and no evidence to the contrary. So we're going to need something.
Well, you know who I'm talking about, though, don't you?
Yes, I do. Eratosthenes is the guy you're thinking about.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, Eratosthenes. I mean, it's just a bullshit claim. Never really happened, but that is the story you'll read on Google. But they weren't talking about tying ropes between them. You need to look into what they actually claim he's doing.
I'm probably thinking of a different experiment, to be honest with you. I'm thinking of two different experiments.
Yeah, you're maybe confusing a couple of different things, which is fine. That's fine, because for some reason, even though they're desperate for you to believe you live on a spinning ball, they don't really go into any details when they're teaching you this, so you have no idea why you think the Earth's a spinning ball.
The main thing I would ask is, if that's not the model that we should use, well, what should we use?
We should. Well, we already do treat the Earth as flat and motionless for observation, measurement, practical usage. It's already assumed to be flat and motionless, so that's what we should be using, not basically assuming a spinning ball in a vacuum just because the government said so. Feel me?
Yeah, I hear you. I was just expecting, I guess, kind of more of like a model, I guess, that you would use.
And see, this is the problem. This is the thing that they've done. They've convinced you, and they've convinced most people, that you should think of the Earth in model terms, in like some God's eye view from space, which in reality is a view that no one can actually achieve. That just opens the door for someone to step in and give you a worldview and say, hey, I can go to this place that you can't go, and I can see what the Earth is really like, and this is what it's like.
Yeah.
You're making a mistake if you pursue that line of thinking. Don't think about the Earth in this conceptual third-party view. Think about it from what you actually...
It would have... well, I guess it's not just a model. It's just like, well... What is the
It's not even a model. It's just a concept. It's just an idea. The Earth is the ground beneath our feet, and it's
I know,
flat
but
and
what happens? Like, what does that fit into? Like, are we in space, or I don't? That's
no. We're not in. Yeah. So it's not. It's not a floating disk in a solar system or space like they show us with the globe. It's not that. It's more like, well, it's flat, motionless, and contained. So it's more like you're in a giant building of some kind, a structure, rather than flying around, zipping aimlessly through a massive empty void. You're stable in a contained environment.
I'm more interested in hearing what you think is the reality of like the Earth and where we're at and all that stuff. That's why I'm
well, that's it. Well, that's it. It's flat, motionless, and contained. I mean, we're not claiming what its total size is, what its total shape is, all that kind of stuff, because we can't confirm that, right? No one can. We are only talking about what we can actually verify empirically, which is
you
that it's
just said
flat,
you can't
motionless, and
confirm the
contained.
measurement, so that means you can't
Not of its
verify
total
that.
size, not of its total size, but we can verify measurements of sections of it, which is enough to tell us whether it's flat or curved. Because on the globe, if you measure a section of it,
what if it was just like a super slow rate of curvature?
no, because they give us the size of it. Do you know what size they claim it is?
I don't remember the numbers now.
Well, you should get familiar with it, because how are you going to know whether it's true if you can't know the numbers?
Like the circumference or whatever, it was like 3,000 some miles, I think. I don't remember.
Yes. Well, so the radius is 3,959 miles claimed.
Okay, so I was
circumference
thinking
is more like 25,000. Yeah. So these are definite numbers which necessitate a definite amount of curvature over a certain distance, and we can test this. So, for example,
I was saying, what if their measurement is just wrong? But what if it's like a much
well, they've never measured it.
Like
it was never a measurement. It was always just an assumption, a philosophy. It was never a measurement.
Like, what if the curve, the rate of the curve only changed like a very, 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 very small amount?
Well, you'd have to measure. You'd have to measure that small amount to claim it. And if you can't measure any of it,
well, yeah,
why would you claim it?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, so what we measure is just flat bodies of water.
What if it was like almost like a nearly infinite surface, but it's so curved? It would be very hard for us to measure that, because you had to measure.
Well, you would need some evidence. Well, I mean, again, that would just be a baseless claim until there's measurement of it.
Of curve change over time, which we can't really do that right now.
You can't measure any curvature. That's the problem. And no, it can't just be a bigger sized ball, because the entire globe heliocentric model is based on this 3959 mile radius ball. No, listen, dude.
I'm proposing the same kind of thing that you are. You said that.
No. It doesn't work that way, though. It doesn't work in reverse.
It's a flat
doesn't work in reverse.
And you can't actually tell us the exact measurements. It's unfalsifiable, unverifiable.
No. You're confusing that. You're confusing that. You're confusing that, dude. Let me clarify for you.
Ball that it's.
I know you're spiraling a bit, dude.
You couldn't.
No.
You couldn't verify it, but it could actually be the case. It's just
no. You can verify that it's not a ball.
Curvature.
No, you can verify that it's not a ball. That's fine. Easy to do. The natural physics of water, finding level, flat and horizontal, tells you that it's not a ball. Sea level. It's a horizontal datum. So we know it's not a ball, and plus, even if you were to try and cope your way out of it by saying, oh, it's just a much bigger ball, then everything they've told you is wrong. The entire cosmic distance ladder, which is the distance to the sun, moon, stars, and all that, it's built on this 3959 mile radius. So if that's wrong, literally everything is wrong. And the measurements that we do have, it would change, I mean, we've got examples where it would change the radius to like 250,000 miles rather than less than 4,000 miles. So at that point, you're saying, what, the Earth's 60 times bigger than they've told us? Well, you should be just as outraged as if it is flat, because then the government hasn't told us about how much land, how much Earth area. So whatever way you slice that, you don't know anything about the Earth. So you should be asking the same questions that we are.
Hey, you be getting great gas mileage on your car. Car would be going a lot faster than you think it is. It's a lot of consequences.
Yeah, you can't really get away with the bigger ball thing. It's a nice hope, but no. So anyone else think they've got any evidence for the globe?
So they are hiding the bigger ball.
Well, they're hoping so.
Okay. But that means light's there, even if it's bigger ball.
Who was that guy we were just talking to? What's your name? What was that guy's name?
No one's answering you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was answering you. I was on mute. I was totally trying to answer you the whole time, Cyclone.
Oh, that's all right, Mary. I know you got my back.
I think you were talking to Gaslight. Yeah, Gaslight is gone, and now we have Young Man, who's heckling you.
Gaslight.
Oh, Gaslight
Why was
ran
he
away.
here? We need him
Shame.
back.
Okay. So
I'm sure you were
you've
gonna
just stepped up to the plate. You've just stepped up to the plate, new guy. So what's your best
Oh
globe
yeah,
evidence?
buddy. I'm gonna debunk your whole shit because you guys are dumb as fuck.
Great. I love that enthusiasm. Okay, so what's your best globe evidence for debunking us?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've done this a couple times, so I don't mean to brag, but I kind of already debunked you fucks.
Okay, so what's your best
I'll
globe
use
evidence?
this time?
Okay,
This
tell us the
time,
evidence.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this much.
So you don't
Why
know.
is it? No, wait. You got to give me a chance here, buddy.
Well, I can already tell you're deflecting.
Stalling for time.
Yeah, you Googling it?
What country are you from, by the way?
Do you need more time to Google why you believe in the globe?
I'm not Googling for shit.
What the fuck does what country he's from have to
Well, you
do
should
with what
Google
you
it, because
got to
otherwise,
say?
how are you gonna present an argument? You said you debunked it, so you would have had to present some globe evidence, no?
No, because it doesn't take evidence for my worldview to debunk your shit.
Ah, okay. So you're saying your worldview of the globe is not based on evidence. Got it.
Okay, you guys always like
So it's just like a religious belief. Just like a religious belief, yeah?
I mean, it's based on evidence.
Oh, so it is based on evidence. What's the evidence?
Utility also.
So what was the evidence that it's based on?
Uses flat Earth for utility.
Yeah, I get the whole you're mumble coping, bro. So what was the evidence?
Right, it's in all of scientific consensus. So you're dumb as shit.
Consensus? No, consensus isn't evidence. Is that what it is, really? Consensus? Appeal to consensus? That's a fallacy, dude.
Well, it's a pretty large fucking consensus. I mean,
oh, okay. So appeal to consensus fallacy isn't a fallacy if the consensus is large enough. Is that what you're saying?
It's not always a fallacy. It's sometimes like legit. Yeah.
When's it? How many people do you need for it to be legit and not a fallacy? Is there a number?
Like the whole world.
The whole world. All right. Well, we don't agree that it's a ball, so the whole world doesn't agree. Okay. So your argument's
sorry to disrespect this group chat of like 20 people, but dude, I think
see
the
how you
world
came in here?
Disagrees with you.
Okay, okay, but dude, see, you came in here saying you've debunked it. We're all dumb. So I asked, "What's your evidence?" You've still not given us any evidence.
Right. Okay, dude. Fuck you.
Is that your evidence?
You're brilliant, mate. Brilliant.
Yeah, that's a good demonstration of what we're dealing with here. GG's.
This is awful.
Well played. So
bad. Yeah, I think he just ran the other way. Oh yeah, he ran off. No, you're knocking him out, man. You're not. knock them out of the park.
India, did you realize that geometry it's doing people really bad things? That this is not happening with ideology. Let's say that you're political, opposite political thinking about me. Man, this is worst, you know. I will not tell you, fuck you, if you think that, I don't know, government should to be like this or like that. But he's, because of geometry, so much angry that it's impossible.
No, I'll take a...
Oh, it's baseball season. Is there one more who has a low belief? 3 strikes. Can he pull this off? Is there anybody else here?
Hey, robot in a bit.
You could count that as 2 strikeouts. That was so bad.
Yeah, they didn't show up with enough players, so guess you won.
They're stealing your record. They want to rob you of the 3.
Man, they all quit already? Weak. He was so confident. When he said fuck you, I thought he was onto something. Oh well.
Yeah, that was at least close to a flame out cycle, and that's what you wanted, right?
Yeah, I'm getting my fill.
Yeah, that was pathetic.
I don't know why they really pursue that line if you don't know something. Why are you gonna keep arguing it? I don't get it. Just coping.
Well, maybe you never heard that argument before, but it goes like, hey, you! I heard what you were doing. I hate you. I just hate you. And then now the Earth's a globe.
Like the whole world. Duh.
Yeah, I just take that as a concession, so that's fine.
I just couldn't believe that. Sounds like a valley boy living in his freaking parents' basement, eating up all the cookies, playing video games till 4 a.m.
You didn't think he sounded like an MIT professor?
ISP is here. Gosh, you have a really scary looking profile picture, though. Are you trying to be intimidating with that picture? ISP?
What is it? Let me see. Don't try to intimidate me.
I don't know. Is it supposed to look friendly? Because it looks intimidating.
He's on a Jack Nicholson from The Shining.
Yeah, that's Jack Nicholson.
Oh, okay, good. Then at least it's reaching its goal. That image. Yeah, good job.
Are you a dead hotel caretaker, ISP?
Yeah.
Good. So you might have some of the evidence for the globe that we're looking for in some other dimension.
I have theological cosmology, and I reckon the Aristotle came to the same conclusions. But when I start talking about
is it just me who's breaking up for? Is that just me?
He's breaking up.
ISP. ISP. You need to consult your ISP because you're really not coming through. Try and say that all again. The satellites must be down. Maybe some gravitational interference.
Satelloons. Satelloons.
Some refractive delay. You still there, ISP?
Yeah.
All right, you cut out when you were saying that last thing you said. Do you want to say it again?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just go back to. Do you have any evidence that the Earth? Okay. Well, we can just go back to the question then. Do you have any evidence,
by the way,
that the Earth's a spinning ball?
Well, I mean, if you narrow it to the Earth, and I can't talk about the origin of the universe and if it had a beginning. I've already been through this with you people.
Well, you wouldn't really know about the origins of reality, though, because you weren't there, were you?
Meant you can't talk about cosmology.
Well, I mean, the globe.
Circles and globes and spheres and stuff like that, but you can't talk about anything else. Aristotle's not on the table, therefore Thomas Aquinas.
Okay. We can do Aristotle. What did Aristotle do?
This is really what's going on here. This is what's going on. 50% at minimum of the people in this room are fucking alts. They're not real.
Okay. How do you know that?
Speak up. When I ask them to speak up, they're not. So the other thing is, wait. How do you know
that 50% of the people in this room are alts?
Bring up Aristotle. If you bring up Aristotle, or if you start talking about the, well, just mute me then, you fucking cunt.
Oh wow, you spiraling already, ISP? ISP, calm down, take a breath.
You're very hostile. Oh my goodness, Psycho.
That's all right.
Why wouldn't you be? Because you hate Jesus Christ, and that's the whole purpose of this room.
No, that's not the whole purpose in this room. We're not saying we hate Jesus. I'm not sure where you're getting that from. Just calm down, ISP.
Allow anybody to come in here and talk about cosmology. That's the thing.
No, we'll allow you to talk about your cosmology, but we're asking for evidence for it.
You can only talk about the Earth. You can't talk about the universe because when.
Well, we'll one step at a time. We'll do one step at a time. Yeah. So, you were talking about Aristotle. What did Aristotle do? What did he prove?
Well, how about this? I got a question for because you guys are all on the same page, obviously. Did the universe have a beginning, or has it always existed?
Well, I don't want to get into the philosophy of the origins of reality. That's not really what we're looking to claim here. Let's stick to your thing about Aristotle. You said Aristotle was the guy who provided evidence for the Earth being a ball in this ball cosmology of yours. What did he do?
In effect, and you can get there. So the question is, don't ask the question, does God exist? Ask the question. Ask a few questions.
Dude, we're not talking about religion here. So are you saying that the globe is just a religion for you?
Questions about the nature of the universe are not scientific. Is that what?
Well, you're talking about religion, dude. So if you want to talk about science, that would be the empirical, which is observable, measurable, testable. So you need to make up your mind. Are you going to spiral about religion? Are you going to spiral about science? What's it going to be?
Such a good question.
So, come on, dude. Let's just calm down. We're not talking about religion here, unless you need to talk about religion.
Of the universe,
we're talking about the globe.
Is a religious issue.
So, okay, so your belief in the globe is a religious belief. Is that what you're saying?
Just like I predicted, if you talk about the universe, people were going to try and force you to talk about the globe.
Well, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about how the Earth isn't a globe. Well, we're talking about how the Earth isn't a globe.
How about this? Is the Earth existence?
What?
Does everything that exists, is that in your cosmological view as a flat earther, everything that you can possibly know, can you see it?
It's a very broad,
not when you're inside.
big
so
question.
Can it be known?
Can what be known?
Does the universe exist? What is the universe to a flat earther?
Well, what do you mean by universe?
I mean that everything that is.
Okay, how do you know what is?
Well, because I know that it didn't exist before, and it had a beginning, because it must, because of cause and
What
effect.
had a beginning?
The universe.
All right, what is the universe?
Everything that is.
Okay, and how? So what is? What do you know that is?
I don't know. I ask you that because my prediction is your version of flat Earth is not going to allow Christians to acknowledge Aristotle and the 5 ways to God through St. Thomas Aquinas. Your
there's
cosmology.
no problem. No, there's
your
no problem with
cosmology is
Christianity. No, I'm just going to stop you there. No, there's no problem with Christianity. The Bible describes a flat, motionless, contained Earth. So the Bible agrees with what we're talking about. So don't have a problem with that.
Did the flat Earth have a beginning?
What does the Bible say?
Does the flat Earth represent the universe?
Well, it depends what you mean by universe.
The garden plus firmament.
Is that what you're thinking of as the universe?
Has the flat Earth plus everything else that you mentioned, does that represent all things?
Well, I suppose it would represent all things that you know of. Sure.
What can mortal man know? Not much. So,
not much, yeah.
Did everything inside of your cosmology? Now, maybe I'm asking a personal question. Maybe there is not a flat Earth canonical view of cosmology, such as how to
there you go.
have its origin. Okay.
Yep, there you go.
This is exciting. So that
See, you've gone from upset to excited.
So you've got flat earthers that believe that the universe has always existed, and then you've got flat earthers that have come to the conclusion, don't ask the question, does God exist? Ask the question, is God necessary for existence? Because
and then you have flat earthers.
And then you have flat earthers, that inhabit a bubble universe every time they achieve consciousness, stare at themselves in the mirror.
And then you have flat earthers who know the
Silence of the Lambs and mutter in the transgender language.
Only one sentence.
Yeah.
Then you have flat earthers who look into geometry. They know to count. They know what is sea level. They know what is surface. And they only pointing out that thing is the shape of the surface of the earth. They don't speak about the Christianity, religious, any kind of religious. They're speaking of the geometry of the surface of the earth.
ISP, we're not really doing the religious philosophical discussion.
Did the universe have a beginning?
Did you hear what I said?
I'm going to ask that. I'm going to ask.
No, you're not. Okay. Well, I think he's probably too bricked. Unless, Mary, Indio, you wanting some of whatever that is.
No, he's not listening to anyone. He's not really responding to what people are saying. He's just spamming.
Yeah, he's not, is he? He's just spazzing out.
Maybe he need to look who invented that Big Bang theory, what he believes, or if he believes it. That scientist to find out.
He thought he was doing a TED talk.
Yeah, it's just like aggressively monologuing. ISP, you gonna have a conversation about the Earth, or can you not do that? You keep bringing up Aristotle, but when I ask you what Aristotle did, you can't tell us.
Dude, Aristotle was a gay Greek. Who cares about him?
All right, showtime. We'll go with you instead.
Yeah, we can know a lot about. I mean, all I care about is when I go outside and I look up, and if the universe didn't have a beginning, then there is no necessary creator, and that means I can fuck that ass and eat that ass at Burning Man.
All right. Have a good night, ISP. So, showtime. What's up?
What's up, man?
How did you find the channel? Have you looked into Flat Earth before, or are you just coming in first time?
I just was browsing around and seeing this place, so I joined, man.
Okay, nice. Do you think the Earth is a globe, then?
I mean, that's what we were taught, right?
Okay, nice. What evidence did they give you for that? I know they told you it, but what was the evidence?
I always said this is true and believe it, or you're like some kind of weirdo bigot. I don't know.
Okay. So they didn't really give you evidence then? Just told you to believe it?
Yeah.
Okay. And you do believe it? Because they told you to?
What's up?
And you're saying you do believe it because they told you to? Or you don't believe it?
I didn't say that. I really don't know.
Okay. Fair enough. So, have you recognized that your actual experience of the Earth is not of a spinning ball, and it's actually a flat, motionless Earth that you experience?
Oh, I can't experience that. I can't. I can't. I have a question though. Like, what led you to believe it? I'm assuming you believe in flat Earth, correct?
No. I don't believe in flat Earth. I accept the flat Earth. That's what we experience.
Okay, you accept that to be true? Oh, you accept your reality as on flat Earth.
Yeah. We accept observable, measurable, practical reality, which is a flat, motionless surface that we live on.
Okay. At which location is it flat? Like if I'm on a hillside, is it flat?
No, that'd be topography, right? But in general, it's all that topography is laid out on a level horizontal. And like a body of water, let's say a lake on a calm day with no wind, that'd be flat.
So like, okay, so when you say flat, by which metric are you measuring it? Like, how are you determining it's flat? If you're just like, well, that mountain over there, that's topography.
Okay, so more specifically, what we're saying is that bodies of water at rest find their level. They seek a horizontal surface, right? And they say that 70+% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. So we can say that about 70% is going to be that horizontal reference, and then all the topography, all the land sticking out of the water, that's what we're living on. But in general, it's a flat surface.
But that would be true on a hillside too,
arranged. Well, the hill would just be a hill on...
Like if there was like a little like step,
a plane,
and it was kind of, sloped, water would collect there and lie flat, even though it's on a hillside.
Would lie flat. It would seek its level.
Yeah. I don't know,
flat.
like with topography, and I mean,
you can have topography.
Are we just like seeing
it's a
like
topographical plane? A topographical plane. You understand what that means?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. So not a ball. A topographical plane. Just like you experience. And you said earlier you can't experience that, but you can. That's absolutely what everyone on Earth experiences.
Well, I mean, I know
the globe side will tell you this.
Right? Like the ground's flat, where I'm standing, it's flat. I'm standing upright.
Well, that's all you've ever experienced, though.
My reality, yeah.
Yeah, that's your reality. You experience a flat horizon and a motionless surface, unless you're in an earthquake or something. Right, that's your reality. So we know that. But they've given a lot of people this belief that it's actually not that. It's actually a big spinning ball.
I guess.
Like you said.
What's the intention behind that? Like, in your opinion? I don't need some like study or anything. Like, why would they just lie?
It would just be my opinion, because it's speculative, and it's not as simple as why have they lied. I mean, at some stage, some people, but the majority of people aren't lying. They're just passing on what they believe to be true. But it all started back with these ancient Greek mystery schools, Pythagorean cults, who looked at the sphere as a perfect shape, almost sacred to them, because of its properties. and they in their own philosophy reasoned that the perfect creator, God, would create the perfect earth in the perfect shape, which would be a ball. So that's like the roots of this whole idea. And then in the 1600s, the Catholic Church picked it up and promoted it, asked Copernicus to do some maths, came up with a model. And because the churches essentially ran the education systems in Europe, that's what eventually started getting disseminated. But you'd be surprised how long it went before people were even accepting the notion. And we've got newspaper articles from the 1900s in places like the UK and the United States where people are outraged that the globe heliocentric model is even being taught in school. So it's a modern phenomena, this belief in a spinning ball Earth. Every culture in human history has always understood that they're on a flat, motionless surface. But your question, like, why would they lie? Why would people do this? I mean, there's a whole host of reasons why people would lie for some benefit, right? You've got NASA making $80 million a day. So there's an economic incentive to these organizations telling these stories. They get a shitload of money for it. Control over your
So
worldview.
the Earth is flat. Wait. Is the Earth is flat? Is that also space is fake? I mean, do these tie together?
Yeah. Space. The heliocentric solar system that they've shown you in school doesn't exist. Sorry.
What do you see when you look up in the sky on a clear night?
That's the night sky. But hold on, Indio is trying to get in there. Indio, you want to answer?
Before we move on from what he was saying about Pythagoras cult, these ideas, right? These ancient Greek ideas, we didn't just like move on from them; they still exist today. So I'm sure you've heard of the atomic age and the space age, right? That's now. Those ideas come from Democritus and Epicurus. The idea of space comes from Democritus, and the idea of atoms comes from Epicurus. Now, these guys are Greeks from 300 BC. They had no information about atoms. They had no information about space. They're just purely philosophical ideas that we've just carried on our shoulders for 2,000 years.
So instead of looking at it as like they're lying for some malintent, or even if they feel like they're benevolent actors, it's more plausible like people are just keeping it up because you don't want to sound like a crazy person. That's what I can't wrap my head around. It's like why keep
it's a tradition. It's a tradition, dude. So this tradition, right? It didn't exist in China, right? They were flat earthers. They didn't have an Eratosthenes. They had an Eratosthenes that proved the earth was flat using the same method during the same time period. And they were flat earthers into the beginning of the 20th century. You know why they became not flat earthers? Because the last emperor decided that he was going to, quote unquote, learn from Jesuit priests. And I'm not making this up. This is historical fact. He learned from Jesuit priests that the earth was a ball, and they switched their cosmology.
Oh, no. Actually, no.
Wait. I'm confused. Real quick. I'm confused because
I want to...
Real quick.
Okay. Hold on. Let him check with Indio to clarify, and then Andres.
So I'm not super familiar with the Jesuits. Like I know who they are. I don't know all like their mystery school teachings. But according don't a lot of like Christians believe point to the Bible as the Earth being flat and there being a firmament and blah blah blah. So I don't.
That's not to say that this Catholic Church were necessarily trying to promote the actual scripture.
Okay. I know the Jesuits subversive actors. I've heard of this stuff about them, but okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, it goes actually a little bit deeper because the Ming Empire, the emperor was pretty infirm and didn't take much part in the politics, and he let the eunuchs take control of the country, and that's one of the reasons the Chinese claim that empire fell, because the eunuchs took too much control. However, the eunuchs invited in the Jesuits, and the eunuchs let the princes all be taught by a different Jesuit, and then when the Ming Empire got invaded, the different invasions also had Jesuits following along on those invasions, and then the different Jesuits pulled the different princes in different directions in the country, and then got them to wage war internally. That was the fall of the Ming Empire. They did not switch into from Flat Earth until after, and the Qing Empire took over. That's when it was during that tumultuous civil war between the princes that they switched.
Don't let the eunuchs take over.
That's never-ending lesson. But yeah, so the whole history of this thing is very deep, and we could talk about it for hours. But just to kind of get to it, I mean, I wouldn't make the argument that it's all happenstance. Obviously, there's been some concerted effort to propel this philosophy. But our main point is that's just what it is. It's a philosophy. It's not empirical reality. That's what we're trying to distinguish. And if you're asking about the motive, again, kind of speculative, but I think we've got a pretty good idea. And one of the main reasons I would say is that they're essentially trying to obscure the fact that we're in a created environment. Rather than this, they're basically giving us an accidental origin story. Right, whereas this shows that that's not the case. So that can take a little while to get your head around. That can take a little while to get your head around.
You said to obscure the fact there is a creator, or this was created. I mean, that's I can believe that. But.
So the heliocentric Big Bang origin of this explosion out of nowhere, and they're like, well, you could attribute it to a creator, but we think it was just a coalescence of, well, just an explosion for no reason, whatever. So they're giving you an alternative origin story, whereas everyone previously on Earth, the culture has just understood they were in a created environment. So that's a great deal of power, because if they can tell you, no, this whole thing is accidental, then that puts the nation-state governments and their associated organizations and militaries at the top of this power pyramid on Earth, and everyone just looks to them and does whatever the hell they think and say. Because there's no check to that authority. If you believe everything NASA says, then that's your authority on Earth. Whereas if you understand differently, then you understand that there's a higher authority. So it gets very deep. The point in this subject, the main meat of it, is not just the geometric nature of the surface of the Earth itself. It's what that implies about our origin story, like where we came from, why we're here, what's going on, what this reality is. It turns that on its head if you're following heliocentric Big Bang. So anyway, hopefully that kind of answers your question. Do you want clarification, or do you want to ask another question?
No, I'm good. I'll just listen for a minute and see if anything else.
Well, we've got a server with a bunch of resources that you should check out, because if you're going to try and research this, Google and YouTube and the algorithms will just serve you bullshit. So we've saved a bunch of the good stuff on our server so that you can actually look into the other side. If you're interested, someone can shoot that into your DMs.
All right.
Sweet.
Or hold on, bro. Hold on. Or you can go to the VIP partner section of this server, Politics, where we're prominently featured as a VIP partner. And being so, as the guest that we are here, one of the most popular channels, if not the most popular channel for the past year.
Yeah. They can't get enough.
Yeah, so one way you can think about why is this idea perpetuated, and if you think about it in the context of the way religions are perpetuated, right? Like it's just tradition, right? It's not like, oh, I'm going to teach my kids it's Muslim, I'm lying. No, they believe, Muhammad's a prophet, and they teach that just as tradition. Like it's nothing more than that. It's going to be that. The globe is just like almost like a religious idea that's just like passed down generationally.
So come on, Showtime. I think you're the only new guy in the room, so you're going to have to give us some topics.
Yeah, I thought it was like, hey, showtime, here it comes, baby. And I didn't get that.
Yeah, sorry, I was distracted. My child was asking me something. My wife's texting me. Sorry.
No, that's perfectly all right. You prioritize family.
Turn to the child, ignore the wife.
No.
You mentioned the firmament
Pay attention to the wife
earlier.
and tell her to take care of the child.
Okay, yeah, either one. Or you could pay attention to them together. Why not, Rhinosphere? We totally support
Oh,
your
yeah, you could do that.
dedication to family. They could all go to the ice cream store together.
I'm trying to start a fight so he can be on here more when he's in the doghouse.
Yeah, that actually does work out well for a lot of people, doesn't it? Yeah, then when they end up with even more time for Flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, just text the kids, say you're learning some very important information.
But Cyclone, yeah, you got a full batting lineup since I left.
Shut up,
what
that
happened
shit
to
posting
Scary
on the
Guy?
internet.
He got rid of Scary Guy. That would be in your third strike, and now you got a new player. Congrats!
Yeah, but Showtime's settling in. He's keeping it together. Props to you, Showtime.
Another factor I think the globe model did was it helped corrupt science from being empirical and using the scientific method into now we look at the stars and we just speculate, and that's okay, that's good enough, we call it science, and they kept expanding the range of what they call science into what would been classed pseudoscience. It's not actual science. It doesn't follow the scientific method.
No, that's actually a really good point.
Well,
with Newton, right? I say no hypothesis. That started so Newton's said in his writings about gravity that he doesn't train any hypothesis about it. And he said in a letter that basically anyone educated in philosophical matters should never even believe in what he's saying. And gravity is kind of like what supports this entire globe model. So what Drace is saying, it seems to check out.
Yeah, I mean, just think about that. Oh, go on.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just.
All right, I'll go.
You go.
I'll be right
I just wanted to point out, philosophically, people will ask, well, where's the globe model? I actually have the definitive globe model, so here it is. The definitive globe model is, we already know the Earth's a globe. There you go, that's the model. That's their claim, right? We already know it. Don't have to prove it. Everything fits the globe because we already know it's a globe. Any questions? See point 1. We already know it's a globe.
Yeah, and just think about that on the level of power relationships, right? They're basically telling us we don't have access to reality. We don't have access to what's true about the physical world we live in. Only they do. So they're going to go to a place, Narnia, space, that no one else can go to, and they're going to tell us that everything we experience is misleading, and the Earth is somehow conspiring to fool us into thinking it's flat and motionless, when in reality it's this giant spinning ball in a horrific cosmic vacuum. Like, think about what that does to the psychology of a people, because then they'll just say, well, I'll just have to listen to these guys because they're the guys that know what reality is, and I can't trust my senses. Do you see how that's a great deal of power?
Are you talking Showtime? I'm sorry to tell you that he's gone, but I appreciated everything you said.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. It goes out to all the YouTubers.
That's right.
Also, props Mary Mom for waiting until he finished his thought before you told him that the person wasn't there, because the thought is still valid for all the listeners.
For sure, I know. Yeah. Sometimes the best thoughts are the ones you have after they're gone and can't interrupt you anymore.
Yeah, I would have followed through anyway, but because I do think it's an important point. But I'm sure he'll be back. He's attending to the family.
Which you told him was a priority.
Mary Mom,
I'm going on the warpath for all my pet peeves.
Oh, yeah, I know you're covering them all today. It's like people come in as if it was planned. Here's an example of what Overlord would like to see in an ideal live stream, and here's an example of what he would not like to see. And I did your little I listened to your training session and did it even before you. Are you proud of me?
Yes, you get 2 head pats.
2. I usually only get 1. I usually only get like 1 head pat every couple weeks. So 2 is pretty good. Yep, I'll go for it. That's like my allotment for the whole month.
Good morning, everyone.
Stacy, good morning.
Hey, hello, Stacy.
On the weekend, I was reading through some how the company I work for get their gravity measurements for their gravity surveys, and it seems an awful lot like mass. I mean, sorry, density. Like they use the displacement of a known mass, and then from that, it's like a Newton torsion spring, and then they use that and assume that's the gravity accelerating down, but it's really just density.
Nice, that's interesting. You're in some kind of aviation field, aren't you?
Yeah, so they say they're getting the acceleration of gravity, and then it's ironic too because they're getting the acceleration of their gravity while they're flying an aeroplane, which is going to have so much more acceleration. So then the whole process ends up being just like heaps of post-processing, taking out all of the noise, and so it really does not seem like a good way to test for it, but I guess they have good salesmen telling governments and mining companies, it's so good we get it less than 1 billionth per part per billion, so it's really good. But if I was a government, I would not invest in their airborne surveys for gravity because I don't think it would be able to do what they say it does.
So it's Monday morning there, right, Stacy?
Yeah, Monday morning, back to work.
Yeah, don't remind me. I'm still on the weekend. But you sound, bright and chipper, like you're ready for a new day.
Yeah, it's a good morning. It's quite foggy, and I just like seeing it all foggy. Not foggy enough that I can't drive, but a scenic kind of fog. So it's a good start to the day.
Nice.
Yeah, that'll be me in a few hours too. But if you'd come a little bit earlier, Stacey, you'd have heard the globe spirals. Just had like 3 in a row. and a fairly normal guy. So it was an alright mix.
Are you counting the 60%er in there? Is he the normal guy?
No, I was thinking of the last guy.
Oh, okay.
He was very normal compared to the previous few. 60% guy was alright as well.
The previous people, what was their best argument?
Oof. I'd be interested to hear what other people in the room took from those discussions, and if they could discern an actual argument. What do we think?
What I took from the one guy. Go ahead. My teacher told me. Is that what Indio said?
Yeah, that was the best argument.
That's right. That was one of them. They were told so at school. What else did they say? Was that it? One guy went mental about the universe and its beginnings. Couldn't really discuss Earth. Thomas Aquinas, Aristotle.
Yeah, then the other guy just was swearing at you the whole time. I can't really remember any of their arguments.
So it was that good. And that was like an hour worth of them.
That's crazy. I would never expect people to go onto the Flat Earth server defending the globe and not having any arguments. Totally not the norm in this server.
Yeah, usually they're armed to the teeth with undeniable proof, but not these guys. Oh well. We'll see if any more stop by.
On the weekend, my mum came over and visited me, and then she noticed that my door handles are copper. And then she told me that, oh, did you know they used to use copper for like things like this because when you touch the copper, it is a natural disinfectant. And I thought, oh, I didn't know that. So if what she said is true, I've learnt something new. But I guess I haven't learnt it yet because I haven't verified it. But it's an interesting potential fact that I should look into and validate.
Copper is cool. Yeah, we have a lot of copper mines in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan.
You Americans have heaps of coppers walking around in their uniforms, pretending to be the authority.
Yeah, that's an English thing that they call them coppers? Like, yeah, I don't know how it would go if you called somebody a copper over here. Some of them don't. They didn't used to be like being called cops, but I don't know if they still don't like that. Not sure. I usually don't talk to them that much.
I think the word copper comes from what them used to wear copper badges.
Yep. Okay, so it is connected. Great. Thank you for educating me.
Do your police emblems have like the Pentagon star, like the upside down star? Because that's the Australian Police Force emblem.
We don't have a national police force. I mean, the FBI kind of is, but their emblem is FBI, and I think the seal is like it's a certain type of flag. It's a flag emblem, so it's like a shield with stars and stripes on it. But that's the FBI. Like local police have their own thing going on. It varies by state. So sheriffs kind of wear a star because we got sheriffs, and then we have like municipal police. Then we also have state police. So they all have their own thing going on.
Bro, you ever had some FBI agents on your case for you?
No.
I had to do a hostile takeover of an organization and audit their books, and there's all kinds of fraud. So I had them working that case. They're gonna bust that dude. That actually, I remember back that one chick, and she was smoking hot, man. She was way too serious for me, though. So now I watch a show called Sue Thomas, FBI. She's deaf, and she can read lips, and she has a dog. It's an awesome show. It's based on a true story.
Was the hot chick relevant to the story?
Yeah, so the real Sue Thomas wasn't that attractive. And so when they made the show about her life, she said, "Hey, I'd really love me to be played by a tall, hot blonde."
That would actually kind of be depressing. Like if they made a movie about your life, and like they made someone that didn't look anything like you, that's kind of like depressing.
But the worst part is that she actually did an appearance in the show. Like the real Sue Thomas did an appearance in some character in the show, alongside the fake Sue Thomas. So it's like, I mean, again, dude, I guess if you want to live your fantasy, as a young hot blonde, go for it, I guess.
Where's that series on?
I'll just watch it on YouTube, dude.
What's it called again?
Sue Thomas FBI.
Sue Thomas. Okay.
So her first case was supposedly like she got hired to be an auditor, eyes on for a drop where the person couldn't wear a wire, and so they had her read the lips of the people to get the evidence to convict them. That's like my new joke. It's like, "Hey, bro, I didn't hear you. I'm blind. Could you say it again in Braille?"
I've got to go talk to you all later. Have a good evening.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Have a great day.
Yeah, I'm going to go on mute for a bit as well and then head off. So, good chat, team. Speak to y'all soon.
Good showing, Cyclone.
Thank you.
Huh? No. Oh, then just let me go. Oh, God, just taking a rip.
Man, today was a lot of good listening.
I know. It really was. Yeah, I agree. Good job, everybody. The only one I couldn't really handle was that weird grinning guy, which you're saying is Jack Nicholson. I just couldn't keep looking at his face. But maybe he didn't want me to. Plus, his voice was really annoying, too.
You talking about the "Here's Johnny" face?
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one from The Shining.
I mean,
I was like, I
he
just
does that in
couldn't
other
look at
movies.
it. Okay, I tried to close my eyes, but
Yeah.
actually, his voice was really obnoxious too. So he's not here,
Yeah.
so I can tell
Oh,
you
he
that.
does that in other movies, but I'm pretty sure it originated from that movie where he was going nuts in The Shining because he was dealing with the unbearable burden of, knowing the truth that he faked the moon landings and was trying to tell everyone. I'm pretty sure that's what the movie was about.
Yeah, I never actually saw that movie. I don't know if I would even enjoy watching it now. I don't know. People refer to it. Maybe I should watch it just so I know what they're talking about.
Well, the points about that movie is there's a lot of innuendo and iconography about things that match Moon Mission. And also, there's an interesting thing about that movie, which was the stage lighting. So there was a long-standing Globe rhetoric that the moon mission must be true because of the shadows can't be created by any studio lights. They could only be created by a parallel light source. But Kubrick had in that movie a multi-array of lights, which effectively made a parallel light source, right? Because in the movie, they're in this inn, I think it's in Vermont, in the mountains or something, and the sun is supposed to be coming through the windows all the time. But it wasn't the sun, it was his multi-light array.
Nice. And when did he?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask when, like he explained this at some point.
Well, it's just the technology that they used. It's not like Kubrick straight up said it. It's like the whole movie. Everything about the movie is like innuendo and technical demonstrations of how the moon landing was faked, basically.
Cool. I guess it's probably worth watching then. I don't know.
Some people consider it his confession. You know that whole thing where it's like, oh, these dudes have to tell you what they're really doing, but they're allowed to do it in like a cryptic way. And if you're too retarded to figure it out, that's on you for being stupid. You remember that?
It's a very clever way to do things.
Yeah. That way you get the moral guilt off of you, supposedly, and all the sheep that are just too dumb anyway, they could just suffer with the consequences.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
You know, it's like a lot of times they'll say things like the globe model. In the globe model, they parse out what they're saying about, they're talking about a hypothetical model. They're not even talking about reality. And then if you, the sucker retard, thinks, oh, I live on that model, guess whose fault that is? That's your fault. They parsed it out and said it's a model. They didn't say it was reality. You thought it was reality. And so the only person who's deceived, the only person who's lying,
Cross
is
paths
shooting your
yet
throat.
again.
What's
Okay.
that?
Oh, that's
We cross
L. I don't know if he. Oh, yeah. I guess L's responding to you. Hello, L.
Hello. We cross paths yet again. Username AI Overlord. Spherical models. What is gained by convincing people sphere versus flat? What's the goal? What's the profit? Evil likes to profit. What's the profit in this?
Oh, the profit of evil and an end in itself is evil itself. There doesn't have to be any other goal.
Really?
So deceiving people is an end in itself for an evil person. That's sufficient.
So I turn flat into sphere. What do people lose in the way of? You got to be losing something then, even.
Yeah, they lose the truth. So the answer is the other people gain deception, and the people who the truth. Those are ends in themselves.
Yeah, but there would be.
I don't need any further explanation. Don't need any further explanation.
Didn't say you did. It just occurs to me there would be different causal forces to make this place flat versus a sphere, like they claim. So
no, not necessarily. You're assuming you're jumping the shark with an assumption there that it requires causal forces. If it's specifically designed, it doesn't require naturalistic forces for it to come about. So your assumptions are flawed.
The cause would just be primordial. In that case.
Dude, yeah, check this out. What's the cause of the shape of my Red Bull can?
Of your what? Let me turn my music down.
Sorry. I'll give you a second.
Yeah, but the ruse has to have a payoff. Somebody either loses or gains in all things, so.
Yeah, I told you that deception is a payoff in itself. There doesn't need to be any further payoff than just the joy of deceiving people in itself. That's sufficient.
Joy.
Yeah, joy.
Joy costs money, though.
Doesn't matter, dude. The players that play the game, dude, they don't care about money. They're above money. Money is of no consequence, dude.
What's above money? Apparently deceit is.
No, power. Power is above money, dude.
So now we're getting to.
You could have $1 trillion, and you could offer $1 trillion to someone to save your life. But if you're being told, just 1 second, if they're telling someone that they have power over to take your life, and you offer that person $1 trillion, and they say, "I'm going to follow the person who has power over me," then your money has no power, does it?
Okay, so you just described a profit, though, that you get is power. Power is profit. Versus just joy and just deceiving you? No, I get power.
No, I didn't say that. I said the hierarchy, dude. I said power is more of a hierarchy than money. I didn't say that was the motive, dude, for goodness sakes.
Power is a massive motive for most people, yeah.
It can be, but it's not, and it could be. But I'm telling you that the joy of deception in itself is a sufficient motive for someone with an evil mind. Don't need any more motive than that.
And the universe just allows them to convincingly do this so well. What is that to say about the universe at large?
What?
They pull off
the deception
well. Yeah, just anybody for the joy of it can just deceive whole swaths of people. It seems like the universe just likes to allow this to happen as well, I could say.
Well, I mean, dude, if every agent has free moral will, then yeah, that's the way it's going to play out. It's not.
So who are we ultimately fighting against?
Well, check this out. In your view, you're talking about the universe as an entity. So let's just put it like this. It's not the universe's fault that you're a stone cold retard, okay?
I like to stick to points so you don't just... Yeah, so the universe at large, we live in it. So it's not an entity in my mind. It's just we live in it, yeah? If it's
so why did you say the universe allows?
I said the universe at large allows for means there's causal case for, there's causal premise.
Okay, so yes.
Potential.
Yes, in the stage of human events, it's possible to deceive other people. The physical characteristics and limits of the natural laws allow for that to occur. I mean, what's your point, dude?
So that means I have to fight against human beings trying to lie to me and be deceptive, and the universe that allows this deception. I have to fight against both.
Exactly, no duh. Wow. That's like saying I have to fight against not cutting my legs off when I walk through a sawmill. So, dude, if you put your leg in the saw blade, you're going to get cut. Are you retarded?
You didn't hear me through all the excitement. I said the universe, too, because it allows for it.
I know that, dude. What I'm telling you is you live in a world that the biomechanical stressors on your body and the physical forces can cause injury to you. And that could be from a saw blade, or it could be from somebody manipulating you. Yeah, the universe allows for that. Whoop-de-frick. What's your point?
So to what extent should I fight against the universe, then, that likes to lie to me? How far should I go?
Dude, the universe itself isn't lying, dude. What is your
doing
point,
it through
bro?
people. It's allowing people to do it to me all around.
Here we go again, dude, where you want to make the universe non-animate, and then all of a sudden now it has will and desire. I mean,
you just highlighted how the universe could kill you, like in a little practical way. I didn't even put that in your mouth. You did it yourself.
Oh my goodness, dude. Fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Listen. Let me use this moment to teach people.
You, right?
Yeah, let's use this moment to at least be teachable to somebody. So, attributing human intentions, wants, desires, and emotions to inanimate things is called the pathetic fallacy. You did.
No, I said I had the potential to do a thing.
Okay, hold on, bro. Hold on. Maybe you didn't. So let's invite a third party to comment if I'm out to lunch, or did they hear what I thought I heard, that you were attributing wills and intentions and desires and things to the universe.
I stopped you.
Anybody out
there? I heard the verb allow. Yeah, no, I'm not a fan. I'm a person listening to the conversation. The term allows. The term allows implies that the individual or entity doing the allowing has a choice whether to allow it or not. So, in my mind, you were attributing, will and decision-making powers to this universe that you claim is not a persona, even though you're treating it like a persona and personifying it.
No, it's referring to
a
physics.
lot.
Yeah, so allow, when I use it in the context of physics, refers to potential, energy, etc. It's an allotment. Allowance. Yeah,
Yep.
I wasn't speaking like it was an entity. And this was
Right,
the
but-
case because I
Yeah,
stopped you
that's fair.
twice when you tried
That's
to
fair.
attribute that
That's
to me.
fair, but yeah, that's fair. But you then went on to use other language, which was along the same track.
Fight against
Dandelion,
the
did you hear
universe.
that other language?
No, fight against the universe would be I put a forced vector against the universe and it's against me. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. It's what you always got to do. It's like, you know, when you're walking, you have to stay upright and not just fall over. You know, I mean, dude, what is your point?
No, it's a question. How far should I go in that fight against the universe? Like, for instance, if I could
you have to
aim...
go out and get food and stuff. Like, what?
No. I'm talking about deep. I said how far. That means beyond practical, goofy things you do on a day-to-day basis to survive. That means way beyond that, yeah? So if I have the ability...
Let me put it in perspective, bro. Let me put it in perspective.
What is for me?
Yeah, I'm just going to go. I would say don't fight it at all. Just go back to your globe. Yeah,
I
see
know.
you guys later.
Yeah, it's like, take it easy. So it's like fight against the universe. What does that even mean, dude?
Can I give you an example? A little funny I just thought of. If I could point like atomic like missile at the middle of the Milky Way. At the middle of the Milky Way galaxy where the black hole is, and cause it to disturb just for a blink, and cause like a progressive, recursive disintegration of everything in the galactic plane. Should I not do that? That would be the question. For instance.
Holy crap, dude! So you're gonna tell the universe, you let people lie to me. I'm gonna get you, sucker.
Yeah, why not? Because I guess you were saying you said there's no entity at the end of it, so who cares? Yeah.
Right, so then why take retribution on something that's not an entity?
It's not retribution, it's a force vector against the thing acting against me, just like you said I do every day.
Oh, all right, so if the universe sustains you and you then blow it up, aren't you going to die?
It was trying to kill me anyway, and my fate was already set, right? So, why not?
Right, so then you're just going to shorten your lifespan for no reason? I mean, come on.
Return the favor? You said the universe isn't, like, alive, so who cares? Like, it's just... I want to have fun.
Exactly. Who cares? Why do you care about taking it out on the universe that doesn't care?
No, it just occurs to me that would end some of the suffering, like, quickly, too.
Dude. See, this is the myopic vision that people like you have, is you're only thinking about yourself. What about all the other people you're going to hurt?
Well, you're not like real though. You're just like matter doing things, right? Exactly.
Yeah,
it's just cause and effect, right? According to you.
What's the problem with people like you, bro?
I'm going with your thinking, actually.
That's not my thinking. My thinking.